Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2048 to Chapter 2098. Dang, Zhao Hai's long saber hit something and sent it flying. However, Zhao Hai's expression didn't look good. This was because the force behind the attack wasn't small. Zhao Hai didn't stop. Instead, he rolled forward a few times before standing up. At this time, his back was already against the wall. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of being attacked from behind. Zhao Hai also saw that the thing that was sent flying was a throwing knife. This throwing knife was bigger than the ones that Zhao Hai had seen before. It looked like a dagger. Zhao Hai looked at the direction where the throwing knife came from. Then he coldly said, "Who is it? Come out." A cold snort was heard, and a figure slowly walked out from a small hole. This person was holding a saber, a curved saber. This curved saber was very curved, and it looked like the hammer and sickle in the party flag, which were somewhat abstract. This was a strange weapon. It was not easy to use such a weapon. Every strange weapon had its own special way of using it. It was very difficult to practice, but once it was mastered, it would be able to unleash a greater power when fighting against an ordinary weapon. Zhao Hai had actually seen this cultivator before. It was the cultivator who entered the cave before him. It seems like as soon as he entered the cave, he immediately found a place to ambush. Then he attacked the cultivators who entered the underground palace. Zhao Hai was the second to enter. The cultivator with the curved saber looked at Zhao Hai. Then he sneered and said, "Kid, are you going to kill yourself or are you waiting for me to kill you? To tell you the truth, what I like the most is to torture people. If you don't kill yourself, then I'll cut off your flesh bit by bit. You'll slowly bleed until you die." Zhao Hai looked at the man and sneered, "I'm not going to cut you up. However, I like to turn my enemies into zombies. Then I'll turn them into slaves and make them work for me every day." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Your mouth is quite fierce. I just don't know if your subordinates are as fierce as your mouth. Kid, die." Then the strange saber in his hand attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai swung his saber as he sent out the 8-gate golden lock saber. The 8-gate golden lock saber was a defensive saber technique. It didn't have many offensive moves. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was focused on defending. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't see any offensive moves. This battle turned into an offensive drill where the opponent attacked while Zhao Hai defended. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai's appearance, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. One must know that the curved saber in his hand was very difficult to deal with. A lot of people with similar strength fell under his saber. In his opinion, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to defend for long. It was only a matter of time before Zhao Hai died. However, the cultivator didn't know that the reason why Zhao Hai acted this way wasn't because he didn't have the ability to attack. Instead, it was because he wanted to observe how the curved saber was used. The curved saber had blades on both sides. In other words, it was a curved saber. This way, the cultivator's attacks were even more strange. Even if Zhao Hai practiced the 8-gate golden lock saber to the highest level, he could only defend against the cultivator's attacks. The more the cultivator with the curved saber fought, the more shocked he became. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's defense would be this strong. Even after attacking for so long, there was still no effect. At this time, a white light suddenly flashed from the transmission formation in the cave. Another cultivator appeared in the cave. As soon as the cultivator appeared, he saw Zhao Hai and the cultivator with the curved saber fighting. A strange light flashed in the cultivator's eyes. Before Zhao Hai and the cultivator with the curved saber could react, the cultivator immediately escaped into a nearby cave and disappeared. When Zhao Hai and the cultivator with the curved saber saw this, they stared blankly. Then the two of them focused their attention on each other. However, they also understood that they had to end this battle as soon as possible. This was because another cultivator could appear at any time. If the two of them fought until they were exhausted and met another cultivator, it would only benefit the other cultivator. After thinking about this, the cultivator with the curved saber couldn't help but strengthen his attacks. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't just blindly defend and started to counterattack. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai's counterattack, he understood that Zhao Hai had been saving his strength. However, he also saved his strength. The cultivator coldly snorted. Suddenly, a person who looked exactly like him appeared beside him. This person was naturally his clone. Then the clone attacked Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai smiled faintly. A clone also appeared beside him. His clone also met the opponent's clone. As the two clones fought, the cultivator with the curved saber had an ugly expression on his face. Xiao Hai's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The cultivator with the curved saber had no choice but to take some defensive measures. At this time, Xiao Hai's eyes flashed. The cultivator with the curved saber, who was dealing with Xiao Hai's attacks, felt a sharp sensation coming from behind him. He stared blankly and quickly dodged. He wanted to avoid this attack, but the attack was too sudden. Even with all his strength, he still couldn't avoid it. Pooh! The sound of a sharp blade entering the body was heard. The cultivator with the curved saber let out a muffled groan. He looked at his left arm and saw a dagger-like throwing knife. The cultivator's expression couldn't help but change. This was because this throwing knife was the same one that he used to shoot Xiao Hai. While he was distracted, Xiao Hai's knife slashed his throat. The cultivator's blood gushed out like a fountain. The cultivator with the curved saber fell to the ground. He desperately covered his throat, trying to stop the blood from gushing out. But in the end, he didn't succeed. At this time, his clone also disappeared, and the scimitar cultivator finally fell to the ground, dead. Xiao Hai looked at the corpse, but he didn't feel any joy. He just waved his hand and collected the corpse, turning it into an undead. When Xiao Hai dealt with the cultivator, he didn't use his avatar. This was because he was very clear that there was someone watching him from the side. He couldn't reveal his trump card, so he only used his metal divergent ability to make the throwing knife that the cultivator used to attack him fly up. Who knew that the cultivator with the curved saber would react so slowly? He simply couldn't block the attack and was directly injured by the throwing knife. When the cultivator saw that it was his own throwing knife that injured him, he lost his mind and was killed by Xiao Hai. After receiving the cultivator with the curved saber, Xiao Hai looked at the cave that the cultivator was hiding in. He coldly snorted and then his figure flashed as he disappeared into the side of the cave. At the same time, a person came out of the cave that Xiao Hai looked at. The person looked at the bloodstains on the ground and then looked at the direction that Xiao Hai disappeared. He couldn't help but take a deep breath before he turned around and disappeared into the small cave. The cultivator already felt how terrifying Xiao Hai was. He was very clear that if he were to fight against a cultivator like Xiao Hai, it would be hard to say who would win. Moreover, when Xiao Hai revealed his metal divergent ability, he was really scared. Xiao Hai had developed a divergent combat technique before, but he rarely used it in the real spiritual world. He wanted to practice the saber technique of the Tyrant's Saber School first and then slowly integrate the saber technique into his divergent combat technique. This way, his strength would greatly increase. However, he still didn't have a way to integrate his saber technique into his divergent combat technique. Therefore, it was almost impossible for him to integrate his saber technique into his divergent combat technique. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Hai rarely used other abilities in the real spiritual world. When facing enemies, he mostly used his saber. Xiao Hai didn't care about what the cultivator was thinking. He knew that the cultivator wasn't strong, at most, he was at the cloning stage. If he was strong, then he wouldn't need to hide and peek. He could just directly deal with Xiao Hai and the scimitar cultivator. Because of this, Xiao Hai believed that the cultivator wouldn't chase after him. Sure enough, as he expected, the cultivator didn't chase after him, but instead turned and left. Xiao didn't want to stay in the cave and attack those who entered it. That would be too boring. In such a big underground maze, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find someone to fight. Why would he stay there and wait? Xiao Hai also wanted to see what this underground labyrinth was like. After walking around the cave a few times, Xiao Hai was finally sure that this place was very similar to Zerg's underground world. It was very similar. Big holes intersected with small holes intersected with old holes, and holes intersected with holes. No wonder it was called an underground labyrinth. What made Xiao Hai feel strange was that the underground maze was not dark at all. The surrounding cave walls were emitting a sparkling blue light, which made the entire cave seem distant and mysterious. Xiao Hai also had the space inspect the cave. He wanted to see if there were any radioactive materials in the cave. One must know that those things weren't good for the human body. However, the inspection made Zhao Hai feel relieved. There were no radioactive materials in the cave. The blue light was emitted by an unknown element in the soil. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he directly took the soil from the cave and threw it into the space. This made the space have another type of material. After collecting some of the soil, Zhao Hai didn't find anything else. He wasn't anxious as he slowly walked forward. Suddenly, he stopped. This was because he smelled a very special stench. It was a stench, the stench of a corpse. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he walked towards the direction of the stench. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zhao Hai arrived at the place where the stench came from. In a small cave, there was a corpse lying on the ground. This corpse was somewhat strange. This was because next to the corpse was a long sword. The long sword's body was like autumn water, it wasn't an ordinary weapon. There was nothing strange about a dead person. What was strange was the sword. The sword looked like a good item. No matter who killed this cultivator, regardless of whether the other party used a sword or not, they wouldn't have let go of the sword. And now, the sword was just lying there. This was strange. Zhao looked around and waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, the ground rippled, and then the corpse and the sword were buried in the ground, disappearing without a trace. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, he heard a loud shout, "Stop, kid! You ruined this uncle's business and now you want to leave?" Zhao Hai didn't care. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a cultivator slowly emerging from the hole. Zhao Hai thought that this cultivator would be a burly man. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. The cultivator that appeared was thin and small. He was about 1.5 meters tall. He wore a black warrior's robe and carried a sword on his back. Besides his face, his entire body was wrapped in the black warrior's robe. However, this cultivator's appearance made Zhao Hai surprised. For such a thin cultivator to have a thick beard on his waist, it was very funny. When the cultivator saw that Zhao Hai didn't speak and just stared at him, his expression couldn't help but turn ugly. The cultivator knew that his appearance wasn't good, but because of this, he was very concerned about other people's gazes. As long as someone looked at him strangely, he would immediately take that person's life. The cultivator coldly snorted and said, "Kid, that's what this uncle uses to fish. But now you've buried him. But that's good, I've finally caught you. At worst, this uncle will spend some time to dig him out." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator with a smile on his face. "Oh, you're quite confident. Why are you so confident that you can keep me here?" The cultivator laughed and said, "You're just a clone stage cultivator, yet you dare to talk to me like that? Kid, I really don't know if I should admire your eternal chi or laugh at you for overestimating yourself." Zhao Hai looked at this cultivator. To be honest, this cultivator wasn't very strong. He was only at the combined soul stage. Naturally, combined soul stage cultivators were much stronger than cloning stage cultivators. Although cloning stage cultivators had clones that could help them in battle, their identities were still independent. They couldn't use the spiritual chi that they cultivated for their main body. However, combined soul stage cultivators were different. The soul of a combined soul stage cultivator was already fused with their main body. Therefore, the soul that the clone cultivated was equivalent to the spiritual chi that the clone cultivated. Even during battle, the clone would provide a steady stream of spiritual chi. It was precisely because of this that ordinary avatar stage cultivators were unable to defeat a combined soul stage cultivator. This was because regardless of whether it was the total amount of spiritual chi or the durability of the soul, avatar stage cultivators were inferior to combined soul stage cultivators. However, the combined soul stage cultivators weren't strong enough to deal with Zhao Hai. Although combined soul stage cultivators had a lot of spiritual chi, Zhao Hai's saber technique was enough to make up for the lack of spiritual chi. As for the recovery of spiritual chi, combined soul stage cultivators weren't much stronger than Zhao Hai. If both sides were in a deadlock, it was hard to say who would be the one to die. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai really didn't put this combined soul stage cultivator in his eyes. The cultivator obviously noticed Zhao Hai's expression. Zhao Hai's disdainful expression deeply hurt him. The cultivator shouted, "Good boy, you're just a clone stage cultivator. You dare to look down on me?" Prepare to die. Then his hand reached behind him, and the knife on his back appeared in his hand. He slashed at Zhao. Zhao Hai also took out his long saber and blocked the cultivator's saber. With a clang, Zhao Hai felt a huge force coming at him. He couldn't help but retreat 7 or 8 steps before standing firm. Zhao Hai was stunned. Although he didn't use his full strength, he was still a lot stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, he was actually forced back by this thin cultivator. Moreover, it was just pure strength. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator in a daze. Because Zhao Hai didn't want to expose his strength, he didn't use his innate strength when fighting. He also didn't use the demon subjugation technique. The strength he used was just a bit stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, he didn't expect that this thin cultivator was actually born with divine strength. His saber actually made his arm numb. After the cultivator attacked, he didn't attack again. Instead, he stood there proudly and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled and said, "Boy, how does it feel? Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful this master is? If you kill yourself, this master will leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll cut off your head." Zhao Hai looked at the thin cultivator. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good. I haven't met such a strong cultivator in a long time. Today, I'll have to play with you." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood still and let out a shout. Then his body began to change. His body became taller and bigger. In an instant, he had turned into a 2-meter-tall man. His muscles were bulging and his face was emitting bursts of golden light, making people feel awe-inspiring. This was the strongest state of the demon subjugation technique, the Vajra transformation. The Vajra transformation was the strongest state of the demon subjugation technique. The Vajra transformation was the strongest state of the demon subjugation technique. When the thin cultivator saw Zhao Hai's transformation, his expression couldn't help but change. He was born with divine strength, this was his innate ability. Although he was thin and small, he had the strength of a dragon. Although the saber in his hand wasn't long, it was made of a special metal. Because of this, when he faced people, he usually won with his strength. Even some powerful opponents wouldn't be able to beat him in terms of strength. But now, Zhao Hai's transformation gave him a lot of pressure. This was because aside from people with innate abilities like him, most people with great strength were burly men. Because of this, when he saw Zhao Hai's transformation, he knew that Zhao Hai must have used some secret technique to increase his strength. It wasn't only Zhao Hai's figure that changed, the saber in his hand also changed. In an instant, the saber in his hand turned into a ghost head saber. The handle of the saber wasn't very long, but it was still 1/2 meter long. It was just enough for Zhao Hai to hold with both hands. Zhao Hai held the ghost head saber with both hands and raised it to the right side of his head. Then he coldly looked at the cultivator and said, "Since you're born with divine strength, then let me see if you're stronger or if I'm stronger." Then Zhao Hai roared as he chopped down with his saber. The skinny cultivator's expression changed. He raised his saber to meet the attack. A loud dang sound was heard. The sound was so loud that it shook the entire cave. It was as if a big bell was rung. However, Zhao Hai and the cultivator didn't stop. The two of them kept waving their sabers. One was long and one was short, one was big and one was small. The clanging sounds were incessant. This was a pure competition of strength. Zhao Hai and the cultivator had already forgotten what kind of moves they were using. They were just slashing at each other with their blades. The two of them didn't know how long they had been fighting. The thin cultivator who was fighting with Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore. Although he had an innate talent for strength, he had never fought with someone with such great strength. After Zhao Hai transformed, his strength was about the same as his. However, Zhao Hai's meridians were much longer than his soul fusion stage cultivator. The two of them had been fighting for hundreds of rounds, but he didn't gain any advantage. He couldn't bear it anymore. To be honest, the thin cultivator was now regretting. He really regretted provoking Zhao Hai. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so strong. He was strong to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. This was something he absolutely didn't expect. Zhao Hai could also see that the thin cultivator was about to reach the end of his lifespan. He cultivated a Buddhist cultivation method, and Buddhist cultivation methods paid the most attention to endurance. All Buddhist cultivators had long meridians, and their cultivation methods were the same. Zhao Hai's recovery ability was also very strong. Because of this, he wouldn't lose to any cultivator in a battle of attrition. But now, this thin cultivator was losing to Zhao Hai in terms of endurance. Zhao Hai wasn't a kind person. Especially for his enemies, he wouldn't be polite. Now that the thin cultivator was about to reach the end of his strength, how could he let go of this opportunity? Zhao Hai didn't slow down his attack. Instead, he sped up his attack. The thin cultivator was really in a tragedy this time. He didn't expect to meet a freak like Zhao Hai. But now, he was gasping for breath. The saber in his hand seemed to weigh 10,000 jin. However, he had no choice but to block Zhao Hai's attack. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic in his eyes. Zhao Hai also noticed this. Not only was there no panic in the cultivator's eyes, on the contrary, there was a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pay attention to this. At the same time, he also crystallized his skin. Sure enough, when the thin cultivator was about to be unable to block Zhao Hai's attack, the cultivator suddenly turned his hand. A green pearl appeared in his hand. This pearl wasn't big, only about the size of a longan fruit. However, when Zhao Hai saw this pearl, his expression changed. Zhao Hai hadn't seen this pearl before. He also didn't know what it was. However, one thing was certain, this pearl wasn't ordinary. This was because he could feel a very powerful force coming from this pearl. This force was very powerful. However, it seemed to be imprisoned by something. Once this force was released, it would be absolutely incredible. At this time, the thin cultivator saw Zhao Hai's expression. He laughed and said, "What? Are you afraid? I spent a lot of money to get this heavenly thunder pearl. Today, I'll let you know how powerful this heavenly thunder pearl is. Let's die together. You talk too much nonsense." The thin cultivator looked down at the tip of the sword that appeared in front of his chest. When he was introducing the thunder bead, the tip of the sword suddenly appeared in front of his head. The tip of the sword was stained with blood, it looked very sharp. Most importantly, the cultivator's strength disappeared along with the tip of the sword. He couldn't even use the most basic power of the thunder bead. The thin cultivator didn't understand. Why didn't Zhao Hai give him a chance to speak? Wasn't this written in the books? Before going all out, you should say a few words in order to show your bravery. How come it didn't work here? With a face full of doubt, the cultivator fell to the ground. But before he fell, Zhao Hai had already received the thunder bead. Zhao Hai carefully looked at it. This thunder bead seemed to be covered by a transparent glass. Inside it was a green dot that was constantly rotating. The green dot was emitting a green light, but it seemed very unstable. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately threw the thunder bead into the space. Then he had the universal manufacturing machine decompose it to see what was inside. Just as he gave the order, the universal manufacturing machine immediately swallowed the thunder bead. Then a voice was heard, "Medium-strength crystal, contains high-level thunder. Extracting the power of thunder and adding it to the space's thunder." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that the thunder bead would really contain a trace of thunder. Moreover, it was a high-level thunder. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. In the future, the space would be able to mass-produce thunder beads, so there was no need for him to care about it. Then Zhao Hai received the thin cultivator into the space and turned him into an undead. However, something that Zhao Hai didn't expect happened. Just as he turned the thin cultivator into an undead, a prompt was heard from the space, discovered high-level strength ability. Extracting ability. Upgrading ability to shrink strength. Upgrade complete. Host strength ability has reached a high level. Pleasant surprise, this prompt was definitely a pleasant surprise. Although Zhao Hai had his own divergent ability before, his divergent ability wasn't very useful in the true spirit realm. After all, the cultivators in the true spirit realm were very powerful. Ordinary strength wouldn't have any effect on them. This kind of ability upgrade was very important for Zhao Hai. This was because it was an innate ability. You can't cultivate it. Therefore, in order to upgrade the ability, Zhao Hai would have to use it continuously, making it stronger little by little. However, this method of cultivation was very difficult. This was because Zhao Hai simply didn't have the time to cultivate this type of ability. If you want to upgrade your strength ability, then you can only rely on strength training. This way, you can slowly upgrade your strength ability. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't have that much time to do strength training. Additionally, Zhao Hai had the demon subjugation technique. Because of this, he didn't put this ability in his heart. But now that his ability had been upgraded, he could clearly feel that even if he didn't use the demon subjugation technique, his strength wouldn't be any worse than the thin cultivator. If he used the demon subjugation technique, then his strength would be even stronger. If he were to fight, then he would certainly be able to take advantage of the situation. The demon subjugation technique was different from other techniques. After cultivating this technique, one's strength would be enhanced. It was because of this that the stronger one's original strength was, the stronger the technique would be. Because of this, the demon subjugation technique and Zhao Hai's innate ability couldn't be used together. On the contrary, they would have a superimposed effect, making Zhao Hai even stronger. Zhao Hai sighed, then he waved his hand and grabbed the sword that he buried with the corpse. This sword was definitely not an ordinary item. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't bury it. The reason why he buried the sword wasn't because he wanted to give it up, but because he wanted to provoke the person who set up the trap. Zhao Hai looked at the sword and couldn't help but think that it was a good item. The sword's body was like limpid autumn water. Zhao Hai gently tapped the sword with his hand. The sword's body shook as it issued a draconic roar. It was indeed a good item. Zhao Hai stole the sword into the space and had the master crafting machine dismantle it. The space now had several types of ores as well as some special refining materials. Then Zhao Hai synthesized the sword back into its original form. This item could be used as a gift in the future. It was also good to make friends with people. Along the way, Zhao Hai didn't meet anyone for a long time. This wasn't strange, after all, the underground maze was very big. It wasn't a big deal to not meet anyone for a long time. It was just like a city with 1,000,000 people living in it. If you let 1,000 people live in a city with 1,000,000 people, it would be like pouring a cup of water into a pond. There wouldn't be any changes. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He came to this underground maze for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to fight with people. Second, he wanted to see if there were any special things in this underground maze that he could take into the space. After walking for more than 2 hours, Zhao Hai still hadn't met anyone. He was a bit tired. Of course, this wasn't because he was tired. With his physical strength, he wouldn't be tired even if he walked for several days. It was just that this kind of boring journey would make anyone annoyed. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt tired. He found a small cave and made a fire inside. Then he took out some beef from the space and started to burn it. He also took out a bottle of wine and drank it. Zhao Hai had just drunk half a bottle of wine when he suddenly heard the sound of digging. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a little mouse not far away from him. This little mouse's body was completely white. It had a pair of black bean-like eyes. It had just dug out of the ground and was constantly sniffing with its nose. It looked very cute. However, Zhao Hai didn't look down on it because of its cute appearance. Zhao Hai could clearly feel that this little mouse was a demon beast. Moreover, it wasn't a weak one. This was because he couldn't see the level of this little mouse. This little mouse was at least equivalent to a human cultivator at the transcending realm. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. At the same time, his muscles tightened as he stared at the little mouse. This mouse really wasn't big. Including the tail, it was only about 30 centimeters. Moreover, its tail had long white hair. It looked like a squirrel, but Zhao Hai was sure that it wasn't a squirrel. The mouse that gave Zhao Hai a lot of pressure looked up at Zhao Hai. Its eyes revealed a trace of timidity, as if it was also very afraid of Zhao Hai. However, it still lay there and looked at the barbecue in Zhao Hai's hand. Its little nose twitched. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he immediately understood the little mouse's intention. He put the barbecue in his hand on the ground and then took 2 steps back. When the little mouse saw Zhao Hai's action, it took 2 steps back. It was still timidly looking at Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai had retreated, the little mouse's eyes revealed a trace of doubt as it stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the little mouse and smiled. He took a few steps back and sat down. Then he picked up the wine and drank it. The little mouse looked at Zhao Hai and then looked at the cooked beef on the ground. In the end, it couldn't resist the temptation. It went to the iron rod and gnawed on the cooked beef. Before long, a piece of beef was eaten into its stomach. Zhao Hai looked at the little mouse and smiled. He didn't say anything. Although he wanted to take the little thing to the space, he didn't make a move. This was because he knew that he wasn't the little thing's opponent. If the little thing were to injure him, then it wouldn't be good. The reason why Zhao Hai had this idea was because he was very clear about the little thing's strength. Not only did the little thing make Zhao Hai unable to see through its strength, its claws were also very formidable. Although the walls of the underground labyrinth seemed to be made of earth, its hardness wasn't any weaker than stone. It was even harder than ordinary stone. But under the little mouse's claws, the walls were like tofu. This showed how formidable the little thing's claws were. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any ideas about the little thing. It didn't take long for the little thing to eat the beef. It licked its claws as it looked at Zhao Hai with its black bean-like eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and smiled. Then he took out another piece of beef and went back to the fire to roast it. Before long, a burst of fragrance floated out. The little thing took a deep breath and slowly lifted its two front paws from the ground, standing on its hind paws. After Zhao Hai finished roasting the beef, he took out a plate and removed the beef from the iron rod. Then he placed the plate in front of the little thing. Although the little thing took a few steps back, it didn't retreat too far. Moreover, when it saw Zhao Hai sitting there without moving, it still went to the plate and ate the beef. Zhao Hai smiled and drank his wine. He didn't know how the little thing survived in this place and how it appeared here. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any bad intentions towards it. After eating another plate of meat, the little thing seemed to be a little full. It looked up at Zhao, then jumped back into the small hole it had come from, and didn't come out again. Zhao Hai looked at the empty plate and smiled. He waved his hand and a water ball appeared. After washing the plate, he put it away. Then he extinguished the fire and took out a piece of animal skin to lay on the ground. He planned to have a good rest before exploring this underground maze. Not long after Zhao Hai laid down, he heard a whisper, "Everyone, let's go quickly." The clown smelled it. The smell came from the front. Zhao Hai stared, then he stood up and put away the animal skin. He wanted to leave because he heard that there was more than one person coming. It seems like there was a beast with them. Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke this group of people. However, just because he didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean that trouble wouldn't bother him. As soon as he moved, he heard a voice say, "Kid, stop right there. My clown has smelled your scent. You can't run away." Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. These people didn't know his identity, yet they were so rude. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he stopped and didn't leave. Before long, a few people appeared in Zhao's cave. Zhao counted a total of 5 people. The leader of the 5 was accompanied by a dog-shaped beast. The dog-shaped beast had a slender body. It turned out to be a slender dog-like beast. These people were wearing ordinary gray warrior clothes. There was nothing special about them. Each of them carried a sword on their back. They were now looking at Zhao Hai with angry expressions. Zhao Hai looked at these people in confusion. He didn't understand. He didn't know these people and didn't offend them. Why did they look so angry? This isn't right. Zhao Hai looked at these people in confusion. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Brothers, why did you call me?" The cultivator with the dog looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Kid, why did you run away? Could it be that you've done something wrong?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression sunk. These people didn't know him, but they weren't polite at all. Before, they were yelling at him, and now they were asking him if he had done anything wrong. In this underground maze, there were no rules to speak of. For them to ask him this, it was clear that they were looking for trouble. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people and said, "Whether I do something wrong or not, it's none of your business. Do you want to be a hero or do you want to be a hero? Looking at you, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to be a hero." Zhao Hai wasn't wrong, these people were all at the avatar stage. Although they had a lot of people, if they met a fusion soul expert, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Now that they saw Zhao Hai as a single person and an avatar stage cultivator, they couldn't help but be impolite. When the leader heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Chivalrous? What's that? How come I haven't heard of it? We're the 5 tigers of Tranquil Mountain. We don't do chivalrous things. We only do evil. Kid, obediently hand over your things. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." Zhao Hai looked at the leader, then he sneered and said, "5 tigers of Tranquil Mountain? I see that you guys aren't very peaceful. But if you die, then I'll be merciful today. I'll turn you 5 tigers into 5 dead tigers. This way, you can be peaceful forever." When the leader heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he angrily said, "Good kid, you don't know what's good for you. Brothers, kill this kid for me." Then he took out his sword and slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also took out his long saber, unleashed his saber technique, and fought with the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing. The 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing were originally 5 sworn brothers. They were rogue cultivators, but when they went to Mount Qingjing to do a mission, they inadvertently obtained an ancient saber cultivation technique and learned a saber technique called the 5 tigers breaking gate saber technique. This saber technique wasn't cultivated by one person, but a saber formation used by 5 people. It was divided into 5 elements. The 5 people stood according to the positions of the 5 elements, advancing and retreating in a regular manner. It was a very powerful saber formation. When the 5 people moved, they immediately operated the sword formation. Zhao Hai discovered that the pressure around him had increased. This pressure was similar to when he faced Transcendence Realm cultivators. This made Zhao Hai surprised. These 5 people were only at the clone stage, but their sword formation gave Zhao Hai the same pressure as Transcendence Realm cultivators. This was very strange. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the sword formation would give him the same pressure as Transcendence Realm cultivators. Zhao Hai carefully defended against their attacks while paying attention to their saber technique. Zhao Hai was very familiar with formations. Although the saber formation and sword formation were different from ordinary formations, it wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's stellar array of 10,000 transformations was a sword formation. He was naturally no stranger to this saber formation and sword formation. Zhao Hai quickly discovered that the saber technique used by these 5 people was a set of 5 elements formation, but it was different from the ordinary 5 elements formation. It could be said that this was a set of 5 elements formation. The 5 elements killing formation was different from the ordinary 5 elements formation. Although the ordinary 5 elements formation was also divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there would definitely be a door of life in the 5 elements. If someone who understood formations could find this door of life, they would be able to escape safely. The 5 elements formation was different. The 5 elements formation was designed to kill people. It didn't have a door of life, and any door was a door of death. Zhao Hai was right. The saber formation obtained by the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing was called the 5 tigers breaking gate saber. The meaning of this saber was to cut off the door of life, leaving no way out. It was precisely because of this that it was called the breaking gate saber. Zhao Hai was shocked by the 5 tigers of Mount Tranquil's blade formation, and the 5 tigers of Mount Tranquil were also shocked by Zhao Hai's strength. They were very clear that even a Transcendence Realm cultivator could deal with their combined blade formation, but Zhao Hai had actually defended for so long without any flaws. This was absolutely beyond their expectations. Seeing that Zhao Hai's strength was so strong, the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing once again strengthened their attacks. The 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing were very clear that if they couldn't keep Zhao Hai here today, then they would have one more powerful enemy. This wasn't good for them at all. With such a powerful enemy spying on them from behind, they probably wouldn't even be able to sleep well in the future. Zhao Hai also felt the determination of these people. With a thought, he released his clones and strengthened his defense. When the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing saw that Zhao Hai had released his clones, they also moved and released their identities. At the same time, the 5 tigers breaking gate saber formation spread out and became bigger, and their attacks became more fierce. Zhao Hai paid attention to these guys. Right now, the pressure on his defense was still very great. No matter what, this superimposed 5 tigers breaking gate saber formation was equivalent to the strength of a Transcendence Realm cultivator. Facing a Transcendence Realm cultivator, he still had a lot of pressure. However, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed and he thought of a way. After blocking a few attacks from the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing, he suddenly stretched out his hand and a throwing knife shot straight at the boss of the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing. The boss of the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing didn't expect Zhao Hai to do such a thing, but he reacted quickly. He turned his body and dodged to the side. The throwing knife only brushed past his hair and took away a few strands of his hair without hurting him. The boss was shocked and angry at the same time. He said to the others, "Brothers, be careful. This kid knows throwing knives. Don't fall into his trap." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a mournful dog cry. That dog was the boss's demonic beast. It had followed him for a long time and had a very good relationship with him. When he heard the dog cry so miserably, the boss couldn't help but be startled. He turned his head to look at his dog, only to find that Zhao Hai's flying knife was inserted into the dog's stomach, all the way to the hilt. When the boss saw the situation, he couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he suddenly felt pain in his chest. He stopped and saw the tip of a saber slowly being pulled out of his body. The boss roared and fiercely slashed his saber behind him. However, his saber slashed empty air, there was no one behind him. His eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but his eyes slowly lost their luster. On the other hand, the boss's dog used its last bit of strength to crawl to the boss's side. Then it lay down, 1 man and 1 dog died together. With the boss's attack, the 5 tigers breaking saber gate formation collapsed. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He used a saber technique and surrounded the other 4. When the 4 saw that their boss had died, their minds were shaken. But at the same time, they also trained their eyes. The 5 of them had known each other for hundreds of years. They were together almost every day. Their relationship was much stronger than ordinary blood brothers. Now that they saw that their boss had died, they naturally wanted to avenge him. One by one, they attacked Zhao Hai without any regard for their lives. However, the few who couldn't form the 5 tigers breaking saber gate formation were like toothless tigers. How could Zhao Hai be afraid of them? The saber circle tightened, and in less than 20 moves, another person was killed by his saber. The others had completely lost their minds and were desperately attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was least afraid of this kind of attack. He snorted and unconsciously used his strength technique. The few of them felt their strength increase by several times. Before they could react, they were killed by Zhao Hai one by one. After killing the 5 tigers of Mount Qingjing, Zhao Hai collected their corpses and left the cave he lived in. Before he left, he glanced at the hole the little mouse dug out. He was going to leave. He didn't know if the little mouse would come here next time. Even if it came here, it wouldn't be able to find him. Sighing, Zhao Hai walked towards the depths of the underground palace. However, he was even more careful. He could see that in this underground palace, as long as he met someone, he didn't care so much. He would first slash them with his saber. If you didn't slash them, they would come and slash you. After walking forward for more than an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a burst of noise in front of him. Zhao Hai was stunned. The sound was very loud. It was obvious that it wasn't made by one person. There were no less than a few hundred people. Could it be that so many people had organized and ran into this underground palace? Zhao Hai didn't think about avoiding that place. On the contrary, he slowly moved forward. He wanted to see what was going on there. After a while, Zhao Hai saw the direction of the sound. When he saw the place where the sound came from, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was actually a huge cave. Most importantly, there were at least 400 to 500 people gathered in this cave. Some of these people clearly knew each other, while some of them didn't. These people were sitting in this cave, eating, drinking, and chatting. It was as if they were in a city on the surface. Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be such a situation. He didn't know what was going on as he stood there. The cultivators in the cave also saw Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. A big man surrounded by more than a dozen people stood up and walked towards Zhao Hai. However, the others didn't follow. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on as he looked at the big man. This big man was about 1.8 meters tall. Normally, this height wasn't considered tall among body cultivators. However, this person gave off a very tall feeling. His body was horizontally developed, and his body was full of muscles. It was clear that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Zhao Hai looked at the big man and didn't move. He could clearly feel that this big man didn't have any hostility towards him. Zhao Hai just didn't know what was going on. The big man stopped 3 meters away from Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Brother, is this your first time in the underground maze?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." "Can Big Brother give me some pointers?" The big man chuckled and said, "I wouldn't dare give you pointers. I just want to tell you the rules of the underground maze. Do you see this big cave? In this underground maze, there are a lot of such big caves. Generally, such big caves would be considered as resting places. Generally, no one would use force in such a big cave because it's not easy for them to make a living in this underground maze. Therefore, such a big cave was generally chosen as a place where they wouldn't use force. Even if they had great hatred outside, they wouldn't use force in here. Come on, brother, take a rest here. You can eat and drink here without worry. No one will touch you. Nobody will touch you." Zhao Hai didn't think that he would encounter such a situation. He looked at the other cultivators in the cave and saw that they were eating and drinking, chatting and laughing. Everyone had put away their weapons, looking very harmonious. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. Then he cupped his fist towards the big man and said, "Big brother, thank you for your reminder. Little brother really didn't know about this. Big brother, please." The big man chuckled and said, "You don't need to call me big brother. My name is Wan Hu. Let's go. I'll introduce you to a few brothers. We all live in this underground maze all year round." When Zhao Hai heard Wan Hu, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He followed Wang Hu and asked, "Big brother Wang, isn't there nothing good in this underground maze? Even if you want to rob, you can't rob too many things. Moreover, the entry fee isn't cheap. Wouldn't it be a loss if you rely on this place to make a living?" When Wang Hu heard Zhao Hai's words, he smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. We'll talk there." Then he led Zhao to the place where he was just now. There were more than a dozen people there, all of them wearing grey warrior clothes. Some of them were high while some of them were low. At a glance, one could tell that they were rogue cultivators. Wang Hu led Zhao Hai to the center of these people and said, "Let me introduce you to a friend. His name is Zhao Hai. It's not easy to make a living in this underground maze. It's better to have more friends than enemies. If we meet again in the future, we should take care of each other." Everyone nodded and greeted Zhao Hai one by one. After Zhao Hai sat down, Wang Hu said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Zhao Hai, you just asked me what's in this underground maze. To tell you the truth, there are a lot of good things in this underground maze. In addition to special herbs like green rock moss, there are also a lot of underground demon beasts. This underground maze is really big, and there are a lot of underground demon beasts here. Most of them are rats, pangolins, snakes, scorpions, and frogs. Of course, some of the demon beasts are very powerful. We can't afford to provoke them, but if we encounter some weak demon beasts, we can also make a small profit. You must know that those demon beasts are unique to this underground maze. They are somewhat different from the demon beasts outside." Zhao Hai nodded. He really didn't expect that there would be so many demon beasts in this underground maze. In this way, the appearance of a dust collector stage rat here was not a big deal. Of course, this underground maze is not that simple. No one knows how big this underground maze is. If you accidentally break into a place where no one has been before, then congratulations. Either you get rich, or you die. Zhao nodded. Then he said, "But if you accidentally break into a place where no one has been before, then congratulations. Either you get rich, or you die." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. This is the first time I entered this underground maze. There are a lot of rules that I don't understand. Thank you, Brother Wang, for telling me." Wang Hu waved his hand and said, "Brother, you don't have to be polite. We are all individual cultivators. We should take care of each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would have died long ago. Brother, come and have a drink with us." Zhao Hai smiled slightly and didn't refuse. He drank a few glasses of wine with Wang Hu and the others. Although Wang Hu and the others said that they could eat and drink here without worry, they didn't drink much wine. They only ate the things they brought. It seemed that they still maintained a high level of vigilance in this underground maze. Zhao Hai ate while listening to Wang Hu and the others chatting. From the process of Wang Hu and the others chatting, Zhao Hai could hear that Wang Hu and the others were a small alliance. Usually, they would act alone or find two people who were close to them to act together. However, if they encountered people in this small alliance, everyone would still take care of each other, so everyone had been getting along well. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai secretly nodded. As Wang Hu said, they were all individual cultivators. If they couldn't take care of each other, then they would only die faster. After staying in this big cave for about 4 hours, Wang Hu and the others went to sleep after eating. They didn't even leave anyone to keep watch at night because Wang Hu and the others were very clear that there wouldn't be any danger in a place like this where everyone tacitly agreed to exist, because no one would break that rule. Every cultivator needed to rest. If they lost this pure land, then the underground maze would be even more dangerous in the future. They were afraid that no one would dare to come here. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that the underground maze would turn out like this. This place formed a special underground world. This was really beyond his expectations. While Zhao Hai was resting in the cave, some cultivators would leave the cave from time to time. Some cultivators would also enter the cave from time to time. These cultivators seemed to know the rules of this place. When they arrived at the cave, they all ate and laughed. No one dared to mess around. 4 hours later, Zhao Hai finally returned to his best state. At this time, Wang Hu and the others also got up. Wang Hu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother, remember, if you meet us in the future, take care of us. If there's something you can't solve, don't hesitate to meet us." Zhao Hai complied. Then, he cupped his fists towards Wang Hu and the others and said, "Everyone, I'm going to take a look around the maze. Let's meet again." Everyone got up and cupped their fists to send him off. After that, Zhao Hai disappeared into a cave. After watching Zhao Hai leave, Wang Hu turned to the others and said, "If you meet Zhao Hai in the future, if you can help him, do your best to help him. This won't do us any harm." The others looked at Wang Hu with puzzled expressions. One of the people beside Wang Hu asked, "Brother Hu, why? Do you know this Zhao Hai?" Wang Hu shook his head and said, "I don't know him. However, don't forget where this place is. Although this underground maze is far away from the Tyrant Blade faction's headquarters, it is still within the territory controlled by the Tyrant Blade faction. Is there a loose cultivator who doesn't know about the existence of this underground maze in the territory controlled by the Tyrant Blade faction? No. Almost all the loose cultivators in the territory controlled by the Tyrant Blade faction have been to this underground maze before. They all know about the rules here. However, Zhao Hai doesn't. What does this mean? This means that he isn't an ordinary loose cultivator. Everyone stared blankly at Wang Hu's words. They didn't understand what Wang Hu meant. Wang Hu looked at them and said, "Zhao Hai isn't an ordinary loose cultivator. He is either a cultivator from a family or a disciple of the Tyrant Blade faction who came out to gain experience. You should know that very few loose cultivators from other places would come to the Tyrant Blade faction." After hearing Wang Hu's explanation, these people couldn't help but be surprised. Yes, it was just as Wang Hu had said. Very few rogue cultivators from other places would come to the hinterland of the Tyrant Blade School. In fact, rogue cultivators would rarely leave the places they were familiar with. This was because if they went to a foreign place, their lives would be even more difficult. One mistake and they would die outside. Therefore, rogue cultivators would generally only go to places they were very familiar with and wouldn't wander around. In other words, the possibility of Zhao Hai being a loose cultivator was very small. If he wasn't a loose cultivator, then he might be a disciple of a family or a disciple of the Tyrant Blade faction. Regardless of Zhao Hai's identity, befriending him wouldn't be a bad thing for loose cultivators like them. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the passage that Zhao Hai left. Their eyes couldn't help but burn. They were very clear that if they could form a friendship with Zhao Hai, it would only be good for them and not bad. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He followed the passage into the underground maze. It must be said that it was very strange. Although the underground maze was deep underground, it wasn't humid at all. On the contrary, it was very dry. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. As he was walking forward, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Zhao Hai was surprised. He was just thinking that the underground maze wasn't humid. Unexpectedly, he encountered an underground river. This was interesting. Zhao Hai walked towards the direction of the sound of flowing water. As the sound of flowing water became louder, Zhao Hai felt that the humidity was getting heavier. After walking for about 20 minutes, Zhao Hai finally saw the place where the sound of flowing water came from. It was a very wide underground river. The entire surface of the river was about 100 centimeters wide. He couldn't see how deep it was. The walls of the cave reflected the water's blue color. At this moment, Zhao suddenly saw a little bit of light rising from the surface of the river. It was like the stars in the Milky Way, and people were floating out of the Milky Way. The beautiful scenery stunned Zhao. After a while, Zhao Hai recovered. He didn't expect to see such a beautiful scene in the underground maze. He knew what those sparkling lights were. They were fireflies. Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be so many fireflies in this underground maze. It was really beautiful. Splash! Zhao Hai suddenly heard the sound of the river's churning. He turned his head and saw a huge frog's head sticking out of the water. Then it flicked its tongue and the fireflies disappeared into the frog's mouth. Then the frog sank into the water and disappeared. Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but laugh. It seems like this underground river formed a food chain. This was very interesting. Zhao Hai stood by the river for a while. He discovered that the fireflies in the river were far beyond his imagination. What the frog ate was just a drop in the ocean, it wasn't a big deal at all. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he received the fireflies and the river water into the space. Zhao Hai didn't expect the river water to be high grade. This made the space's water quality even better. After collecting the river water, Zhao Hai looked at the underground river. Then his eyes lit up. He waved his hand and took out the Hell King's ship. Then his body flashed and the ship shrunk as it plunged into the underground river. Upon entering the underground river, Zhao Hai felt his surroundings turn dark. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he used his spiritual force to sense his surroundings. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh as he drilled out of the river. The water in this underground river was a high-grade water. After going in, Zhao Hai's spiritual force couldn't extend very far. He simply couldn't sense the situation inside the river. Even if he released the silver needles, they wouldn't be of much use. This was because the pressure in the true spirit plane was too great. The silver needles couldn't fly very far. It can be said that Zhao Hai had lost a very important means of reconnaissance. However, Zhao Hai wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he was trying to adapt to this situation. This was because he knew that the space's reconnaissance ability was severely restricted in the true spirit realm. If he couldn't adapt to this situation as soon as possible, then it would be even harder for him to adapt. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use the space for reconnaissance as much as possible. He wanted to adapt to this situation as soon as possible. Zhao Hai came out of the underground river. Looking at the river, he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't dare to explore the underground river while his spiritual force was suppressed. It must be known that the beasts in the underground labyrinth weren't necessarily weak. The little mouse that he met before had the strength of a transcending realm expert. In such a large underground river, there should be a lot of powerful beasts. If he wasn't careful, then he might be in danger. Zhao Hai wanted to get more species to enrich the space. However, he wasn't crazy enough to ignore his own safety. Zhao Hai stood in the dark river for a while before turning around to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw a huge tongue sticking out from the dark river and heading straight for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt a gust of wind coming from his back and knew that things weren't good. He didn't turn around and rolled forward. At the same time, an earth wall appeared behind him. Zhao Hai was very clear that the attack this time couldn't be from a cultivator. There were no cultivators around, so the attack could only be from a monster in the dark river. It was very likely to be the frog-like monster he just saw. Although he only caught a glimpse of the monster, Zhao Hai was sure that the frog-like monster's strength was definitely above the transcending dust realm. If it was really that monster that attacked him, then he only had one thing to do now, and that was to run as fast as he could. Zhao Hai's figure rolled forward and at the same time, an earth wall appeared behind him to block the frog-like monster's attack. Zhao Hai heard a boom behind him. He didn't even stop. After standing up, he directly jumped forward and then turned into the nearest cave and disappeared. After circling around the cave a few times, Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. He could hear that the monster behind him didn't chase after him. Only then did he feel relieved. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and looked around. He found that this was a small cave. The cave wasn't different from other places, but there was a trace of moisture. That moisture also had a trace of a rotten smell. This rotten smell wasn't the smell of a corpse. It was the smell of a swamp or something like that. The plants rotted and turned into a mud-like rotten smell. Zhao Hai slightly frowned and walked inside. He wanted to see what kind of place was inside and why there was such a rotten smell. After walking for about half an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly felt darkness in front of him. He found that it wasn't that there was no light around, but that the light was a lot weaker than before. Zhao Hai stared and was really stunned. He was now standing on top of a swamp. This swamp was filled with black mud, emitting waves of rotten smell. The entire swamp was deathly silent, without the slightest sound. Zhao Hai suddenly had a feeling. He felt that there was a trace of cold eyes staring at him, waiting for a good place to bite. When he felt this feeling, Zhao Hai didn't think and flew back. Although he was very curious about the swamp, Zhao Hai was very clear that with his current strength, exploring there was just courting death. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also very strange. This underground labyrinth was very dangerous. How did the rogue cultivators survive? Zhao Hai was sure that if the rogue cultivators dared to go to those two places, then they wouldn't be able to return. But now, the rogue cultivators were still surviving in the underground labyrinth. They even treated this place as an important source of their livelihood. What was going on? Zhao Hai quickly moved forward in the cave. After walking for about half an hour, he finally got rid of the feeling of being stared at. He felt relieved and changed to a slow pace. But at the same time, a question arose in his mind. He didn't understand how the rogue cultivators could survive in the underground labyrinth. While Zhao Hai was moving forward, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in front of him. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't want to go there. But suddenly, he heard a voice roaring, "3 freaks of Mount Kuan, you bastards dare to sneak attack me. I want you dead." When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he was very familiar with this voice. It was Wang Hu's voice. Hearing Wang Hu's angry voice, it was obvious that his current situation wasn't very good. "Jejej, Wang Hu, we have been wanting to kill you for a long time. You said that you formed an alliance. We can't stand people like you who pretend to be righteous. I want to see who will come and save you today. Where are your brothers? Call them out." A woman's voice was heard. This voice was very sweet, but the words that came out of it were incomparably venomous. It made people feel very uncomfortable when they heard it. Zhao Hai could ignore other people's matters, but he really couldn't ignore Wang Hu's matter. In any case, Wang Hu had helped him. He couldn't just watch Wang Hu get killed. Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly flew towards the direction of the voice. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the place where Wang Hu and the 3 freaks of Mount Kuan were fighting. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived, he saw 3 cultivators attacking Wang Hu. 2 of them were men and 1 was a woman. The clothes that these 3 people wore were very special. They didn't look like warrior clothes or robes. Moreover, the style of their hair was very strange. Some patterns were painted on their faces. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't know why, but he felt like he was looking at the barbarians on TV. Wang Hu, who was surrounded by them, held 2 sledgehammers in his hands and kept waving them. However, his face was a little pale. There was a long knife wound on his abdomen, which was constantly bleeding. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but snort. A long saber appeared in his hand. He then shouted, "Brother Wang Hu, don't panic. I will help you." After that, he raised his saber and joined the battle. Zhao Hai attacked with the rolling stone saber technique. Although this rolling stone saber technique was only a middle-level saber technique, the impact of this saber technique was very strong. Zhao Hai's sudden attack, coupled with the impact of this saber technique, broke through the encirclement of the three people and rushed to Wang Hu's side. When Wang Hu saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he was overjoyed and said, "Good, brother Zhao Hai. Brother, thank you very much." Zhao Hai changed the saber technique in his hand and changed it to the defensive 8-gate golden lock saber. At the same time, he waved his hand and a jade bottle appeared in front of Wang Hu. He said to Wang Hu loudly, "Brother Wang Hu, don't be so polite. This is a medicine for injuries. Just take it directly." Wang Hu also didn't be polite. He responded and opened the jade bottle's lid. He found that the jade bottle was filled with medicine. He couldn't help but be surprised. However, he didn't think much about it. He raised his head and drank the medicine. As soon as the medicine entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current and flowed through his body. At the same time, he also felt a tingling sensation coming from the wound on his abdomen. At this time, Zhao Hai had already used the 8-gate golden lock saber to protect him and Wang Hu. However, he was under a lot of pressure because whether it was Wang Hu or the three monsters of Kuan Mountain opposite him, they were all cultivators at the combined soul stage. Their strength was one level higher than him. The three eccentrics of Kuan Mountain were even more surprised. They had been following Wang Hu for a long time. Only then did they know that he was going to act alone this time. Moreover, they had set up this trap to deal with him. However, they did not expect that when they were about to succeed, someone would suddenly appear. Although this person was only at the doppelganger stage, his saber technique was godly. He had actually blocked their attack. They also saw that Wang Hu was now healing his injuries. They were very clear that they would have no hope if Wang Hu healed his injuries. They couldn't help but attack even more fiercely. Zhao Hai had no choice but to release his doppelganger. One man and one doppelganger used the 8-gate golden lock saber at the same time to block the attacks of the three monsters of Kuan Mountain. They fought for half an hour. During this time, Zhao Hai had been defending while the three monsters of Kuan Mountain kept attacking. Wang Hu, on the other hand, kept his eyes closed to heal his injuries. Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. Although the attacks of the three monsters of Kuan Mountain were very fierce, they couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Moreover, he had calculated that Wang Hu's injuries should be healed soon. The medicine he took out was not something ordinary. It was a modified medicine. It even contained some cell growth agent. It could make cells grow faster and promote the healing of wounds. Roar. A long roar came. This roar was like a muffled thunder. Then, Wang Hu, who was standing there motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. He glared at the three monsters of Kuan Mountain. Then, he shouted, "Three monsters of Kuan Mountain, you three bastards. Today, I will let you die without a burial place." After saying that, he waved his two sledgehammers and attacked the three monsters of Kuan Mountain. The three monsters of Kuan Mountain seemed to be very afraid of Wang Hu. When they saw that Wang Hu had woken up, they were all shocked. However, they couldn't leave now even if they wanted to. Just as Wang Hu woke up, Zhao Hai used his saber technique and trapped them in the middle. If they wanted to run now, they would have to ask Zhao Hai for permission. With the addition of Wang Hu, Zhao Hai naturally had an easier time. He completely used a saber technique and trapped the three monsters of Kuan Mountain. On the other hand, Wang Hu's attacks were very fierce. They were direct and had infinite power. It was a fighting style that could defeat 10 people with brute force. However, the three monsters of Kuan Mountain simply couldn't break this style of fighting. The 5 people fought for more than an hour. In the end, the three monsters of Kuan Mountain were no match for Zhao Hai and Wang Hu. They were killed one by one. Zhao Hai didn't take the 3 into the space. Instead, he wanted to hand them over to Wang Hu. However, Wang Hu insisted on giving them to Zhao Hai. In the end, the corpses of the 3 monsters of Kuan Mountain were taken into the space by Zhao Hai. After killing the 3 monsters of Kuan Mountain, Zhao Hai and Wang Hu went to a nearby cave and sat on the ground. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang Hu, how did you provoke these guys? You seem to know each other. Do you have any enmity with them?" Wang Hu nodded and said, "I do have enmity with them. Once, the 3 of them were robbing a person from our alliance. I just happened to bump into them. I joined hands with that person and drove them away. Since then, the enmity has been formed. I didn't think that they would dare to deal with me. Fortunately, brother, you came today. Otherwise, I would have been in danger." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just happened to pass by and heard the sounds of fighting. So, I came over to take a look." "Brother, what mission did you come here for?" Wang Hu nodded and said, "I found a demon beast, so I followed it." "Right, brother, why did you come here? This place isn't far from the forbidden area." Zhao Hai looked at Wang Hu with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother Wang Hu, what is this forbidden area? Is there a forbidden area in this underground maze?" Wang Hu nodded and said, "Of course there is. This place isn't far from the 2 forbidden areas of the underground maze, the Dancing Star River and the Toxic Swamp. Brother, you must remember that you can't go to those 2 places. There are some very powerful demon beasts in those places. With our current strength, only death awaits us if we go there." Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "The Dancing Star River that brother is talking about is about 100 meters wide. There are fireflies dancing on the river? Also, the Toxic Swamp isn't far from the Dancing Star River. You can smell a rotten smell from afar. Am I right?" When Wang Hu heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "Brother, isn't this your first time in this underground maze? How do you know about these 2 places? Have you been there? Brother, your luck is really good. Fortunately, you ran fast. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to come back today. The Dancing Star River and the Toxic Swamp are famous for being dangerous places. There were transcending realm experts who went there before, but they didn't come back. Don't go there again, it's too dangerous. Also, pay attention, as long as there are caves with such beautiful markings, they are dangerous places. Even if you want to go in, you have to be extra careful. If you see a skull mark on the cave entrance, don't go in. If you go there, you can go there." As Wang Hu spoke, he drew a circle on the ground. This was the symbol of the dangerous area he was talking about. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I will remember. Thank you, brother Wang Hu." As Zhao Hai spoke, he tried to recall. Not to mention, he also remembered that there was a small skull drawn on the entrance of a cave that he passed by before. However, he didn't know that it was a symbol of the forbidden area. He thought that it was drawn by a bored cultivator. Wang Hu waved his hand and said, "Don't bother." Wang Hu waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite with me. Brother, this underground maze is incomparably huge. Even the Tyrant's Blade School couldn't fully explore this underground maze. There are some places that even the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't dare to enter, let alone us rogue cultivators. Fortunately, this underground maze hasn't been too chaotic. Moreover, there are many low-level demon beasts, which is why so many rogue cultivators can survive." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this underground maze is really big. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely explore the entire underground maze." "Brother Wang Hu, you don't know, but I saw a beautiful scenery at the Dancing Star River today. The scenery was so beautiful that I have never seen it before. It's a pity that my strength isn't enough. Otherwise, I would definitely swim in the Dancing Star River." Wang Hu smiled and said, "Wait until you have the strength in the future. Brother, I can see that you didn't come to this underground maze to make a living. You came here to train, right? Listen to me. Listen to your brother, this underground maze is too dangerous. If possible, you should leave as soon as possible. There are only some low-level rogue cultivators here. There aren't any outstanding characters. You won't be able to achieve much by training here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, brother Wang. This little brother will remember it. I also plan to stay here for a while before leaving." "Right, it's fate that I met brother Wang today. Keep this jade token with you. If there's anything you can't solve in the future, just crush it. As long as this brother can help, I won't refuse. As Zhao Hai spoke, he took out a coordinate jade token and gave it to Wang Hu. This coordinate jade token could show a coordinate. If Zhao Hai knew about it, he could easily go to the location of the jade token. Wang Hu took the jade token and looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Thank you, brother. Although Wang Hu still didn't know Zhao Hai's identity, he knew that Zhao Hai's identity was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Zhao Hai's identity was not ordinary, so the jade token he gave was certainly not ordinary. This jade token was really important to Wang Hu. Looking at Wang Hu's excited appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He could understand Wang Hu's mood. Wang Hu was just an ordinary rogue cultivator. It was normal for him to be so excited to have a relationship with him. Rogue cultivators like Wang Hu dreamed of having a relationship with cultivators from some big sections. This way, they would have the opportunity to come in contact with big sections. This was an endless benefit for these rogue cultivators. Even if these rogue cultivators couldn't use this relationship to directly enter a big sect, what about their descendants? If their descendants had outstanding talents, they could take advantage of this opportunity to let their descendants enter a large sect. That way, their family would soar to new heights. It could be said that this opportunity was something that every rogue cultivator wanted. This represented an opportunity. The reason why Zhao Hai knew this was because he had experienced such things when he was in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai patted Wang Hu's shoulder and said, "When there is a chance in the future, I will tell Brother Wang about your identity. I can't do it now. This time, I came out for the trial, so I can't easily reveal my identity. Also, I must be alone in this trial, so I can't be with Brother Wang. I will leave in a while." Wang Hu knew that big clans and sects always had rules and regulations, so he wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he envied Zhao, so he nodded and said, "Brother, don't worry. I know what to do." Zhao nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Brother Wang Hu, I will take my leave first. Let's meet again in the future." Wang Hu nodded. Zhao Hai stood up, cupped his fists, and turned to leave. After leaving the cave, Zhao Hai walked around the underground maze. This time, he deliberately avoided the areas with dangerous symbols. He didn't enter the forbidden areas. With his current strength, it was not enough to explore those places. Zhao Hai wasn't one of those self-righteous hotheads. He was very clear that on the road of cultivation, if you weren't careful, you wouldn't live long. Don't always think about having a fortuitous encounter. Why do you always encounter fortuitous encounters? If you didn't encounter a fortuitous encounter this time, what would the consequences? Don't put your fate in the hands of unreliable miracles. Everything depends on your own strength. Zhao Hai believed that the heavens gave him a golden finger, the space. However, he didn't believe that the heavens would give him that many golden fingers. He had the space, but he still needed to rely on himself to increase his strength step by step. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to blame the heavens for his death. After leaving Wang Hu, Zhao Hai casually looked for a cave and went inside. He took out a piece of animal skin and spread it on the ground. Then he took out a barbecue stove from the space. He also took out some beef and started to roast it. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't really want to eat barbecue right now. The reason why he took out these things was because he wanted to see if he would meet that little thing again. Although the little thing only appeared last time for food, and after eating, it ran away without saying goodbye. But Zhao still wanted to see the little thing, which was a strange feeling. However, Zhao Hai also knew that the chances of meeting the little thing again weren't big. This was because he was too far away from the place where he roasted the meat. It was impossible for the little thing to chase after him. However, something that Zhao Hai didn't expect happened. Before the beef was roasted, he heard the sound of soil being dug. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw the little white mouse pushing the soil away. It appeared not far from him and supported its body with its two hind legs. It stood there and looked at the beef in Zhao Hai's hand. When Zhao Hai saw the little thing, his heart couldn't help but feel happy. He couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out a plate. This plate was the same one that the little thing used to eat meat. Then Zhao Hai placed the roasted beef on the plate and pushed it in front of the little guy. Although the little guy habitually shrank back when Zhao Hai pushed the plate in front of it, this time, it didn't. This was a good sign for Zhao Hai. After the little thing ate a few pieces of beef, it didn't immediately run away. Instead, it squatted there and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that it was full, so he didn't care about it and continued to eat. After eating his fill, Zhao Hai laid down on the animal skin and closed his eyes. What Zhao Hai didn't notice was that when he closed his eyes, the little mouse's eyes flickered as it looked at him. In the end, it jumped into its hole and disappeared. After having a good sleep, Zhao Hai woke up and saw that the little thing had really disappeared. He didn't care about it, so he put it away and turned around to leave. For the next few days, Zhao Hai wandered around the underground labyrinth. Sometimes, he would encounter some cultivators who wanted to rob him. However, these cultivators' fates were very miserable. They all became members of Zhao Hai's undead army. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that he also encountered some beasts in the underground labyrinth. However, these beasts also became members of Zhao Hai's undead army. Zhao Hai didn't want to sell these beasts because there was no need for it. He had jade essence and chalcedony in the space, so he didn't need to sell them. It was better to keep them and use them as undead. Besides fighting, Zhao Hai's only joy was to tease the little white mouse while eating. The little white mouse was very formidable. No matter where Zhao Hai went, as long as Zhao Hai roasted beef, it would appear on time. At this point, Zhao Hai and the little white mouse were very familiar with each other. The little white mouse was very strange. Zhao Hai couldn't see its strength, but it should be very strong. However, it was very timid. This made Zhao Hai curious. He didn't understand what was going on with this little thing. The beasts in the true spirit plane were very intelligent. Their intelligence wasn't any less than that of humans. Otherwise, after so many years, there would be no more beasts in the true spirit plane. But in fact, not only did the beasts exist in the true spirit plane, they were also living very well. The little white mouse was definitely stronger than Zhao Hai. However, its courage was surprisingly small. When it faced Zhao Hai, it would turn around and run instead of killing Zhao Hai. Such a beast was very strange. Zhao Hai couldn't understand how this beast could survive until now. How could it cultivate to such a high level? Unknowingly, Zhao Hai had been in the underground labyrinth for almost a month. During this time, he went to a lot of places in the underground labyrinth. He met a lot of people and also met a lot of beasts. Naturally, he also obtained a lot of herbs. In the past, Zhao Hai thought that the underground labyrinth only had moss. But now, it seems that he was wrong. There were a lot of herbs in the underground labyrinth, but many of them grew in relatively dangerous places. Naturally, this wasn't Zhao Hai's biggest gain. His biggest gain was the little white mouse. At this time, the little white mouse was no longer afraid of him. It didn't even leave Zhao Hai's side. When Zhao Hai walked forward, it would run to Zhao Hai's shoulder. It looked like it was Zhao Hai's pet. In fact, this little thing wasn't Zhao Hai's pet. Zhao Hai didn't receive it into the space, nor did he sign a contract with it. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to, but that Zhao Hai didn't think that it was the right time. Zhao Hai stood in a cave and looked around. It wasn't a big cave. According to Zhao Hai's previous experience, there shouldn't be any danger in a cave like this. Therefore, he planned to rest here. Zhao Hai said, "Little thing, what do you think about resting here?" Zhao Hai was naturally asking about the little white mouse. At this time, the little white mouse was squatting on Zhao Hai's shoulder. Zhao Hai discovered that besides being timid, this little thing was also very smart. Therefore, he asked this question. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that the little thing wouldn't have any objections. However, what made him feel strange was that the little thing actually shook its head. Then it squeaked and pointed its claws forward. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the little thing and said, "You mean, there's something in front of us? Do we still need to go forward?" The little thing nodded, its claws were still pointing forward. Although Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what the little thing meant, he knew that it wouldn't harm him. He smiled and said, "All right, since you insist, then we'll go forward and take a look. However, you'll have to wait a bit before you can eat the barbecue." After saying that, Zhao Hai walked forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai suddenly froze. This was because he smelled a fragrance. This fragrance was very refreshing. Upon smelling it, Zhao Hai felt his mind clear up. He couldn't help but be stunned, then he quickly quickened his pace. As the fragrance got stronger and stronger, Zhao Hai's pace became even faster. At this time, the little thing on his shoulder suddenly squeaked. Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong with the little thing's voice. He quickly turned his head and saw that the little thing was squeaking in fright, as if there was something terrifying in front of him. Zhao Hai's footsteps couldn't help but stop. After getting along with the little thing for a few days, Zhao Hai already understood the little thing very well. Although the little thing was timid, there weren't many things that could make it feel this scared. In other words, there was something terrifying in front of him. Zhao Hai guessed that the strength of that thing wouldn't be lower than the transcending realm. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stop. He frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to provoke those powerful beasts. However, that fragrance clearly meant that it was something good. It might be a heavenly treasure. Heavenly treasures were things that could only be chanced upon and not sought. He didn't want to give up on this opportunity. Zhao Hai looked at the cave and clenched his teeth. In the end, he decided to take a look inside the cave. Although cultivators need to be careful in the process of cultivation, they still need to take risks. If you don't want to take any risks, then what kind of cultivator are you? You should just stay at home every day. Don't go out and get hit by leaves. However, Zhao Hai still took out his saber. At the same time, he released his Dharma idol and let it lead the way. He wanted to see what was inside the cave. Zhao Hai released his Dharma idol. He could see the path ahead through his Dharma idol. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and looked at the path ahead. Suddenly, Zhao Hai felt his eyes light up. He actually saw a plum blossom tree. This plum blossom tree was very special. You couldn't see any leaves on the tree. There were only a few pink plum blossoms on the iron-black branches. It was very conspicuous against the blue walls of the cave. Although Zhao Hai saw it through the eyes of his Dharma idol, he was still stunned. In this dark blue cave, there seemed to be no other color. Suddenly, a plum blossom tree appeared. This feeling was really shocking. At this time, a snake head suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately woke up. He immediately knew that his Dharma idol was attacked by a snake-like monster. Moreover, the monster's attack had the strength of a transcending realm expert. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he moved forward with all his strength. Fortunately, he released his Dharma idol to explore the path. If he went forward alone, then it would be very dangerous. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the plum blossom tree. He saw that the snake was spitting out its tongue. Its eyes were emitting a sinister light as it looked at his Dharma idol. Now that it saw Zhao Hai and the others, the snake made a hissing sound and pointed its head at Zhao Hai. The snake didn't look big. Its length was about 2 meters. Its thickness was about the size of a walnut. Its whole body was iron black, the same color as the plum blossom tree. Although the snake wasn't eye-catching, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take it lightly. He was very clear about the strength of the snake. This snake had the strength of a transcending realm expert. If he wasn't careful, then it could take his life. Zhao Hai held his saber with both hands and carefully looked at the snake. The snake's body was coiled up. Its head was constantly shaking as it looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai remembered a saying. Snakes were afraid of circling. He carefully moved his body to a relatively safe position from the snake. Then he carefully circled the snake. However, the snake didn't want to wait for Zhao Hai. Not every monster was like that little thing. This snake wasn't a little thing. After it discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't as strong as it was, it immediately moved towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved the saber in his hand and the 8-gate golden lock saber appeared. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that the 8-gate golden lock saber wouldn't be able to block the snake's attack. The snake broke through a door that appeared in the void and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Its 2 shining fangs went straight for Zhao Hai's neck. Zhao Hai also discovered this. He was surprised, but he didn't panic. He withdrew the saber in his hand and directly chopped at the snake's neck. Dang! Zhao Hai's saber directly chopped at the snake's neck, but it issued a sound of metal clashing. Zhao Hai's body floated to the side and avoided the snake's attack. However, at the same time, he also knew that the snake's strength was very strong. His attack wouldn't have any effect on the snake. Sure enough, although the snake was blocked by Zhao Hai's saber, it wasn't injured. Now it was shaking its head and looking at Zhao Hai with bad intentions. Zhao Hai looked at the snake and suddenly shouted, "Kill." Then he waved the saber in his hand and directly attacked the snake. The snake also came out and rushed towards Zhao Hai. One man and one snake fought. Zhao Hai quickly discovered that he couldn't win against the snake by himself. The snake was much stronger than ordinary snakes. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't believe that the snake wasn't poisonous. He released his avatar and several undead, especially Pai Chenxi's undead, to attack the snake. At this time, the snake couldn't stand it anymore. Although the snake wasn't weak, it wasn't weak to the point where it wouldn't fall into a disadvantage when besieged by so many people. In the end, the snake could only nurse a grievance under Zhao Hai's human wave tactics. After Zhao Hai received the snake, the little white mouse came out of nowhere and jumped onto Zhao Hai's shoulder. Then it rushed towards Zhao Hai and squeaked. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and shook his head. When he was fighting the snake, the little thing jumped down from his shoulder. He didn't know where it went, but it only appeared now. Zhao Hai looked at the little fellow and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was clearly bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This little fellow was acting so righteous. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. He reached out his hand and received the snake into the space. But just as he received the snake, a voice was heard from the space, mouse-type beast discovered. Not necessarily subdued. Beginning subduing. Mouse-type beasts have the ability to hunt for treasures, but their fighting strength isn't that strong. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at his shoulder. Sure enough, the little fellow wasn't there. He quickly flipped his hand and released the little fellow. After the little fellow came out, it immediately jumped onto Zhao Hai's shoulder and rubbed its head against Zhao Hai's face. It was very affectionate. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say at this time. But no matter what, it wasn't impossible for the little thing to leave him. Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the plum blossom tree. The tree wasn't very tall, it was only about 2 meters in length. There were small flowers blooming on top of it. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately released the mouse-type beasts from the space. After the mouse-type beasts appeared, they immediately drilled into the ground. Before long, rustling sounds could be heard in the cave. Then the mice drilled out and squatted in front of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He received the mice and then waved his hand. The plum blossom tree also disappeared, leaving behind a large hole in the ground. Just as the plum blossom tree was received into the space, a voice was heard from the space, "Plum blossom tree that can improve the physique of ordinary people has been discovered. Using the flowers of this tree can improve spiritual force as well as spiritual qi. Eating the branches of the tree can increase the strength of the body." When Zhao Hai heard the space, he immediately understood what the plum blossom tree could do. The plum blossoms of the tree can improve spiritual force and battle qi, while the branches can improve the physique of a person. Although these were useless to Zhao Hai, they were very useful to Qiu Tai. In the next few days, Zhao Hai went around the underground maze. But in the end, he didn't find anything useful. This made Zhao Hai somewhat disappointed. Finally, after going around the underground maze for a week, Zhao Hai decided to leave. He stood in a small cave in the underground maze and looked around. Then he sighed and turned to the little mouse and said, "Little thing, we have to leave. This place isn't mine, nor is it yours. There's a bigger world waiting for us outside. We have to go." The little thing didn't have any objections, it just squeaked a few times towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, this little thing was really too cute. After entering the space, the little thing became closer to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also understood the little thing's intentions. Ever since the little thing was born, it had never left the underground maze. For it, the underground maze was its world. Now that Zhao Hai wanted to take it away, it was somewhat afraid. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. This little thing must leave with him. Not to mention anything else, just the little thing's ability to find treasures made Zhao Hai unable to give up on it. This was because this ability made Zhao Hai think of a legendary creature from Earth, the treasure-seeking mouse. Zhao Hai took out the jade token that the cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School gave him when he entered the underground maze. Then he gently crushed the jade token. Zhao Hai's body flashed with a white light before he disappeared. When Zhao Hai reappeared, he discovered that he was about 100 li away from Mani Coiling City. He could even see the city from afar. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The sect is very thoughtful." After thinking about this, Zhao Hai smiled. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards Mani Coiling City. 100 li was nothing to him. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at Mani Coiling City. Seeing that the city was still bustling with people, Zhao Hai smiled and walked in. Before long, he arrived at the Pleasant Inn. The owner of the inn actually recognized Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the owner immediately greeted him. The owner bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Sir." "Sir, are you all right? I thought you'd left." Before Zhao Hai left, he already paid the owner. Therefore, he didn't owe the owner any money. The owner's enthusiasm towards him was also due to his sincerity. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The last time I left, I went to the underground maze. You just came back. Give me a room, I want to rest." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the owner immediately replied, "Sir, please rest assured. I'll give you the best room." Then he led Zhao Hai upstairs. After looking at the room that the owner arranged for him, Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Alright, I'll be going out to eat something. I'll take this room." The owner nodded and then sent Zhao Hai out. While walking on the street and looking at the shops on both sides, Zhao Hai turned his head to the white mouse and said, "Little thing, what do you want to eat?" However, he didn't expect the white mouse to close its eyes and lie down on Zhao Hai's shoulder, looking as if it was about to fall asleep. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and knew that it was very dissatisfied. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then smiled. He understood what this little thing meant. This little thing wasn't used to eating things outside the space. The meat and vegetables that Zhao Hai ate before were all from the space, so this little thing was attracted to it. Aside from the things inside the space, it really wasn't used to eating other things. Zhao Hai smiled as he walked into a nearby shop. Since the little thing wasn't used to eating, then he could just go to that shop. Just as Zhao Hai arrived in front of the restaurant, a waiter greeted him. When the waiter saw the little mouse on Zhao Hai's shoulder, he immediately knew about Zhao Hai's identity. He quickly bowed and said, "Sir, please come in. May I ask if Sir has a friend? Do you want to sit in the main hall?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Just give me a window seat." When the waiter heard this, he immediately led Zhao Hai upstairs. On the second floor, he found a window seat for Zhao Hai and asked Zhao Hai to sit down. After pouring a cup of tea for Zhao Hai, the waiter looked at Zhao Hai eagerly. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Bring me 4 of your best dishes." "Right, roast the beef and bring it to me." Although the waiter didn't know what Zhao Hai meant, he still followed Zhao Hai's words and took the beef. Before long, 4 dishes were brought out. At this time, a strong aroma suddenly filled the restaurant. When Zhao Hai smelled it, he knew that it came from the roasted beef. He wasn't surprised at all as he continued to drink the wine and eat the dishes. Although there were a lot of delicious food in the space, Zhao Hai came out this time in order to understand the situation of the True Spirit continent. Therefore, he wanted to experience the local customs of the True Spirit continent. And in order to experience the local customs of a region, the best way was to start from the aspect of food. Zhao Hai was very clear that people liked to enjoy themselves. Especially when it came to food, they had a very persistent pursuit. This was also the case back on Earth. Back on Earth, a lot of old customs had been abandoned. However, there were a lot of special snacks left behind. Sometimes, these snacks could be traced back to many years ago. From this, one could see how persistent people were in eating. Therefore, whenever Zhao Hai went to a city, he would eat some of the city's most famous snacks. This was also how Zhao Hai understood the city. Before long, the waiter brought a plate of beef to Zhao Hai's table. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and left. On the second floor of the restaurant, all the diners were staring at the plate of beef on Zhao Hai's table. They finally knew where the aroma came from. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't move. However, the little mouse that was sitting on his shoulder jumped down and jumped onto the plate, eating the beef. The entire second floor of the restaurant was looking at Zhao Hai's table. Naturally, the ordinary people didn't dare to show any expression. However, the cultivators were indignant. They couldn't bear to see a mouse eating better than them. It was no wonder that these people were unhappy. This was because the little thing had completely restrained its aura. Therefore, outsiders simply couldn't see its strength. They only thought that it was an ordinary pet mouse. Zhao Hai didn't care about the gazes of these people. He was still eating his food. After drinking a pot of wine, Zhao Hai got up and prepared to leave. At this time, a person suddenly stood up from the table next to Zhao Hai. This person was wearing a sky-blue warrior suit. He had a handsome appearance with sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. He was the kind of person who would let people know at a glance that he was a young hero. This person's eyes were clear and transparent. There was a trace of arrogance on his face. However, this arrogance didn't make people feel disgusted. On the contrary, the arrogance on his face seemed to complement each other. On his waist, there was a long sword. The scabbard of this sword didn't look gorgeous. Although it was inlaid with some gems, it gave people a very simple feeling. This handsome cultivator went to Zhao Hai's table and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. He said, "Mister, this one is Xianxia from the Peerless Sword faction. Greetings to Mr." Although Zhao Hai didn't understand what this person meant, he still stood up and cupped his fist towards the person. He said, "Greetings to Mr. This one is Zhao Hai, a nameless rogue cultivator." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this one saw that the beef that Mr. ate was really high quality. Mister, where did you buy this beef from? This one would also like to try some." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Mister, when I got this beef, I already made an agreement with the person who bought it. I will absolutely not reveal the origin of this beef. I hope Mister can forgive me." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but sink. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you haven't heard of the Peerless Sword Dao. Nobody dares to say no to the Peerless Sword Dao." Zhao Hai originally had a good impression of this Xianxia. After all, a person with good looks had a lot of advantages. Aside from a few mentally ill people, other people wouldn't have a bad first impression of them. But when Xianxia said this, Zhao Hai was a little unhappy. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia. He said, "Oh, according to Mister's words, it seems that I have to say it today. If I don't say it, does Mister intend to use force? Mister, don't forget that this is Mani Coiling City, the territory of the Tyrant's Blade sect. It's not the territory of the Peerless Sword faction." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "What a joke. Although this is the territory of the Tyrant's Blade sect, I don't believe that the Tyrant's Blade sect would become enemies with our Peerless Sword faction for an unrelated person like you. Kid, if you tell me where you got this beef, then I'll let it go. If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and was somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand why Xianxia cared so much about this beef. Even if the beef was good, it was just a kind of food. He shouldn't care so much about it. One must know that the Peerless Sword faction was also a big sect. How could they lack a few pieces of beef? However, Zhao Hai didn't know that in addition to the incomparably powerful sword techniques of the Peerless Sword faction, they also had the largest chain restaurant in the entire true spiritual world. Not only could this chain restaurant bring them huge benefits, it could also bring them a lot of information. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Peerless Sword faction were very concerned about things related to restaurants, especially food. To be honest, in a small city like Mani Coiling City, there really wasn't a branch of the Peerless Sword faction. Xianxia's group was only passing by because they had something to do, so they stopped here for a day. There really wasn't anything in this store that caught Xianxia's eye. Once he ate the food in this store, he knew the level of the chef in this store. Therefore, when the waiter in the store brought out the beef, Xianxia was very clear that the reason why the beef was so fragrant wasn't because of the chef's skill, but because of the quality of the beef. If the quality of the beef was good, then more delicious food could be made. Their sect's business would be better, and with good business, it would bring more benefits to the sect. At the same time, it would also allow the sect to obtain more information. In addition, the Peerless Sword faction also had a rule that if a disciple found a high-quality ingredient and brought it to the sect, then the disciple would receive a lot of rewards. The sect could even focus on cultivating the disciple. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yingjie valued the beef so much. Although Zhao Hai didn't know why Lu Yingjie valued the beef so much, he wouldn't lower his head like Lu Yingjie. He looked at Lu Yingjie and was about to speak, but he didn't expect that someone would speak first. Is that so? You're not a member of the Tyrant's Blade School. How do you know that the Tyrant's Blade School won't care about this matter? The Tyrant's Blade School will definitely take care of this matter. Along with this voice, footsteps could be heard as two people came up from downstairs. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that it was two people from the Tyrant's Blade School. These two people had a blade on their back and were wearing black warrior clothes. They coldly looked at Lu Yingjie. The one in the front looked to be around 30 years old. His face was white and beardless, and he looked a little feminine. The one behind him looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He had a dark face and a long beard. He was tall and seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. After the two people went upstairs, the white-faced cultivator looked at Lu Yingjie and cupped his fist and said, Tyrant's Blade School Soft Water Blade Lu Shui and Earth Blade AI Lei greet senior brother Lu of the Peerless Sword faction. Although Lu Yingjie was very polite, his previous words weren't. Lu Yingjie's expression turned ugly, but he still returned the greeting and said, Lu Yingjie has seen the two senior brothers. What do you mean by your previous words? Lu Shui said in a deep voice, Senior brother Lu should know that violence is not allowed in Mani Coiling City. If senior brother Lu wants to fight, please do it outside the city. We brothers won't stop you. But inside the city, I hope that senior brother Lu can give me some face. What do you think? Lu Yingjie's expression changed. Lu Shui's words were already giving him face. If he didn't know what was good for him, then he wouldn't be giving face to the Tyrant's Blade School. When the time comes, things might get out of hand. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yingjie's expression calmed down. He cupped his fist towards Lu Shui and said, Since senior brother Lu said so, then I'll naturally follow. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Kid, it's best if you don't leave Mandala City. When Zhao Hai saw Lu Yingjie's expression, he suddenly laughed and said, Not leaving Mani Coiling City? What a joke. I'll leave the city today. I want to see what you can do to me. When Lu Yingjie heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression turned ashen. However, he still looked at Lu Shui and coldly snorted. Then he turned to the two men and one woman sitting at his table and said, Let's go. The three also stood up and coldly looked at Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. When the three left, Lu Shui turned to look at Zhao Hai. After a while, he sighed and said, Brother, we can only guarantee your safety in the city. You really shouldn't have provoked him. Then he led Ai Lei away. Zhao Hai looked at the two and couldn't help but have a better impression of them. Since he already finished eating, he naturally paid the bill and left. After leaving, Zhao Hai discovered that someone was monitoring him. He took a look and saw that it was Lu Yingjie's junior brother. Zhao Hai didn't care about it and returned to his room to rest. Zhao Hai didn't think about leaving Mani Coiling City today. The reason why he said those words to Lu Yingjie was just to play with him. He didn't like Lu Yingjie's arrogance. After resting in the inn for 2 days and recovering his condition, Zhao Hai left Mani Coiling City. In these 2 days, he felt that someone was monitoring him. He also knew who it was, but he didn't care. Although Lu Yingjie and the others were from the Peerless Sword faction, their strength wasn't very strong. Even the strongest among them was only at the Fusion Soul stage. The others were at the Severed Soul stage. But even so, nobody dared to provoke them. First, it was because they were from the Peerless Sword faction. The Peerless Sword faction was a big sect in the true spirit world, even bigger than the Tyrant's Blade School. Ordinary rogue cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke them. The second was the people of the Peerless Sword faction. Each of their sword techniques were very powerful. The name of the Peerless Sword faction wasn't just for show. The Peerless Sword faction could be said to be the best sword technique sect in the entire true spirit world. The Peerless Sword faction also had the highest requirements for their disciples. Therefore, in the entire true spirit world, the disciples of the Peerless Sword faction were not willing to face them. In the case of the same level, the disciples of the Peerless Sword faction would often use their sword techniques to gain the upper hand. In fact, it wasn't just the Peerless Sword faction. In the true spirit world, the disciples of the 81 great sects were existences that nobody dared to provoke if they didn't conceal their identity. This was because the 81 great sects were very strong. Moreover, the disciples of the 81 great sects were very difficult to deal with. Rogue cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke them. However, although Xianxia and the other sword techniques were very strong, against Zhao Hai, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Zhao Hai was also from the Tyrant's Blade school, so he knew the roots of the Peerless Sword faction. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Xianxia and the others. However, he wasn't prepared to kill Xianxia and the others. After all, Xianxia and the others were from the Peerless Sword faction. Although the relationship between the Peerless Sword faction and the Tyrant's Blade school wasn't good, they weren't enemies either. Zhao Hai didn't want to push the Peerless Sword faction and the Tyrant's Blade school to the opposite side because of his conflict with Xianxia. His conflict with Xianxia wasn't a big deal. It wouldn't matter if he taught Xianxia and the others a little lesson. Although the great sects loved face, they wouldn't fall out because of a conflict between two disciples. That wouldn't be in the interest of the great sects. However, if he killed Xianxia and the others, then it would be different. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, he was still a member of the Tyrant's Blade school. If the Peerless Sword faction knew that he killed Xianxia and the others, then the Peerless Sword faction wouldn't let him off easily. That way, the matter would become big. Zhao Hai was now a member of the Tyrant's Blade school. Naturally, he had to think about the Tyrant's Blade school. His conflict with Xianxia didn't hurt the Tyrant's Blade school's face, but he also didn't want to cause trouble for the Tyrant's Blade school. After adjusting his condition in the Mandala city, Zhao Hai left the city. He didn't hide his whereabouts and just left the city openly. Zhao Hai knew that this matter needed to be solved. He had already thought of a solution, so there was no need to hide it. However, Zhao Hai leaving the city, other than a few people who knew about it, no one paid attention to it. There were many cultivators coming in and out of the city every day, so there was nothing strange about it. When Lu Shui heard that Zhao Hai left the city so openly, he just sighed and didn't say anything. He was just an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade school. Although he admired Zhao Hai's cowardice, it didn't mean that he would offend Xianxia for Zhao Hai. After all, Xianxia was a disciple of the Peerless Sword faction. Although there were some conflicts between the major sects, except for the Tyrant's Blade school and the Hegemon Sword sect, they still needed to maintain a peaceful appearance. In this case, Lu Shui wouldn't openly stand up for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know that Lu Shui would pay attention to him. In his opinion, Lu Shui was a disciple of the Mandala branch, so he should maintain order in the city. Zhao Hai left the city and walked forward step by step. He was very clear that even if Xianxia and the others wanted to cause trouble for him, they wouldn't do it secretly. They would certainly appear in the open. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, not long after Zhao Hai left the city, he saw 4 people standing on the road. The leader was Xianxia, and behind him were his junior brothers and sisters. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Kid, you're quite bold, you actually dare to play with me? You're dead today." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and faintly smiled, "If I don't play with you, will you let me go?" It's useless for him to say so much, let's do it. Then Zhao Hai took out his long blade. Xianxia didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so straightforward. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't you know who you're facing? He wants to fight with me, why don't you just kill yourself?" Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, then he shook his head and said, "I've heard these words many times. Unfortunately, I'm still alive." Then Zhao Hai didn't wait for Xianxia to respond, he waved his long blade and made the first move. Xianxia didn't expect Zhao Hai to make the first move. He was slightly stunned, but his reaction wasn't slow. He took out his long sword and blocked Zhao Hai's blade. The Peerless Sword faction was famous for their sword techniques, so every cultivator in their sect was outstanding in sword techniques. Xianxia was the same. After his sword blocked Zhao Hai's blade, the sword in his hand immediately changed and attacked Zhao Hai. In his opinion, with his sword technique, it was too easy to suppress Zhao Hai. His junior brothers also thought so, so they didn't make a move. They just stood to the side and watched Zhao Hai and Xianxia fight. In their opinion, if Xianxia wanted to deal with a rogue cultivator like Zhao Hai, it would be a piece of cake. But it turned out that they were wrong. Zhao Hai's blade technique was far stronger than they imagined. Xianxia's sword technique was only at the perfection stage, which was far worse than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai retracted his blade and fought with Xianxia. At first, Xianxia was full of confidence, but he slowly found that things seemed to be out of his expectations. His sword technique couldn't suppress Zhao Hai's attack. On the contrary, his attack was suppressed by Zhao Hai. This situation didn't only make Xianxia surprised, the others were also very surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. Right now, Zhao wasn't in the mood to deal with these things. He also discovered that Xianxia was difficult to deal with. Although Xianxia wasn't the strongest person he had ever met, Xianxia had the best swordsmanship. Xianxia's swordsmanship wasn't very high level, but he had practiced it to a very high level. Zhao had never encountered such a situation before, so it was a new experience for him. Although Xianxia's sword technique was a lot worse than his blade technique, it was much stronger than the average person. Zhao Hai gained a lot from fighting with such a person. Zhao Hai was happy, but Xianxia wasn't. He didn't think that he, who was famous for his swordsmanship, would be suppressed by a rogue cultivator's saber technique. If his level wasn't higher than the other party, then he might have already been defeated. Xianxia smiled. For Xianxia, this was a humiliation, a great humiliation. They were from the Peerless Sword faction, and they actually lost to others in swordsmanship. Although the other party used a saber, this was still a humiliation for the Peerless Sword faction. But no matter how angry Xianxia was, he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was much higher than his. Even if he wanted to kill Zhao Hai, he couldn't do it. Xianxia's junior brother and junior sister, who had been watching from the side, looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They didn't think that it would be like this. Xianxia's sword circle was getting smaller and smaller, while Zhao Hai's blade circle was getting bigger and bigger. Although Xianxia was a combined soul stage cultivator, Zhao Hai's blade technique completely made up for the difference in level. Slowly, Zhao Hai gained the upper hand. Xianxia had never felt so aggrieved before. He felt as if the sword in his hand had fallen into a large net. Every swing of his sword felt as if it was carrying a weight of 10,000 pounds. Most importantly, the opponent's saber seemed to be waiting for him at all times. No matter how angry he was, he could not do anything to the opponent. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He was still suppressing Xianxia bit by bit. He knew that his blade technique was stronger than the opponent, but his level was lower than the opponent's. Therefore, it was impossible for him to defeat Xianxia in a short time. He could only use his blade technique to suppress Xianxia bit by bit and then find a way to defeat him. Zhao Hai's idea was very good, but Xianxia didn't want to give him such an opportunity. In Xianxia's view, Zhao Hai using his blade technique to defeat him was a bigger blow to him than using other means to defeat him. This was an insult, and he couldn't stand this kind of insult. In Xianxia's view, this was no longer a simple battle. This was a life and death battle. In an ordinary battle, Xianxia didn't need to use other means, but a life and death battle was different. In a life and death battle, you can use any means. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately said, "What are you waiting for? Attack, we must kill him today." Of course, he was calling his junior brothers and sisters to help. When his junior brothers and sisters heard Xianxia's words, they were stunned. This was because they knew Xianxia very well. Xianxia was considered a genius in the Peerless Sword faction, but geniuses had a problem, and that was they were very arrogant. Xianxia was the same. He was very arrogant. When he was fighting with others, he wouldn't allow others to intervene. If others helped him, not only would he not be grateful, but he would also be very angry. It was precisely because of this reason that his junior brothers and sisters didn't help him when he was fighting with Zhao Hai. They didn't think that the arrogant Xianxia would actually call them for help. They were stunned for a moment, but they still immediately took out their swords and joined the battle. When Zhao Hai saw this, he retracted his blade and firmly protected himself. At the same time, he also released his avatar. One person and one avatar defended with all their strength. Lu Yingjie and the others were depressed. They discovered that the four of them were besieging Zhao Hai, but they still couldn't do anything to him. This situation made them very surprised. The battle was still going on. The more the four people from the Peerless Sword faction fought, the more surprised they became. They didn't think that the four of them would still be unable to do anything to Zhao Hai. The five of them fought for more than an hour. During this time, although some cultivators were watching, these cultivators didn't stay for long. Most of the cultivators in the city were rogue cultivators, and these rogue cultivators weren't very strong. When they saw the battle between Zhao Hai and Lu Yingjie, they knew that these people weren't easy to deal with. Naturally, they wouldn't get involved in this muddy water. The more Lu Yingjie and the others fought, the more shocked they became. They didn't understand what kind of monster they had encountered. How could a doppelganger stage cultivator block the attacks of 5 uniting soul stage cultivators? This didn't make any sense. When Zhao Hai saw that it was about time, he suddenly used his blade technique and encircled the group. While they were still in shock, Zhao Hai's figure moved and jumped out of the encirclement. Then he used his movement technique and rushed several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. As he walked, Zhao Hai said, "There's no need to send me off. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future." Then after he said that, Zhao Hai was already 2 li away. Even if Lu Yingjie and the others wanted to chase after him, they wouldn't be able to. Seeing this, Lu Yingjie's face couldn't help but turn ashen. He didn't expect that under the siege of the four of them, Zhao Hai would be able to leave so easily. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. This made them feel extremely embarrassed. At this time, a Peerless Sword faction cultivator walked in front of Lu Yingjie and said, "Senior brother, something seems wrong." Lu Yingjie's face turned ashen as he said, "What's wrong?" "Find all the branches of the sect and have them pay attention to Zhao Hai's whereabouts. I must kill him." The Peerless Sword faction cultivator shook his head and said, "Senior brother, something is really wrong. If Zhao Hai is just an ordinary rogue cultivator, then he wouldn't be so strong. If he's really an ordinary rogue cultivator, then he wouldn't have such a strong blade technique. How can such a blade technique be practiced without guidance? I don't think that's possible. I'm afraid that Zhao Hai's identity isn't ordinary." Hearing this, Lu Yingjie couldn't help but calm down. He frowned and said, "So this Zhao Hai is a person with a background? Is he from the Tyrant's Blade sect? But if he's from the Tyrant's Blade sect, then why didn't the 2 people from yesterday recognize him? Moreover, he didn't have any contact with the Tyrant's Blade sect in the past few days. This doesn't seem right." The cultivator frowned and said, "This is also something that I don't understand. Whether or not the people from the Peerless Sword faction understood Zhao Hai's background had nothing to do with him. Zhao Hai didn't care whether they understood or not, he was now in a hurry. When he had 3 days, only a little more than a month had passed. However, he didn't expect so many things to happen in just a little more than a month. Although he was in a hurry, it was better to say that he was walking. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just walked forward step by step. To be honest, when he went out, he used the Hell King's ship, the Pegasus, and the magic horse. He didn't have a lot of opportunities to walk. This gave Zhao Hai a rare opportunity to experience it. While walking forward, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Little thing, don't you think those guys are crazy? Isn't it just beef? Why do they care so much about it? I think there's something wrong with it. When I go back, I'll have to tell Master about it." The little thing responded with a squeak. It also had an intoxicated look on its face. When Zhao Hai saw its appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Good, you little thing. You know that it's a good thing, right? It's a pity that Laura and the others aren't in the space. If they were, they would be able to make us a good meal. Right, we've been out for more than a month. Now that Laura and the others are in the space, nobody should care. I wonder how Chiu Tai's training is going." The little thing squeaked twice. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out his communicator and connected it to Laura. The communicator had a 3D image, so it projected a 3D image of the other party. Laura's figure appeared on the communicator. In fact, the two often talked, so there weren't too many melodramatic scenes. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and whispered, "You seem to have lost weight. What's wrong? Did something happen at home?" Laura shook her head and said, "No, you don't have to worry. Everything is fine. How about you? How have you been these past few days?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Very good, I'm very good. This is my pet, little thing. Come, greet the mistress." Standing on Zhao's shoulder, Lil Dong stretched out his small claws and cupped his hands in front of Laura's projection. That cute appearance made Laura laugh. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "How are the two masters?" Laura smiled and said, "They're very good. They rarely go out, probably because they're afraid that their murderous aura would affect Jiu Tai. Little Iron has been practicing very hard these past few days, but the child doesn't like to talk. Moreover, the intensity of his training seems to be a bit high. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Only those who suffer hardship can rise above others. Let him practice." "Right, I've been out for a long time. If you have time, you can go back to the space and take a look. 2 days ago, I found a plum blossom tree in the underground maze. The branches of the tree can be used to boil water, which can increase the strength of a person's body. Give some to Little Iron, he wants to walk the path of a body cultivator. The stronger his body, the better." Laura nodded. Zhao Hai said, "If you have time, you should ask the two masters why the Peerless Sword sect values food so much that they even had a conflict with me over the beef from the space. I want to know what's going on." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Peerless Sword sect? Isn't that a large sect? Are you all right? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but I don't know if the Peerless Sword sect would send people to hunt me down. But it doesn't matter, there are already a lot of people who want to hunt me down, so one more won't make a difference." Laura was still somewhat worried as she said, "Brother Hai, you have to be careful. If you count the Peerless Sword faction, then there are already 3 great sects chasing after you. Moreover, your identity isn't a secret, it can be said that everyone in the Tyrant's Blade School knows your name. Therefore, you have to be careful. The Peerless Sword faction might also find out about your identity soon. If they find out about your identity and still chase after you, then that would mean that they are prepared to have a falling out with the Tyrant's Blade School. If that happens, then they wouldn't show any mercy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also understand this point, but this matter depends on how attractive the beef is to the Peerless Sword sect. I don't think they would chase me down just for a few pieces of beef." Laura nodded and said, "I'll ask the two masters about this matter as soon as possible. Brother Hai, you have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and then ended the call. The little thing stood on Zhao Hai's shoulder and pointed at the communicator in Zhao Hai's hand and squeaked a few times. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything, but he still gave the communicator to the little thing. The little thing actually held the communicator and fiddled with it. It was obvious that he was very curious about it. Zhao Hai didn't care about him and slowly walked forward. After walking for about 2 hours, Zhao Hai intended to find a place to rest. But when he saw a small village not far from him, Zhao Hai changed his mind and decided to go to the village to have a look. The village wasn't big, the whole village had a total of 50 households. But when Zhao Hai entered the village, he was stunned. This was because the situation in the village was completely different from what he imagined. There were a lot of people in the village, but they were all emaciated. Moreover, some of the children didn't even have clothes to cover their bodies. It looked like a refugee camp. Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled. How could a small village like this have such a situation next to a big tree? He curiously looked around and found that when the people in the village saw him, they unconsciously shrank back. It was as if he was a wild boar that would attack them at any time. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on with these people. He found that the people in the village didn't have the reverence that ordinary people had towards cultivators. On the contrary, in their eyes, Zhao Hai could only see fear. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai found out that there was a small inn in the village. He quickly walked towards it and saw 2 people inside, an old man and an old woman. It can be seen that this was a small tavern. But at this time, there were no customers in this tavern. Only the old man was sitting there listlessly while the old woman was wiping the table from time to time. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, the old man immediately stood up and greeted him. He bowed and said, "Respected Mr. Hello. If you're here to eat, then I'm sorry, but our store doesn't have any food or wine. If you brought your own food, then we can help you process it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm sorry. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the old man and said, Old man, why is it like this? I think the village's location should be very good. Why don't you have any food here? Also, from what I can see, the villagers don't seem to be living very well. Why is that? The old man looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Sir, you are right. Our village used to live very well, but this year was different. This year, our village suffered a disaster. It was a plague of insects. Those insects ate almost all of our crops. Although the tyrant's blade gate was able to extinguish the insects, our village didn't have a harvest. Now, everyone has a problem eating. A lot of people even ate the seeds of their crops. I don't know if we can last until next year. Zhao Hai stared, then his face couldn't help but change. He was too clear about these farmers. If they weren't in a dire situation, these farmers wouldn't eat their own seeds. This was because seeds represented hope. Without seeds, they wouldn't be able to plant crops next year, and they wouldn't have anything to eat. Zhao Hai frowned and said, Don't the Tyrant's Blade sect care? Since you're suffering from a disaster, shouldn't they help you? The old farmer looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sir, are you joking? Why would the Tyrant's Blade sect care about these things? What does our disaster have to do with the Tyrant's Blade sect? Zhao Hai felt his head buzzing. He finally understood where the problem was. The Tyrant's Blade sect helped the farmers to extinguish the insects. However, in the true spirit realm, the rulers were the cultivators. Sometimes, cultivators didn't treat ordinary people as people. In their view, ordinary people were their slaves. If the cultivators protected them, then the cultivators would pay taxes to them. If the ordinary people suffered a disaster, then the cultivators would help. However, after the disaster, the cultivators wouldn't help at all. This was the biggest difference between the true spirit realm and Earth. In the true spirit realm, cultivators didn't treat ordinary people as anything. In their eyes, ordinary people were like ants, not worth their time. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and his expression changed. He didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking, but he didn't dare to disturb Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would beat him up. These days, the old man had seen a lot of situations like this. After their village suffered a disaster, they wanted to ask the cultivators for help. They even wanted to beg for some things. However, the cultivators didn't even look at them. They were disappointed again and again. Sometimes, the cultivators would even beat up the villagers. Fortunately, the cultivators didn't kill them because this was the Tyrant's Blade sect's territory. But even so, it was enough for the villagers to be afraid of the cultivators. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai's appearance in the village made the villagers look at him with fear. Zhao Hai recovered and looked at the old man. Then he turned his head to look at the villagers outside. Zhao Hai felt that he should do something for them. He took out his communicator and sent a message to Laura. Laura immediately connected and saw that Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat ugly. She couldn't help but ask, Brother Hai, what happened? What happened? Zhao Hai told Laura about the village's situation. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, her expression turned serious. After Zhao Hai finished, Laura sighed and said, This is the difference between the true spirit realm and the lower realm. What do you plan to do? Zhao Hai replied, I'll immediately notify my two masters. I'll give you the coordinates of the village so that the two masters can come forward and help the affected areas. The sooner the better. The old man stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't avoid the old man as he took out his communication device and directly contacted Laura. Because of this, the old man was able to clearly see the conversation between Zhao Hai and Laura. Even after Zhao Hai turned off the communication device, the old man still stood there blankly. At this time, a crying sound was heard. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the crying sound and discovered that it was the old woman. However, she didn't dare to cry loudly and was doing her best to endure it. Even so, she would still cry softly. Zhao Hai believed that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai sitting in the room, the old woman would have certainly burst into tears. At this time, the old man sobered up and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly ran towards Zhao Hai and knelt down. He repeatedly kowtowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Zhao Hai quickly helped the old man up and said, "Old man, you don't need to do this. This is what I should do." At this time, Zhao Hai's communication device flashed. Zhao Hai knew that someone wanted to talk to him. He immediately opened the communication device and saw that it wasn't Laura but Eldarine. Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is the situation there really as serious as you said?" Zhao Hai gave Eldarine a salute and said, "Yes, it's very serious. Master, I think that the sect should help them. Although they are just ordinary people, we still select a lot of them to join the Tyrant's Blade School every year. If we help them now, then they would be loyal to the Tyrant's Blade School. This would be very good for the Tyrant's Blade School. Also, we don't need to spend a lot of things to help them, just some food and crystal stones would be enough." Eldarine hesitated for a moment. To be honest, they hadn't done this kind of disaster relief before. Generally, they would provide some protection to the villagers, help them solve some problems, and then collect taxes. They hadn't done any disaster relief before, so Zhao Hai's proposal was a precedent. However, Eldarine thought that what Zhao Hai said was very reasonable. Helping the victims was very easy for the Tyrant's Blade School. The area that the Tyrant's Blade School governed was very big, so they collected a lot of taxes every year. Most of the food they collected was useless, so they could only be discarded or turned into spirit wine. If they were to take out some food to help the victims, then it wouldn't be a big deal for the Tyrant's Blade School. Because of this, Eldarine didn't oppose Zhao Hai's proposal. Zhao Hai gave the coordinates of the village to Eldarine. After Eldarine said a few more words to Zhao Hai, he turned off the communicator. After Zhao Hai turned off the communicator, he turned to the old man and said, "Old man, go and tell the people in charge that the Tyrant's Blade sect will be coming to give you food, seeds, and other necessities." "Right, besides your village, are there any other places nearby that are affected by the disaster?" Zhao Hai nodded, then turned to the old man. The old man quickly replying to "Sir, including our village, there are more than 30 villages in the vicinity that were affected by the disaster. Their situation is similar to ours, some of them are even worse than ours. I heard that some villages have already starved to death." Zhao Hai didn't think that the situation would be this serious. He couldn't help but be puzzled. In the true spiritual realm, one could see mountains everywhere. And these mountains were filled with all kinds of old things. Although there were some plants that didn't have any medicinal value, they were still edible. Why didn't the villagers go up and pick some to eat? But when he saw the little mouse on his shoulder, Zhao immediately understood why the villagers didn't go up the mountain to pick things to eat. It was because there were demonic beasts in the mountains. Although the strength of the demonic beasts wasn't strong, the villagers weren't cultivators, so their strength was even weaker. Moreover, Zhao Hai also understood why these villagers didn't leave the village even though they were about to starve to death. This was because even if they went to another village, they might not be able to get help. If they stayed here, they might be able to survive until next year. When that time comes, they would be able to plant crops. Only by planting crops would they be able to harvest, so they wouldn't starve to death. But if they leave, then they might really starve to death. When Zhao Hai heard this, he took out his communication device and told Laura about the situation. He had Laura tell Eldarine and the others to prepare more food. This was because the number of people affected by the disaster wasn't small. At this time, the Yinyang elders had already gone to the main hall of the Tyrant's Blade School, the Heaven-Cleaving Hall. The sect master was still in the Heaven-Cleaving Hall, dealing with the sect's matters. However, he usually dealt with the matters of the various branches of the sect. He rarely handled the matters of ordinary people. When the Yinyang elders came together, the sect master was surprised. He put down the jade slip in his hand and looked at the two in confusion. "Why did you two come again today? Did your little disciple cause trouble for you again? Didn't he go to the smelting trial?" Eldarine looked at the sect master and said, "What do you mean by causing trouble again? It seems like Little Hai likes to cause trouble. But today, we came because of Little Hai. Before this, Little Hai sent a message saying that some of the villages under our Tyrant's Blade School's jurisdiction were hit by a disaster. The villagers couldn't even eat. He wants us to send people to help with the disaster. I think what he said is reasonable." The sect master stared, then he knit his brows and said, "You mean the villagers? They're all ordinary people?" Eldarine nodded and said, "Yes, they're ordinary people." Ordinary people. What's wrong? Aren't we going to save them? The sect master frowned and said, "But those are ordinary people, why should we care about them?" Eldarine looked at the sect master and smiled bitterly. "Sect master, are you doing this on purpose? Why can't we save ordinary people? Ordinary people are also people. Our sect has many disciples who were selected from ordinary people. If we save those ordinary people, not only will we win the loyalty of those ordinary people, we will also make those disciples more loyal to the sect. Isn't that good? What we need to do is just some food and some ordinary clothes. These things are already moldy in the sect's warehouse. It's better to use them for good deeds." When the sect master heard Eldarine, he couldn't help but stare. Then he stood up and walked around twice before he nodded and said, "Right, you're right. We should go and save them." "All right, I agree. Let's go and arrange it immediately." Eldarine nodded. At this time, Eldarine suddenly heard Laura's communicator ring. Eldarine stared for a moment before he immediately took it out. When he turned it on, Laura's figure immediately appeared on the communicator. Laura gave Eldarine a salute and said, "Great Master, Brother Hai just sent a letter saying that there are more than 30 affected villages in the vicinity. Some of the villages have already starved to death. The situation is more serious than we thought." Eldarine nodded and said, "Great Master, Brother Hai just sent a letter saying that there are more than 30 affected villages in the vicinity." Eldarine nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Then he turned off the communication device and turned to the sect master and said, "You heard it. Some people have already starved to death. We can't just ignore it." The sect leader nodded and said, "I heard it. Immediately organize people to go to the disaster relief area. We need to ensure that the people there have enough food to eat before tomorrow's harvest. We can't let people starve to death or freeze to death." Eldarine nodded. The sect leader immediately called people in and began to assign tasks. Zhao Hai had the tavern's old man go out and find the village chief. The village chief was actually the village's patriarch. In the true spirit realm, small villages like this were generally controlled by different clans. Naturally, there were also large villages that were controlled by several clans. But in this small village, there was only one surname. The patriarch was the village chief. Chong family village was the name of this village. Everyone in this village had the surname Chong. It wasn't a common surname, but this wasn't important. No matter what the village's surname was, Zhao Hai would still help them. One had to admit that the Tyrant's Blade sect was very efficient when it came to handling matters. 2 hours after Zhao Hai went through the Tyrant's Blade sect, the first batch of disaster relief personnel had already arrived. These people who came from the Tyrant's Blade sect knew Zhao Hai. After arriving at the Chong family village, they greeted Zhao Hai and then began to distribute food, seeds, and other necessities to the families of the Chong family village. Every family received a certain amount of crystal stones, enough for them to live for a year. The direct result of this was that the Chong family became the most loyal subjects of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Later on, every family of the Chong family village would erect a sign of the Tyrant's Blade sect and worship it every day. However, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. When he saw that the Tyrant's Blade sect had arrived, he didn't care about it anymore. After greeting the people from the Tyrant's Blade sect, Zhao Hai left the Chong family village and continued with his training. He couldn't stay here for too long. Moreover, the sect had already started to provide disaster relief, so there was no need for him to stay. Naturally, he would continue with his training. The sect also didn't want him to get involved in these matters. However, in the next few days, Zhao Hai didn't have a good time. It wasn't that he wasn't used to this kind of life. In fact, he was very used to it. The reason why he didn't have a good time was because he spent the next few days in the disaster area. All he saw were numb faces and eyes that had lost hope in life. Facing this kind of situation, Zhao Hai's mood couldn't be any better. It wasn't until a week later that Zhao Hai completely left the disaster area. Although he knew that the disaster area would be rescued soon, he still felt very uncomfortable when he saw the people who hadn't been rescued yet. However, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any danger these days. Maybe it was because of the Tyrant's Blade sect's help to the disaster victims that the Tyrant's Blade sect and the Imperial Beast sect didn't make a move against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward, looking at the trees on both sides of the road. He wasn't in a mountainous area, this place could be considered a plain. However, there were still large forests on both sides of the road. Although the population of the true spirit realm wasn't small, it was still very large. Because of this, there was still a feeling of being sparsely populated. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked this feeling. While walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly heard the sound of a carriage galloping behind him. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a horse galloping from behind. 4 horse-shaped beasts were waiting for the carriage. Naturally, these weren't high-level beasts, they were just beasts that ordinary people could afford. This horse carriage looked a bit like a Western mail carriage. It was pulled by 4 horses and had a large carriage behind it. However, this carriage looked very luxurious. One could see at a glance that it was filled with people. There were 2 people sitting on the driver's seat. One of them was holding the reins while the other was sitting with his arms crossed. The speed of the carriage was very fast. Zhao Hai didn't want to cause trouble and didn't want to lose control of the carriage. Therefore, he moved to the side of the road. However, he didn't expect that when the carriage arrived in front of him, the driver would pull the reins. The 4 horses immediately stood up and the carriage came to a stop. When Zhao Hai saw this, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He could see that the driver was also a cultivator. His strength wasn't small. Zhao Hai looked at the driver and the person next to him. He didn't guess wrong. These 2 were indeed cultivators. The driver was a burly man. He was about 2 meters tall. His skin was bronze and had a metallic luster. Looking at his appearance, Zhao Hai knew that he was a body cultivator with strong defense. However, this person's strength was a bit low. He was only at the high level of the nascent realm. As for the cultivator sitting next to the driver, he looked to be in his 40s. His skin was very white and his hair was meticulously combed. He had a serious expression on his face. However, his strength wasn't weak. He was at the fusion soul stage. This made Zhao Hai surprised. While Zhao Hai was taking care of the two were also sizing up Zhao Hai. The middle-aged man stood up from the driver's seat and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I'm the steward of the Rong clan's 3rd branch. Did Mister come out to cultivate? Do you want to accept a mission?" Zhao Hai stared. He had heard about the Rong family before. The Rong family was very famous in the Tyrant's Blade School. However, this fame didn't come from the fact that they had a lot of cultivators. In fact, although the Rong family had a lot of cultivators, they didn't have any outstanding characters in the Tyrant's Blade School. They only had a few ordinary elders. In fact, the Rong family's fame in the Tyrant's Blade School wasn't due to the number of cultivators they had. Instead, it was due to the fact that the Rong family was a famous business family under the Tyrant's Blade School. Although the Rong family's cultivation wasn't very good, their talent in business was unparalleled. A lot of the Tyrant's Blade School's businesses were managed by the Rong family. Therefore, in the true spirit realm, the Rong family had a steward for the Tyrant's Blade School. This shows how important the Rong family was to the Tyrant's Blade School. Although Zhao Hai didn't know much about the situation in the true spirit world, he had some understanding about the Tyrant's Blade School. This was a very important business clan to the Tyrant's Blade School, so how could he not know about it? However, he didn't understand why the Rong clan stopped him. Zhao Hai was puzzled. He cupped his fist towards the man who claimed to be the steward of the Rong clan's 3rd branch and said, "Mister, I came out to cultivate. What mission does Mister have?" Doing missions was not exclusive to cultivators of the sections. In fact, rogue cultivators would also accept missions. However, rogue cultivators did not have any contribution points. Rogue cultivators could only obtain crystal stones or jade essences from completing missions. There were very few other things that they could obtain from completing missions. Moreover, sect cultivators and rogue cultivators took different missions. Sect cultivators took missions from their own sects, so the rewards were also very generous. On the other hand, rogue cultivators received all kinds of tasks. Some were sent out by merchants, some were sent out by farmers. Some rogue cultivators received quests that sounded very strange. For example, if a farm's canal was blocked, and the farmers had no way to clear it, then they would take out some crystal stones and ask some rogue cultivators to help them. Merchants wanted to buy goods from afar, but they were afraid of danger on the road, so they would also ask some rogue cultivators to help them. Don't think that there were no bandits in the true spirit realm. In fact, there were quite a lot of bandits in the true spirit realm. These bandits were mostly made up of rogue cultivators. They relied on robbing ordinary merchants to make a living. Moreover, these people usually looked like ordinary rogue cultivators. Sometimes, they would just act as bandits. Because of this, the great sects couldn't track them down. Because of this, many merchants in the true spirit realm would hire rogue cultivators as bodyguards when they go out. This was to ensure their safety. This wasn't strange. One shouldn't think that just because the true spirit realm was a world ruled by cultivators, ordinary people didn't have merchants. In fact, merchants existed all the time, and the true spirit realm was the same. There were a lot of merchants in the true spirit realm, and many ordinary merchants lived a good life. However, if a merchant clan didn't have the support of a few cultivators, then the clan wouldn't be able to survive for a long time. This was the reality of the true spirit realm. But because of this, there were a lot of rogue cultivators in the true spirit realm. And these rogue cultivators relied on ordinary people to make a living. Because of this, it was very normal to ask a rogue cultivator if he wanted to take a mission. The butler looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you have a purpose? If Mr. doesn't have a purpose, we would like to ask Mr. to do some escort missions, which is to protect our young lady. Our young lady is going to visit her relatives in Flying Cloud City, so we would like to ask Mr. to protect her. If Mr. agrees, we will be responsible for the food and lodging on the way. When we arrive at Flying Cloud City, we will give Mr. 50 jade essences as a reward." This reward was quite generous, especially for a rogue cultivator. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel anything about this reward. What he cared about was what it represented. The Rong clan was not a small clan. They were inextricably linked to the Tyrant's Blade School, especially in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School. Almost all cultivators, whether they were rogue cultivators or bandits, knew about the relationship between the Rong clan and the Tyrant's Blade School. Those people wouldn't dare to touch the Rong clan. As long as they were in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School, the Rong clan should be safe. But now, the Rong clan was willing to pay such a high price to hire him as a bodyguard. Was there any inside story? When the butler saw that Zhao Hai was frowning, he couldn't help but ask, "Does Mr. have another mission?" "That's really a pity." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, Mr. I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle this mission. In fact, I just completed a mission. I don't have any other missions right now. If Mr. doesn't mind, then I'll take this mission." Although he didn't know why the Rong clan was being so careful, Zhao Hai still decided to take this mission. This was because he also wanted to go to Flying Cloud City. Flying Cloud City wasn't an ordinary city under the Tyrant's Blade School. It could be said that Flying Cloud City was the border city of the Tyrant's Blade School. Flying Cloud City was the territory of another sect, the Butterfly Sect. This Butterfly Sect wasn't a beast cultivator sect. In fact, the reason why they were named this sect was related to their weapons, movement techniques, and demonic beasts. The weapons of the Butterfly Sect were very unique. Their weapons were all large butterfly knives. Their movement technique was also known as the Butterfly Dance Piercing Movement Technique. They also had a type of life-source demonic beast, the Hidden Mist Blade-Winged Butterfly. The Butterfly Sect wasn't a big sect, but the cultivators of this sect were very difficult to deal with. First, it was because of their weapons, their butterfly knives. In the real spiritual world, this was a very strange weapon. Second, it was because of their movement technique. Their butterfly dance was very famous in the real spiritual world. This kind of movement technique was erratic and unpredictable. Third, it was because of their demonic beasts. The Hidden Mist Blade-Winged Butterfly was just like its name. This butterfly could emit fog. This fog could not only block a cultivator's vision, it could also block a cultivator's spiritual force. It could also turn a cultivator deaf and blind. The wings of this butterfly were even more strange. Their wings were very tough and thin at the bottom. They could hide their bodies in the fog and then suddenly fly out and use their wings to cut their enemies. They were definitely a very troublesome demonic beast. Although the people of the butterfly sect didn't dare to provoke the tyrant's blade school, they didn't necessarily fear the tyrant's blade school. However, the butterfly sect and the tyrant's blade school didn't have any conflicts. This was because the relationship between the two sects was quite good. They could be considered as allies. Naturally, there were no real allies in the real spiritual world. The butterfly sect and the tyrant's blade school still had some small conflicts on the border. However, both sides didn't go too far. But because of this, the border between the two sides wasn't so peaceful. Zhao Hai wanted to go to the butterfly sect to see how the cultivators of the sect used the butterfly knives. In his impression, the butterfly knives were small knives. However, as far as he knew, the butterfly knives of the butterfly sect weren't small knives. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to see it for himself. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhao Hai agreed to hire the Rong family this time. When the housekeeper heard Zhao Hai's words, he nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "That's good. Mister, please get on the carriage." Then he pointed to the carriage. Zhao Hai nodded. He saw that there were 2 seats in front of the carriage where people could stand. It seemed like they were specially prepared for the guards. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and cupped his fist towards the housekeeper. Then he jumped and stood on the left side of the carriage. When the housekeeper saw Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but nod. Then he turned to the driver and said, "Let's go." The driver shook the reins in his hand and the carriage rushed forward. Zhao Hai stood on the carriage and looked at the scenery on both sides of the road. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he hadn't had this kind of experience for a long time. In the past, he was the one sitting inside the carriage. But now, he had become a guard. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. He felt that all of this was very interesting. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to see what the third miss of the Rong family looked like. He already had Laura and the others, so he didn't want to provoke women. Laura and the others had been with him for a long time. From the lower realms until now, their relationship had reached a point where nothing could separate them. In this case, Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke women. This was because if he did, then it would be harmful to Laura and the others. Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. Because of this, Zhao Hai was now playing the role of an ordinary rogue cultivator. In front of the Rong family, he naturally had to be honest. Therefore, he just stood on the carriage and played the role of a bodyguard. The carriage's speed was very fast. Moreover, the driver was very familiar with the road. At noon, they arrived at a small town called River City. In River City, there was a river that flowed through the city. This river wasn't very famous, nor was it a big river. However, it was one of the most famous water transportation routes in the area. Although River City wasn't a big city, because it was near the river, the city's climate was very good. The city was also very clean. The food made by the restaurants in the city were also very good. When the driver stopped the carriage in front of the hotel, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He thought that with the status of the Rong family's young miss, she would find a decent hotel. But now, the hotel that they were in was just a small shop. However, looking inside, one could see that there were a lot of people inside. After the carriage stopped, Zhao Hai got off and stood next to the carriage. At the same time, the steward also got off the carriage and entered the small restaurant called the Yu family's old shop. Zhao Hai knew what the steward was doing. With the status of the Rong family's young miss, eating in a small restaurant like this needed to be arranged in advance. The young miss couldn't just look for a place to sit after entering the restaurant. Therefore, the steward needed to prepare everything in advance. Before long, the steward came out of the restaurant and went to the side of the carriage. He bowed and said, "Young miss, everything has been arranged. Please get off the carriage." A girl's soft and weak voice was heard, "Thank you, Uncle Gue." After saying that, the door opened and a 13 or 14-year-old girl walked out. The girl was dressed as a servant, but she was very pretty. After the little girl got off the carriage, she stretched her hand to the side of the door. Then she stretched out her hand. The hand was wearing a white silk glove with a lotus flower embroidered on it. The hand gently touched the girl's hand. Then the girl slowly came out of the carriage. Zhao Hai looked at the girl who came out and didn't look at her. He couldn't see anything, but the girl's figure was very petite. However, her face was covered with a veil, so he couldn't see what she looked like. Zhao Hai also didn't intend to look at her for long. He looked at the girl and then turned his head to look around, maintaining vigilance at all times. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Zhao Hai always felt a pair of hostile eyes staring at them. In particular, those eyes were always on the young miss of the Rong family. This made Zhao Hai very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai was uncomfortable, not because he wanted to have something to do with the young miss of the Rong family. In fact, he wouldn't do that. He was uncomfortable because there were already people who had ideas about them. He was afraid that there would be a lot of trouble in the future. At this time, the driver also got off the carriage. Seeing Zhao Hai looking around, he couldn't help but curiously walk to Zhao Hai's side and ask, "Brother, what's wrong? What are you looking at?" Zhao Hai looked at the Imperial Guard, but his eyes were still looking around. Then he whispered, "I feel like there's a pair of malicious eyes looking at us. It's a very bad feeling." The Imperial Guard nodded. The driver stared and said, "Brother, aren't you being sensitive? This is Jiang City, the territory of the Tyrant's Blade sect. If someone dares to attack the Rong family here, the Tyrant's Blade sect will skin them alive." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Then they can monitor us in the city." "Trust me, brother, I've experienced life and death several times, my senses are very sharp. This feeling has saved me more than once. If there's a chance, you should mention this matter to the manager." Hearing Zhao Hai, the retainer's expression turned dignified. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll tell them. Let's go in, we'll have lunch together." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the Rong family's young miss and her maid had followed the manager into the restaurant. He and the driver quickly followed. Just as the driver had said, when they arrived at the Yu family's old restaurant, the head steward directly led the young miss to a private room upstairs, and a waiter led him and the driver to the main hall to sit down. There was already food on the table, and there were 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on top of it. Zhao Hai knew that the manager would come down to eat in a while. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. After sitting down, he just stood there and waited. But he still took out a piece of beef and gave it to the waiter to roast. The driver looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Then he looked at the little thing on Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother, I'm Rong San. Did you raise this little thing? It doesn't look like a beast." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's a beast. It's not very strong, but it's very smart. Moreover, it only eats the beef that I take out. It doesn't eat anything else." When Rong San heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "It's an interesting little thing. Brother, let's eat." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Rong San and said, "Now? Don't you want to wait for the manager?" Rong San shook his head and said, "No, we don't know when the manager will come back." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't refuse. He picked up his chopsticks and ate. To be honest, the food in this old restaurant tasted pretty good, but that was all. After eating a bowl of rice, Zhao Hai stopped. As soon as Zhao Hai put down his bowl and chopsticks, the manager came. Both Zhao Hai and the driver knew what to do. There were still a lot of dishes on the table. The manager didn't refuse. He picked up his bowl and slowly ate the food. After wiping his mouth and drinking some tea, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I hope that you can protect the young lady along the way. As long as you complete this task well, I won't treat you badly." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Manager. Please rest assured." At this time, Rong San said, "Uncle Gue, Mr. Zhao Hai just said that he felt a pair of malicious eyes looking at us from outside the restaurant. He told us to be careful." When the manager heard Rong San, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mr. sure?" Obviously, he attached great importance to Zhao Hai's information. Zhao nodded. "Yes. Although I'm not strong, I've carried out a lot of missions. My senses are very keen. I can clearly feel that there is a pair of malicious eyes watching us, and the one who is watching the most is the young Mississippi." Zhao nodded. "That pair of eyes has been watching us." When he heard Zhao Hai, the manager's face turned ugly. He nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You must be careful on the road." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. Lunch wasn't long. After eating, the carriage appeared and quickly left Rivertown. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also on the carriage. He was still standing in the guard position. After passing through Rivertown, the road became even more prosperous. From time to time, they would meet some merchants along the way. Some of these merchants didn't even have spatial bags, so they could only use carriages to transport their goods. Zhao Hai knew that although spatial equipment was very common in the true spirit realm, this was only for cultivators. For ordinary people, spatial equipment was still a good thing. This was especially true for ordinary merchants. It wasn't easy for them to get their hands on a spatial equipment. Seeing so many people, Zhao felt relieved. He didn't believe that in the Tyrant's Blade School's territory, with so many people present, the other party would dare to make a move against them. That would be too arrogant, and the Tyrant's Blade School would definitely not let them off. The road was very boring in the afternoon, but Zhao Hai was already used to it. This was normal. At night, they weren't able to reach another city. They could only rest in a small village. Under the arrangement of the housekeeper, they lived in the house of the village head, who only had about 100 families. It was a small courtyard with 3 rooms. The young lady and her maid lived in one room, the housekeeper, Rong San, and Zhao lived in another, and the remaining room was a small kitchen, which was not enough for people to live in. Zhao Hai was very relaxed in the evening. Rong San wasn't very busy either. After feeding the horses, there was nothing else to do. Only the manager was busy, running around to arrange everything. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that the manager finished his work and returned to their room. There was only one big bed in the room, but now there were 2 temporary beds. As soon as the manager returned to the room, he saw Zhao Hai sitting on the temporary bed and cultivating. The manager couldn't help but secretly nod. In his opinion, although Zhao Hai wasn't strong, he had a sense of propriety. Such a person would always leave a good impression on others. At this time, Rong San was already asleep. Zhao Hai felt the manager enter the room, so he opened his eyes and nodded to the manager. The manager looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, do you still have that feeling during the day? Are we still being watched?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that feeling has always been there. I can be sure that the other party has also arrived in the village. Maybe they will take action tonight." When the manager heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Then one person will be on guard tonight. How about I keep watch for the first half of the night, and you keep watch for the second half of the night?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No need, just leave it to me. You should rest." Then Zhao Hai closed his eyes and didn't speak. When the manager saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, he still lay down, but he was fully dressed. Obviously, he was ready to move at any time. In the middle of the night, nothing happened. However, Zhao Hai felt that the other party was about to make a move. This was because the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the morning that Zhao Hai finally felt that the other party was about to make a move. He could clearly feel that a hostile aura was quickly approaching their small courtyard. Zhao Hai slowly took out his long saber and went out of the room. Then he calmly stood outside the young lady's door. There was no moon outside today, only stars were shining. It was very dark. Zhao Hai was dressed in black, and the saber in his hand had also turned black. So when he stood there, he seemed to have merged with the darkness. Just as Zhao Hai stood still, he felt a shadow enter the courtyard from outside. Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the other party was a soul fusion stage cultivator. No wonder the other party didn't dare to use force. This was because the manager was also a soul fusion stage cultivator. If he used force, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the person's movement technique seemed to be very special. When he moved forward, he was like a snake. Moreover, he was very quiet. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. However, Zhao Hai had already restrained his aura. He also used his earth divergent technique to integrate himself with the wall. Therefore, the other party didn't discover him. Zhao Hai paid attention to the person. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that although the person was dressed in black, he was wearing a very beautiful scholar's robe. He also had a black folding fan in his hand. He gave off a very chic feeling. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He paid attention to the cultivator. He discovered that the cultivator didn't even cover his face, revealing a very handsome face. If this guy appeared on the Grand Street during the day, then he would definitely attract the attention of a lot of women. He was the standard Grand Marshal. To be honest, Zhao Hai had seen a lot of handsome men. However, this was the first time he saw a handsome man doing such a thing. However, Zhao Hai still didn't make a move. He wanted to see what the other party would do next. The handsome man looked at the small courtyard and then nodded with satisfaction. Then he walked towards Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't know why this guy wanted to go to their room. Could it be that this guy was a piggyback? But then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Maybe this guy wanted to deal with them first before taking away the young lady. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that this guy would find out that he wasn't in the room. This was because there was someone sitting on the bed. However, that person was only an avatar. His main body had already come out. In fact, what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that this guy didn't make any sound when he walked. Moreover, his aura was completely restrained. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai clearly feeling this guy's hostility, then he wouldn't have believed that there would be someone in the true spirit realm who could restrain their aura to such an extent. The man walked towards their room and flipped his hand to take out a small tube. Then he extended the tube into their room. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have black lines appear on his forehead. He thought that this guy would have some method to deal with them. He didn't expect it to be this old method. Zhao Hai couldn't help but cough and said, "Brother, can't you use some other method? This is too embarrassing." When the man heard Zhao Hai's voice, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He retreated and stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure slowly appeared in the courtyard. He looked at the handsome man and smiled slightly. "I say, handsome man, aren't you a bit too shameful? You actually used this method? This method doesn't seem to be presentable, right?" "They're not presentable to begin with." Along with the figure, the door opened. The manager and Rong-san walked out. Rong-san had a big axe in his hand. He was now looking coldly at the handsome man. The handsome man saw that his trick didn't work. He opened his folding fan and shook it twice. "I didn't want to use this method, but the heavens are virtuous. I don't want to kill more people. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me." Zhao Hai looked at this guy and smiled slightly. "Hee, it's not certain who will die. Looking at you, you don't look like a nobody. Tell me 10,000. When the handsome man heard Zhao Hai say this, he couldn't help but snort. "What's the point of talking so much? The dead don't need to know too much." After that, he closed the folding fan in his hand and pointed it at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered. He didn't waste any words. He waved the long saber in his hand and fought with the man. When the man attacked Zhao Hai, he didn't use his full strength. In his opinion, the biggest threat to him was the manager. After all, he was a combined soul stage cultivator like the manager. So his attack on Zhao Hai was just the beginning. In his opinion, his real enemy was only the manager. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He used his saber technique and trapped the man inside. In terms of spiritual chi, Zhao Hai didn't have as much spiritual chi as this handsome man. After all, the combined soul stage was equivalent to two people cultivating at the same time. His spiritual chi was much more than Zhao Hai. But in terms of cultivation, the handsome man couldn't catch up with Zhao Hai. In addition, he didn't use his full strength. So he was trapped by Zhao Hai's saber technique. He was completely passive. Shuaigu was stunned, the manager was stunned, and Rong-san was also stunned. In the real spiritual world, it wasn't that there weren't any cross-realm challenges, but there weren't many. The most important thing was that in the real spiritual world, all the people who could do cross-realm challenges were generally geniuses who had been famous in the continent for a long time. A cultivator like Zhao Hai, who was unknown, actually used his saber technique to challenge a cross-realm challenge. This was absolutely unimaginable. The handsome man regretted. He regretted his carelessness and even regretted this action. Zhao Hai was so difficult to deal with. There were still two people beside him who hadn't made a move yet. If they attacked together, he would definitely be in trouble. He wasn't a hothead. When he found that the situation was wrong, he had already begun to think about escaping. However, he also knew that if he used his strength to block Zhao Hai's attack now, it would only let the manager and Rong San intervene. In that case, he would be even more unlucky. So he didn't immediately use his full strength to block Zhao Hai's attack. On the contrary, he was still blocking Zhao Hai's attack, but he was leading Zhao Hai away from the manager and Rong San little by little. How could Zhao Hai not know what he was planning? However, Zhao Hai didn't make a sound. It was impossible for this person to escape. Zhao Hai had already sent out a clone to wait for this guy outside. If he wanted to run, he would definitely be stopped by Zhao Hai's clone. The manager wasn't a fool, he also knew what the guy was planning. He also led Rong San to surround the battle. When the man saw the manager and Rong San surrounding him, he knew that it would be difficult for him to escape. His eyes turned as he looked at the house where the young lady was. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he stopped retreating and began to retreat with all his strength. Although Zhao Hai's swordsmanship was very strong, the handsome man wasn't weak either. Zhao Hai's swordsmanship was fully displayed, but it was still a draw. It was almost impossible to defeat him. Therefore, Zhao Hai's previous advantage slowly disappeared. In the end, the two were evenly matched. When the manager saw this situation, he coldly snorted and waved his hand. A long sword appeared in his hand as he slashed towards the cultivator. With the manager's participation, the cultivator fell into a disadvantage. However, his strength wasn't weak, so he was able to defend himself. Zhao Hai and the manager couldn't do anything to him for a while. At this time, Rong San wanted to help, but he couldn't. His strength was the weakest among them, and his weapon was a big axe. This kind of weapon was most suitable to be used in a big battle. In a small-scale battle like this, using a big axe would be disadvantageous. So he could only stand aside and watch helplessly. At this moment, the man suddenly waved his hand, and a mass of black sand flew straight towards Zhao and the steward. This was very sudden, and as soon as the sand appeared, Zhao could smell a fishy smell. He knew that the sand was poisonous, so he immediately shouted, "Be careful, it's poisonous." The steward nodded, and the steward nodded. There was no need for Rong San to say anything. The manager also knew that the sand wasn't something good. The manager couldn't help but retreat. Zhao Hai didn't retreat, but he also retracted his sword. All the sand that flew towards him was blocked by him. At this time, the cultivator's figure moved forward. Then with a strange turn, he rushed forward like a snake, passing by Zhao Hai. Then he drilled through the empty space between Zhao Hai and the manager. His goal wasn't the wall, but the young lady's room. Upon seeing this, the manager's expression couldn't help but change. He shouted, "Thief, you dare!" Then he chased after the cultivator. Unfortunately, he wasn't proficient in movement techniques, so it was impossible for him to catch up to the cultivator. The cultivator laughed. Just as he was about to enter the young lady's room, a sword suddenly appeared in his path. This sword was very fast and very fierce. The cultivator let out a strange cry. Then he twisted his body and blocked the sword with his folding fan. Then he jumped onto the roof. At this time, Zhao Hai was wrapped in a sword light as he rushed towards the cultivator. The cultivator coldly said, "Don't be complacent. I'll be back." After he said this, his figure flashed and disappeared. When Zhao Hai heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He didn't think that the cultivator would say such a thing. This was because he was very familiar with these words. An unlucky guy with a patched hat and a scar on his face would often say these words. Zhao Hai stood on the roof and looked at the cultivator's direction. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned his head and jumped down from the roof. He knew that he couldn't catch up to the cultivator unless he used his Pegasus. However, he didn't want to use his Pegasus right now. When Zhao Hai stood in the courtyard, the manager also let out a long breath. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "How was it?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I couldn't catch up. That cultivator's movement technique is very good. I thought that I would be able to keep him here today. I didn't expect him to be a poison expert. I miscalculated." The manager patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Call me Uncle Gue. You don't need to blame yourself. That cultivator is from a sect. It's normal that you couldn't stop him. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the manager and asked, Uncle Gue, do you know him? Uncle Gue shook his head and said, although I don't know him, I can roughly guess which sect he belongs to. In my opinion, he should belong to the Flowery sect. The Flowery sect is a medium-level evil sect. Their disciples are all handsome men and beautiful women. However, this sect is the most hated sect in the entire true spirit world. This is because whether it's male or female cultivators, all of them are flower thieves. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He had heard about the Flowery sect before. It was just like what Uncle Gue said, a sect full of perverted thieves. The reason why the Flowery sect was able to exist until now was because they were a member of the alliance of the Devil Dao. They had the support of several great Devil Dao sects. This allowed them to be arrogant until now. In the true spirit world, sects were divided into 3 types of forces: righteous, evil, and devil. The righteous sects were the most powerful. Among the 81 great sects, 35 of them were normal sects. Next were Devil Dao sects, 28 of them were Devil Dao sects, and the last 18 were evil sects. These 3 forces didn't get along very well, but they didn't have any big conflicts. This was because they knew that the other party was very strong. Even if they destroyed the other party, they would suffer heavy losses. In this case, they naturally wouldn't make a move. The righteous sects had the Righteous Alliance, the Devil Dao had the Devil Dao Alliance, and the evil sects had formed the Evil Cultivator Alliance. It was said that a lot of ghost cultivators had joined the Evil Cultivator Alliance. These 3 forces were the true overlords of the true spirit world. However, these 3 forces were full of contradictions. None of them could easily deal with the other 2 forces. Therefore, it could be said that the true spirit world was a tripartite balance of power. The Flowery sect was the most important component of the Devil Dao Alliance. One shouldn't think that the Flowery sect was easy to bully just because it was a mid-level sect. The Flowery sect had a tradition that they could use ordinary people as cultivation furnaces and then use them as furnaces for others. Therefore, every year, many female cultivators from the Flowery sect would be married to other sects. Some cultivators would also marry female cultivators from other sects. It could be said that the Flowery sect used this alternative marriage method to weave a huge network in the Devil Dao Alliance. Therefore, the Flowery sect wasn't a simple mid-level sect. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Ordinary rogue cultivators might not have heard of the Flowery sect, but Zhao Hai had. Although he hadn't been in the true spirit world for a long time, the Tyrant's Blade sect was different from rogue cultivators. What he learned from the Tyrant's Blade sect was something that rogue cultivators wouldn't know in their lifetime. When Uncle Gue saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but ask, Little Hai, you seem to have heard of the Flowery sect? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've heard people talk about it before. This sect seems to be a Devil Dao sect. Why would they dare to come to the Tyrant's Blade sect's territory? Aren't they afraid of being hunted down by the Tyrant's Blade sect? Uncle Gue smiled bitterly and said, Of course they're afraid. But as long as they succeed, they would immediately leave the Tyrant's Blade sect's territory. The Tyrant's Blade sect wouldn't go to war with the Flowery sect because of our young Mississippi. If that happened, it would be a war between the righteous and Devil Dao. They wouldn't do that. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Uncle Gue in confusion and said, Uncle Gue, why would that guy target the young miss? I feel like the young miss hasn't cultivated. He shouldn't be targeting the young Mississippi. Uncle Gue smiled bitterly and said, You don't understand. Miss's body is special. She has the 9 absolute meridians and a mutated ice spiritual root. Therefore, Miss can't cultivate because once she does, her meridians will freeze and she will die. However, for the people of the Flowery sect, Miss is. Alas, anyway, we should be more careful in the future. If we are targeted by the people of the Flowery sect, we will be in a lot of trouble. If we get targeted by the Flowery sect, we'll be in trouble. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Uncle Gue, he immediately understood what was going on. 9 absolute meridians and an ice spirit root. Such a woman could be said to have a purine body. Her body naturally contained a very strong purine qi. This kind of purine qi was a great supplement for cultivators who practiced the Flowery sect's evil techniques. No wonder that guy targeted the young Mississippi. Zhao Hai's fight was so lively that it naturally alarmed the villagers. But the villagers were ordinary people, so they were very clear that it was impossible for them to participate in a fight between cultivators. They couldn't even watch, because if they did, they might pay the price with their lives. After Uncle Gue finished talking to Zhao Hai, he went to the young Miss's door and whispered, "Young Miss, I'm sorry to disturb you." The young Miss's voice was heard, "It's fine, Uncle Gue. You've worked hard today. You can leave a bit later tomorrow and rest well." Uncle Gue shook his head and said, "Young Miss, there's no need. We'll leave tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't be able to make it to Longhua City to rest. If that happens, we'll be in even more danger." The young Miss's voice was heard, "Everything will be according to Uncle Gue's arrangement. Gue Boo, you can go rest as well." Uncle Gue nodded, then he called Zhao Hai and Rong Sam back to their room to rest. Upon entering the room, Rong Sam put away his axe and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he said, "Good brother, you're really amazing. You were able to block that guy's attack by yourself. You're really amazing." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm just very talented with a saber. If we really fought, I wouldn't necessarily be that guy's opponent. You know, my spiritual energy isn't as much as his. In the end, he can drag me to death. He's mainly afraid of Uncle Gue." Uncle Gue said, "All right, let's rest. We'll be on our way tomorrow." Zhao Hai and Rong San nodded. Then Rong San lay down and started snoring before long. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still sitting cross-legged. Uncle Gue looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but shake his head. He now knew that Zhao Hai was definitely a cultivation madman. Zhao Hai was also deliberately acting like a cultivation madman. Only in this way could he explain why his saber technique was so powerful. Otherwise, Uncle Gue would doubt his identity. Zhao Hai always felt that the young miss of the Rong family wasn't just visiting relatives. In the middle of the night, the flowery sect didn't come. Zhao Hai and the others rested until dawn. They casually ate something and paid the village head for the accommodation before they left. Longhua City was a medium-sized city. It was also the place where Zhao Hai and the others would be resting today. Longhua City didn't have any special places, it was just a very ordinary city under the Tyrant's Blade sect. Its most famous place was Mount Longhua. Mount Longhua was also a large mountain under the Tyrant's Blade sect. The reason why this mountain was famous wasn't because of the number of beasts in the mountain. In fact, Mount Longhua was called Gentleman's Mountain by the Tyrant's Blade sect. This was because in this mountain, you wouldn't be able to see any powerful beasts. There were only some ordinary beasts, and these beasts didn't even need to be a cultivator. Even a farmer could catch 2 beasts and bring them home to improve their meals. In the eyes of cultivators, Mount Longhua didn't have a high status. There weren't any good beasts there, nor were there any good herbs. Because of this, cultivators rarely went there. However, there weren't any things that could harm people there. But this Gentleman's Mountain had another name among ordinary people, Holy Mountain. That's right, ordinary people in the Tyrant's Blade sect called Mount Longhua a Holy Mountain. This was because in the entire true spirit world, only Mount Longhua produced things that ordinary people could enjoy. Because of this, Longhua City was a famous food city in the true spirit world. But because Mount Longhua didn't have anything that cultivators needed, there were very few cultivators in Longhua City. Without cultivators, they could only rely on ordinary people. The city's development was also limited. After all, in the true spirit world, cultivators were everything. Zhao Hai and the others would be spending the night in this food city. After what happened last night, Rong Gue became even more careful. Although Longhua City wasn't a cultivator city, there was still a branch of the Tyrant's Blade sect here. After all, this was the Tyrant's Blade sect's territory. Therefore, they were very safe here. The restaurants in Longhua City were very famous. Naturally, the hotel here was also very famous. What the Rong clan didn't lack the least was money. Because of this, Rong Gue chose a very famous hotel in Longhua City, called the Dragon Palace. Although the name was vulgar, the environment here was very good. The entire Dragon Palace had 12 floors. The lower 3 floors were the restaurant while the upper 9 floors were the accommodation. After Rong Gue arranged the room, he had someone send the food to the young Mrs. room, while he led Zhao Hai and Rong San to the hall to eat. After the three of them sat down in the hall, Ronggui sighed and said, "Yesterday's incident scared the young miss quite a bit. Therefore, the young miss doesn't want to eat outside for the next 2 days. Alas, I really didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. No one wanted to encounter such a situation, but since it came to you, then no one could do anything about it. Ronggui took a sip of wine and let out a long breath. "But we can't let our guard down. Those guys from the flowery sect are lawless. Most importantly, they are all masters of poison. We have to be careful. They are not good people. If they can't deal with us head-on, they will use underhanded means." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "After that guy from the flowery sect left, won't he find help?" Ronggui shook his head and said, "That's unlikely. You don't know about the flowery sect. I know from the Tyrant's Blade School that the flowery sect is the most ruthless sect even in the League of the Devil Dao. Their martial brothers often have conflicts with each other, and it's common for a few people to die. In the flowery sect, killing a martial brother won't be severely punished. Because of this, the people of the flowery sect rarely act together. They are almost always lone wolves because they don't trust their martial brothers. They have no friends, so the cultivators of the flowery sect who trusted others are all dead. Moreover, this is the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School. The flowery sect may not be afraid of other orthodox sects, but they are afraid of the Tyrant's Blade School. The Tyrant's Blade School is famous for its overbearing and protective unity in the entire real spirit world. They are the kind of people who dare to fight against the entire real spirit world for a single disciple of their sect. Anyone who encounters such a sect will have a headache. Therefore, if the cultivator of the flowery sect comes to deal with us, he will definitely use poison instead of asking for help. If too many disciples of the flowery sect enter the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School, the Tyrant's Blade School will chop them up immediately." Zhao Hai nodded, but then he frowned and said, "Using poison is the most troublesome. If the flowery sect is good at using poison, their poison won't be so easy to detoxify. Uncle Gue, do you have any ideas?" Ronggui frowned and said, "I don't have a good idea at the moment. We can only eat in such a big hotel in the future. Prepare to bring some food to eat on the way. It's not easy to poison such a big hotel." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Gue, can you see if you can buy 2 omnivorous demonic beasts? Every time before we eat, we can let the demonic beasts taste it. If it's poisonous, we won't eat it." Ronggui was stunned. Then he patted his head and said, "Good idea. Okay, let's do this." As soon as he said this, he heard a girl crying, "Uncle Gue, come quickly. Miss seems to be poisoned." As soon as he heard the voice, Ronggui knew that it was Mrs. Maid. He stood up and hurried to Mrs. Room. Zhao Hai and Rong-san were not in the mood to eat, so they quickly followed him. Soon, the three arrived at Mrs. Room. When they arrived, Zhao Hai suddenly smelled a fragrance. His nose was very sharp, so he smelled it at once. It was a fragrance similar to a woman's body fragrance. Why was it similar? It was because the space reminded Zhao Hai that the fragrance was poisonous. Zhao Hai looked around. Suddenly, his eyes shrank because he saw 2 things. A pot of flowers and an incense burner. Miss Rong's room was naturally not bad. It was the best room in the Dragon Palace. There was also a pot of blooming flowers in the room. The flowers exuded a faint fragrance. There was also an incense burner in the room. The incense burner was slowly emitting light smoke, and the smell was very fragrant. As soon as Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't say anything and pushed open the window. Then he went to the pot of flowers and put it into the space. Ronggui, who was checking on Mrs. Condition, saw Zhao Hai's action and couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Zhao Hai, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai replied, "The pot of flowers is called Night Dream Fragrance, and the incense burner is called Lover's Tears. These 2 fragrances aren't poisonous when used alone. But when put together, the fragrance will become a very strong aphrodisiac. Uncle Gue, look at Mrs. Face, isn't it red?" Ronggui had already seen it. Mrs. Face was very red, and she was unconscious. Her body was also very hot, so he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's very simple, we need a lotus root. Of course, ordinary ones won't do. It's best if it's 100 years old one, and it must be fast. This kind of aphrodisiac is very overbearing. If we can't get 100 years old lotus root within 2 hours, then Miss will be in danger. Ronggui immediately said, alright, I'll go look for the lotus root right now. Then he stood up and walked outside. Zhao Hai quickly pulled him back and said, no, Uncle Gui, you shouldn't go. If the other party really planned this, then it's very dangerous for Miss to stay here. Me, third brother, and her will go look for the lotus root. If you have a way to contact the Rong family, it's best to let them send the lotus root through their means. I'm afraid that the other party will harm Miss, so they will take away all the lotus roots in advance. Right, Uncle Gui, if you really can't do anything, you'd better go to the branch of the Tyrant's Blade School to ask for help. I don't think the Tyrant's Blade School will just sit and watch. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ronggui immediately nodded. Then he turned to Rong San and said, didn't you hear Zhao Hai's words? Go quickly, Zhao Hai, you have to come back as soon as possible. We don't know about the herbs, if the things we buy don't work, then we'll be in trouble. Zhao Hai nodded and then led Rong San and the maid away. After Zhao Hai went out, he immediately went to look for the pharmacies in the city. But just as he thought before, the other party planned to deal with them, so they bought all the lotus roots in advance. Zhao Hai and the others wandered outside for a long time, but found nothing. When Zhao Hai saw that it was almost time, he immediately returned to the Dragon Palace. When he went to the young lady's room, he saw Ronggui holding a piece of lotus root and feeding it to the young lady. When Zhao Hai saw the lotus root, his expression couldn't help but change. He quickly said, wait, Uncle Gui, wait. Ronggui stopped, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a knife-like gaze on him. He turned his head and saw a cultivator in the room. This cultivator was wearing a black robe. He carried a saber on his back and had a beard on his face. He looked like a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School. However, when Zhao Hai saw this person, he didn't do anything. Instead, he quickly walked towards the bed. Ronggui looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you're back. Just now, Rong San was waiting for the Tyrant's Blade School's elder. This elder helped us buy a piece of 100 jade lotus root from a pharmacy. I was just about to give it to the young lady. Zhao Hai reached out and grabbed the lotus root from Ronggui's hand. After carefully looking at it, he sneered and said, 100-year lotus root? Ridiculous, this isn't a 100-year lotus root. This is clearly a poisonous snake lotus root. Snakes are lustful by nature. This lotus root can further enhance the medicinal properties of the aphrodisiac. When the time comes, the young lady will really be beyond saving. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the cultivator and sneered, Your Excellency's courage isn't small. You actually dare to pretend to be a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School in their territory. The flowery sex disguise technique is really not weak. When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, Brat, what do you mean? Are you saying that I'm a fake? Humph, Ronggui, your Rong family is really bold. You actually dare to doubt me? Ronggui's complexion changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and hesitated. Zhao Hai had already saved them twice. Moreover, his words were very reasonable. Ronggui somewhat believed Zhao Hai's words, but he was also afraid that Zhao Hai was mistaken. If this was the case, then dealing with this person was tantamount to offending the Tyrant's Blade School. If the Rong family really offended the Tyrant's Blade School, then the Rong family would be finished. There were many business families like the Rong family that wanted to work for the Tyrant's Blade School. If they really offended the Tyrant's Blade School, then the Rong family would immediately be kicked away by the Tyrant's Blade School. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator from the flowery sect, then he coldly snorted and said, pretending to be a ghost. Watch my blade. Then he waved his long blade and slashed towards the cultivator. Ronggui didn't expect Zhao Hai to make a move. His expression couldn't help but change. At this moment, something suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he heard Zhao Hai's voice, Uncle Gui, this is a 100-year-old lotus root. Give it to the young lady. Ronggui looked at the lotus root in his hand and couldn't help but stare. However, he could only believe in Zhao Hai. Whether the other party was from the Tyrant's Blade School or not, Zhao Hai had already offended them. Moreover, Ronggui was very clear that this debt would eventually be placed on his head. Therefore, he had no other choice. Just as Zhao Hai drew his blade and attacked, the cultivator also raised his blade to meet the attack. However, the cultivator directly retreated to the window and jumped out. Zhao Hai already knew that the cultivator would do this, so he also jumped out of the window. Zhao Hai and the others were now on the 10th floor of the hotel. This place wasn't low to the ground. Fortunately, both of them knew lightness techniques. They were still fighting in the air. However, the cultivator using a blade looked a bit awkward. After a few rounds, the two landed on the ground of the city. At this time, the people in the city also noticed the battle. The ordinary people screamed and fled in all directions. At the same time, a voice was heard, which scoundrel dares to make a move in Longhua City. Along with this voice came a strong pressure. Zhao Hai felt that this pressure could only be released by a teleportation realm cultivator. The person standing opposite of Zhao Hai was also stunned. His expression turned ugly. Zhao Hai looked at the person and sneered, "Kid, take out your weapon. Otherwise, you're dead." At this time, a shadow appeared in the sky and flew directly towards Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai saw a middle-aged man appear above him. The man looked at Zhao Hai and the cultivator from the flowery sect with a puzzled expression. At this time, the cultivator from the flowery sect suddenly said, "Martial uncle, I'm an outer disciple. This time, I came out to do a mission. I didn't expect this rogue cultivator to poison people in the city. He didn't even let me treat him and actually fought with me in the city. Martial uncle, please take action. You must take him down." The cultivator from the flowery sect was still dressed as a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School. Therefore, he wanted to make a false accusation. However, Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't talk back. Zhao Hai said, "Sir, I'm a rogue cultivator hired by the Rong family to protect the young lady of the Rong family. This person is an evil cultivator from the flowery sect. He poisoned the Rong family's elder sister and disguised himself as a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School. Please take him down first." When the cultivator heard their words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, "No matter who you are, you can't fight in the city. I'll take both of you down first and then deal with you later." After saying that, he waved his hand and two palm-shaped chi forces went straight towards Zhao Hai and the cultivator from the flowery sect. When the cultivator from the flowery sect saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. It must be said that his disguise wasn't very good. If he was really caught and examined carefully, he would definitely be exposed. Thinking of this, the cultivator from the flowery sect couldn't wait any longer. He screamed and used the long saber in his hand as a throwing knife, throwing it towards the palm-shaped chi force. At the same time, he turned around and ran away like a spirit snake. On the contrary, Zhao Hai didn't move. He just stood there and let the palm-shaped chi force grab him. At the same time, he looked at the cultivator from the flowery sect who was running away with a funny face. That guy's escape had exposed his identity. Did he think that a joining soul stage cultivator like him could outrun a teleportation stage cultivator who could fly? Sure enough, when the cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School saw that the cultivator from the flowery sect ran away, he couldn't help but snort. He now understood that someone was impersonating someone from the Tyrant's Blade School. This made him furious. He gave up on Zhao Hai and chased after that person. At this time, several people from the Tyrant's Blade School arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Tyrant's Blade School, who looked somewhat unfriendly. He immediately put away his blade and gave them a salute. "Greetings, sirs. I am a rogue cultivator hired by the Rong family to protect the Rong family's young miss. Just now, that person poisoned the Rong family's young miss and pretended to be someone from the Tyrant's Blade School. That's why I fought with him. If you don't believe me, the Rong family's third housekeeper is in the building." The cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School weren't unreasonable people. One of them nodded and said, "Since the Rong clan is here, then it'll be easy. Take me in to see the Rong clan." Zhao Hai complied, then led the group into the building. Just as they entered the building, they saw Ronggui coming out. When he saw the people from the Tyrant's Blade School behind Zhao Hai, Ronggui understood what was going on. He immediately bowed and said, Rong clan's third branch's head steward Rong Gui greets lords. This is my identity token. Then he took out a jade token and handed it over to the Tyrant's Blade School cultivators. The leader of the Tyrant's Blade School cultivators took the jade token and looked at it. Then he nodded and said, so it's head steward Rong Gui. Is your young miss in danger? Rong Gui quickly replied, thank you for your concern. My young miss has already recovered. This time, I was just escorting the young miss to visit her family. But I didn't expect to be targeted by a person from the flowery sect. Today, that person actually dared to pretend to be a lord from the Tyrant's Blade School. If Zhao Hai hadn't found out, we would have been in danger. Rong Gui's words were very normal. But when the Tyrant's Blade School cultivator heard Zhao Hai's name, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed as he nodded and said, it's good that you're fine. We'll head back. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to the Tyrant's Blade School for help. Your Rong clan has an extraordinary relationship with the Tyrant's Blade School. Rong Gui was a shrewd person, so when he saw the man's eyes, he knew that the man knew his identity. However, he was afraid that the man had received orders from above, so he wouldn't come and meet Rong Gui. Therefore, the man's words were actually meant for Rong Gui. Zhao Hai nodded to the person. The person also nodded back to Zhao Hai. Then he led his people away. Seeing them leave, Rong Gui quickly followed them. After sending the people from the Tyrant's Blade School to the door, he quickly walked back and said to Zhao Hai, are you all right? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's nothing. That guy is the one who attacked us. As soon as I entered the room, I knew it. Those guys from the flowery faction have a fragrance on their bodies. Uncle Gui, is the young lady all right? Zhao Hai shook his head. Rong Gui nodded and said, she's fine. Fortunately, she was treated in time. At this time, Rong San and the maid came back. Rong San came back once before and sent the person from the flowery sect here. Then the person from the flowery sect found an excuse to send him away. The maid had just come back, but she looked depressed. Obviously, she didn't find any lotus roots. The two knew that there was a fight here, but they didn't know the details. So when they saw Zhao Hai and Rong Gui standing on the first floor, they immediately surrounded them. Rong San quickly said, Uncle Gui, what happened here? I heard that there was a fight here. Rong Gui nodded and said, the guy you just brought back is a fake. That guy was the one from the flowery sect in disguise. If Zhao Hai hadn't discovered him early, the young lady would have been in danger. Fortunately, the young lady is fine now. I reckon that guy from the flowery sect won't be able to escape this time. Zhao Hai nodded. The guy from the flowery sect didn't run away. In fact, he had been captured by the big man from the Tyrant's Saber School and brought back to the Tyrant's Saber School's branch in Longhua City. But now, it had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. That guy from the flowery sect would be quietly dealt with. When Rong San heard Rong Gui, his expression changed. Then he looked at Rong Gui and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Gui. It's all my fault. I didn't expect that guy to be a fake from the flowery sect. Rong Gui waved his hand and said, forget it, I didn't find out either. Zizhu, go upstairs and take care of the young lady. Little 3, go out and buy some beasts. Waiter, have the kitchen cook some porridge for me. Zhao Hai, let's go up. Then they went back to their room. After entering the room, Rong Gui asked Zhao Hai to sit down. Then he said, Zhao Hai, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, the young lady would have been in danger. Zhao Hai, are you interested in joining the Rong family? If you are, I can give you a guest position in the Rong family. For some rogue cultivators, joining a family was their dream. But when Zhao Hai heard Rong Gui, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He cupped his fist and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Gui. Because of my own reasons, I can't join the Rong family. I hope Uncle Gui can forgive me. When he heard Zhao Hai's answer, Rong Gui couldn't help but sigh with regret. Then he said, that's a pity. But it doesn't matter. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to the Rong family to find me. As long as the Rong family can help you, we will certainly help you. Zhao Hai couldn't help but secretly praise Rong Gui. Although the Rong family was also a cultivator family, they weren't very strong. It was very normal for a cultivator family like this to rope in some rogue cultivators as guests. Moreover, some powerful rogue cultivators might not be roped in. However, if they could maintain a friendly relationship with these rogue cultivators, it would only be good for them. And now, Rong Gui was doing this. Although he wasn't a rogue cultivator, he couldn't help but have a good impression of the Rong family. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but cup his fist and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gui. If I need help in the future, I will certainly go to the Rong family for help. If the Rong family needs my help, then please don't hesitate to ask. Right, this is a formation to contact me. Please take it." Then Zhao Hai took out a metal formation and gave it to Rong Gui. "Are you sure that he is Zhao Hai?" In Longhua City's Tyrant Saber School branch, the instant movement stage cultivator that Zhao Hai met before asked the person in front of him. "There's no mistake. I've already confirmed it." He also admitted that he is indeed Zhao Hai. The person who spoke was the Tyrant Saber School's cultivator who spoke to Rong Gui before. This big man was the branch master of Longhua City's Tyrant Saber School branch, Elder Lei Bao. The person who spoke to him was his senior brother, Yang Feng. Lei Bao frowned and said, "How did Zhao Hai get involved with the Rong clan? Did the two elders ask the Rong clan to take care of Zhao Hai?" Yang Feng shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The Rong clan doesn't seem to know about Zhao Hai's identity. Senior brother, how do you think we should deal with this matter?" Yang Feng and Lei Bao had heard of Zhao Hai's name from the Tyrant Saber School's main hall. They also knew that Zhao Hai would come out for a trial in the near future. They even heard the news from the main hall. If possible, the main hall hoped that they could help Zhao Hai. They had never received such an order before, which was why they were surprised. They didn't understand why the main hall would take care of Zhao Hai. But in any case, they knew that Zhao Hai's position in the Tyrant Saber School was extraordinary. If possible, they didn't mind helping Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was also a member of the Tyrant Saber School. Moreover, Lei Bao and Yang Feng knew that Zhao Hai had offended the Tyrant Sword sect and the Imperial Beast sect. The danger of him coming out for a trial was much higher than other people. If possible, they would certainly want to ensure Zhao Hai's safety. Lei Bao nodded and said, "I've already heard that the two elders' evaluation of Zhao Hai isn't low. It seems like the Rong clan really doesn't know about Zhao Hai's identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the courage to hire Zhao Hai. If they knew about Zhao Hai's identity, then I'm afraid they would have already sent him as a tribute. Forget it, it seems like Zhao Hai really accepted this mission as a rogue cultivator. But with Zhao Hai's character, he wouldn't accept an ordinary mission. I heard that he's a famous rich person in the Tyrant Saber School. Do you think that he discovered something?" Yang Feng knit his brows and said, "Senior brother, do you think we should get in touch with Zhao Hai? If he really discovered something while following the Rong clan, then we can make some preparations. Even if he's only doing this for a mission, we can still get in touch with him and form a good relationship with him." Lei Bao nodded and said, "All right, then let's try to get in touch with him. Don't let the Rong clan find out. The Rong clan's young miss was poisoned, so they might rest here for 2 days. You should find some time to go there personally." Yang Feng nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother. To be honest, I'm very curious about Zhao Hai. That guy from the Flowery sect isn't easy to deal with. However, that guy still suffered a loss in Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai is weaker than him. It seems like Zhao Hai really has his own unique path." Lei Bao smiled faintly and said, "Of course. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to become a disciple of the two elders. The two elders have very strict requirements for finding a disciple. I've heard that this Zhao Hai is a godlike character." Yang Feng smiled and said, "If he's not a godlike character, then it would be impossible for him to become a disciple of the two elders. The two elders haven't accepted a disciple for many years because they've driven their disciples crazy. Now, it seems like they're very satisfied with Zhao Hai. To be honest, I'm also very surprised by Zhao Hai. You see, he's only been in the sect for less than 2 years, yet he's already able to participate in the cloning trial. His progress is really fast." Lei Bao sighed and said, "Maybe this is the reason why the sect values him. No matter what, Zhao Hai is a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect. If we can help him, then we must do our best to help him. Yang Feng nodded before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't know that Lei Bao had received this information from the sect. He also didn't know that Lei Bao wanted to send someone to contact him. He knew that this time's cloning trial was different from the past. In the Tyrant's Blade sect, cloning cultivators weren't allowed to casually come in contact with the sect's people. The sect's people also weren't allowed to casually come in contact with them. Zhao Hai thought that the other party had only recognized him and didn't suspect his identity, so he didn't think too much about it. The transmission formation that Zhao Hai gave to Rongui was real. However, it was a transmission formation that could only be used to send jade slips or low-quality letters. It wasn't a transmission formation that could be used to communicate. This kind of transmission formation was the most commonly used by rogue cultivators. If Zhao Hai took it out, then it wouldn't arouse Rongui's suspicion. After Rongui received Zhao Hai's transmission formation, he carefully received it. Ordinary cloning cultivators wouldn't receive such treatment. However, Zhao Hai did. This was because Rongui still couldn't figure out Zhao Hai's strength. After receiving Zhao Hai's transmission formation, Rongui turned to look at him and said, "Zhao Hai, the young miss has been poisoned. Although the poison has been cured, I still hope that we can rest in Longhua City for 2 days. Now that the Tyrant's Blade sect knows that we're in Longhua City, we should be safe. You can take a stroll around Longhua City for 2 days. Longhua City is a famous gourmet city in the True Spirit Great Realm. You can go there and have a good taste. Here, this is for you." After he said that, Rongui took out a spatial bag and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He took the spatial bag and looked inside. There were some crystal stones inside. The quantity wasn't a lot, only about 100 pieces. Zhao Hai didn't think that it was too little. He directly received it and thanked Rongui. Rongui waved his hand and said, "Zhao Hai, it's not that I don't want to give you more crystal stones. Even if I give you jade essence, it's just that there aren't many cultivators in Longhua City. People mostly use gold and silver to trade. Crystal stones are only used by cultivators. Therefore, even if I give you jade essence, I'm afraid that you won't be able to spend it. You can rest assured that I won't treat people unfairly." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle Gui is thinking too much. I understand what's going on. To be honest, I don't have any other hobbies other than eating. Tomorrow, I'll go and have a good taste of Longhua City's food." When Rongui heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, Longhua City's meat jerky is the best in the continent. If you like it, you can buy some as dry rations. It's a rare good thing." Zhao Hai complied, then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Rongui and said, "Uncle Gui, if there's nothing else, then I'll be going back first." Because there were a lot of rooms in the Dragon Palace, Rongui generously gave Zhao Hai and Rong San a room each. Although the rooms weren't the best, they were still good. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately sat down and adjusted his breathing. Today, he felt that his strength wasn't enough. Today, when the Tyrant Saber Sect's teleportation expert attacked him, he felt that if he didn't use the space to escape, then he wouldn't have any chance of winning. This made Zhao Hai's sense of crisis even more intense. After a night of silence, the next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai said goodbye to Rongui and then left the Dragon Palace. Then he strolled around Longhua City. While walking, Zhao Hai also looked around. Moreover, he also tried the snacks in Longhua City. The taste was really good, especially the dried meat that Rongui mentioned before. It had a very good texture, it was dry but not dry. It was very tasty and chewy. It really was a good thing. At noon, Zhao Hai didn't return to the Dragon Palace. To be honest, the food in the Dragon Palace wasn't very good. Zhao Hai casually looked for an old shop and went inside. Zhao Hai knew that if he wanted to understand some of the local delicacies, then he would have to go to an old shop like this. The food that the Dragon Palace made could be made in any big restaurant in the continent. There was nothing special about it. When Zhao Hai entered the shop, a waiter immediately greeted him. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Sir." "Sir, please come in." "Sir, would you like to have a seat or a meal in the hall?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Give me a seat." Bring me 4 of your signature dishes as well as 2 jugs of wine. The waiter complied and then led Zhao Hai to a seat upstairs. After Zhao Hai sat down, the waiter turned around and went out. Before long, the waiter came up with a tray. On the tray were 4 dishes, 2 jugs of wine, as well as tableware. After the waiter put down the things, he said, "Please take your time." After the waiter left, Zhao Hai poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. Then he tasted the food in the shop. The taste was very good. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. This was because he didn't hear any footsteps. However, Zhao Hai still calmed down and said, "Please come in." The door opened and a person came in. When Zhao Hai saw this person, his expression couldn't help but loosen up. When this person came in, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Tyrant's Blade Sect's inner disciple, Yang Feng, greets junior brother Zhao Hai." This person was Yang Feng. He received Lei Bao's order to get in touch with Zhao Hai. So when Zhao Hai came out of the Dragon Palace, he immediately knew about it. Now that he saw Zhao Hai eating, he immediately came over. Zhao Hai also quickly stood up and returned the greeting, "I have seen senior brother Yang Feng. I'm really sorry about yesterday. Because of the sect's rules, I wasn't able to get in touch with senior brother. I hope senior brother can forgive me." Yang Feng waved his hand, then he laughed and said, "There's no need to apologize. It's not a big deal. In fact, the sect doesn't allow us to get in touch with you. But to be able to meet senior brother here, this is fate. If I didn't come to see junior brother, I'm afraid I would have regrets." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Senior brother, please take a seat. How about we have a drink together?" Yang Feng smiled and said, "That would be great. Junior brother, please." Then Yang Feng also sat down. Zhao Hai poured him a cup of wine. The two clinked their cups and drank it in one gulp. After putting down the cup, Yang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, you're really low-key. You actually didn't come in contact with us in Longhua City. Junior brother, it's not the same as before. Now, when people come out to do cloning training, they'll report to the various halls. If there's a problem, we'll be able to take care of each other." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, I don't need to. If master finds out, I'll suffer." When Yang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, tell me the truth. What's going on with the Rong family this time? Are you really just doing a task, or did you find something wrong?" Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "I still don't know. The Rong family's situation this time is a bit special. I don't know what they're doing. If it's just an ordinary visit, then they wouldn't need to hire people. Moreover, the place they're visiting is Flying Cloud City, which is the border. Therefore, I don't know what's going on right now. I'll have to go to Flying Cloud City to find out." Yang Feng nodded and said, "If junior brother finds anything, then you must tell us. I think it's better to inform the sect about this matter. The Rong family now controls a lot of the sect's businesses. If there's any change, then it would have some impact on the sect." Yang Feng nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he shook his head and said, "It's fine to report this matter to the sect, but I don't think the Rong family would dare to betray the sect. If a business family like them dares to betray the sect, then no matter which sect they join, they would inevitably be destroyed. Therefore, they wouldn't dare." Yang Feng nodded and said, "It's better to be careful. I'll report this matter to the sect. Come, junior brother, let's drink." Zhao Hai also raised his glass and drank with Yang Feng. Zhao Hai and the others stayed in Longhua City for a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai has been strolling around the city. At the same time, he also bought a lot of specialty snacks. And during these 3 days, Rong Gui has been taking care of the young lady of the Rong family. The young lady's body had finally fully recovered. Now that the young lady's body was well, they naturally set off again. However, not long after they left Longhua City, Zhao Hai and the others stopped. This was because in front of them, there was a group of people blocking their way. There weren't many people in this group, only 10 of them. Each of them had a sword in their hands. They had a valiant aura, but their strength was only so. The strongest among them was only at the transcending realm. Just as Zhao Hai was looking at these people with vigilance, Rong Hua stood up and said, "Good, you're finally here." It turns out that Mr. Hua personally came. "I'll have to trouble Mr. this time." The only transcending realm cultivator among the 10 people nodded arrogantly and said, "Manager said that the young lady was poisoned. Why didn't you rest in Longhua City for a few days before leaving? Is the young lady all right now?" Rong Gui nodded and said, replying to Mr. "The young lady is fine. We still have to hurry on. Did Mr. ride a horse? Please send 2 people to lead the way." Mr. Hua nodded and said, "All right." Then he casually pointed to 2 people and said, "You 2, lead the way. The others take horses and follow behind the carriage. Protect the young lady." The cultivators complied and then went to prepare. Before long, Mr. Hua and the others took out 10 horses from the woods. Mr. Hua mounted a horse and went to the back of the carriage. But when he saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown. Then he said to Rong Gui, "Manager Rong Gui, why is there an outsider here?" Rong Gui was obviously very respectful to Mr. Hua. This couldn't be blamed on him. Mr. Hua's strength was at the transcending dust realm. This might not be much in a big sect, but among the rogue cultivators, he was already a small master. Rogue cultivators generally didn't get a complete inheritance. Moreover, they were some people who didn't have very good talent. Therefore, the cultivation of rogue cultivators generally wasn't high. Unless some people had hidden spiritual roots, otherwise, rogue cultivators wouldn't have too high achievements. Because of this, rogue cultivators were generally very weak. Mr. Hua seemed to be a rogue cultivator. Being able to reach the transcending dust realm as a rogue cultivator was already a very good achievement. Although the Rong family had a few experts, they were still in the Tyrant's Blade School. This was to ensure that the Rong family and the Tyrant's Blade School had a closer relationship. Therefore, there weren't many experts in the Rong family, and Mr. Hua was one of them. Because of this, his status in the Rong family was very high. He wasn't just an ordinary guest elder, he was a guest elder of the Rong family, and had a very high status. Therefore, when he heard Mr. Hua's question, Rong Gui quickly replied, replying to Mr. "This is Mr. Zhao Hai. We hired him on the way here. Thanks to Mr. Zhao Hai, otherwise, we would have been in danger." Mr. Hua looked at Zhao Hai, then he arrogantly nodded and said, "All right, then let him follow. Steward Gui, let's go." Rong Gui complied, then immediately had Rong San drive the carriage. The group of people moved forward. Zhao Hai stood on the carriage and didn't say anything. He was now just a rogue cultivator and a bodyguard. He just needed to do his job well. The carriage resumed its journey, but Zhao Hai felt that Mr. Hua seemed to have some hostility towards him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but secretly worry. This time, the Rong family's actions were very strange. If a young lady really wanted to visit her family, then there was no need for her to be so persistent. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for her to visit her family. However, this time, the Rong family didn't do so. This in itself was somewhat strange, so Zhao Hai wanted to see what the Rong family wanted to do. The arrival of the large group of people didn't make the carriage faster. On the contrary, it made the carriage slow down a lot. Because of these people, Rong Gui felt safe. Naturally, the speed of the carriage slowed down. After all, a fast-moving carriage wasn't so comfortable. Because the carriage slowed down, at noon, they couldn't reach the next place to eat. They could only find a place to eat in the wilderness. The place where they were now was outside a forest. There was a small grassland there. It wasn't very big, but it was very flat. Everyone could have a good rest there, and the horses could also nibble on the grass for a while. Zhao Hai jumped down from the carriage and stretched his hands and feet. Then he found a place to sit down. Then he took out some jerky from his space and ate it. This jerky was a specialty of Longhua City. Zhao Hai had bought a lot of it before. To be honest, the taste of the jerky was really good. Zhao Hai also gave some jerky to the little thing. The little thing didn't dislike the jerky. Although the jerky wasn't as good as the beef that Zhao Hai took out, it still tasted good. The little thing was still able to accept it. However, Zhao Hai found out that he was isolated. Mr. Hua led the Rong family's guards to eat together. Moreover, they also called Rong San, who wanted to eat with Zhao Hai. As for Rong Gui, he was now taking care of the young lady, so he didn't eat at all. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything about their behavior. He sat there alone, took out a water bag, ate some jerky, drank some water, and then lay on the grass and looked at the sky. From beginning to end, he didn't look at the Rong family's guards, nor did he say a word. Rong Gui also discovered the intentions of the Rong family's guards. At the same time, he also noticed Zhao Hai. The guards obviously looked down on Zhao Hai. They even had a bit of hostility towards Zhao Hai. Because of this, they began to openly exclude Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also using another method to fight back. Mr. Hua looked at Zhao Hai, who was lying on the grass, and didn't say a word. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. The reason why he isolated Zhao Hai was to let Zhao Hai understand that he was the boss of the guards. Obviously, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. How could Mr. Hua's expression be good? Lunch was very simple, so it was quickly finished. Then Rong Gui called everyone to prepare for departure. At this time, Mr. Hua commanded 2 cultivators to stand in the carriage's position. But in this way, they occupied Zhao Hai's position. Zhao Hai looked at the complacent Mr. Hua and then looked at Rong Gui. Rong Gui's expression also turned ugly. Mr. Hua wasn't a child of the Rong family, but Rong Gui was. Rong Gui's family had been with the Rong family for many years. He had always been the housekeeper of the Rong family. Because of this, he was given the surname Rong. Because of this, his status was higher than Mr. Hua's. Since Zhao Hai was someone he hired, then he was one of his people. Now that Mr. Hua had people occupy Zhao Hai's position, Rong Gui wasn't naive enough to think that Mr. Hua would let Zhao Hai ride a horse. Mr. Hua was clearly trying to squeeze Zhao Hai and also not giving him face. Naturally, Rong Gui's expression turned ugly. Rong Gui went to Mr. Hua and said, "Mr. Hua, Zhao Hai is my Gu family's bodyguard. He has always done his best to protect the young Mississippi. Moreover, he doesn't have a horse. Mister, do you think you should let him guard the young Miss carriage?" Mr. Hua looked at Rong Gui, then he snorted and said, "Housekeeper Gui, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but the young Miss safety is more important. I'm more relieved to let the family's bodyguards guard the carriage." Rong Gui's expression turned ugly. He looked at Mr. Hua and said, "Then Mr. wants to let Zhao Hai ride a horse with you?" Mr. Hua coldly snorted and said, "Do you think anyone can ride our Rong family's horses? Doesn't he know how to lighten the body? Just let him run with us." Rong Gui's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Mr. Hua and said, "Mister, what do you mean? Zhao Hai was hired by me. Could it be that Mister has some ideas about the people I hired?" Mr. Hua said in a strange tone, "Don't blame me, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the people hired by housekeeper Gui. However, this team of bodyguards was given to me by the Rong family. Naturally, I have to take good care of them and ensure the young Miss safety. Isn't that right?" Rong Gui's face turned pale. He looked deeply at Mr. Hua before he turned around and went to Zhao Hai's side. Then he said, "Zhao Hai, your task is complete. I'll give you your salary." Zhao Hai looked at Mr. Hua, then he smiled and said, "That's also good. But I'm also going to Flying Cloud City. Therefore, I might be walking with you all the way. You shouldn't think of me as a bad person." When Rong Gui heard Zhao Hai agree so easily, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Well said, well said. This path isn't built by the Rong family. If you want to go, then go. Nobody can stop you." Then he took out a space bag and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at it, then he nodded and received the space bag. When Mr. Hua heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Rong Gui, his expression couldn't help but sink. He coldly snorted and said, "Housekeeper Gui, you didn't complete the task, yet you've already paid the bill. You're really generous. However, it seems like you're spending the Rong family's money. Aren't you afraid that the Rong family will investigate?" Rong Gui looked at Mr. Hua, then he smiled faintly and said, "Investigate? Investigate what? If Mr. wants to talk to the Rong family, then please do so." When Mr. Hua heard Rong Gui, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He looked at Rong Gui and coldly snorted. Then he turned his head and no longer looked at the two. In fact, when Zhao Hai said that he would follow them all the way, Mr. Hua felt disgusted. Since Zhao Hai was in their group, he could use his authority to squeeze out Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai paid the bill and left, then Zhao Hai would be a free man. He wouldn't be able to control Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai also said that he would go to Flying Cloud City and would follow them. And just like what Rong Gui said, this path didn't belong to the Rong family. If Zhao Hai wants to go, then nobody can stop him. Zhao Hai and Rong Gui's words made Mr. Hua feel disgusted. Rong Gui looked at Mr. Hua's face and smiled. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, we'll go first. Zhao Hai, if we meet again in the city, then I'll treat you to a drink." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll definitely meet again." Mr. Hua looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "Be careful not to ruin your boots. You don't even have a demonic beast." Zhao Hai looked at Mr. Hua, then he sighed and shook his head. Then he reached out and patted his waist. A long neigh was heard. Mr. Hua's mounts couldn't help but tremble, as if they had encountered something terrible. While Mr. Hua and the others were pacifying their horses, they saw a horse appear beside Zhao Hai. This horse was much more handsome than their horses. Not only was it taller than their horses, but it also looked more beautiful. This made Mr. Hua's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. When Rong Gui saw the horse that Zhao Hai released, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said, "Good horse. Zhao Hai, where did you get this horse?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Tyrant's Blade sect gave it to me. Last time, we helped them catch someone who pretended to be a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect. When I was in Longhua City, I went out shopping and met the Tyrant's Blade sect's elder. He gave me this horse. Isn't it good?" Rong Gui looked at the horse, then he nodded and said, "Good, very good, very good. It's really a good horse. Alright, let's go." Then he turned around and returned to the carriage. Then he said, "Young lady, we'll be setting off. Please be careful." Someone inside the carriage faintly nodded. Then Rong Gui sat in front of the carriage. Rong San, who had been standing on the side, turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled. Then he shook the reins, causing the carriage to slowly move forward. Mr. Hua looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Then he coldly snorted and urged his horse to follow. Zhao Hai also jumped on his demonic horse and followed behind them. Mr. Hua's face was very dark. He had never looked so dark before. Looking at his face, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of his African brothers, who had been exposed to the sun all year round. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Mr. Hua didn't like him from the beginning. After meeting him for half a day, he kicked him out of the Rong family's team. Although Zhao Hai didn't care about this task and he also got the money, this really made Zhao Hai feel a little disgusted. Someone disliked him. If he didn't disgust the other party, he would feel sorry for himself. So Zhao Hai did this. He just followed the Rong family's team, keeping a distance of 5 meters. When the Rong family walked, he would walk. When the Rong family stopped, he would stop. He was neither fast nor slow, neither leaving nor abandoning Mr. Hua. He just wanted to disgust Mr. Hua to death. If Mr. Hua wanted to come to China, he could go back and deal with Zhao Hai, but he couldn't do that now. He had just offended Rong Gui for Zhao Hai's matter. Although Mr. Hua was arrogant, he also understood that there was no way his status in the Rong family could be compared with the Rong family's children. Compared to him, the Rong family trusted these children more. And now the young lady was sitting in the carriage. If he really went to provoke Zhao Hai, Rong Gui would use him as an excuse to go to the Rong family. In the end, his life would not be easy. Looking at the person he hated walking in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it, it made Mr. Hua feel disgusted. He was angry that Rong Gui was a traitor. In his opinion, he was Rong Yu's man. Rong Gui should stay with him on the issue of Zhao Hai. But now this was the result, so he was angry with Rong Gui. He was even angrier with Zhao Hai. He was angry with Zhao Hai for accepting this mission, why he insisted on following him, why Zhao Hai was younger than him, and why Zhao Hai's horse was better than his. In any case, he just didn't like Zhao Hai, no matter how he looked at him. However, he didn't think that he was the one who targeted Zhao Hai first. If he didn't target Zhao Hai first, Zhao Hai wouldn't be so disgusted with him. Along the way, when the sky was about to turn dark, they finally arrived at a small village. When Ronggui saw that the sky was not dark, he decided to rest in this small village. This small village only had about 200 households, and they were divided into 2 surnames. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai and the others. No matter how many surnames this small village was divided into, they still had to be respectful in front of cultivators. Zhao Hai didn't enter the village with the Rong clan. When the Rong clan entered the village, they directly went to the best house in the village. Then they gave the village head some money, and the village head naturally arranged food and accommodation for them. On the other hand, Zhao Hai entered the village alone. The villagers thought that Zhao Hai was with the Rong clan. However, Zhao Hai actually found an ordinary family in the village and gave them some money to borrow their house. Although the villagers didn't understand why there were so many cultivators in this small place, they didn't ask anything. This was because they were very clear that they shouldn't ask about these things. Since Zhao Hai gave the family money, the family naturally prepared food and drinks for Zhao Hai. However, in this kind of village, there wasn't anything good to eat. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't care much about this aspect. If he wanted to eat something good, he could just eat it in the space. He didn't mind occasionally eating authentic farmhouse food. While the family was preparing food for Zhao Hai, Rong San's voice was suddenly heard. "Brother Zhao Hai, are you there?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I'm here." "Brother San, come in." Rong San pushed the door and entered the small courtyard. Zhao Hai's courtyard wasn't very big. There were only 3 people in the family. An old man, his son, and his daughter-in-law lived in this small courtyard with 5 rooms. Rong San entered the small courtyard and looked around. Then he nodded and said, "Good, it's quite clean. Let's go, Uncle Gue wants you to eat. We brought a lot of delicious food from Longhua City. Let's go and have a drink together." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Brother San, there's no need for that. I don't want to see that guy's face. It's not good to make Uncle Gue feel embarrassed." Rong San coldly snorted and said, "Don't pay attention to those bastards. They're outsiders, they can't ride on our heads. Let's go, Uncle Gue specifically called you." As soon as Zhao Hai heard Rong San, he knew why Mr. Hua didn't like him. It was because of the conflict between the Rong family's children and the guest elders. Zhao Hai didn't want to get involved in this matter. However, Rong Gue was good to him, and Mr. Hua was making things difficult for him. Naturally, Rong Gue was his enemy. On one hand, Rong Cheng was his friend, while on the other hand, he was his enemy. So naturally, Zhao Hai had a good choice. When Zhao Hai and Rong San arrived at the village head's courtyard, Mr. Hua was chatting with the guards. Seeing Mr. Hua's gloomy face, Zhao Hai knew that they weren't talking about happy things. Maybe it had something to do with him. When Mr. Hua saw Zhao Hai enter the courtyard with Rong San, the killing intent in his eyes became sharper. However, Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see it and followed Rong San into a nearby room. There were 2 beds in this room. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that this must be Rong Gue and Rong San's room. Rong Gue and Rong San were both children of the Rong family, so naturally, they were closer. Therefore, it was normal for them to rest in the same room at night. Rong San invited Zhao Hai to sit down and poured a cup of water for Zhao Hai. "Brother, drink some water. Uncle Gue is watching the village head servants cook. Ever since Miss was poisoned, Uncle Rong has been very strict in this regard. No matter what, he has to watch them cook. After eating, he has to test them with beasts before eating. He doesn't have time to come and see you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't have to come and see me. Uncle Gue is very tired." "Right, third brother, why do I feel a little strange? If Miss went to visit her family, why didn't she go when she was in danger? This doesn't seem right, does it?" Zhao Hai just wanted to sound Rong San out. Rong San was careless, so it was easier to get information from him than Rong Gue. Rong San didn't let him down. He opened his mouth and said, "Actually, Miss didn't go this time to visit her family, but for a blind date. This blind date is very important for the Rong family, so she had to go." Zhao Hai was stunned, then he asked in confusion, Miss took the initiative to go on a blind date? Who is the other party? The relationship between the Rong family and the Tyrant's Blade School is very good, why would she go on a blind date? Rong-san forced a smile and said, our Rong clan has a good relationship with the Tyrant's Blade School, but we don't have any good cultivators in the school. There are a lot of clans like our Rong clan that want to drive us out of the school. In order for the Rong clan to gain a firm foothold in the school, we decided to hold this blind date. This time, the young lady's partner is Hueben, an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School's branch in Flying Cloud City. If the young lady is really chosen by Hueben, then our Rong clan will have another backer in the school. When the time comes, our Rong clan's position in the school will be even more solid. Zhao Hai knit his brows, he didn't think that this would be the reason. However, he didn't quite understand the Rong family's thinking. One must know that in the cultivation realm, cultivators and ordinary people rarely intermarry. This was because cultivators have a long lifespan while ordinary people have a short lifespan compared to cultivators. No cultivator would be willing to see their loved ones die of old age in front of them. Cultivators also had feelings. Among them, there was no lack of cultivators falling in love with mortal women or men. However, immortals and mortals were different. Mortals could live up to 100 to 200 years old. When they reached the end of their lives, cultivators still had a long life ahead of them. When cultivators saw their loved ones slowly aging in front of them and finally dying, this kind of pain was something that outsiders couldn't understand. Most importantly, this kind of pain could become a cultivator's heart demon, which would have a great impact on the cultivator's path of cultivation. In this case, more and more cultivators wouldn't have too much contact with mortals, let alone marry a mortal. Therefore, when Rong-san said that the Rong family's young lady was going on a blind date with an inner court disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School, Zhao Hai was surprised, but at the same time, he also didn't understand. Although the Rong clan wasn't a traditional cultivation clan, they had always had cultivators who cultivated in the Tyrant's Saber School. They should have understood this principle, but why did they still send their daughter to Flying Cloud City even though they knew this? That would ruin the girl's life. When Rong-san saw Zhao Hai's frown, he knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. He sighed and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, the young lady has a purine body, which is very helpful to cultivators. Moreover, the Rong family spent a lot of money to find a face-preserving pill for the young lady. The young lady's appearance won't change for the rest of her life. This is something that a great family's young lady must do. In order for the Rong family to have a better development, there will always be some sacrifices. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. To be honest, he had seen this kind of thing too many times. This was just another one, it wasn't a big deal. To say that he sympathized with the Rong family's young lady wasn't necessarily the case. As a member of the Rong family, the Rong family's young lady was able to enjoy things that ordinary people couldn't enjoy. But at the same time, they also had to bear responsibilities that ordinary people didn't have. When Rong-san saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he didn't know what to say. To be honest, the Rong family had no choice but to make this decision. Although the Rong family still had a few cultivators in the Tyrant's Blade School, their status wasn't high. The two elders of the Tyrant's Blade School were very old, who knew how long they would live. Moreover, they weren't elders with any real power. Although the Rong family had painstakingly managed the Tyrant's Blade School over the years, the annual income of the Tyrant's Blade School didn't increase. Moreover, under the rule of the Tyrant's Blade School, several merchant clans had appeared. These merchant clans had cooperated with the Tyrant's Blade School and were doing very well. While the two were silent, the door was pushed open and Rong Gui came in. Rong Gui had a smile on his face. When he entered the room and saw that Zhao Hai and Rong-san didn't speak, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the two and asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter? Could it be that Mr. Hua is looking for trouble again?" When Zhao Hai heard Rong Gui, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, "No, Uncle Gui, it's fine. How's the young lady?" Rong Gui nodded and said, "We've already settled down." "Haha, little Hai, how about we have a good drink tonight? Since Mr. Hua and the others are here, our safety is guaranteed. There shouldn't be any problems." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He also knew that Rong Gui invited him here to get in touch with him and also to discuss Mr. Hua. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't polite and directly nodded. Rong Gui chuckled and went outside to take a pile of food and a few jugs of wine. The three people sat in the room and ate and drank. From time to time, laughter could be heard. But this laughter was very harsh to Mr. Hua's ears. After Rong Gui drank several jugs of wine, Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard. At this time it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The Rong family's guards were very conscientious. They even left two people outside to keep watch. Zhao Hai didn't greet the two people, but he noticed that the two people's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Zhao Hai returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. At the same time, he took out his sword and placed it on his knee. He had a feeling that something would happen tonight. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Zhao Hai felt a person jump into the courtyard and rushed straight to his room. Zhao Hai's figure moved and jumped from the bed to the ground. Then he jumped out of the window. When Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard, he saw Mr. Hua standing there, coldly looking at him. Zhao Hai looked at Mr. Hua for a moment before his figure moved and flew towards the outside. Mr. Hua was stunned by Zhao Hai, but he immediately chased after him. In his opinion, there were only two reasons why Zhao Hai went out. One was that Zhao Hai wanted to escape, and the other was that Zhao Hai wanted to lead him outside. No matter what the situation was, he couldn't let Zhao Hai go. Therefore, he quickly chased after him. He had confidence in himself. He was a transcending realm cultivator while Zhao Hai was just a cloning realm cultivator. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. In his opinion, dealing with Zhao Hai would be a simple matter. The two quickly left the village and arrived at a small hill outside the village. Standing on the hill, Zhao Hai looked at Mr. Hua and said, "I didn't expect that you would want to kill me. I didn't offend you, and I didn't do anything harmful to the Rong clan. With your tolerance, it's no wonder that you're just a transcending realm cultivator." This level had always been a pain in Mr. Hua's heart. He didn't know why, but for so many years, he couldn't reach the teleportation realm. It was really strange. Now that Zhao Hai used this matter to mock him, Mr. Hua became angrier and angrier. Mr. Hua coldly snorted and said, "As a low-level cultivator, you need to learn to respect the strong. If you don't respect the strong, you'll die." Zhao Hai looked at Mr. Hua, then he suddenly smiled and said, "You mean you can kill me?" To be honest, I've heard a lot of people say this. But so far, no one has succeeded. On the contrary, everyone who wanted to kill me died. Mr. Hua coldly snorted and said, "Ignorant child, you're courting death." Then he waved his hand, and a hand of energy directly grabbed Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Mr. Hua's move, he couldn't help but laugh. If a teleportation realm cultivator used this move on him, then he might have gone all out to deal with it. But this Mr. Hua using this move on him was really funny. Zhao Hai waved his long saber, and a saber chi directly broke Mr. Hua's hand. Mr. Hua's expression couldn't help but change. He was 2 levels higher than Zhao Hai. He thought that as long as he attacked, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to block it. He didn't expect that his attack would be blocked by Zhao Hai. Mr. Hua couldn't help but snort. He waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. When Zhao Hai saw this long sword, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because this long sword wasn't an ordinary long sword, but a flexible one. Mr. Hua directly attacked Zhao Hai with this sword. At the same time, Zhao Hai also dispersed his saber technique and stood beside Mr. Hua. It must be said that flexible swords were a special kind of long sword. It was a strange weapon, and its attack power was very strong. Of course, it was also very difficult to practice. Mr. Hua's sword technique was really extraordinary. It must be said that Mr. Hua's flexible sword technique was very good, and its attack power was very strong. Among the rogue cultivators, Mr. Hua could be considered to have paid more attention to sword techniques. But it was a pity that Mr. Hua met Zhao Hai today. Zhao Hai's saber technique was definitely at the master level. Even in the Tyrant's Saber School, there weren't many people who could practice saber techniques to this degree. Therefore, when Mr. Hua faced Zhao Hai, he couldn't gain any advantage in terms of sword technique. Zhao Hai knew his weakness, and that was his spiritual chi. His spiritual chi was more condensed than Mr. Hua's, but the amount of spiritual chi wasn't as much as Mr. Hua's. In any case, Mr. Hua was now a transcending dust realm expert, and he had already passed the combining soul stage. In other words, he could make his avatar cultivate while he was fighting. Even if he was rushing, he would still cultivate. Therefore, his spiritual chi was much more than Zhao Hai's. If it wasn't for Zhao's spiritual chi, he would have already been killed by Mr. Hua. Although his knife skills were strong, in the face of absolute strength, it wasn't enough. It was like a person who only had 100 pounds of strength, and could only use a wooden shield to defend himself. But his enemy had 1,000 pounds of strength, and in his hand was a sledgehammer that weighed 800 pounds. No matter how good the wooden shield's defense was, it wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being broken and killed. Mr. Hua's complexion was somewhat ugly, and he was also somewhat anxious. He didn't think that a transcending dust realm expert like himself wouldn't be able to deal with a cloning realm expert. If others knew about this, then he would lose face. Zhao Hai could see that Mr. Hua was anxious. This was because Mr. Hua's attacks were more hurried compared to before. However, they were also more chaotic compared to before. It can be said that Mr. Hua's attacks were fiercer than before, but for Zhao Hai, the danger didn't increase. However, Zhao Hai also knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to win against Mr. Hua without the help of the undead. Defending himself against Mr. Hua's attacks was already very good. Zhao Hai didn't want to kill Mr. Hua because there was no need to. Strictly speaking, he and Mr. Hua didn't have a life and death grudge. And no matter what, Mr. Hua was still a member of the Rong clan. Zhao Hai needed to give the Rong clan some face. The place that the two chose to fight wasn't far from the village. And since the two had been fighting for a long time, it naturally alarmed Rong Gui and the others. Before long, Rong Gui and the others arrived at the hill. When they arrived at the hill and saw the situation, Rong Gui immediately understood what was going on. Rong Gui's complexion couldn't help but pale. He coldly snorted and said, "Why haven't you stopped yet?" Zhao Hai thought that Mr. Hua would stop. However, he didn't expect Mr. Hua to ignore Rong Gui. Instead, Mr. Hua took advantage of Zhao Hai's delay and began to attack. When Zhao Hai saw this, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted as his mind moved. A clone appeared beside him. The clone and a clone simultaneously released a defensive sword technique. Mr. Hua's attack slowed down, making it impossible for him to continue. Mr. Hua's expression turned even uglier. He had already forgotten that Zhao Hai was a cloning expert. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Zhao Hai didn't even use his full strength when facing him. When Rong Gui saw that Mr. Hua didn't stop, his complexion couldn't help but become even uglier. He coldly snorted and said, "Stop, Mr. Hua. If you don't stop, then don't blame me for reporting you to the Patriarch." Upon hearing Rong Gui, Mr. Hua couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he received his flexible sword. Zhao Hai also received his clone as well as his sword. Rong Gui looked at Mr. Hua and coldly said, "Mr. Hua, I'll report today's matter to the Patriarch. You should know how important this matter is to the family, yet you're still causing trouble. If something really goes wrong because of this matter, I don't think Mr. Hua can afford to take responsibility for it." Mr. Hua coldly snorted and said, "This old man is doing this to ensure that this matter goes smoothly. It's not safe to have such an unknown person following behind us. Can you guarantee that he's not sent by the enemy?" Rong Gui coldly snorted and said, "Whether Zhao Hai is an enemy or not, that's not up to you. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then the young miss would have been in danger. If he really wanted to harm the young miss, then he wouldn't have waited until today. You appeared today and kicked Zhao Hai out of the team. Not only did you make the Rong family lose credibility, you also made an enemy out of the Rong family." Mr. Hua coldly snorted and said, "In short, this old man is thinking for the Rong family. The Patriarch will deal with this matter." Then he didn't leave Rong Gui's side as he turned around and left. Looking at Mr. Hua's back, Rong Gui's face was livid. Finally, he coldly snorted and let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this time I really wronged you." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it. In fact, I really want to go to Flying Cloud City this time. Moreover, we had an agreement that the task would only be completed after I send you to Flying Cloud City." Now that we've come this far, you've already given me the commission. I'm embarrassed, so I wanted to send you on your way. If it really makes things difficult for Uncle Gue, then I won't follow you. Rong Gue waved his hand and said, "No need, you can follow me. I'll deal with that surnamed Hua when we get back." Zhao Hai looked at Rong Gue with some confusion and said, "Uncle Gue, why did those guards listen to him? Aren't those guards your Rong family's people? Shouldn't they listen to you more?" Rong Gue coldly snorted and said, "This time, those who came with surnamed Hua are his confidants. They were originally rogue cultivators. Later on, they were recruited by surnamed Hua. Naturally, they would listen to him." Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed. He looked at Mr. Hua and the guards who were leaving and said, "If this is the case, then Uncle Gue needs to be careful. That surnamed Hua came and took me away, then he went against you. This time, he even brought along his own confidants. If he really makes a move, then I'm afraid that you won't be able to deal with him alone." Mr. Hua nodded and said, "Mr. Hua, I'm afraid that you won't be able to deal with him." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Rong Gue couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "How can that surnamed Hua be so bold?" Although Rong Gue and Mr. Hua had some conflicts, Rong Gue only thought that Mr. Hua was competing with him for status. He didn't think that surnamed Hua would have any other ideas. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You have to be careful. This time's matter is very important to the Rong family. Moreover, Mr. Hua is a rogue cultivator. If he was really sent by the Rong family's enemy, or if he was bought over by the Rong family's enemy, then he would be able to do anything. Therefore, you should be careful." Rong Gui's complexion couldn't help but change, then he coldly said, "It seems like we really have to be on guard. Alright, little Hai, I'll have to trouble you this time. You have to send us to Flying Cloud City. Once we reach Flying Cloud City, I won't mistreat you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When Uncle Gue hired me, I already paid the commission. You don't have to worry, I'll definitely send you safely." Rong Gue nodded, then he led Zhao Hai back. After returning to the village, Rong Gue immediately returned to their courtyard. He was afraid that Mr. Hua would harm the young miss while he was away. If Zhao Hai's guess was right, then this kind of thing might happen. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't go back with him. He returned to his courtyard and meditated until dawn. After getting up in the morning and eating, Zhao Hai rode his magic horse and left. At this time, Rong Gue and the others still hadn't left. When Mr. Hua and the others saw Zhao Hai leave, they couldn't help but feel happy. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't be following them. However, it was too early for them to be happy. Not long after they left the village, they saw Zhao Hai riding his magic horse in front of them. His speed was comparable to a snail's. Seeing them come, Zhao Hai moved aside to let them pass. After they passed by, Zhao Hai followed behind them, still only a few meters away. Mr. Hua's face was also dark, as if he was covered by dark clouds. It seemed like it would rain at any time. Rong Gue and Rong San didn't have anything to do with him. The two were still sitting in their carriage, ignoring Zhao Hai. This made Mr. Hua unable to do anything. Along the way, at noon, their luck was good. They came across a small village with a small tavern. They stopped at the tavern and continued their journey in the afternoon. However, along the way, not only Zhao Hai, but even Rong Gue felt that something was wrong with Mr. Hua. From time to time, Mr. Hua's face would have an anxious expression, and he seemed to be somewhat restless. Naturally, Mr. Hua's movements were very small, and the changes in his eyes weren't very obvious. If it weren't for Zhao Hai and Rong Gue paying attention to him, then they wouldn't have noticed any changes. But this was enough. Rong Gue felt that Zhao Hai was right. This Mr. Hua might have been sent by other clans to deal with them. This discovery made Rong Gue panic. One must know that Mr. Hua was a transcending realm cultivator. His level was higher than both him and Zhao Hai. Moreover, the people who came with him were his people. This was what Rong Gue was most afraid of. In the afternoon, Rong Gue sped up. This was because he discovered that if they continued to travel at this speed, then they wouldn't be able to rest in the city at night. They would still have to rest in the village outside. If it was before, then Rong Gue wouldn't have thought of anything. But now, Rong Gue felt that something was wrong. If they were to rest in the village outside, then they wouldn't be able to get help from the tyrant's blade sect. If they were to encounter any danger, then there would be no road to heaven and no door to hell. Therefore, Ronggui immediately sped up. He was preparing to rest in the city at night. At noon, Ronggui also looked for Zhao Hai. He asked Zhao Hai to pay more attention to Mr. Hua and the others and ensure their safety. Although he didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was, Ronggui saw that Zhao Hai and Mr. Hua fought for a long time. Mr. Hua wasn't able to do anything to Zhao Hai. This was enough to prove Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, at this time, Ronggui immediately thought of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai naturally didn't refuse. Although he didn't have any friendship with the Rong clan, he had some friendship with Rong San and Ronggui. These two people were good to him. He couldn't just watch them get hurt. Therefore, he naturally agreed to Ronggui's request. In the afternoon, when Mr. Hua saw Ronggui speeding up, his expression changed. Although he strongly opposed it, Ronggui didn't trust him at this time. Naturally, he wouldn't agree. In the afternoon, the speed of the journey unconsciously increased. In the evening, the group finally arrived at a small city called Poland. Although the city wasn't big, it was still a riverside city. Because of this, there was also a branch of the Tyrant's Blade sect here. After arriving at the small city, Ronggui arranged for the young lady to stay in a good hotel. Then he left Rong San and Zhao Hai to guard the young lady. And tea. Although Mr. Hua wanted to send someone to follow Ronggui refused. After Ronggui left, his first goal was to visit the branch of the Tyrant's Blade sect in Poland. However, he didn't directly ask for help from the sect. He just said that this time, he was escorting the young lady to a blind date. He was afraid that there would be danger on the road. He wanted the sect to help him by giving him a communication formation. If something happened, the sect would help him. Of course, this gift still needed to be given. The Tyrant's Blade sect knew about the relationship between the Rong clan and the sect. Moreover, Ronggui also said that the young lady was going to a blind date with an inner disciple of the sect. Therefore, the sect didn't embarrass Ronggui. They agreed to Ronggui's request and gave him a small communication device. After coming out of the Tyrant's Blade sect, Ronggui immediately used a special method to contact the Rong clan. This time, he contacted his own family in the Rong clan and told them about his suspicions. He asked them to immediately send people to support him. Originally, he had planned to wait in Poland for 2 days before leaving, but because he had been delayed for some time, and it was not far from their scheduled date, he did not dare to wait in Poland any longer, so he set out early the next morning. As the carriage continued to move forward, the worry on Ronggui's face became heavier and heavier. With their current speed, they would be able to reach the Flying Cloud City within the agreed time. However, if the clan were to send reinforcements, it would be difficult for them to catch up with them. Perhaps, it would take them 2 days to catch up with them. Then, they would be in even more trouble. Nothing happened in the morning. Although there weren't many carriages on the road, there were still quite a few of them. This made Ronggui feel a little relieved. As time passed, it was almost noon. It was time to find a place to rest. They didn't care, but the young lady needed to rest. Ronggui looked around and confirmed his position. Then he turned to Rong San and said, "San, hurry up. In about half an hour, there will be a small village. We'll stop there for lunch today." Rong San nodded and shook the reins. The speed of the carriage increased again. Mr. Hua, who had been following behind the carriage, had a cold light flash in his eyes. Sure enough, as Ronggui said, in less than half an hour, they saw a small village. In the distance, they saw a house with a wine flag in front of it. Obviously, that place was the restaurant in the small village. The carriage quickly rushed over. However, when it arrived at the entrance of the store, Ronggui couldn't help but frown. There were actually people inside the store. Moreover, there were quite a lot of people inside. However, they were all merchants. Some carriages were parked outside the store, and the carriages were carrying goods. The merchants had also hired some loose cultivators, causing the entire store to be packed to the brim. A waiter was busy inside the store. Seeing this situation, Ronggui's brows wrinkled even more. There were almost no empty seats in the store. Moreover, the store was now filled with dragons and snakes. They didn't care about such a place, but the young lady couldn't go in. After looking at the people in the store for a while, Ronggui got off the carriage and walked into the store. The busy waiter immediately greeted him and bowed to Ronggui and said, "I've seen Mr. Does Mr. want to rest in the store?" Ronggui nodded and looked at the people in the store. Then he said to the waiter, "Waiter, does your store have a backyard? We have women, so can you arrange it? Money isn't a problem." When he heard Ronggui, the waiter couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately nodded and said, "We do. Mister, we have a small courtyard behind the store. This is my home. If Mister doesn't mind, you can rest in the backyard." Ronggui nodded and said, "That's good. Brother waiter, please arrange it." Then he threw a crystal to the waiter. The waiter was pleasantly surprised when he received the crystal. Then he led Ronggui and the others to the backyard from a small alley. The backyard of the store wasn't small, and it was very clean. There were even some farm items. There was even a bull-shaped demonic beast chewing grass at the back of the yard. Fortunately, there wasn't the smell of cow dung in the yard. At this time, Ronggui naturally couldn't let himself be too far away. So he invited Zhao Hai to the small courtyard. Then he asked the young lady to rest in her room while the others set up 2 tables in the courtyard. The waiter's hands and feet were quite fast. Before long, the tables and stools were set up and everyone sat down. After the waiter went out, he came back with food and wine. The first dish was naturally for the young Mississippi. The waiter directly brought the dish to the young Mrs. door and handed it over to Ronggui. When Ronggui brought the food to the young lady's room, Zhao Hai narrowed his eyes. Then he bowed his head and said, "Third brother, prepare your axe. We're about to fight." Rongsan's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he said, "What's going on?" Zhao Hai replied, "The food that was sent to the young lady was poisoned. Those guys didn't know that Uncle Gui would use a beast to test for poison. Moreover, I can see that the merchants and the rogue cultivators are all in the same group. They're targeting us. Mr. Hua isn't reliable. We should prepare to fight." When Rongsan heard Zhao Hai, he calmly nodded. He was already prepared to take out his axe. At this time, a cry was heard from the young lady's room. Mr. Hua stood up and took out his flexible sword. Then he shouted, "Attack!" Then he waved his flexible sword and attacked Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai also took out his saber. Rongsan also took out his axe. The two retreated to the young lady's door. Zhao Hai said, "Uncle Gui, stay in the room." Although Ronggui didn't reply, Zhao Hai was sure that Ronggui understood what he meant. At this moment, a large group of people rushed in from outside the courtyard. This group of people were the merchants and the rogue cultivators who were drinking in the shop in front of him. As soon as these people appeared in the courtyard, they immediately rushed towards them together with Mr. Hua. At this time, Zhao Hai had already released his doppelganger. Then he used his blade technique to attack the house. Mr. Hua led the rogue cultivator to attack. At this time, a smart rogue cultivator wanted to jump onto the roof and enter the room. But as soon as he jumped onto the roof, he was knocked down. Zhao Hai's doppelganger was already on the roof. At this time, Ronggui was in the room asking the cultivators of the Tyrant Saber School for help. At the same time, he took out his weapon and stood in front of the young lady to protect her. On the floor of the room, a rabbit-shaped beast was lying on the ground, but it was already dead. Zhao Hai's defense had always been very strong. But now, he was facing too many enemies. Moreover, some of them were stronger than him. Because of this, the pressure on his defense was very big. He didn't dare to call his doppelganger to help him defend. Otherwise, there would be no one guarding the roof. Soon, someone would enter the room from the roof. At this time, Rongsan was already injured. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. He coldly snorted and then waved his hand. A large number of undead appeared beside him. But this time, the undead that Zhao Hai released weren't in human form, but in beast form. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. When these beasts came out, the situation immediately changed. One must know that Zhao Hai's beasts were all from the underground labyrinth. Their strength was very formidable. Now that these beasts were turned into undead, they weren't afraid of death. Their attack power was even more formidable. In fact, Zhao Hai still had a trump card that he didn't use, and that was the little thing on his shoulder. Naturally, the little thing was no longer on his shoulder. This was Zhao Hai's idea. Zhao Hai didn't let the little thing make a move. He didn't want people to know that the little thing was a powerful beast that could hunt for treasures. Zhao Hai was very clear that Lil Thing's value was much higher than ordinary beasts. With Lil Thing, they can find more treasures. This was definitely a good thing for them. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai would rather release his undead to attack Mr. Hua's group than let the little thing participate in the attack. Although Lil Thing's courage was very small, after entering the space, its genes had been improved. Additionally, Lil Thing had already recognized Zhao Hai as his master. If Zhao Hai allowed Lil Thing to participate in the battle, then Lil Thing's fighting strength wouldn't be weak. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to expose Lil Thing. Therefore, when the battle began, he had Lil Thing enter the space. With the addition of the undead, Zhao Hai felt the pressure on him lighten. One must know that among the undead, there were 2 transcending realm beasts. After the 2 sides fought for more than 10 rounds, a loud shout was suddenly heard, "Thief, you dare!" Along with this voice, a saber chi attacked. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with screams. Zhao Hai looked over and saw a person standing on the wall with a saber in his hand. This person's strength was also at the transcending realm. However, his control over his saber chi attack had already reached the pinnacle. His saber chi attack killed the weaker cultivators behind him. Even Mr. Hua, who was entangled with Zhao Hai, was affected. However, Zhao Hai and Rong San weren't affected at all. Mr. Hua also heard the shout. When he heard it, his expression couldn't help but change. His figure flashed as he jumped over the wall and ran away. It was obvious that he knew that he wasn't the opponent of the Tyrant Saber School's cultivator. The other rogue cultivators who were besieging Zhao immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They didn't stay to save Rao, because they were very clear that begging for mercy was useless. The other party wouldn't let them go. The cultivator from the Tyrant Blade sect didn't give chase. Instead, he stared at the Yao beasts in the courtyard. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the corpses on the ground disappeared. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, the cultivator's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then, he jumped down from the wall and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai. "Are you Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai returned the greeting and said, "It is indeed Zhao Hai." At this time, the door opened and Rong Gui walked out. He immediately bowed to the Tyrant's Blade School cultivator and said, "Rong Gui, the steward of the Rong clan's 3rd branch, greets sir." The cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School waved his hand and said, "Forget it, what's going on? Someone actually attacked you? Moreover, I saw that some of the people besieging you were wearing clothes with the Rong clan's insignia. What's going on?" Rong Gui smiled bitterly and said, "We've let sir see a joke. It's unfortunate that a traitor appeared in our clan." The cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School didn't ask any more questions. He just turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled, "If Mr. has time, please come to our branch in Poland City. We'll welcome you with open arms." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. If I have time, I'll definitely come." The cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School smiled, then he turned his head to Rong Gui and said, "With Mr. Zhao Hai here, you don't need to worry about your safety. I'll be taking my leave." Then he cupped his fist to Zhao Hai before a white light flashed from his body and disappeared. Although the cultivator left, his words made Rong Gui surprised. Rong Gui looked at Zhao Hai with a completely different expression. One must know that the cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School were very proud and arrogant. It wasn't easy for them to be so polite to a person. But it was clear that the cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School was very polite to Zhao Hai. He even gave Zhao Hai a very high evaluation. When Zhao Hai saw Rong Gui's expression, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Uncle Gui doesn't need to look at me like that. Actually, I've had some contact with some people from the Tyrant's Blade School. My alchemy skills are very good." When he heard Zhao Hai, Rong Gui knew that he shouldn't ask anything. He didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. If Zhao Hai's alchemy skills weren't bad, then he wouldn't be worthy of the Tyrant's Blade School's treatment. The Tyrant's Blade School had its own alchemy hall, so why would they help an outsider? Moreover, even if Zhao Hai's alchemy skills were good, the cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't say that the road would be safe. Although he knew that Zhao Hai was lying, Rongui was able to confirm one thing. Zhao Hai's identity wasn't a problem. If the Tyrant's Blade School trusted him, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have any reason to harm the Rong family. Rongui politely said to Zhao Hai, then I'll have to thank Mr. I'll have to trouble Mr. along the way. When Zhao Hai heard Rongui, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Uncle Gui, you don't need to call me Mr. Just call me Little Hai like before. Rongui looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'll call you Mr. The Tyrant's Blade School's elders call you Mr. If I call you Little Hai, then it would be disrespectful to you. Zhao Hai didn't have any other choice. Mr. was Mr., so he nodded and said, let's rest here for a day. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. Rongui nodded. Now that Mr. Hua's identity was exposed, the Tyrant's Blade School also knew about it. No matter who sent them, they wouldn't be able to deal with them this time. Because of this, Rongui agreed to rest here for a day. However, Rongui didn't know that the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to rest here was to deal with Mr. Hua and the others. Before, Mr. Hua and a lot of rogue cultivators ran away. Zhao Hai didn't intend to let them go. Therefore, he left flowing silver dust on them, making it impossible for them to escape. Although Mr. Hua had reached the separating dust stage, his mind was still shaken. He didn't have the mood to care whether his body was covered in dust or not. Therefore, Zhao Di had already determined his position and was ready to release the undead to deal with him. Before long, the three cleaned up the courtyard. Then Zhao Hai and Rong San stayed behind to protect the young lady. Rongui went out to the village to ask what was going on. This was because the waiter was among the people who besieged them. It was clear that the other party was premeditated. After inquiring for the whole afternoon, Rongui returned to the courtyard in the evening. His face was a bit ugly. Zhao and Rong San gathered around him. Rongui looked at the two and sighed. 2 days ago, someone bought this small courtyard and the shop in front of it. The original owner of the shop has now bought a house in the village. After that person bought the house and the courtyard, a lot of merchants came. Those people have been waiting here for 2 days. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I guess so. No matter which clan wants to deal with you, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the people in the village. If they really killed the people in the village, then they would have to bear the wrath of the Tyrant's Blade Gate. They wouldn't be able to bear that. Rongui nodded, then he sighed and said, these guys are really hateful. It's a pity that we don't know which clan they belong to. If we do, then the Rong clan wouldn't let them off. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's not like there aren't any clues. Mr. Hua should have left some clues behind. But after this incident, I think that Mr. Hua will definitely run away. Your Rong family can only start investigating his origin. If you investigate carefully, I think you will be able to find something. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Rongui nodded, then his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, if I know which clan the other party is from, then I certainly won't let them off. Mister, if you're really familiar with the Tyrant's Blade Gate, then I think it's best to remind them. This is because I found out that the clans that are competing with us, although they used to be business clans, have been developing very quickly in the past few years. It seems like they have received some support. However, we still have a good understanding of these clans. Although they also have cultivators in the Tyrant's Blade Gate, their status isn't as good as our Rong clans. It's impossible for them to get the support of the Tyrant's Blade Gate. If Mr. is really familiar with the Tyrant's Blade Gate, then it's best to warn them. Upon hearing Rongui, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes flashed with a cold light as he nodded and said, I have some friendship with some people in the Tyrant's Blade Gate. I'll remind them about this matter. Rongui nodded, then he sighed and said, the reason why our Rong clan didn't report this matter is because we don't have any evidence right now. If we did, then we would have already reported it. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he contacted Kai and had Kai come forward and look for Lin Ling and the others to investigate this matter. Although Lin Ling and the others were only inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade Gate, they could still mobilize a lot of resources. They were the most suitable people to investigate this matter. If there was a problem with these clans, then Zhao Hai believed that Lin Ling and the others would be able to find out. At night, Rong Gui didn't dare to ask anyone to cook for him. Fortunately, Zhao Hai knew how to cook. He made a few dishes and had Rong Gui deliver them to the young Mississippi. Then he also made some food for them to eat. This made Rong Gui suspicious of Zhao Hai's identity. Before, he suspected that Zhao Hai was a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade Gate who came out for a trial. This was because he knew about the Tyrant's Blade Gate's cloning trial, but he didn't say anything about it. But now that he saw Zhao Hai cooking, Rong Gui was confused. In his opinion, the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade Gate were all heaven's favored children. How could someone like that cook? Moreover, it was very good. This was clearly something that rogue cultivators should be able to cook. This made Rong Gui somewhat uncertain about Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. After dinner, he looked for a room to rest. Now that there was no one in the courtyard, they had a lot of rooms to choose from. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't share a room with Rong San. In fact, Rong Gui also wouldn't let Rong San and Zhao Hai share a room. Zhao Hai was someone that the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade Gate had to call Mr. Rong Gui didn't dare to let Rong San and Zhao Hai compete for a room. Zhao Hai wanted to have a room by himself, not only for cultivation, but also for interrogation. During the day, Mr. Hua and the others were killed by his space undead. Now that they were inside the space, Zhao Hai wanted to know which clan they belonged to. Mr. Hua and the others had already turned into undead, so naturally, they would answer every question. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any useful information other than Mr. Hua's name being Hua Long, a spy of the Hua clan who opposed the Rong clan. This was because Hua Long was originally a rogue cultivator, but the Hua clan saw his potential and helped him become a transcending realm cultivator. Because of this, he helped the Hua clan enter the Rong clan as a spy. As for the secrets of the Hua clan, he didn't know. However, this situation was also within Zhao Hai's expectations. If the Hua clan really had secrets behind the Tyrant's Blade Gate, or if they were instructed by someone to harm the Tyrant's Blade Gate, then it would be impossible for them to tell someone like Hua Long. Although he didn't obtain any useful information, Zhao Hai still obtained a lot of undead, making his fighting strength stronger. As for the Hua clan's matter, he would leave it to Lin Ling and the others to investigate. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others set off once again. However, this time, Zhao Hai's brows were wrinkled. This was because he felt uneasy. This feeling wasn't good, because every time he had this feeling, it meant that danger was coming. Zhao Hai thought about it for a moment. This time, the danger might not be directed at Rong Gui and the others. This was because Rong Gui's enemies were people under the rule of the Tyrant's Blade Gate. After the Tyrant's Blade Gate appeared, they shouldn't dare to make any moves. In other words, the Rong clan was basically safe. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that if there were enemies targeting the Rong clan, then he wouldn't feel like this. This time, the enemies were clearly targeting him. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but change. One must know that he currently had several enemies. The first was the Hegemon Sword sect, the second was the Imperial Beast sect, and the third was the Peerless Sword sect. These three sects were currently hunting him down. Besides the Peerless Sword sect, the Hegemon Sword sect and the Imperial Beast sect knew his identity and wanted him dead. Therefore, his enemies were much more powerful than the Rong clan. Zhao Hai looked at Rong Gui and Rong San who were sitting in the carriage. He knew that he must separate from them. If he stayed with them, then it would only harm them. Because Zhao Hai was sitting beside the carriage, Rong Gui noticed Zhao Hai's complexion. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what's the matter? Mister, what happened? Your complexion seems very ugly." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said to Rong Gui, "Uncle Gui, I'm afraid that we'll have to separate. Now that the Hegemon Sword sect has come out for you, you should be safe. I have some things to deal with." When Rong Gui heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare, then he asked, "What's the matter? What happened? Do you need our help?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's nothing. Maybe some enemies came looking for me. You can't help me with this. You don't need to get involved, otherwise, it would only make things more chaotic. Uncle Gui, I'll be leaving." Let's meet again in the future. Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Rong Gui and Rong San. Then he patted his magic horse and galloped towards the mountain, disappearing without a trace. Rong San and Rong Gui were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would leave just like that. Rong San looked at Rong Gui and said, "Uncle Gui, do you think Mr. encountered some trouble? Should we go and help him?" Rong Gui smiled bitterly and said, "It's useless even if we go. With our current strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to help. Moreover, we can't afford to wait any longer. Let's go. Just like Mr. said, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Zhao Hai rode his magic horse and directly went up the mountain. Zhao Hai felt that the sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that the people who came to look for him, no matter which sect they were from, wouldn't be ordinary people. He must be careful. Fortunately, the magic horse climbed the mountain as if it was flat ground. Zhao Hai's speed in the mountain wasn't slow. However, Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't in Mount Longhua right now. The mountain range he was in right now was a branch of the Thunder God Mountain. The Thunder God Mountain was very famous in the true spirit realm. This was because the Thunder God Mountain had a very special characteristic, which was that there were a lot of minefields in the mountain. These minefields didn't refer to landmines, but to heavenly thunder. Even if it was a sunny day, lightning would suddenly appear in these minefields. As long as a cultivator was struck by lightning, they would have no way to survive even if they were in the teleportation realm. Most importantly, there were special beasts in these minefields called thunder beasts. Thunder beasts were very special beasts. These beasts' attack power was very strong because they were of the lightning attribute. Moreover, they relied on absorbing the lightning in the minefields to cultivate. It can be said that these thunder beasts were invincible in these minefields. However, the Thunder God Mountain wasn't very big. There were 12 peaks in total, and 16 of them were minefields. Fortunately, these minefields weren't very big. The rest of the Thunder God Mountain wasn't any different from other mountains. Zhao Hai didn't know how his enemies found him, but Zhao Hai was sure that his enemies were still able to sense his whereabouts. Moreover, they weren't far from him. The mountain path was getting more and more difficult to travel. Even with the magic horse's ability, its speed had to slow down. Zhao Hai jumped down from the magic horse and received it before he went straight into the mountain. Not long after Zhao Hai left, several people arrived at the place where Zhao Hai dismounted. There were 7 people in this group. Each of them had a sword on their back. The style of the swords wasn't special. It was just that the position of the sword was made into a circle with a star engraved on it. Among these people, there was one person with a particularly big nose. That person stood there and sniffed, then said in a deep voice, "He should have stopped here for a while." Because the mountain path is not easy to travel on, he put away his horse and walked into the mountain. Next to him was a man in his 30s with a beautiful beard. When he heard the big-nosed man, he couldn't help but nod and said, "Third junior brother, can you tell how long he has been gone?" The big-nosed man replied, "It shouldn't be more than half an hour. The smell here is still very fresh." The middle-aged man said, "All right, let's chase him. We must kill him today. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the sect." The group nodded. Under the leadership of the big-nosed man, they moved forward. The direction they were heading was the same as where Zhao Hai went. Obviously, the big-nosed man's nose was very sharp. He could easily capture the scent left behind by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt that the sense of crisis was getting closer and closer. At this time, he didn't hold back. With a flip of his hand, a formation plate appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the formation plate immediately sank into the ground. Then Zhao Hai took out several formation plates and threw them around. When the formation plates fell to the ground, they immediately sank into the ground and disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't stop and continued to move forward. In such a short time, he was able to arrange a large formation. If a formation cultivator were to see this, they would certainly think that Zhao Hai was just a formation cultivator. Even if he was a formation cultivator, they wouldn't be able to do this. Not long after Zhao Hai left, the group of people chased after him. While they were running forward, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and said, "Stop, everyone stop." Everyone stopped and looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. The big-nosed man asked, "What's wrong, senior brother?" The senior brother looked around and said, "Did you notice that the scenery around us is a bit strange? It seems like we've entered a formation." Everyone looked around but didn't find anything. The big-nosed man said, "It can't be. If there really is a formation here, then the scent here would be chaotic. But there isn't." The senior brother shook his head and said, "No, there must be a formation here. If you don't believe me, then go ahead and try it." Everyone followed the senior brother's words and walked forward for a while. But they quickly discovered that something was wrong. The scenery around them seemed to be unchanged, it was always the same. Everyone stopped and looked at eldest senior brother in shock. That big-nosed man rubbed his nose and muttered, "There's actually such a formation in this world. It can even change the smell." Eldest senior brother, the information we received didn't mention that this kid is also a formation master, right? The elder brother sighed and said, "This is already good. It's impossible for the sect to know everything about Zhao Hai. The Tyrant's Blade sect is the most difficult sect to place a spy in. It seems like the person we're dealing with isn't simple. Fifth brother, I'll leave it to you." The elder brother sighed and said, "All right." A person wearing a scholar's robe nodded. Then he turned his hand and took out a compass-like object. Below this compass-like object was a small abacus. The man took the abacus and spun it around a few times while his fingers tapped on the abacus. Before long, a smile appeared on his face as he turned to the eldest senior brother and said, "Eldest senior brother, I've calculated it. Reverse the 8 gates killing formation. Eldest senior brother, take 8 steps to the east and attack below your feet. There should be a formation plate below." The middle-aged man nodded, then he took 8 steps to the east. Then he gently stomped his foot, causing the formation to shatter. However, the surrounding scenery didn't change. Second brother, take 5 steps to the west and attack the ground. Third brother, take 6 steps to the north and attack the ground. The big-nosed man and the other thin man wearing a black warrior's robe nodded and did as they were told. Zhao Hai didn't use a 3-dimensional formation this time. The Tyrant Blade sect hadn't fully grasped this method yet. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't use it casually. If other sects were to find out, then it wouldn't be good for the Tyrant Blade sect. It was precisely because he didn't use a 3-dimensional array formation this time that his array formation became useless after 3 of its formation eyes were destroyed. The senior brother looked around and said, "Let's try again." The big-nosed man took a few steps forward and tried again. After discovering that the 4 formations were indeed broken, he immediately turned to the senior brother and said, "Senior brother, the formation is broken." The senior brother nodded and said, "Lead the way, let's chase." The big-nosed man nodded and chased forward. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing on a flat ground that was full of scorched holes. Looking at the situation, Zhao Hai knew that he was in a minefield. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the lightning in this minefield. This was because he had lightning abilities. Even if he was struck by lightning, he wouldn't have any problems. However, this minefield could be used to deal with the pursuers. This was because this place was equivalent to his home ground. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately moved. He took out formation discs and placed them in the minefield. Along with his movements, the scenery in the minefield changed. The scorched ground could no longer be seen, it turned into an arena. Zhao Hai looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand as his clones appeared on the arena. This time, Zhao Hai didn't release 1 clone, but 3. The 3 clones stood on the arena while Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the arena. As soon as Zhao Hai disappeared, the 3 clones opened their eyes. They looked at each other and then smiled faintly. Then they stood on the stage and stopped moving. It didn't take long before the 7 people appeared in the minefield. They looked at the arena in amazement as they looked at the 3 people on the arena. At this time, the 3 people on the arena simultaneously said, "Why are you guys only here now? I've been waiting for a long time." The senior apprentice brother closed his eyes and used his spiritual force to feel the stage. He believed that one of the 3 people on the stage was real and the other 2 weren't clones. They were projections made by Zhao Hai's formation. However, when his spiritual force reached the arena, he felt that the 3 people on the arena were flesh and blood. This made the eldest senior brother stare. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the big-nosed cultivator. The big-nosed cultivator smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then the eldest senior brother turned his head to the scholarly cultivator who took out his compass to break Xiao Hai's formation. The scholarly cultivator said, "There's a formation here, but as for what it is, I can't figure it out yet." At this time, the three Xiao Hai on the arena spoke at the same time. "You guys should be from a big sect, right? You must know my identity, so you came to kill me. Why don't you leave your names?" The eldest senior brother looked at the three Xiao Hai on the arena and said, "You want to find out who we are, right? Hee, unfortunately, you miscalculated. If I don't reveal my identity, then even if you die, you can only be a confused ghost." The three Xiao Hai laughed at the same time and said, "Confused ghost? I think you're the ones who should be confused. Do you really think you can kill me? I, Xiao Hai, have been through countless battles in my life. What kind of situation haven't I seen? I've seen more ruthless words than you. You want to kill me, Xiao Hai? You're too naive." The senior brother didn't get angry, he just looked at Xiao Hai and smiled faintly. "Do you really think that you're safe just because you made some arrangements and placed some formations? I think you're the naive one. Xiao Hai, you're dead today." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword. The others also pulled out their swords at the same time. When these people pulled out their swords, a pressure rose from their bodies and shrouded the entire stage. The faces of the three Xiao Hai on the stage changed slightly. This change was seen by the people below the stage. They believed that the Xiao Hai on the stage was an illusion created by the formation. Otherwise, how could there be such a reaction? The reason why Xiao Hai attached so much importance to these 7 people was because these 7 people were all transcending realm experts. Among them, the middle-aged man was a powerful cultivator who was half a step into the teleportation realm. Even if he made so many arrangements, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to deal with these people. But fortunately, the place that Xiao Hai chose was a minefield. These people didn't know that this was a minefield. As long as they stepped on the stage, it would be difficult to leave. When the eldest senior brother saw the change in expression of Xiao Hai on the stage, he was even more certain of his thoughts. He said to the man dressed like a scholar, "Fifth junior brother, after we get on the stage, we'll deal with Xiao Hai first. You should break the formation here first. Otherwise, these formations will bring us a lot of trouble." The 5th junior brother nodded and whispered, "Yes, eldest senior brother, you can rest assured. That kid's ability to set up formations isn't very good. I'll be able to break those formations very soon. How about we compete and see if I can break his formation first, or if you can deal with that kid first?" The eldest senior brother chuckled and said, "Be serious. This time, if you break the formation first, then I'll give you a good artifact. If you can't break the formation, then you can wait to be dealt with." When the 5th junior brother heard the eldest senior brother, he couldn't help but loudly say, "All right, then it's settled. Eldest senior brother, you just wait. I'll definitely deal with him." The others also chuckled. Obviously, they didn't put Xiao Hai in their eyes. This time, they didn't specifically accept this mission to kill Xiao Hai. In their opinion, having the 7 of them kill Xiao Hai was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. These 7 people were not simple. They were famous in the younger generation of the Peerless Sword faction. The 7 of them were fellow disciples of the same sect. Moreover, they were proficient in a joint attack technique called the 7-star sword array. They were also known as the 7-star strange swords by the outside world. Why were they called strange swords? It was because the 7 of them had a very special ability in addition to their sword arts. For example, the big-nosed cultivator's nose was very sensitive, even more sensitive than the noses of demon beasts. Just like the 5th junior brother's compass and abacus. In addition to his sword arts, he was also a madman in formations. He was very knowledgeable about formations. Of course, he wasn't just good at breaking formations, he was also good at setting up formations. And these 7 people usually acted together. They accepted missions together, did missions together, and when they fought against others, the 7 of them would come together. So if you provoked one of them, it was equivalent to provoking all 7 of them at the same time. It was very difficult to deal with them. The eldest senior brother looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "All right, brothers, let's finish our work and go home. Let's go." After saying that, his figure moved and jumped onto the stage. The others also quickly followed. Soon, the 7 of them were on the stage. The 6 of them surrounded the 3 Xiaohai in the middle, while the 5th junior brother took out his compass and abacus and fiddled with them. When Xiaohai saw the 5th junior brother's appearance, he knew what he was doing. However, he wasn't worried. This was a battlefield that he carefully arranged, it wouldn't be easy to break through. After the eldest senior brother and the others surrounded the 3 Xiaohais in the middle, the 3 Xiaohais also took out their own spears and stood back to back. When the eldest senior brother saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was because he was very clear that if 2 of the opponents were illusions, then standing in such a position was no different from courting death. But now wasn't the time to think too much. The eldest senior brother roared and led the others to attack Xiaohai with their swords. At the same time, the 3 Xiaohai used their sabers. The 3 of them used defensive saber arts. Dang 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 dang, a series of explosive sounds were heard. The 3 Xiaohai blocked the attacks of the 6 people. The eldest senior brother looked at the 3 Xiaohai with a stunned face. He didn't understand why these 3 Xiaohai seemed to be real. Not only the eldest senior brother, but the others also had the same feeling. They really couldn't understand why this happened. Because they couldn't determine whether the Xiaohai was real or not, they attacked the 3 Xiaohai. In their opinion, under such an attack, the fake Xiaohai would definitely show signs of weakness. However, things went beyond their expectations. The 3 Xiaohai blocked their attacks with their sabers, which surprised them greatly. Although they felt very surprised, they didn't stop and continued to attack. However, they soon discovered that their attacks were ineffective against the Xiaohai. There were 6 of them here, but they couldn't do anything to the 3 Xiaohai. What's going on? While they were in a daze, they suddenly heard a scream. Upon hearing this scream, the 6 people stared. They turned their heads and saw that their 5th junior brother had fallen into a pool of blood. And beside the 5th junior brother, there were 2 Xiaohai. This discovery made them confused. They didn't know what happened. How could there be 2 Xiaohai? At this moment, they suddenly heard the sound of thunder. Then, the big-nosed 3rd senior brother's body suddenly twitched. His entire body seemed to have been burned by fire. His knees turned black, and he fell to the ground. It seemed that he would not survive. When the eldest senior brother saw this, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Lightning zone, this is the lightning zone of the Thunder God Mountain." When Xiaohai heard the eldest senior brother, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're right, this is the lightning zone of the Thunder God Mountain. Enjoy the feast that I prepared for you. You think that I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch at will because I concealed my identity as a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect? You're too naive." After he said that, Xiaohai waved his blade and rushed towards the eldest senior brother and the others. While the eldest senior brother and the others were distracted by Xiaohai, 2 clouds of black gas surrounded the 5th junior brother and the big-nosed 3rd senior brother. Before long, the black gas disappeared along with the corpses of the 5th junior brother and the 3rd senior brother. At this time, the 5 Xiaohai were locked in a fierce battle with the eldest senior brother and the others. Xiaohai currently had 3 clones as well as an avatar. In addition to Xiaohai's main body, there were 5 Xiaohai. But these 5 Xiaohai were all real to some extent. After Xiaohai got used to creating clones, whether it was condensing an avatar or creating an avatar, Xiaohai's speed had increased a lot. Additionally, his identity allowed him to cultivate inside the space. He wasn't like other people who couldn't cultivate inside their bodies. This was also Xiaohai's advantage. The 5 Xiaohai were locked in a fierce battle with the 5 strange swords. Xiaohai's blade technique was very versatile. One moment he would attack, the other he would defend. Moreover, he was commanding the other 4, so there was no problem with their cooperation. The eldest senior brother and the others were in a similar situation. The 5 of them had a tacit understanding of each other. Because they had been fighting together for a long time, the situation was quite tense. At this time, 2 people joined the battle, breaking the balance of the battle. These 2 people were none other than the big-nosed 3rd senior brother and the 5th junior brother. The 2 of them had now turned into undead. The reason why Xiaohai didn't release them before was because he wanted to have a good understanding of the Peerless Sword faction's sword techniques. Now that he had a good understanding of them, he naturally wanted to find a way to speed up the battle. In order to defeat a person, there were many ways to do so. Defeating a person mentally was also a way to destroy them. This was the situation with the 5 strange swords. When the 3rd senior brother and the 5th junior brother appeared, the 5 strange swords began to crumble. People have feelings. Although cultivators pursue the Tao and become immortals, they weren't immortals. They were still cultivators, and cultivators also have feelings. When they saw their dead brothers suddenly appear in front of them and raise their weapons, they couldn't help but be shocked. Then the remaining 7 star swords turned from 5 to 3. 2 of them were killed. At the same time, Zhao Hai's actions angered the remaining 3. Among them, the aura of the eldest brother of the 7 star swords was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, his aura was also fluctuating. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he knew that this was a sign that the other party was about to make a breakthrough. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He was very clear that the other party was about to make a breakthrough. Facing a teleportation realm cultivator, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to win. Because of this, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared into the ground. At the same time, his 3 clones and his Dharma idol continued to attack the 3 people inside the 7 star strange sword. Of the 3 remaining members of the 7 star strange swords, the eldest senior brother was in the middle of a breakthrough and could not appear. The remaining 2 also noticed this situation, so they did their best to guard the eldest senior brother, waiting for the moment he broke through. After a while, the eldest senior brother's aura reached its peak and then began to stop. However, his aura didn't weaken and remained in that state. He was like a volcano that was accumulating power and waiting to erupt. Boom! There was a loud sound and the entire stage shook. Then, the eldest senior brother's aura rose by several levels. At this moment, the 2 7 star swords members guarding the eldest senior brother had a look of joy on their faces. They couldn't help but relax a little. The moment they relaxed, 2 blades appeared in their chests. The 2 of them turned their heads and saw that it was the 2 7 star swords members that were killed by the 3rd senior brother and 5th junior brother. As they watched in disbelief, Zhao Hai's clones, Law Idol, and the 6 7 star swords members all disappeared. At this time, the eldest senior brother of the 7 star swords finally opened his eyes. Zhao Hai, I will tear you to pieces. A mournful roar came from the stage. Zhao Hai's figure flashed through the forest. He was very careful every time he moved. He couldn't be careless because he was being chased by the 7 star swords' eldest senior brother. When the big brother of the 7 star swordsman successfully broke through, he discovered that all of his brothers had died. He was the only one left alive, while Zhao Hai and his clones had disappeared. This made the 7 star swords' eldest senior brother angry. He didn't think that all of his brothers would die. Because of this, he swore that he would kill Zhao Hai. After successfully advancing, the eldest senior brother used the most violent method to break Zhao Hai's formation. At the same time, he used his fastest speed to leave the minefield. Then he began to search for Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was underground, not daring to show his face. After 3 days of searching, the eldest senior brother still couldn't find Zhao Hai. Then he chose to leave. Zhao Hai came out of the ground and let out a sigh of relief. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't dare to move. This was because he knew that the eldest senior brother's spiritual force was much stronger than before. If Zhao Hai moved, he would certainly be discovered. But Zhao didn't think that he would be fooled this time. Just as he came out of the ground, 7 star swords boss came back to kill him. Seeing 7 star swords boss flying in the air, Zhao couldn't stay calm. He immediately escaped into the ground. However, he miscalculated this time. After advancing, the eldest senior brother's spiritual force was much stronger than before. Even if Zhao Hai went underground, he could still sense Zhao Hai's position. Sword Chi shot towards the ground. Zhao Hai had no choice but to come out and quickly escape into the mountains. Then the 1,000-mile chase began. Zhao Hai was chased by the eldest senior brother. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's movement technique being fast and his various divergent abilities, then he would have already entered the space. Although he was being chased by the eldest senior brother, Zhao Hai didn't enter the space. He was fighting a battle of wits and courage with the eldest senior brother. Several times, Zhao Hai almost got rid of the eldest senior brother with the help of his clones. However, in the end, he didn't succeed. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the eldest senior brother also had a special ability, which was perception. He could sense where his enemy was. The reason why he couldn't sense Zhao Hai in the arena was because of Zhao Hai's formation as well as the special environment of the minefield. But since Zhao Hai left, it was almost impossible to escape his perception. Because of this, Zhao Hai had used his clones many times to cover for himself, but he still couldn't escape from 7-star Strange Sword's pursuit. The two had been chasing each other for several days. Naturally, the so-called 1,000-mile pursuit was just a descriptive term. It didn't mean that the two had really chased each other for 1,000 miles. Zhao Hai didn't know where he was, but he was sure that he wasn't in Thunder God Mountain. Moreover, he was getting further and further away from it. Fortunately, he didn't leave the forest. Moreover, he was using his wood element divergent ability to travel through the forest. Even if the eldest senior brother knew where he was, it would be very difficult for him to lock onto his position. Not far behind Zhao Hai, the eldest senior brother was currently working hard. Since he couldn't find Zhao Hai's specific location, he used his sword energy to sweep through all the trees that Zhao Hai could be hiding in. At this time, the eldest senior brother's hair was very messy. His beard was also growing out, and his eyes were blood red. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a madman. He was indeed crazy. He didn't think that a side mission would cause him to lose 6 brothers. Moreover, when he broke through, his last 2 brothers also died. In his opinion, the deaths of these 2 brothers were all because of him. Therefore, he must kill Zhao Hai to avenge his brothers. This was why he chased after Zhao Hai. Fortunately, the two were still in the barren mountains. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have seen this chase. At that time, Zhao Hai would become famous. In fact, the chase between the two was also seen by some rogue cultivators. This was because there was never a lack of rogue cultivators doing missions in a mountain range like this. However, when these rogue cultivators saw the eldest senior brother flying in the sky, they turned around and ran. They simply didn't give him a second glance. This was also the law of survival for rogue cultivators. In the true spirit realm, you don't need to think about justice. Only those with bigger fists are right. If you meet a teleportation realm cultivator on the road and he is chasing someone else, then what you need to do isn't to watch the fun or help. You need to turn around and run as fast as you can. Otherwise, if the teleportation realm cultivator is in a bad mood and kills you, then your death would be in vain. No one would avenge you. Although Zhao Hai was moving through the forest, his speed was very fast. However, it was impossible for him to escape the pursuit of the eldest senior brother. Seeing the pursuers getting closer and closer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but become anxious. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an emptiness in front of him. He looked forward and found that he was at the edge of a cliff. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw the eldest senior brother getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort. His figure moved as he jumped down the cliff. In midair, he immediately released the 9-winged cloud centipede. The 9-winged cloud centipede appeared beneath his feet. Zhao Hai jumped onto the back of the 9-winged cloud centipede. The 9-winged cloud centipede's 9 pairs of wings flapped as it flew off the cliff. At this time, the eldest senior brother also sensed something and quickly flew towards the cliff. When he arrived above the cliff, he immediately saw the 9-winged cloud centipede and Zhao Hai on the centipede's back. The eldest senior brother's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately chased after the 9-winged cloud centipede. One chased while the other fled. In the blink of an eye, they flew out of the valley. Zhao Hai looked at the eldest senior brother who was chasing after him. He couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he turned his hand and took out a rifle. This rifle was made to look like a sniper rifle. Moreover, the explosives used inside it were made after arriving in the true spiritual realm. It was much more powerful and its attack was much stronger. A single shot was equivalent to a clone stage expert's full-strength attack. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't want to use this thing. However, he was now angry. He didn't want to expose the space, but it wasn't as if he couldn't use the space. the eldest senior brother wanted his life. Moreover, the eldest senior brother didn't want his sword. This made Zhao Hai very angry. Therefore, he took out his sniper rifle. It wasn't only him who took out his sniper rifle. At the same time, Zhao Hai released his 4 clones. He also had his avatar turn into a clone. Then he released the 9-winged cloud centipede as well. Each of the clones stood on the centipede and held a sniper rifle in their hands. 5 people, 5 9-winged cloud centipedes, 5 rifles. All of them simultaneously attacked the eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother was very unhappy. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would use such a move to deal with him. The 9-winged cloud centipede wasn't slow. Although he could fly, he was still chasing after Zhao Hai. In this case, it was impossible for him to catch up to the 9-winged cloud centipede. Because of this, he could only take a beating. It was impossible for him to hit Zhao Hai. This made him very sullen. It wasn't that the eldest senior brother didn't have any artifacts on him. However, using artifacts at this time wasn't much of a threat to Zhao Hai. This was because he was too far away from Zhao Hai. That's right, the distance between him and Zhao Hai was too far. Zhao Hai was at least 10 miles away from him. At this distance, it was almost impossible for his artifacts to pose any threat to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's sniper rifle had a range of more than 10 miles. In other words, Zhao Hai could hit him, but he couldn't hit Zhao Hai. How could he not be sullen? The battle between the two shifted from the ground to the sky. However, this time, the attacking and defending sides had changed positions. Although Zhao Hai seemed to be running away, the attacking side was Zhao Hai. The eldest senior brother, who was chasing after Zhao Hai, was now the defending side. The battle between the two was watched by countless people. Now, the sects near the Tyrant's Blade School knew that there was a teleportation realm cultivator chasing after another cultivator. The two sides were fighting in the sky. A day had passed, and the two of them were still fighting in the sky. This battle had attracted the attention of many people. Now, some sects had already sent their inner disciples to watch this battle. Among those people, there were even disciples from the Tyrant's Blade School. However, those disciples did not participate in this battle. However, the appearance of the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples made the eldest senior brother understand that it was impossible for him to kill Zhao Hai. Although the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples didn't make a move, it didn't mean that they would just watch Zhao Hai get killed. The Tyrant's Blade School was famous for its unity. Although Zhao Hai was hiding his identity, if Zhao Hai was in danger, the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples would definitely make a move. However, the problem was that he couldn't just let go. Zhao Hai was already angry. The initiative was no longer in the eldest senior brother's hands, but in Zhao Hai's. Now, Zhao Hai and his clone were entangling him. Even if he wanted to leave, even if he didn't want to fight with Zhao Hai, he still needed to see if Zhao Hai would agree or not. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't feel very good. There were too many people watching the battle, and all of them were experts. He felt like a monkey performing a circus. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai and the boss of the 7-star strange sword have been fighting in the air for 3 days. During these 3 days, their fight attracted the attention of several hundred people. Among them were cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School and the Peerless Sword faction. Seeing the Peerless Sword faction arrive, Zhao Hai knew that his fight with the 7-star strange sword's boss wouldn't have any result. Not only would the Tyrant's Blade School not allow him to appear, the Peerless Sword faction wouldn't allow anything to happen to the 7-star strange sword's boss. The two of them were already dead. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai waved his hand as he received his doppelganger and the 9-winged cloud centipedes. Then he coldly looked at the boss of the 7-star strange sword and said, "Listen up, you were the one who chased me this time. You deserve to be killed by me. The two of us have been playing for 3 days now. I don't want to play with you anymore. We'll settle our grudges later." Zhao Hai looked at the boss of the 7-star strange sword. "We'll settle this once and for all." When the 7-star strange sword's boss saw Zhao Hai stop, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he clenched his teeth in anger. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, just you wait. I'll definitely cut you into 10,000 pieces." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Cut me into 10,000 pieces? If it wasn't for the spectators, I would have crippled you. Then Zhao Hai patted the 9-winged cloud centipede and flew away, not saying another word. The 7-star strange swords boss looked at Zhao Hai's back and clenched his teeth. However, there was nothing he could do. Just as Zhao Hai said, if it wasn't for the peerless sword faction, he would have been in a precarious situation. After fighting with Zhao Hai for 3 days, he had to maintain his flying state, which consumed a lot of his energy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't flying by himself. Moreover, his weapon attacks didn't use spirit chi at all. This was where Zhao Hai had the most advantage. Zhao Hai hadn't flown far when several people flew over. They were all experts in the teleportation realm. From their attire, they should be cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School. Zhao Hai had seen the leader before. He was an inner disciple with the surname Li Hao. Because he knew these people, Zhao Hai didn't attack them. Instead, he allowed them to arrive at his side. When these people arrived at his side, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I've seen senior brother Li. I've seen senior brothers as well." Li Hao also cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Good, Zhao Hai, you've done well. Ha ha ha. With the strength of a doppelganger stage expert, you actually fought with a teleportation realm expert and almost killed him. You've gained face, But you've made a big fuss this time. The sect master has ordered that your trial is over. You must immediately return to the sect and not leave for 3 days." When Zhao Hai heard Li Hao, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face turned bitter as he said, "I'm not allowed to leave the sect for 3 years? Why? I still want to go to other places to see." Li Hao and the others looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "Go and tell that to the sect master. Let's go back." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said to Li Hao and the others, "Senior brothers, come to my beast. The rest of you can fly by yourselves. This place isn't close to the sect." Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. Their current location wasn't close to the Tyrant's Blade sect. They were already deep in the Butterfly sect's territory. And this was because Zhao Hai controlled the area and kept going in circles. Otherwise, who knows where he and the boss of the 7-star strange sword would have flown to in these 3 days. Li Hao and the others didn't refuse Zhao Hai's good intentions. To be honest, flying for a long time in the sky was very tiring for a teleportation realm cultivator. Take the boss of the 7-star strange sword for example. Even if Zhao Hai didn't attack him, flying in the sky for a few days was enough to wear him down. Although the Butterfly sect and the Tyrant's Blade sect still had some conflicts at the border, these were just small problems. Both sides seemed to be using the border as a training ground. They would send some disciples from both sides to the border for training. The two sects wouldn't really have a large-scale conflict. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai and the others didn't encounter any danger when they flew to the Tyrant's Blade sect. One had to know that there were more than a dozen Tyrant's Blade sect cultivators who came to pick up Zhao Hai this time, and all of them were experts above the teleportation realm. With them around, even sects like the Tyrant's Blade sect and the Beast-controlling sect, who were sworn enemies of the Tyrant's Blade sect, wouldn't dare to make a move against them. If they really did, it might cause a war between the sections. Therefore, Zhao Hai's return was very smooth. This time, Zhao Hai didn't directly return to the Dijia mountain when he returned to the sect. Instead, he went to the Sky Beheading Peak to meet the sect master. This was the first time Zhao Hai had come to the Sky Beheading Peak and also the first time he had come to the Sky Beheading Hall. He followed Li Hao to the Sky Beheading Hall. Li Tianhao said to the cultivators in front of the Sky Beheading Hall, "Senior brothers, please inform the sect master that Li Hao and Zhao Hai have come to meet him." One of the two cultivators said in a deep voice, "Junior brothers, please wait for a moment." After saying that, he pushed open the door of the Sky Beheading Hall and walked in. After a while, he came out of the hall and bowed to Zhao Hai and Li Tianhao. "Junior brothers, the sect has let you two in." After the two of them bowed to the cultivator, they pushed open the door and entered the Sky Beheading Hall. After entering the hall, the two of them bowed to the sect master on the stage and said in unison, "Li Hao, Zhao Hai, greets the sect master." The sect master nodded and looked at the two of them. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "You really know how to cause trouble. It's your first time out. If you don't cause trouble, you won't be at peace, right?" Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and didn't know how to respond. The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, "You don't need to be nervous. You've done a good job this time, you didn't lose the face of the tyrant's blade school. However, the eyes of the other sects have already turned red, they want to kill you. Therefore, you can't lead the sect for a while. You should cultivate well." Zhao Hai said, "Yes, Zhao Hai understands." The sect master nodded. Then he turned to Li Hao and said, "Li Hao, what happened this time? Did anyone cause trouble for you?" Li Hao said, replying to the sect master, "No. The journey was very smooth. No one dared to stop us." The sect master nodded and said, "All right, you can withdraw." The two of them nodded. Then they gave the sect master a salute and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai still didn't understand why the sect master called him over. Was it just to say these two words? Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that the reason why the sect master called him over was to see him. Ever since Zhao Hai came to the Tyrant's Blade School, he had done a lot of things for the sect. However, the sect master still hadn't seen Zhao Hai. This made the sect master even more curious about Zhao Hai. He wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was. Although Zhao Hai was puzzled, he didn't think much about it. If he wasn't allowed to leave the sect, then he wouldn't go out. Zhao Hai opened his transmission formation and directly returned to the small courtyard on the mountain. When he arrived at the small courtyard, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others standing in the training field and watching Chiu Tai practice. Chiu Tai was currently practicing his fist technique. To be honest, Chiu Tai's fist technique was already very good. After all, he was different from Zhao Hai. Unlike Zhao Hai, Chiu Tai wasn't able to use the power of thought to communicate with the soul of martial arts. In this case, Chiu Tai's fist technique was already very good. Don't forget, he was still a child. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that Chiu Tai's fist technique had probably reached the Desheng stage. If he was in an ordinary sect, he would definitely be regarded as a heaven's talent. Of course, he was only a heaven's talent for fist techniques. For cultivation, he wasn't a heaven's talent. Chiu Tai couldn't be considered a genius, his talent was just too ordinary. Zhao Hai used a lot of medicines to make Chiu Tai achieve what he has today. If these medicines were used on other geniuses, then they would have already reached the clone stage. However, Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Chiu Tai's performance. Chiu Tai wasn't a cultivation genius, but he was a very diligent person. If he didn't cultivate crazily, then he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. This was what Zhao Hai was most satisfied with. At this time, Laura and the others also saw Zhao Hai. They immediately surrounded him. Chiu Tai also stopped and ran to Zhao Hai's side. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we've heard about your matter. We thought that you would be back 2 days ago." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not that easy. If I don't clean up that guy from the Peerless Sword faction, then I wouldn't be able to vent my anger." Hee. But the people from their sect also came. In the end, they weren't able to kill that guy. I'm afraid that there will be more troubles in the future. Laura smiled faintly and said, "This time, he couldn't do anything to you. He won't have another chance in the future. Brother Hai, you should go and greet your 2 masters." Zhao Hai nodded and gently patted Chiu Tai's head. He smiled and said, "Little Tai's fist technique is already very good. It seems like you need to practice the next step." Hee. Little Tai, you can now learn more advanced fist techniques. Unexpectedly, Chiu Tai shook his head and said, "Young master, I do not wish to learn a new fist technique so quickly." The 2 elders already said that when young master first learned the saber technique, you practiced the basic saber technique to the highest level before learning other saber techniques. I want to be like young master. Upon hearing Chiu Tai, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He looked at Chiu Tai and said, "Good, then you should focus on practicing. Little Tai, you should know that if you continue like this, your cultivation speed will be delayed. You're only laying the foundation now, you won't be able to do it later." When Chiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he nodded. Of course, he didn't know that not everyone in this world could be like Zhao Hai. It was impossible for everyone to practice martial arts to the highest level. If he pursued the realm too much, it would only delay his cultivation. At this time, Elder Yin's voice was heard, "Little Hai, you've returned. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that the Yin-Yang elders had arrived. He quickly walked towards them and gave them a big salute. Disciple Zhao Hai has seen the two masters. Elder Yin waved his hand and said, "All right, get up. Let's go inside and talk. Kid, you went out this time and caused a lot of trouble. We need to talk about it." Zhao Hai nodded and invited the Yin-Yang elders to enter his room. After they sat down in the living room, Meg served them tea. Zhao Hai then told the Yin-Yang elders about what happened. The Yin-Yang elders had a gloomy expression as they said, "So, you were attacked by the Imperial Beast sect and the Hegemon Sword sect? And it was in our territory?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Indeed." Later on, the Peerless Sword sect also appeared. However, I dealt with 6 of them. The last one was the one who broke through to the teleportation realm. Eldarine coldly snorted and said, "They're getting more and more rampant. They really think that our Hegemon Sword sect is useless. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't learn their lesson. You can rest assured that I won't let them off." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Master, rest assured. I'll take care of my own matters. When the time comes, I won't let them off. I'll take care of them." When Eldarine heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, you're worthy of being a disciple of our Yin-Yang Dual Fiend Blade sect. If you really want to, then we'll leave them to you and let you take your revenge." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Master." Eldarine waved his hand and said, "This time you came back, you should cultivate well. Your current strength is still too low. If you really meet an expert, you will be in danger. This time, you will be fighting against a famous expert of the younger generation of the Peerless Sword faction, the 7-Star Sword. They are all experts of the transcending realm. The last one who broke through was the eldest senior brother of the 7-Star Sword faction, Lu Xing. This person is nicknamed Tianwu Sword. He is a difficult character to deal with. You were able to deal with 6 of them this time mainly because of the formation and the special terrain of the lightning field. They have never seen your undead before, so they were shocked and lost their resistance. Moreover, Lu Xing has just advanced to the teleportation realm, so his sword chi can't reach you. Otherwise, your artifact wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It's hard to say what will happen in the end, so what you need to do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. I ask Master to rest assured." Eldarine replied, "Little Hai, your current strength is still too weak. However, the cloning technique that you practice is very good. If you can really use it to create more clones, then they can help you cultivate. Therefore, what you need to do right now is not to increase your level, but to consolidate your cultivation." Eldarine nodded, "Don't worry, Little Hai. Don't worry too much about the cloning technique." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master can rest assured. I'll definitely cultivate the cloning realm." To be honest, after listening to Elder Yin, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Elder Yin's vision was like a torch. He was able to think of the strongest use of the cloning technique. Amazing, truly amazing. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're a genius in the saber technique. Your saber technique is already enough for people to use. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Therefore, there's only one thing you need to do now. Consolidate your saber technique and let your saber technique reach the mastery realm. At the very least, you need to be able to attack and defend freely." Bewitching Blade Zhao Hai, this was a nickname that Zhao Hai had just received. After the battle between Zhao Hai and Lu Xing, all of Zhao Hai's achievements were dug up by the major sects of the True Spirit Boundary. Even the things that Zhao Hai did in the Leap Dragon realm were revealed. People also knew that Zhao Hai was the one who destroyed the Guijing realm. Zhao Hai hadn't made much progress in the True Spirit Boundary, but the incident of the Guijing realm was still fresh in the minds of the people of the True Spirit Boundary. In the beginning, they thought that it was done by an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. But after some investigation, they found out that it was actually done by Zhao Hai. Now, the major sects of the True Spirit Boundary understood why the Yin-Yang elders accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple. The Yin-Yang elders' murderous aura was strong, but Zhao Hai's aura was even stronger. It was already good that Zhao Hai didn't affect the Yin-Yang elders. The Yin-Yang elders' murderous aura didn't affect Zhao Hai at all. This was especially true for the people of the Tyrant's Blade School. In the past, the people of the Tyrant's Blade School didn't understand why Zhao Hai was taken care of by the sect. Moreover, they became the disciples of the Yin Yang elders and even got a peak of the Inferno Mountain as their sect. Now, everything was clear. Zhao Hai was the ruthless person who destroyed the Leap Dragon realm. To be honest, when they heard this news, they didn't believe it. There was no other way. Compared to other people, Saber Rat and the others were more familiar with Zhao Hai. In Saber Rat's mind, Zhao Hai had always been a very gentle person. Although he was a bit crazy during battles, he didn't look like a ruthless person who would destroy a realm. This made them very puzzled. Only Lin Ling and Xianxia, who knew the truth, weren't surprised. This was because when Zhao Hai did this, they were very clear about it. At the same time, a lot of people from the sect came to the two. They wanted to know if Zhao Hai really did such a thing. Since this matter was already known to the entire world, Lin Ling and the other didn't hide it. The two also confirmed that the Kasha Crystal Realm was indeed destroyed by Zhao Hai. After this news was confirmed, a strange thing happened. Zhao Hai's Yuanyu Peak was no longer visible. All the cultivators would take a detour around it. Even the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School flying beasts would take a detour around Yuanyu Peak. This didn't mean that these cultivators were afraid of Zhao Hai. They weren't afraid of Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai killed a lot of people in the past, his strength was still there. And with the fact that he was a member of the Tyrant's Blade School, these people had no reason to be afraid of him. The reason why these people took a detour around Zhao Hai's Yuanyu Peak was because they were afraid of being affected by Zhao Hai's killing intent. The reason why the Yin Yang elders lived in the small Yin Yang Peak was because their killing intent was too strong. The outer and inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School all took a detour around Yuanyu Peak. However, those who were familiar with Zhao Hai liked to visit Yuanyu Peak. This was because they knew that nothing would happen to them. And if they were lucky, they might even meet the Yin Yang elders on Yuanyu Peak and get some pointers from them. For them, this was definitely a profit. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai didn't appear in the continent. He didn't go out of the Tyrant's Blade School's territory. Therefore, there was no news about him in the continent. During this time, Zhao Hai had been in seclusion. He was still too weak, so he wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. During these 3 years, Zhao Hai had been in seclusion on Yuanyu Peak for 3 years. Naturally, he wasn't in seclusion all the time. Instead, he didn't leave Yuanyu Peak at all. During these 3 years, Zhao Hai only did one thing, and that was to make clones. Naturally, the Yin Yang elders didn't know about this. They thought that Zhao Hai was consolidating his cultivation. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the clones weren't limited. He used a year to make clones, and then he continued to make clones. In the end, he made a total of 1,000 clones. However, when the 1,000th clone was made, he couldn't make any more. In other words, he could only make 1,000 clones at most. Although he knew the upper limit of the number of clones he could make, Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. He could make 1,000 clones, which was already an astonishing number. If he could fuse these 1,000 clones, then it would be equivalent to having 1,000 Zhao Hais cultivating together. His cultivation speed would definitely be astonishing. However, this wasn't easy. First of all, there was the strength of the clones. When the clones were condensed, they would only have the strength of a newborn. They would need to reach the strength of a clone. Secondly, he had to let the strand of soul energy slowly resonate with the main soul. Finally, he had to fuse it with the main soul. This was very difficult, even more difficult than separating the soul. After 2 years, Zhao Hai was only able to make the souls of his doppelgangers resonate with his main soul. He was still unable to fuse the souls of his doppelgangers with his main soul. During these 3 years, Zhao Hai didn't practice any new saber techniques aside from cultivating his spiritual qi. He had been trying to fuse his saber techniques. The results were very good. Now, he could attack and defend freely with saber techniques of the same attribute. This wasn't an easy task for Zhao Hai. This was because his saber techniques were better than others. Therefore, it would take him a long time to fuse the 2 saber techniques together. Even with Zhao Hai's perception, he could only fuse saber techniques of the same attribute. Zhao Hai still couldn't fuse saber techniques of different attributes. Zhao Hai wasn't simply unable to do it. In fact, the Yinyang elders didn't want him to do it. If Zhao Hai could use saber techniques of all attributes, then others would immediately know that Zhao Hai might be a person with a born Dao aptitude. When the time comes, the other sects would certainly eliminate him at all costs. If Zhao Hai destroyed the Guijing realm, the other sects might not deal with him. After all, the Guijing realm had nothing to do with them. Even the Hegemon Sword sect wouldn't deliberately send people to kill Zhao Hai. After all, the Guijing realm was just a lower realm. The Hegemon Sword sect didn't control only the Guijing realm. The destruction of the Guijing realm wouldn't be a big loss for them. However, if the other sects knew that Zhao Hai had a born Dao aptitude, they would definitely kill Zhao Hai at all costs. This was because a person with a born Dao aptitude was too much of a threat to them. A person with a born Dao aptitude could almost change the structure of the entire real spiritual realm. During the last clone trial, Zhao Hai also paid attention to his saber techniques. He mostly used saber techniques of the metal and earth attributes. He rarely used saber techniques of other attributes. 3 years wasn't a long time for cultivators in the real spiritual realm. This was because 3 years wasn't a long time for cultivators. Even if cultivators in the real spiritual realm were in seclusion, 3 years wasn't a long time. Because cultivators in the real spiritual realm needed to eat, some low-level cultivators wouldn't be in seclusion for a long time. However, as long as they reached the transcending realm, they wouldn't be in seclusion for a short period of time. It wasn't that transcending realm cultivators didn't need to eat at all. However, they weren't like ordinary cultivators who needed to eat every day. They only needed to eat once a month or so. Because of this, if transcending realm cultivators didn't want to be disturbed during their seclusion, they would bring along some fasting pills. If they were hungry, they could eat a fasting pill to maintain their life. The fasting pill was a kind of pill that could make a person feel less hungry after eating it. This kind of fasting pill was refined from various kinds of medicinal herbs. After successfully refining the fasting pill, not only could the person not feel hungry for a long time after eating it, it could also provide the person with the nutrients needed by the human body. Moreover, one fasting pill could provide about a month's worth of nutrition. Of course, not everyone could afford to eat fasting pills. The effect of the fasting pill was very good, but the price wasn't cheap. Sects wouldn't provide fasting pills to cultivators for free. If you want a fasting pill, then you can buy it yourself. If a cultivator who wasn't strong enough wanted to go into seclusion, they wouldn't prepare fasting pills. Instead, they would ask their companions or hire a servant to deliver meals to them. Meals would be delivered 3 times a day or only once a day. Even so, the cost wasn't small. Because of this, a lot of weak cultivators in the true spirit realm wouldn't go into seclusion for a long time. Their so-called seclusion meant that they didn't see outsiders and didn't have much contact with the outside world to avoid being disturbed. Zhao's closed-door training was like this. Almost every day, he would eat 3 meals, but he wouldn't go outside, nor would he go out to do missions. Every day, he would just peacefully cultivate. In these 3 years, what shocked the Tyrant's Blade School the most wasn't Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai's field. 3 years was enough for Zhao Hai's field to take shape. Several defensive systems had been completed. Man-eating flowers, trees, sky-connecting vines, and other plants had all grown up. Now, before receiving the antidote from Zhao Hai, even a teleportation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to easily pass through Zhao Hai's field. Whether it was on the ground or in space, everything was the same. Not only were the defensive systems in the field completed, but the plants in the field had also started to grow. Bread trees, bamboo rice, and vegetables had already been produced. Moreover, they had become Zhao Hai's main source of income. In these 3 years, Zhao Hai's field had also started to produce some low-grade herbs. These herbs also brought a lot of income to Zhao Hai. It could be said that Zhao Hai was now the richest inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. Zhao Hai's income made a lot of people jealous. However, they had a way to deal with it. This was because when no one wanted the field, Zhao Hai took it and put in a lot of effort to cultivate it. Now that there was an income, it was all thanks to Zhao Hai's good management. Zhao Hai calmly stood in the training field as he watched Qiu Tai practice. Qiu Tai was currently using a wooden saber, But this wooden saber wasn't an ordinary one, it was an ironwood saber. It was heavier than an ordinary wooden saber, but it wasn't as heavy as an iron saber. This made it very suitable for Qiu Tai. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't let Qiu Tai practice with an iron saber was because he was afraid that Qiu Tai's body wouldn't be able to handle it. Although Qiu Tai was a body cultivator, he was still very young. He wasn't even 10 years old yet. If he were to practice with an iron saber too early, then it wouldn't be a good thing for him. It might even harm his body. Therefore, Zhao Hai let him practice with a wooden saber. There was another reason for this, and that was the saber that Qiu Tai was using. Qiu Tai's saber wasn't an ordinary saber or a ghost head saber, he was using a large glaive. When Zhao Hai was fighting against the beasts, Qiu Tai was influenced by the glaive. When Zhao Hai asked him what weapon he wanted to use, Qiu Tai didn't hesitate to choose the glaive. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to agree. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't just agree because of Qiu Tai's preference. Zhao Hai mainly agreed because Qiu Tai was very suitable to use the glaive. The glaive was a heavy weapon. Only people with great strength could use it. Since Qiu Tai was a body cultivator, he naturally had great strength. Therefore, the glaive was very suitable for him. However, Qiu Tai was still young. If he were to use a metal glaive at this age, he might tire himself out. The human body was very strange. If there was a hidden injury on the body, then it wouldn't be easy to recover. Therefore, it wasn't suitable for Qiu Tai to use a metal glaive to practice. Otherwise, it might leave a hidden injury on his body. In order for Qiu Tai to familiarize himself with the glaive, Zhao Hai made dozens of glaives. Naturally, these glaives were all made of wood. From the most basic glaive to the heaviest ironwood glaives, Qiu Tai was given a lot of glaives of various weights. Qiu Tai's progress was also beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai thought that Qiu Tai would only be able to use the large glaive made of ironwood when he was 12 or 13 years old. He did not expect that Qiu Tai could use it before he was 10 years old. Although Qiu Tai's glaive wasn't the heaviest, it was already very good. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Qiu Tai's progress. While Zhao Hai was watching Qiu Tai practice, a voice was heard from his side, "Brother Hai, it seems like someone is coming." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Laura. In the past 3 years, Laura and the others had become familiar with the environment of the Tyrant's Blade sect. In some places, they were even more familiar with it than Zhao Hai. This was especially true for the female disciples of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Now that Laura and the others were in control of the entire Yuanyu Peak's defense system, it can be said that Zhao Hai's understanding of Yuanyu Peak was far inferior to Laura and the others. This was because Zhao Hai only built the 52nd courtyard while Laura and the others had installed a defense system on the entire peak. But as for what kind of defense it was, even Zhao Hai wasn't clear about it. Upon hearing Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn his head to Laura and asked, "Who are they?" Laura replied, "They're people from the sect. Looking at their route, they should be heading towards our Yuanyu Peak. It's possible that the sect is looking for you." Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. At this time, a voice was heard, "Zhao Hai, prepare yourself. This time, you might be going out." Zhao Hai looked and saw the Yin Yang elders. The one who spoke was Elder Yin. Zhao Hai and Laura quickly gave the two a salute. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he asked the two, "Masters, how did you know that I'm going out?" The Yin Yang elders smiled faintly. Then Elder Yang replied, "Because every 10 years, the Alliance of Righteous Sects will be held. And this time, you will be representing the Tyrant's Blade sect." Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the two and asked, "Masters, what is this Alliance of Righteous Sects?" Elder Yin said in a deep voice, "You also know that in the true spirit world, there are 3 major powers, the righteous, the devil, and the evil. Our Tyrant's Blade School is a member of the Righteous Alliance. Every 10 years or so, the Righteous Alliance will hold a large competition. All the sects of the Righteous Alliance will participate, and the representatives of the sects will be the seeded contestants. This time, there will be 3 matches. The first match will be between the clone stage disciples, the second match will be between the soul combining stage disciples, and the third match will be between the dust separating stage disciples. There will only be 3 matches in total. The best of the 3 matches will be rewarded by the sect, and the sect they belong to will also receive a lot of benefits. This is also a competition to promote the progress of the younger disciples. The main focus is on the competition, and killing is not encouraged. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Does the sect want me to participate in the cloning stage disciple competition and take first place?" Zhao Hai's words weren't polite at all. It was as if the first place was already in his bag and he could take it whenever he wanted. He indeed had such confidence. This was because his strength was there for all to see. A person who dared to fight against a teleportation realm expert wouldn't be afraid of a cloning stage expert. Elder Yang nodded and said, "Right, the sect wants you to compete for the position of the clone stage. Don't think that it's easy to compete for the position of the clone stage. In this great competition, you're not allowed to use any other artifacts besides your personal weapon. You're also not allowed to use battle beasts. Even if you're a formation cultivator or a tool cultivator, you're not allowed to use more than 5 artifacts. As for the Imperial Beast sect, they're not allowed to use more than 3 demonic beasts." Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "In other words, the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect can only use their weapons. Battle carriages and other artifacts can't be used?" Eldarine nodded and said, "Right, that's what it means. Before the competition, all participants must report their weapons. If you use any other weapons during the competition, you'll be disqualified immediately. This is to better protect the younger cultivators." Eldarine nodded and said, "That's right. Before the competition, all participants must report their weapons. If you use any other weapons during the competition, you'll be disqualified immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Master can rest assured. Even so, I will still take first place." Elder Yang chuckled and said, "We're not worried about your strength, but you have to be careful. In the process of participating in the competition, you might encounter attacks from ghost cultivators, devil cultivators, or heretic cultivators." When Zhao Hai heard Elder Yang, he couldn't help but be surprised and said, "There's such a thing? Don't we have to use transmission formations to go to the battlefield?" Elder Yang shook his head and said, "No, the various sects will send some elders to watch the competition. The elders can use transmission formations to go to the competition site, but it's impossible for participants like you to do so. You will be divided into groups according to your strength. People of the same strength will be divided into small groups and then rush to the competition site. You might encounter all kinds of attacks along the way, but this can also be considered as a trial for you. Many sects send people to participate in the competition, but they don't die on the battlefield. Instead, they were killed by devil cultivators, evil cultivators, or even ghost cultivators on the way." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Are the sects just going to watch this happen? Are they going to let devil cultivators and evil cultivators slaughter those low-level cultivators?" Eldarine shook his head and said, "Of course not. In fact, this is an agreement between the Righteous Dao Alliance, the Demonic Dao Alliance, and the Evil Cultivator Alliance. We'll send disciples of different levels to participate in the competition, and they'll also send disciples of different levels to kill you. Avatar realm against avatar realm, soul combining realm against soul combining realm." When Zhao Hai heard Eldarine, he immediately understood. He nodded and said, "This is how the 3 great alliances train their disciples." Eldarine nodded and said, "Right, that's what it means. This is the process of the 3 great alliances trials. But sometimes, ghost cultivators will also participate. And these ghost cultivators won't be polite. They won't respect the agreement. They will send some high-level cultivators to intercept and kill the participants." Eldarine nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Master can rest assured. If the sects really send people, then I will do my best." Eldarine smiled bitterly and said, "With your current strength, you have no choice but to go. Don't worry, you'll definitely be sent." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Just as Eldarine said, with Zhao Hai's current strength, if the Tyrant's Blade sect doesn't let him participate, then it would arouse the suspicion of the other sections. Because of this, the Tyrant's Blade sect would definitely let Zhao Hai participate. Moreover, they would let him take first place. This way, all the sects would know of his strength. Moreover, he would also be able to gain more benefits for the sect. Because of this, Zhao Hai would certainly participate this time. At this time, an alarm was suddenly heard from the 52nd courtyard. Just as the alarm sounded, a voice was heard, "Is Senior Brother Xiaohai here?" "I'm here on the sect master's orders." When this person's voice sounded, the alarm in the 50-second courtyard disappeared. Xiaohai casually said, "Senior Brother, please come in." Just as Xiaohai's voice fell, a figure appeared in the air and then slowly landed on the training field. Xiaohai recognized this person. It was Li Hao. Xiaohai kept his fist towards Li Hao and said, "I've seen Senior Brotherly. I didn't expect Senior Brotherly to personally come this time." Li Hao smiled faintly and said, "Junior Brother is too polite. I've seen the two elders." After saying that, Li Hao gave a salute to the Yin-Yang elders. With his status, it was natural for him to be respectful towards the Yin-Yang elders. Elder Yin waved his hand and said, "All right." "Is it because of the alliance meet?" Li Hao nodded and said, "Yes. The sect master wants Junior Brother Xiaohai to participate in the alliance meet." "What do the two elders think about this?" Elder Yin nodded and said, "It should be. It's impossible for a person to cultivate alone at home. Let's use this opportunity to go out and test ourselves. This time, Xiaohai will be representing the cloning realm, right? How many cloning realm disciples will be competing with him?" Li Hao replied, "Yes. Junior Brother Xiaohai will be representing the cloning realm disciples. There are also 20 people participating with Senior Brother Xiaohai." When Elder Yin heard Li Hao, he couldn't help but frown and said, "The number of people participating this time seems to have decreased a lot. Didn't we send 30 to 50 people in the past?" Li Hao nodded and said, "Yes, the number of people participating this time is relatively small. However, the selected people are all elites. This is because the sect master received news that the Devil Dao Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance might send some elites to attack us. In order to reduce the casualties, the number of people sent was reduced." Elder Yang knit his brows and said, "Senior Brother's intentions are good, but this way, the disciples won't be able to train. This isn't a good thing. Forget it, we'll just have to find some less dangerous ways to train them in the future." Li Hao didn't say anything. In the entire Tyrant's Blade School, there weren't many people who could speak like this about the sect master. The Yin-Yang elders were two of them. Li Hao didn't have the qualifications to speak at this time. Elder Yin looked at Li Hao and said, "When are we leaving? Where is our destination this time?" Li Hao immediately said, 7 days later. "Our destination is Yangdingshan." When Elder Yang heard Li Hao, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Yangdingshan? That's a good place. It's quite far from our Tyrant's Blade School. We'll be at a disadvantage." Li Hao nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. However, this is the location that the majority of the sects voted for. There's no way to change it." Elder Yin coldly snorted and said, "Why do I feel that those guys are coming for Little Hai this time? If that's the case, then I won't be polite in the future. I'll definitely teach them a lesson and let them understand that it's not easy to take advantage of our Tyrant's Blade School." Elder Yin's words weren't nonsense. Yangdingshan was very far from the Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters. The further it was, the more they would be at a disadvantage. This was because they had to spend a lot of time on the journey. The longer the journey, the easier it would be for them to be attacked. This was relatively speaking, they would be at a disadvantage. As for Xiaohai's strength, he was famous in the entire real spiritual world. With the strength of a clone, he was able to resist a teleportation expert. Although Lu Xing had just entered the teleportation realm, he was still in the teleportation realm. This was enough to prove Xiaohai's strength. Although there were various rules during the competition, and Xiaohai might not be able to use his full combat strength, Xiaohai's saber techniques were well known in the continent. If the other sects of the continent were afraid of Xiaohai's strength and didn't want him to become the champion of this competition, they would definitely think of ways to cause trouble for Xiaohai. If they let Xiaohai participate in the competition at Yangding Mountain, which was far away from the Tyrant's Saber Gate, he would encounter more dangers along the way. This was also a way to deal with Xiaohai. It was precisely because of this reason that Elder Yin said that this arrangement seemed to be targeted at Xiaohai. This was because they had never held a competition at Yangding Mountain before. This made them think this way. Li Hao didn't say anything, but his expression wasn't very good. In fact, when he heard this news, he had the same thoughts as the Yin-Yang elders. Even now, he still had the same thoughts. Elder Yang said in a deep voice, "Forget it. No matter what, Little Hai will definitely participate in this competition. Moreover, he must take first place. He must let those people see that even if they use tricks, they still won't be able to stop Little Hai from taking first place." Elder Yin coldly snorted and said to Li Hao, "All right, you can go back. We already know about this matter. When the time comes, we will definitely let Little Hai set off on time." Li Hao complied, then he gave a salute to the two men. Then he gave another salute to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. After Elder Yin saw Li Hao leave, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you already know about this matter. You should prepare for the next few days. Remember, if you meet other sects on the road, don't travel with them. Don't show any goodwill to them, because they might attack you at any time." Zhao Hai replied, "Yes, Master can rest assured. I understand what to do." The Yinyang elders nodded, then they turned around and left. After the two left the courtyard, Zhao Hai sighed and said to Laura and the others, "After a few years of peace, I didn't expect things to happen again. I don't know how long I'll be gone this time." Laura smiled and said, "It's all right, we're already used to it. Rest assured, we'll take care of the family. We'll also look after Little Iron's cultivation progress. There won't be any problems." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "You've worked hard." Then he gently hugged Laura and the others. Laura smiled faintly with a sweet expression. To be honest, they were already used to this kind of parting. At this point, they didn't take it seriously. Two figures were snuggled up to each other, and a child was practicing his swordsmanship. It was a very harmonious scene, so warm and so natural. 7 days passed by in a blink of an eye. On the 7th day, Zhao Hai used the transmission formation and directly went to Heaven's Beheading Peak. Everyone had to gather there and then depart together. When Zhao Hai arrived at the square of Heaven's Beheading Peak, he discovered that there were already a lot of people there. These people weren't very strong, the strongest were at the clone stage while the strongest were at the transcending realm. Acquaintances were gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting with one another. The scene wasn't cold and cheerless. Zhao Hai's appearance immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people. In the Tyrant's Blade sect, there weren't many people who didn't know about Zhao Hai. Even if these people hadn't seen Zhao Hai in person, they had seen his projection. Therefore, when Zhao Hai arrived, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. 3 years wasn't a long time, it wasn't enough for the people of the Tyrant's Blade sect to forget about Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Zhao Hai appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of these people. Whether they knew him or not, they all greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also politely returned their greetings. His face always had a faint smile, giving people a good impression of him. As for those who saw Zhao Hai for the first time, they were also surprised. They couldn't relate this person with a gentle smile to the person who destroyed a realm. The contrast was too big. While Zhao Hai was greeting these people, he also went to the place where the cloning experts were gathered. After greeting these people, Zhao Hai stopped and looked at his surroundings. Right now, there were close to 100 people gathered in the plaza. Among them, there were about 20 doppelganger stage cultivators, about 30 soul combining stage cultivators, and about 50 dust separating stage cultivators. It seemed like these were all the cultivators who were going to participate in the competition. There were about 100 people in total. At this time, a melodious sound of a bell rang. The entire square immediately quieted down. At this time, 3 cultivators walked into the square. These 3 cultivators were all at the teleportation realm. As for how high their realms were, Zhao Hai couldn't tell. However, looking at their appearance, they should be the elders of the sect. After the 3 of them stood in the square, they looked at Zhao Hai and the others. The white-haired elder at the front said, "You already know why you were called here this time. Now, I'll give you half an hour to elect a leader from each stage. He will lead you to participate in the great competition." As soon as the elder's voice fell, the square couldn't help but buzz. The fusion stage cultivators and transcending dust stage cultivators immediately began to discuss. Everyone's opinions were somewhat different. Only the clone stage cultivators were very quiet. Because of this, the clone stage cultivators turned their gaze to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt the gazes of these people. He smiled faintly as he cupped his fist and said, "Junior brothers, if you don't have any objections, then I won't be polite. I'll be the leader of the clone division. Does anyone have any objections?" Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at the clone division expert and said, "Junior brothers, if you don't have any objections, then I won't be polite." "No objections, no objections. Senior brother Xiaohai is very suitable to be the leader." The clone stage cultivators didn't know what to say. In their opinion, besides Xiaohai, no one else was qualified to be the leader. In terms of strength and reputation, Xiaohai should be the leader. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Then I won't be polite. However, I'm just the leader. I don't have any authority. You don't have to take it too seriously." The clone stage cultivators chuckled and said that they wouldn't dare. Xiaohai smiled faintly and cupped his fist towards everyone. Then he turned his head towards the three elders. When the cultivators of the other two stages saw Xiaohai and the others, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Then, they felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, they were very familiar with these people. They roughly knew their strength and character. The reason why they were fighting here was just for face. Now that they saw Xiaohai and the others, these cultivators felt a little embarrassed. After that, the selection of the leaders was much smoother. In a short while, the leaders of the three groups were selected. When the three elders saw this situation, they couldn't help but nod their heads in satisfaction. Then, the leader of the elders said, "Good. 3 leaders, come here and get your jade slips. The jade slips record your marching route. Only the 3 leaders know about it. The 3 leaders only have one task, which is to bring everyone safely to Yangding Mountain." Xiaohai and the others nodded and received the jade slip. Xiaohai used his spiritual force to explore the jade slip and saw their route. What surprised Xiaohai was that a large part of their route was actually a waterway. The rest of the route was also a main road. It could be said that it was very safe. However, the distance wasn't close. Xiaohai roughly calculated that even if they were to ride horses, it would take them at least 20 days to reach Yangding Mountain. Moreover, along the way, they would need to pass through the territories of 5 sections. Of these 5 sects, 2 of them didn't have a good relationship with the Tyrant's Blade sect. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to safely pass through their territories. Xiaohai frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just bowed to the elder and said, "Yes, Xiaohai will do his best to bring everyone safely to Yangding Mountain." The elder nodded and said, "The sect will provide you with mounts. You can choose your own. Of course, you can also choose not to use them. But remember, you must reach Yangding Mountain within a month." Xiaohai nodded, then he returned to the cloning experts and said, "Everyone, I already know the route ahead. The sect has also provided us with mounts. However, I don't plan to use them. I plan to use my own mounts. If you trust me, then we can set off now." Xiaohai nodded, then he turned to the cloning experts and said, "Everyone, I already know the route ahead." When the cloning realm cultivators heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other and said in unison, "Listen to the leader. We will set off now." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then we will set off now. Let's go down the mountain." After he said that, he walked down the beheading sky peak. The other cloning realm cultivators followed behind. They didn't know why, but they felt that Xiaohai had a kind of temperament. It was a temperament that made people trust him. It made the cloning realm cultivators unconsciously follow him and listen to him. The leaders of the other 2 ranks looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that Xiaohai had a lot of battle beasts. They knew that Xiaohai had a lot of battle beasts that could be used as their mounts. He even had flying demonic beasts. However, they didn't have any. Therefore, they could only use the mounts provided by the sect. This was something that couldn't be helped. Xiaohai didn't care so much. He led the cloning realm cultivators down the mountain. To be honest, he could easily use a few 9-winged cloud centipedes to transport 20 people to Yangding Mountain. However, he couldn't do so because he knew the sect's intention. This was a trial opportunity. If they arrived at Yangding Mountain peacefully, they wouldn't be able to achieve the trial effect. Therefore, Xiaohai wasn't prepared to use the 9-winged cloud centipedes to transport these people to Yangding Mountain. He was prepared to advance according to the route provided by the sect. He would also use demonic beasts like the devil horse. The group of 21 people quickly arrived at Heaven's beheading peak. Zhao Hai looked at the cloning experts and smiled faintly. Brothers, now that we're here, we can use our beasts. It just so happens that I have a lot of beasts with me. Moreover, we're on a waterway. If we use the beasts provided by the sect, then the beasts wouldn't be easy to deal with. If we bring our beasts with us, then we'll have to use a large ship. Large ships aren't easy to find, and they might even slow down our movement. If we don't bring our beasts with us, then we'll have to use my beasts after getting off the ship. Because of this, we don't need the beasts provided by the sect, we can just use mine. This way, we can use the beasts that the sect provides us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's explanation, they understood why Zhao Hai didn't use the sect's demonic beasts. The way they looked at Zhao Hai couldn't help but change. When they followed Zhao Hai down the beheading sky peak, they relied on their anger. At that time, they were encouraged by Zhao Hai to follow him down. But halfway through the journey, they couldn't help but regret. The sect only gave them a month, and the sect provided them with demonic beasts. This proved that Yongding Mountain wasn't close to them. If they couldn't reach Yongding Mountain within a month because they didn't have any mounts, then their trip this time would be in vain. It was precisely because of this that they were still angry with Zhao Hai in their hearts. But now that Zhao Hai said this, the anger in their stomachs immediately disappeared. On the contrary, they were even more convinced of Zhao Hai. How could Zhao Hai not know what these cultivators were thinking? As the commander of an army of tens of millions of people, if Zhao Hai couldn't see what these people were thinking, then he would have lived in vain. Because of this, he explained himself to these people. Sure enough, his explanation was useful. Although these cultivators didn't say anything, the last trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes disappeared. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, everyone, let's get ready to go." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as one devil horse after another appeared beside Zhao Hai. There were a total of 21 devil horses, one for each person. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Get on the horses, we're setting off." Everyone nodded and jumped on their devil horses. When Zhao Hai urged the horses, the devil horses immediately followed Zhao Hai. The devil horses were very fast, but one wouldn't feel any bumps on their backs. Sitting on the devil horses was very comfortable. The cloning realm cultivators who followed Zhao Hai looked at the devil horses in surprise. They didn't think that there would be such a beast. The strength of these devil horses seemed to be very good. Moreover, they were very fast. They were very good for traveling. Because they were still in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade sect, they didn't need to worry about their safety. Their speed was also very fast. At noon, Zhao Hai and the others didn't come across a village where they could eat. Therefore, they could only rest in the forest. Outside the forest, everyone jumped off their devil horses. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled, "Did you guys bring anything to eat?" "I brought a lot of food. They were all made by my wife. How about it? Do you want to try it?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the others laughed. Zhao Hai was as famous as his strength. They haven't heard of a cloning realm cultivator marrying so many wives. Moreover, all of them were top quality. To be honest, these cloning realm cultivators were envious of Zhao Hai's luck with women. A doppelganger realm cultivator ran to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Leader, you are the leader. Of course, you are in charge of our meals. Also, we also want to try the food cooked by your wife." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I'll let everyone have a taste. Come." After saying that, he took out delicacies one after another. At the same time, he also took out a few bottles of wine. The Avatar stage cultivators all cheered and ran over. This lunch was very enjoyable for everyone. However, they didn't drink too much wine. After eating, everyone rested for a while before continuing on their journey. At night, they rested in a small town. After 3 days of boring travel, Zhao Hai became familiar with the cloning realm cultivators. Now that he knew everyone's names, everyone's impression of Zhao Hai became better and better. After 3 days of hurrying, Zhao Hai and the others finally left the Tyrant's Blade School's territory. They officially entered the territory of the Origin sect, which was right next to the Tyrant's Blade School. The Origin sect was an orthodox sect, but it wasn't a big sect. On the contrary, it was a small sect, and its strength wasn't very strong. However, the Tyrant's Blade School rarely dealt with the Origin sect. First, the relationship between the Origin sect and the Tyrant's Blade School was quite good. Secondly, the relationship between the Origin sect and the Origin sect was very close. It was said that the first generation of the Origin sect had studied in the Origin sect. Because of this, the relationship between the Origin sect and the Origin sect was very close. Because of this, the relationship between the two sects was very good. It was even better than the relationship between the Butterfly sect and the Tyrant's Blade School. When Zhao Hai and the others officially entered the Origin sect, they didn't find any difference between the Origin sect and the Tyrant's Blade School. Along the way, they could still see ordinary villages. When they rested in these villages, the villagers were still very respectful to them. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that there were scholars in every village within the Gui Yuan sect's territory. These people wore scholars' clothing, and their main purpose was to teach the children in the village how to read and write. They would give the children a basic education. Regardless of whether the children had the potential to become cultivators, they would learn how to read when they were young. This was something that was not seen in the villages of the Tyrant's Blade School. In the territory of the Tyrant's Blade School, the atmosphere of martial arts was very strong. Some of the villages would have some cultivators. Even if they didn't have any talent, they would still practice martial arts. Of course, many of them only practiced some simple body cultivation techniques. They might not be able to reach the nascent soul stage in their lifetime, but there were still many people who practiced. On the other hand, in the territory of the Gui Yuan sect, the culture was extremely flourishing. After they arrived at the villages of the Gui Yuan sect, they discovered that the villagers' speech was not ordinary. Just by listening to them, one could tell that they had received education. This was very commendable. After walking around the Origin sect for a day, they finally arrived at a city of the Origin sect. This city was called the Fragrant Ink City. Of course, this name wasn't in vain. This Fragrant Ink City was famous for its production of fragrant ink. Zhao Hai and the others rode their horses and slowly arrived in front of the Fragrant Ink City's city gate. In front of the city gate, there were 2 rows of cultivators. These cultivators were all wearing scholars' clothes. Some of them were even holding a book in their hands, reading it while shaking their heads. These people who looked more like scholars than cultivators were the disciples of the Origin sect. They were responsible for guarding the city gate of the Fragrant Ink City. Zhao Hai didn't ride a horse directly into the city. They were all wearing the same clothes and riding the same demonic beasts. If they didn't say a word and rushed into the city, then the Gui Yuan sect would think that they were looking for trouble. Therefore, when people like them entered Fragrant Ink City, they first had to report to the Gui Yuan sect and tell them their purpose in coming here. Zhao Hai was very clear about this rule. Therefore, when they arrived at the city gate of the Fragrant Ink City, they slowed down. When they arrived at the city gate, Zhao Hai waved his hand and everyone jumped down from their horses. The Origin sect's cultivators also noticed Zhao Hai's group. When they saw Zhao Hai's group's attire and Zhao Hai's strength, they immediately understood the identity of Zhao Hai's group. They just wanted to see how Zhao Hai's group would perform. When they saw Zhao Hai's group jump down from their horses, the Origin sect's cultivators smiled. They didn't want to suppress Zhao Hai in this matter. In fact, there was no need to do so. However, if Zhao Hai's group was too arrogant, then these Origin sect's cultivators wouldn't be nice to Zhao Hai's group. This was related to the dignity of the Origin sect. Zhao Hai walked in front of the Origin sect's cultivators and cupped his fist towards them. Tyrant's Blade sect's Zhao Hai greets the Origin sect's senior brothers. Among the Origin sect's cultivators, a person looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Origin sect's Dongfang Yu greets junior brother Zhao Hai. Junior brother Zhao Hai, are you going to participate in the great competition? Here, I wish you all the best. Zhao Hai smiled towards Dongfang Yu and said, "Thank you, senior brother. This is our clearance document. Please check it." Dongfang Yu smiled and said, "With junior brother Zhao Hai personally leading the team, there's no need for us to check. We won't delay your time. Everyone, please. Zhao Hai thanked Dongfang Yu and then led the others into Fragrant Ink City. Fragrant Ink City wasn't very big, but there were a lot of shops in the city. Most of these shops were bookstores. Not only did they sell books, they also sold things like pens, ink, paper, and so on. Zhao Hai and the others casually found a good-looking hotel and booked a room. Then they went out to eat. Because everyone was already familiar with each other, Zhao Hai invited everyone to a famous restaurant in Fragrant Ink City for a meal. After the meal, the sky was already dark. However, the people of Fragrant Ink City didn't sleep early. Fragrant Ink City had a special event after dark. Every shop in Fragrant Ink City would hang lanterns made of paper outside their shops. These lanterns would have the names of the people who guessed it. Those who guessed it correctly would get a prize. This was not like the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month in China on Earth. This was a kind of custom in Fragrant Ink City. If a lantern enthusiast could not be guessed within a month, then this lantern enthusiast would be sealed up, and his reward would be more than doubled. It was precisely because of this that a very special profession appeared in Fragrant Ink City. These people specialized in creating all kinds of lantern charms for a living. As long as their lantern charms weren't charmed in the shortest amount of time, then they would be able to obtain a lot of rewards, enough for them to support themselves. Zhao Hai walked all the way and looked at the lantern's name. He didn't try to guess the lantern's name, he just looked at the people on the road. In Fragrant Ink City, Zhao Hai even saw some cultivators and ordinary people guessing the lantern's name. To be honest, in front of the lantern's name, everyone was equal. No matter if you were a cultivator or an ordinary person, if you guessed wrong, then you wouldn't get a prize. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a hostile gaze on his back. However, he didn't stop and continued to walk forward. He released a silver needle and sent it flying towards the direction of the gaze. He wanted to see who was looking at him with such a gaze. But what made Zhao Hai disappointed was that he didn't see the person responsible for the mission. This made Zhao Hai somewhat disappointed, but this also made Zhao Hai more vigilant. Zhao Hai was very clear that the time to test him had arrived. Maybe they would be attacked as soon as they left Fragrant Ink City. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but slightly frown. He didn't know why the other party wanted to attack them in the territory of the Gue Yuan sect. The Gue Yuan sect and the Tyrant's Blade School had a very good relationship. If they were attacked in the territory of the Gue Yuan sect, then the people of the Gue Yuan sect would certainly rush over to support them in the shortest time possible. Then the people who attacked them wouldn't have a good time. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood why the other party wanted to attack them in the territory of the Gue Yuan sect. It wasn't because of the good relationship between the Gue Yuan sect and the Tyrant's Blade School. Attacking Zhao Hai in the territory of the Gue Yuan sect would not only prevent the people of the Gue Yuan sect from knowing who attacked Zhao Hai, but also drive a wedge between the Gue Yuan sect and the Tyrant's Blade School. It could be said that this was killing two birds with one stone. Zhao Hai walked around outside as if nothing had happened before returning to his hotel. He didn't immediately look for the cloning cultivators who came with him to discuss. This was because he knew that they were being watched. If he were to discuss with them, the other party would be alerted. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any contact with the others. Instead, he returned to his room and rested for the night. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others had breakfast in the hotel, they rode their horses and left Fragrant Ink City. While in the city, Zhao Hai sat on his horse and sent a message to the cloning cultivators, "Everyone, be careful today. When I went out for a stroll yesterday, I felt that we were being watched." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, these people couldn't help but be startled. However, they weren't idiots. When they saw that Zhao Hai didn't turn around, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They pretended that nothing had happened and sent a message, "Leader, what's going on? We've really been targeted." Secret sound transmission technique wasn't an ordinary technique. Secret sound transmission technique was a technique that used spiritual qi to compress one's voice to the extreme before using spiritual force to transmit it. This technique didn't have any power, but it allowed people to transmit what they wanted to say to others without them noticing. This secret sound transmission technique was different from ordinary spiritual force communication techniques. Ordinary spiritual force communication techniques would have huge spiritual force fluctuations, But the secret sound transmission technique's spiritual force fluctuations were very small. It was also different from ordinary voice transmission techniques. Ordinary voice transmission techniques used spirit chi to compress the voice and then transmit it to the person who wanted to transmit it. However, in that case, the spirit chi fluctuation would be too big and it would be easy to be discovered. It was precisely because of this that there was this secret sound transmission technique. This technique was a combination of spiritual chi and energy. Using spiritual force to wrap the compressed spiritual chi, the fluctuations of spiritual chi wouldn't be too big, and the fluctuations of spiritual force wouldn't be too big. It was the best technique for short-distance communication. When Zhao Hai heard someone talking to him, he immediately replied, "It's true. The other party was watching us last night. I was afraid that they would discover something, so I didn't go looking for you yesterday. You should be careful. If we encounter an attack, you must listen to my command." The cultivators nodded. However, when they spoke, they maintained their original appearance. There weren't many changes, it was as if they were just hurrying along. Before long, they came out of fragrant ink city. Zhao Hai and the others maintained their speed. At the same time, Zhao Hai released flowing silver dust and carefully observed their surroundings. After walking for more than 2 hours, they didn't discover anything. However, these people were also very patient. In fact, as a cultivator, if you didn't have patience, then you wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. Not to mention 2 hours, even if it was 20 hours. These people would still be able to wait. They were still hurrying along. At the same time, they were also chatting and laughing, nothing unusual could be seen. But in fact, they were already being careful. Everyone was being careful, it was just that they couldn't see it on the surface. After a whole morning passed, they still didn't discover anything. When it was time for lunch, Zhao Hai called everyone together. Everyone chatted and laughed as they ate. But while eating, Zhao Hai reminded everyone to be careful. This was because he felt that the other party was watching them. Nothing happened during the afternoon, but everyone still didn't relax their vigilance. These people didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai's warning. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a person who would speak carelessly. Seeing that the sky was slowly darkening, Zhao Hai and the others had already passed by a village. But now that they were a few hundred miles away, it was already too late to go back. They could only go forward. Seeing that the moon had already appeared, Zhao Hai looked at the sky and then looked at the surrounding situation. They were now in the middle of a forest. To be honest, this wasn't a good place to camp. Even if there weren't any attacks from other cultivators, there was still the possibility of encountering attacks from beasts. Camping in such a place required one to be extremely careful. But now that it was getting late, Zhao Hai and the others needed to find a place to camp. After looking around, Zhao Hai said, "Brothers, it seems like we can only spend the night in this forest. Let's find a place and clean up. Then we'll spend the night here." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but complain. Naturally, this was all an act. They knew that Zhao Hai wanted to spend the night in the forest in order to lure the other party to attack them. It was precisely because of this that although everyone was complaining, they still cleared a place in the forest. Then they took out pieces of animal skin from their space and laid them on the ground. Speaking of which, this demonic beast skin was a good thing. Not only was it moisture-proof, but it also gave people a very warm feeling when lying on it. It was precisely because of this that demonic beast skin became a must-have product for low-level cultivators when they went out. In the true spirit realm, very few low-level cultivators would use spells to build a house for themselves at night. This was because if one's strength was too low, then they would need to use their spiritual chi to maintain the house. Otherwise, the house would disappear. Of course, some low-level and high-level cultivators could use permanent spells to build houses, but this was only a minority. Because of this, low-level cultivators in the true spirit world would mostly use demon beast hides if they wanted to spend the night in the wilderness. Before long, a temporary camp was established. Everyone raised a bonfire and laughed around it. After eating, Zhao Hai arranged for 2 people to keep watch while the others returned to their beast hides to rest. Zhao Hai was lying on his beast hides, but his spiritual force was still paying attention to the surroundings. He could feel that the hostility in the surroundings was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that the other party was about to make a move. 2 hours later, the sound of breathing could be heard from the camp. Aside from the 2 night watchers, everyone else seemed to be asleep. At this moment, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. The 2 night watchers immediately shouted, "Enemy attack!" After saying that, they drew their swords and brandished them. At this time, the camp was in a state of panic. The cultivators who had just woken up didn't know what was going on. From time to time, screams could be heard. Zhao Hai stared at the sound of wind breaking. It was a rain of arrows. After this rain of arrows, another rain of arrows came. When this rain of arrows came, Zhao Hai's expression changed. This was because he felt that this rain of arrows was stronger than the previous one. It was clear that the other party was closer to them. After the 2 rain of arrows, the camp was in a mess. Many cultivators were lying motionless on the ground. Some were screaming on the ground. Others were still in a state of shock. Even so, there were only about 10 cultivators left standing there. Zhao Hai stood there and coldly snorted, "Which scoundrel dares to use such a despicable trick against us? Come out." Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter was heard. Then, a voice said, "Who would have thought that fiendish blade Zhao Hai would actually have the time to act? Alright, I'll let you know who is going after you today." After saying that, a group of people slowly appeared around Zhao Hai's camp and surrounded Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai glanced at these people. There were only about 40 of them. They were all wearing grey warrior attire and had all sorts of weapons in their hands. However, there was one thing in common. Each of them was holding an arrow. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. The Divine Arcanum sect? It's actually you. We will be entering the Divine Arcanum sect's territory in 2 days. Who would have thought that you would actually attack us at this time? The cultivator snorted. Of course we have to attack you at this time. If we attacked you after entering the Divine Arcanum sect's territory, wouldn't you have guessed who attacked you? We don't want to suffer the revenge of those lunatics from the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator as though he was looking at an idiot. Are you an idiot? As long as the people from the Tyrant Blade sect come here and take a look, they will know that we were attacked by the Divine Arcanum sect's Divine Arcanum puppets. What's the difference between attacking us in the Origin Returning sect or the Divine Arcanum sect? If we were attacked in the Divine Arcanum sect's territory, you could say that someone wanted to frame you. However, if you attacked us here, wouldn't that be the same as telling others that you were the one who did it? This was that idiot's idea. When the cultivator leader heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but blush. Clearly, this was his idea. Then, he snorted. Stop wasting your breath. Zhao Hai, you are dead meat today. Even if the people from the Tyrant Blade sect discover that the Divine Arcanum sect attacked you, so what? If we don't admit it, who will know? Prepare to die. After saying that, he aimed the crossbow in his hand at Zhao Hai and the others once again. With a sweep of the crossbow spring, a crossbow arrow shot towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he brandished the long saber in his hand, protecting himself and the other cultivators from the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai's saber technique was very brilliant. However, he didn't use his strongest defensive ability. The saber technique he brandished was only at the Transcendent Realm. Even so, it was still very shocking. One crossbow arrow after another was blocked by Zhao Hai's saber. When the cultivator leader of the Divine Arcanum sect saw this, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Rumor has it that Zhao Hai is a saber genius. It seems like this rumor is true. However, you are destined to die here today. Lightning Palm. After saying that, he flipped his hand and a black ball appeared in each of his hands. Then, he threw the ball at Zhao Hai. When he saw this ball, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He immediately shouted, Saber Chi, block the lightning palm. The Divine Arcanum sect was a very special sect. This sect had always been famous for making all kinds of hidden weapons. Their hidden weapons were known for their power and ease of use in the entire True Spirit world. However, there were also people who thought that the hidden weapons of the Shinji sect weren't that great. This was because the hidden weapons of the Shinji sect were very powerful. When they were powerful, they couldn't be made too small. This had always been a theory of the Shinji sect. It was precisely because of this theory that the hidden weapons of the Xianxia sect weren't small in size. A large size represented a poor concealment ability. Therefore, it shouldn't be called a hidden weapon, but a type of magic artifact. This concept was very popular in the true spirit world. The first to propose this concept was the Tyrant's Blade School. Because of this, the relationship between the Tyrant's Blade School and the Divine Arcanum sect wasn't very good. The Divine Arcanum sect would always look for trouble with the Tyrant's Blade School. On the other hand, the thunder palm used by the Divine Arcanum sect was a very special weapon. This weapon had a formation that sealed the heavenly lightning inside a bead. When it was used, as long as the thunder palm was thrown out, the formation would break and the heavenly lightning would be released. The might of the heavenly lightning wasn't small. However, this thunder palm also had a flaw. If the thunder palm was hit in advance, it would explode in advance. It wouldn't be able to cause any harm to others. However, the thunder palm was not meant to be used on its own. When it was used on its own, it wouldn't be very powerful. This was because in the Tyrant's Saber School, even new disciples could release Saber Chi or Sword Chi. As long as the Saber Chi or Sword Chi was released, the thunder palm would explode, limiting its power. However, if the thunder palms were to be used together with other hidden weapons, they would have an unexpected effect. The cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School were currently facing this problem. They had to deal with the attacks from the arrows and the thunder palms at the same time. As a result, the power of the thunder palms increased by several times. Although Zhao Hai had reminded the cultivators from the Hegemon Blade School to release blade beams to attack the lightning palms, there were simply too many lightning palms. They were simply incapable of blocking them all. Many of the lightning palms simply exploded among the cultivators from the Hegemon Blade School. A dazzling flash of lightning made the cultivators of the Divine Arcanum sect close their eyes unconsciously. When they opened their eyes again, they discovered that all the cultivators of the Tyrant Blade sect, except for Zhao Hai, had collapsed. The leading cultivator from the Divine Arcanum sect looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. "Do you still want to resist, Zhao Hai? Give up. You have no chance." Zhao Hai glared at the cultivator from the Xianxia sect with bloodshot eyes and shouted angrily, "Despicable scum! What else can you do besides backstabbing people? If you have the guts, then fight me with real swords and spears." Speaking up to here, a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of Zhao's mouth. Obviously, he was injured. The cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect had heard these words too many times. Many of the people they had killed would say these words before they died. However, these words were not derogatory to the cultivators of the Divine Arcanum sect. Instead, it was a compliment. However, this time, the leading cultivator from the Xianxia battalion laughed heartily when he saw Zhao Hai's appearance. "You are really too naive, Zhao Hai. However, on account of your naivety, I can agree to your request. I will give you a fair chance. Now, none of us will use any hidden weapons. We will fight you fair and square. What do you think?" Zhao Hai glared at the leading cultivator from the Xianxia battalion and scolded him. "Despicable scum. You will die a horrible death." The reason Zhao Hai scolded him like this was because the other party didn't really want to give him a fair chance. They had said that they wouldn't use any hidden weapons, not that they wanted to besiege Zhao Hai. The cultivator from the Divine Arcanum sect laughed heartily. "I gave you such a chance, yet you still want to scold me. Zhao Hai, you really don't know how to be content. However, it doesn't matter. I will still give you this chance. Brothers, put away your hidden weapons. We will give him a fair chance to fight." The cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect responded in unison. Then, they put away their hidden weapons and took out their weapons before surrounding Zhao Hai. The weapons in their hands came in all shapes and sizes. This was one of the characteristics of the Divine Arcanum sect. They wouldn't force their disciples to use any weapons they liked. After all, the Divine Arcanum sect wasn't known for its offensive weapons. Seeing the 40 people rushing towards him, Zhao's face couldn't help but turn ugly. At the same time, he released his doppelganger. The doppelganger and the doppelganger simultaneously used a defensive blade technique to firmly protect himself. Zhao Hai's performance made the cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect even more excited. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was already at the end of his rope. As long as they besieged him for a while, Zhao Hai would definitely die. Therefore, these people excitedly attacked Zhao Hai. However, they didn't notice that the cultivators from the Tyrant Blade School, who seemed to be dead, were holding their sabers tightly in their hands. At first, the cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect were still on guard against Zhao Hai's tricks. However, they soon realized that there wasn't any. Zhao Hai seemed to be wholeheartedly defending himself and didn't use any techniques. During this time, Zhao Hai even spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, his injuries had worsened. The cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect were even more excited. The people from the Divine Arcanum sect became even more excited. They felt like they were a cat toying with a mouse. As long as they had enough fun, they could kill the mouse at any time. They had been besieging and attacking Zhao Hai for more than 10 minutes. However, they hadn't been able to break through Zhao Hai's defenses. In their opinion, as long as they put in a little more effort, they would be able to break through Zhao Hai's defenses. After all, Zhao Hai's defenses were already on the verge of collapse. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly shouted, "Attack!" As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the cultivators from the Tyrant Blade School lying on the ground suddenly jumped up. At the same time, they released their clones and rushed towards the cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect. The cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect didn't react at all. In addition, close combat wasn't their forte, so their reaction time was much faster than ordinary close combat cultivators. Therefore, more than 30 people were killed in a single exchange. Only a few people closest to Zhao Hai were left untouched. As the cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect were killed, Zhao Hai's attack also began. Zhao Hai's blade technique spread outwards and trapped the cultivators closest to him. By then, the other cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect had already been killed. The cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect panicked. Even an idiot would know that they had been tricked by Zhao Hai. The cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect glared at Zhao Hai with resentment. Zhao Hai laughed heartily when he saw their expressions. "Kid, you guys are still too inexperienced to play this game with me. We spent a lot of effort to put on this show. Die." After saying that, Zhao Hai's blade technique became even faster. The cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect didn't even have time to take out their hidden weapons. This time, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. His blade technique was fully unleashed, not giving his opponents any chance to catch their breaths. On the other hand, the other cultivators from the Tyrant Blade School just stood aside and watched. They were now completely convinced by Zhao Hai. After all, the reason they had been able to wipe out their opponents so cleanly was all thanks to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already started thinking of a way to deal with them when he knew that someone wanted to deal with him. He had made a lot of calculations. Last time, when he had been attacked by the people from the Hegemon Sword sect, Zhao Hai had already guessed that they might be attacked by such a primitive weapon in the True Spirit office. Therefore, he had made preparations in advance. He had even instructed his people to prepare in advance so that they would know how to react when faced with such an attack. Back then, when the people from the Divine Arcanum sect attacked, they didn't fall asleep at all. Their panicked appearance was also an act. It was precisely because of this that those people had been feigning death. When the people from the Divine Arcanum sect focused their attention on Zhao Hai, the cultivators from the Tyrant Blade School jumped up and dealt a fatal blow to those people. Now, those cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect couldn't escape. Once Zhao Hai's blade technique was unleashed, it was extremely terrifying. At the same time, he also let the cultivators from the Tyrant Blade School know how terrifying his blade technique was. Those cultivators from the Tyrant Blade School didn't know about Zhao Hai's strength before. They had only heard of Zhao Hai's reputation. Zhao Hai's reputation was very big in the Tyrant Blade School, but many people hadn't seen Zhao Hai in action. Now, they finally had the opportunity to see Zhao Hai in action up close. However, this also let them know how terrifying Zhao Hai was. The strength of Zhao Hai's blade technique was far beyond their imagination. Those cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect weren't weak. 2 of them had even reached the joining soul stage. However, they were still in a passive position and couldn't gain any advantage against Zhao Hai. As time passed, the cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect became more and more dangerous. After 10 minutes, Zhao Hai finally found a flaw in their defense and killed them with a few slashes. After killing those people, Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent all the cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect to the space. Then he looked around and said, "Let's leave immediately. This place isn't safe. There are definitely beasts in this forest. If we get entangled by those fellows, it'll be very troublesome." After saying that, Zhao Hai released his demonic horses. Everyone rode their horses and quickly left the forest. While walking, Zhao Hai said, "Now that we've killed the people from the Divine Arcanum sect, we'll definitely encounter trouble in the future. Everyone needs to be more careful." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "This time, the Divine Arcanum sect didn't follow the rules. They actually sent a conjoined soul stage cultivator to deal with us. It seems like they won't follow the rules too much in the future. We need to be more careful, our journey won't be peaceful." A cultivator on the side coldly snorted and said, "Those fellows from the Divine Arcanum sect are getting more and more arrogant. They think that our Tyrant's Blade School isn't dealing with them because we're afraid of them. Humph, they're wrong. If it wasn't for the Origin returning sect separating our two sects, we would have dealt with them a long time ago. They're getting more and more out of hand." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They wouldn't dare to go too far. If they did, the sect would have dealt with them a long time ago. Do you think the sect would have tolerated them until now?" The cultivators coldly snorted and didn't say anything. They knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. However, they still felt aggrieved. They were waiting for the other party to make a move while they could only defend. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai said, "This time, we'll be passing through the territories of 5 sections. Among them, the Divine Arcanum sect and the Riverside sect don't have a good relationship with our Tyrant's Blade School. The sect already thought that they would deal with us. The reason why the sect let us go alone is because they want to use this as a chance to train. As long as the Divine Arcanum sect doesn't go too far, the sect shouldn't make a move. Therefore, we must be careful. As long as the Divine Arcanum sect doesn't send a teleportation realm expert to deal with us, the sect won't care about us. We'll have to rely on ourselves for everything." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. They were all cloning realm cultivators. If the other party really sent a joining soul stage or transcending realm cultivator to deal with them, then they would be in danger. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't necessarily be in danger. This was because Zhao Hai had the experience of fighting a teleportation realm expert alone. However, they were ordinary cloning realm cultivators in the sect. Even if they were very strong among the cloning realm cultivators, they would still be in danger if they encountered a joining soul stage or transcending realm cultivator. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Brothers, what kind of people are we? We're cultivators. Cultivators go against the will of the heavens. If we don't have the courage to fight against the heavens, the earth, and people, then what's the point of cultivating? This time, I could have used a flying beast to go directly to Yongding Mountain, but I didn't do so. This is because I also want to treat this matter as a trial. Only by going through this trial can we truly grow and take a step further towards the Tao." Zhao Hai's words caused the cultivators to ponder. They just remembered that Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realm. If Zhao Hai was really afraid of this and that, then he wouldn't have been able to reach where he was today. When they thought of this, the way they looked at Zhao Hai couldn't help but change. In the true spirit world, the natives of the true spirit world wouldn't look down on those who ascended from the lower realm. On the contrary, they would admire those who ascended from the lower realm. No matter how strong they were still worthy of respect. Zhao Hai felt the gazes of these people. He turned his head to look at them and smiled faintly, "Brothers, let's move forward. The Tao is in front of us. If we take a step forward, then we can walk on the Tao. If we take a step back, then we will forever be far away from the Tao. If we walk on the Tao, then we might not succeed. But if we take a step back, then we are doomed to fail. Let's move forward. Move forward." Everyone followed Zhao Hai and shouted. At this moment, their blood was boiling. The sound of wind breaking could be heard as several black-robed people appeared at the place where Zhao Hai and the Divine Machine sect fought. These people looked at the traces of battle on the ground before one of them sneered and said, "Those idiots from the Divine Machine sect, 40 people against 20 people. Even with arrows, they were still defeated." They're really stupid. Another cultivator coldly snorted and said, this Zhao Hai is really hard to deal with. He ran away immediately after fighting. His vigilance is quite high. No wonder our previous operation was ruined by him. But this time, we must take his life. A cultivator on the side said, we still have to be careful. Although the true spirit realm has calmed down recently, don't forget that those fellows from the true spirit realm are still tracking us. Although they seem to have given up on the surface, if we reveal even the slightest flaw, they will immediately seize it. Therefore, we have to be careful. The others nodded as well. They were also aware of the current situation. Although the great sects of the true spirit realm seemed to have given up on tracking them, this wasn't the case. In fact, the great sects of the true spirit realm were secretly tracking them. As long as they reveal a flaw, they would immediately be caught. The black-robed man snorted and said, no matter what, this Zhao Hai must die. This guy has ruined several of our operations. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. They nodded and then disappeared in a flash. Zhao Hai's group was now very far away from the place where they fought. However, Zhao Hai's group didn't stop. They were still moving forward. Although Zhao Hai had eliminated the people from the Divine Mystery sect, he still felt that this place was very unsafe. This feeling made him choose to leave immediately after he eliminated the people from the Divine Mystery sect. Of course, he didn't know that there were ghost cultivators chasing after him. However, he knew that the farther he was from that place, the safer he felt. As for what he said to those cultivators before, it wasn't a lie at all. He thought that as a cultivator, if you lost the courage to move forward, then you would be retreating, and in the end, you would only slowly die. The cloning cultivators had been following behind Zhao Hai. Looking at the back of the devil horse that wasn't very tall, these cultivators felt that Zhao Hai was very imposing. At this moment, they were truly conquered by Zhao Hai. The magic horse's speed was very fast. When it was already 100 li away from the battlefield, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he turned his head to the group and said, all right, let's rest here for a while. We'll continue our journey after daybreak. Everyone was stunned. One of them said, leader, are we really going to rest here? We're not going to continue? Zhao Hai nodded, we're not going to continue. We don't know what we'll encounter along the way. Everyone needs to be in their best condition at all times. Otherwise, if something happens, we won't be able to deal with it. Everyone, dismount and adjust your breathing. Everyone nodded and jumped down from the devil horse. Then they sat down and adjusted their breathing. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't put the devil horse away. It wasn't until dawn that everyone slowly opened their eyes. They had already adjusted their breathing and were now in their best condition. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone was quiet, he called everyone over and immediately set off. This day's journey was very smooth. However, Zhao Hai's group increased their speed. The reason for this was because Zhao Hai felt a dangerous aura following him. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Therefore, he unconsciously increased his speed in order to get rid of this feeling. However, it was clear that this wasn't easy. That aura was always following him like a ghost. This feeling made Zhao Hai very uncomfortable. The next few days were the same. This made Zhao Hai's expression unsightly. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any other attacks. However, Zhao Hai became even more careful. This was because they were about to enter the Divine Arcanum sect's territory. The Divine Arcanum sect might make things difficult for them. The cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade sect also noticed Zhao Hai's expression. When they saw that Zhao Hai's expression wasn't good, one of them couldn't help but ask, leader, what's wrong? I noticed that your complexion isn't good. Did something happen? Zhao looked at the man and nodded. There is indeed something. For the past few days, I felt that someone was following us, so I sped up. But unfortunately, I still have no way to get rid of them. That feeling is still pestering me. Brothers, do you believe me? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's expression changed. Then they calmly said, we believe leader. Leader, are you saying that someone is following us? They want to deal with us? Zhao Hai nodded, that's right. They are following us and have always wanted to deal with us. They didn't do anything when we were in the Origin sect's territory because they knew very well that if they did, it might attract the Origin sect's attention. The Origin sect has a good relationship with our Tyrant's Blade sect, so they will definitely come to rescue us. However, we are about to enter the Divine Arcanum sect's territory. This will give them an opportunity. The Divine Arcanum sect's relationship with our Tyrant's Blade sect isn't very good. Moreover, we just killed 40 of their people. They won't help us and will even make things difficult for us. Therefore, no matter who is following us, they will definitely make a move against us once we enter the Divine Arcanum sect's territory. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the cultivators' expressions changed. After a while, one of them said, "Leader, what should we do? Don't we have any contact with the Divine Arcanum sect?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "No, those Divine Arcanum sect cultivators who attacked us can know our whereabouts. This means that the other members of the Divine Arcanum sect can also know our whereabouts. We won't be able to hide even if we want to. Therefore, we can only move forward. Moreover, we won't be taking the small path but the main road. We will be walking openly. As long as the Divine Arcanum sect doesn't fall out with our Tyrant's Blade sect, they won't dare to deal with us openly. On the contrary, we will save ourselves a lot of trouble." The others nodded. They were now very confident in Zhao Hai. Therefore, no one objected to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said, "All right, don't think too much about it. I want to see who is attacking us. Don't push me too far. If you push me too far, I won't be able to care about the trial anymore." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They were very clear that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't just at the cloning realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight a teleportation expert alone. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Let's go. Everyone, let's speed up. I want to see who wants to deal with us." After saying that, he coldly snorted and sped up. When it was almost noon, Zhao Hai saw a small city in the distance. This city wasn't very big. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Everyone, let's speed up. We'll go to the small city up ahead and have a good rest." Everyone responded and followed Zhao Hai as they sped up. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive outside the small city. When they arrived outside, everyone was stunned. It wasn't because of the city's size, but rather the city's current state. The city's gates were tightly shut. Cultivators were standing on top of the city. These people were holding bows and arrows in their hands as they looked at Zhao Hai's group with an unfriendly expression. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Greetings, senior brothers of the Divine Mystery sect. I'm Zhao Hai. I was sent by the Tyrant's Blade School to participate in the competition. I hope that senior brothers can let us enter the city and have a rest." The cultivators of the Divine Mystery sect were still looking at Zhao Hai. Their expressions weren't very good. After some time, one of them said, "Junior brothers of the Tyrant's Blade School, I'm really sorry. Our Clip Valley city has been attacked by some beasts and rogue cultivators. We're currently in a state of martial law, so there's no way for us to let junior brothers in. How about this, we'll give junior brothers some supplies. These supplies will be given to junior brothers for free. Junior brothers, please go to another city to rest." When Zhao Hai and the others heard this, their faces couldn't help but change. There were no traces of battle in the city, so it was obvious that they weren't attacked at all. This clearly showed that they didn't want Zhao Hai and the others to enter the city to rest. This was clearly not giving them any face. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators of the Divine Mystery sect on top of the city. He didn't think that the people of the Divine Mystery sect would be so narrow-minded. They actually used this method to prevent him from entering the city. Such cultivators and such a sect weren't worthy of being a match for the Tyrant's Blade School. At the same time, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the cultivators on top of the city. He discovered that every single one of them was pointing their arrows at them with cold eyes. Zhao Hai knew very well that if they made any strange movements, those cultivators wouldn't hesitate to shoot their arrows at them. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he knew what the people of the Divine Mystery sect were planning. They wanted to use this method to infuriate him. Once they were infuriated, the Divine Mystery sect would have an excuse to deal with them as long as they made any strange movements. At that time, even if they killed them, the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't be able to openly reason with them. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He said to the cultivators of the Divine Mystery sect on top of the city wall, "So senior brother actually has such difficulties." This little brother was reckless. "It seems like we won't be able to help much, so we won't stay here and cause trouble for senior brothers. Goodbye." After saying that, Zhao Hai cupped his fists at the cultivators on top of the city wall. With a wave of his hand, he led the 20 clone realm cultivators around the city. Zhao Hai's actions surprised the cultivators on top of the city wall. One of them said, "Senior brother, didn't you say that the people of the Tyrant's Blade School are used to being tyrannical? If we do this, they will definitely make a move. Then we should seize the opportunity to kill them. What do we do now?" The cultivator who spoke to Zhao Hai before snorted, "Looks like this kid isn't simple. No wonder junior brother Meng and the others were killed by him. It's good that they didn't move. I don't believe that they don't need any supplies along the way. Moreover, they are now circling around the city. If they encounter any attacks along the way, it won't be our fault." The cultivator beside him couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Senior brother has a good plan. But should we chase after them now? The demonic beasts they are riding aren't slow." The cultivator sneered and said, "What's the point of chasing after them now? Look at Zhao Hai. They will definitely head towards Xianxia City. Even with their demonic beasts, it will take them about 2 days to reach Xianxia City. We will use the teleportation array to go to Xianxia City in a while. Then we will look for them in the city and deal with them if we encounter them." The cultivator beside him couldn't help but nod in excitement when he heard this. Then he turned around and left. The cultivator who spoke to Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer as he watched Zhao Hai's group leave. At the same time, his eyes flashed with bone-deep hatred and ice-cold killing intent. Zhao Hai didn't know that the cultivator was thinking of ways to deal with them. They were circling around the city. The cultivators beside him didn't feel good. Just like what the cultivator from the Divine Mysteries sect said, the Tyrant Blade School was used to being overbearing. Now that they had to endure this, they really didn't feel comfortable. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's prestige had been established in these people's hearts. Therefore, they didn't act recklessly without Zhao Hai's permission. However, they still used silence to express their dissatisfaction. Zhao Hai also felt the change in the attitudes of these people. He turned his head to look at them and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Isn't everyone unhappy about this? Do you think I have no backbone? That I don't dare to compete with those people from the Divine Mysteries sect?" The cultivators looked at each other and didn't say anything. However, their expressions explained everything. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "Don't be angry. Can't you feel it? Those guys are doing it on purpose so that we can attack them. As long as we make a move, they will shoot thousands of arrows and kill us there. At that time, we will be in a passive position." Hearing Zhao Hai, the cultivators couldn't help but be stunned. One of the cultivators looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, are you serious? How could those guys have the guts to deal with us so blatantly?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why wouldn't they dare? Don't forget, we killed 40 cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect. Who knows, some of those cultivators we killed might be related to the people on the city walls. For the sake of revenge, is there anything they wouldn't dare do?" Zhao Hai wasn't speaking nonsense, he was telling the truth. From the 40 undead in his space, he knew that the cultivator who spoke to him was called Meng Qi. This Meng Qi was the elder brother of one of the undead in Zhao Hai's space. In order to avenge his brother, Meng Qi was willing to do anything. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't attack them. After all, they were in the territory of the Divine Mysteries sect. If they really attacked, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. The cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't speak. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was possible. Even they had friends and relatives in the Tyrant's Blade sect. If something happened to them, then someone would come and take revenge for them. If the cultivators from the Divine Machine sect in Cliff Valley City were really related to the people they wanted to deal with, then what Zhao Hai said wasn't impossible. Zhao Hai looked at the road ahead and said, "From the performance of the Divine Mysteries sect, I can see that they aren't the kind of people who would just stay silent after suffering a loss. They will certainly do everything in their power to get back at us. We're now in the Divine Mysteries sect's territory. If they want to deal with us, they have many ways to do so. We need to be careful." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Our magic horses are very fast, very strong, and very powerful. This is very advantageous for us. What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with the use of the magic horse. If we encounter any danger, we can just ride our magic horses and rush over. This will greatly increase our chances of escaping." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared. But then they immediately nodded and said, "Yes, leader can rest assured." Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that these people had underestimated the power of cavalry. He sighed and said, "Don't look down on the magic horses just because they aren't strong. You should know that once a cavalry charges, even if the magic horses are weaker than you, the impact they can bring is still hard to imagine. If you can achieve unity with your horses, then even a higher-level cultivator wouldn't necessarily be able to stop you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't look down on the magic horses." Then Zhao waved his hand, and a jade slip appeared in each of their hands. Zhao Hai said, "This jade slip contains a map of the magic horse's meridians, as well as the method of one with the magic horse. Now, we'll slow down. You need to master this method in the shortest time possible. I believe this won't be difficult. All you need to do is combine your own spiritual chi with the magic horse's spiritual chi." The cultivators who were holding the jade slip stared. They had never heard of this method of cultivation. However, they believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to them. Therefore, they immediately nodded and sent their spiritual force into the jade slip. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. This was the result of his hard work these past few days. He had these people constantly adjust their breathing on the magic horses in order to prepare for this day. In the past, they weren't used to this process of adjusting their breathing. But in the past few days, Zhao Hai even made them eat on the magic horses. Because of this, they needed to adjust their breathing on the magic horses. This was because Zhao Hai felt that their future path would become more and more difficult. For these cultivators, becoming one with the horse wasn't a difficult task. They had all reached the clone realm, so their spiritual force was very strong. At the same time, their spiritual chi had reached a very high level. Now, they just needed to combine their own spiritual chi with the demonic horse's spiritual chi. This wasn't difficult for them. Of course, if they didn't have the meridian map of the devil horse's body, then they wouldn't have been able to achieve the unity of man and horse so easily. But with the meridian map of the devil horse's body, they could easily combine their own spiritual chi with the devil horse's. However, this combination of spiritual chi was only the first step. The second step was to let them control the magic horse's spiritual chi as if they were controlling their own. They needed to truly achieve man and horse unity. On this day, Zhao Hai slowed down his pace. He made the cultivators understand man and horse unity. In the beginning, the cultivators were very unfamiliar with it. There were several times when they used their spiritual chi and injured the magic horse. Fortunately, Zhao Hai healed them with magic. Today's journey wasn't even a third of the previous day. Their speed was extremely slow. However, their harvest was also very big. At night, they were basically able to achieve man and horse unity. Seeing these people excitedly controlling their mounts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He was very clear about these people's feelings. When these people truly achieved man and horse unity, they felt as if their feet had turned into a horse. They could clearly feel the movement of the horse's legs. At the same time, they could also feel the magic horse's spiritual chi. This was very beneficial to their cultivation. Because of this, these people were immersed in a very wonderful feeling. This feeling was very strange. It would take them a long time to wake up. Zhao Hai was also aware of this. Therefore, he didn't stop and continued to lead the group forward. At the same time, he began to pay attention to the situation around him. He knew that this was very important for those who had just entered man and horse unity. As long as no one disturbed them, they would be able to truly comprehend the highest realm of man and horse unity. In the future, their fighting strength on horseback would be even more formidable. It wasn't until midnight that these people woke up one after another. When they woke up, they looked at the sky and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, their harvest this time was very big. Only by truly comprehending the unity of man and horse would you know how important it was. When the unity of man and horse was in battle, your spiritual chi and the demonic horse's spiritual chi would fuse together. When the time comes, your spiritual chi would be shared, which was very important for cultivators. Although the magic horse's level wasn't high, its spiritual chi wasn't small. Moreover, because the magic horse had fewer meridians, its meridians were much thicker. Because of this, its spiritual chi recovery speed was much faster than cultivators. Using man and horse unity would not only make a cultivator's attack more powerful, it would also make their attacks last longer. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators who had woken up and said, "Alright, it seems like everyone's harvest wasn't small. Let's take a rest here today. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Those fellows from Clip Valley City didn't let us enter the city. I think they might be waiting for us ahead. Therefore, we must be in our best condition and be ready to fight at any time." Everyone nodded and then jumped off their magic horses. However, this time was different from before. In the past, when they jumped off their magic horses, they would look for a place to rest. But this time, when they jumped off their magic horses, they reached out and touched them. The magic horses also showed signs of closeness to them. This made them even happier. One by one, they continued to touch their magic horses while chatting and laughing with the people next to them. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile. Of course, it was good that they had such a performance. Although these magic horses belonged to him, he didn't mind giving them a few. In any case, he had plenty of them in the space. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up in high spirits. After eating, they rode their demonic horses and went on their way. Normally, when they weren't fighting, they wouldn't need to use the man-horse fusion technique. Otherwise, they would be constantly cultivating, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. However, since everyone had just learned the man-horse fusion technique, they were very excited. Along the way, they kept chatting and laughing. Time passed by very quickly. But after 2 hours, Zhao gently wrinkled his brows and said, "Brothers, since we came out this morning, have we encountered any carriages?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they shook their heads and said, "Leader, we haven't encountered any carriages since this morning." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai replied, "Everyone, be careful. This is the main road of the Divine Machine sect. We've been walking on this road for several hours, but we haven't met a single carriage. We haven't even met a single person. Isn't this strange?" Everyone froze for a moment, then their faces changed. Originally, they really didn't feel anything. For them, they simply didn't care about the ordinary people they met on the road. But now that Zhao said this, they really felt that something was wrong. Zhao Hai said, "Get ready. I have a feeling that something will happen today." After saying that, he whipped his horse and walked forward. Everyone hurriedly followed, but they had lost interest in talking. They just sat on their horses and carefully observed the situation around them. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. These people were still too inexperienced. They were clearly telling the enemy that they were on guard. When the enemy attacked them, they would naturally be more careful. This wasn't a good thing for them. However, Zhao Hai didn't remind them. They needed to slowly experience this matter. After another hour, Zhao Hai and the others saw a village in the distance. Upon seeing this village, Zhao Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he said, "Everyone, be careful. There's something strange in the village ahead. We need to speed up and rush forward. Don't stop." Everyone nodded. At the same time, they used the man-horse fusion technique and rushed forward. Demonic horses were tall and heavy. Now that more than 20 of them were running together, it was as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Moreover, the speed of the demonic horses was also stimulated by the man-horse fusion technique. Meng Qi was standing on a tree in the village. He looked at the direction that Zhao Hai and the others came from. There was no one in the village. There were more than 100 Shinji battalion cultivators lying in ambush. These people were all holding arrows in their hands and were aiming at the village's main road. Manqi looked at the sudden acceleration of Zhao Hai's group. His eyes couldn't help but turn solemn. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai suddenly accelerated. Did they discover his ambush? Impossible, right? However, he didn't have time to think about it. Zhao Hai and the others were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed into the village. Mengqi immediately waved his hand and said, "Fire." Along with his voice, a row of arrows shot towards Zhao Hai and the others. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others took out their swords and blocked the arrows. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the legs of the demonic horse go soft. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked down and saw that the village's main road had been dug out. There was also a trap inside this trap. Naturally, as long as the demonic horse steps into the trap, it would be attacked. Zhao Hai circulated his spiritual qi. The four hooves of the demonic horse fiercely jumped forward. Unexpectedly, the horse didn't touch the trap at all. At the same time, Zhao Hai loudly said, "Everyone, be careful. There are traps on the ground." With Zhao Hai's reminder, the others also noticed the traps on the ground. They immediately controlled their demonic horses to jump over. But then more traps appeared one after another, making Zhao Hai and the others tired of dealing with them. Most importantly, Mengqi and the others didn't stop attacking. On the contrary, their arrows became even faster. Not only did Zhao Hai and the others have to be careful of the traps, they also had to be careful of the arrows. For a while, they were in a very difficult situation. Two of them were even injured. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he used his blade technique. In an instant, 8 huge golden doors appeared around them, firmly protecting them. When the arrows hit the doors, they all broke and fell to the ground. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop. Before long, they rushed out of the village and disappeared. Mengqi wanted to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to be so fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mengqi's expression was ugly as he looked at the direction Zhao Hai and the others went. The hatred in his heart deepened. At this time, the other cultivators who were lying in ambush with him also ran out. These cultivators weren't very strong, most of them were only at the nascent realm. They only relied on the arrows in their hands. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai and the others were able to escape safely. If these cultivators were at the cloning realm, then Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. A cultivator walked to Mengqi's side and said, "Senior brother, what do we do now?" Mengqi looked at the direction Zhao Hai and the others went, then he coldly snorted and said, "Have the cities pay attention to their movements. If there's an opportunity, we'll deal with them." I'm afraid Zhao Hai already knows that we want to deal with them. But this is also good. I want to see what Zhao Hai will do next. About 100 miles away from the village, Zhao finally slowed down. He turned his head to look at the crowd and saw that the 2 injured people had already been treated. He was relieved that there would be no more problems. However, their expressions weren't very good. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Using arrows to attack was generally a method of the Divine Arcanum sect. This also showed that the person who attacked them was a cultivator from the Divine Arcanum sect. This was the reason why their expressions turned ugly. The Divine Arcanum sect's cultivators had used such a method to attack them in the Divine Arcanum sect's territory. It seemed like the Divine Arcanum sect wanted to keep them here at all costs. If so, their future path would be even more difficult. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, you can see the current situation. This time, the Divine Mysteries sect is openly attacking us. It seems like they want to shed all pretense of cordiality. We can't sit still and wait for death. We can't care too much now. No matter who is following us, we have to take this risk. In a while, we'll take a small path into the mountains and put away our magic horses. This way, the Divine Mysteries sect won't be able to discover our whereabouts. We'll be safe for the time being, but the enemy behind us might catch up to us. However, I believe that dealing with the enemy behind us is easier than dealing with a sect. What does everyone think? What do you think?" Everyone was now incomparably convinced by Zhao Hai. When they rushed through the village, it seemed like they were in no danger. However, now that they thought about it, it was extremely dangerous. If Zhao Hai hadn't noticed the abnormality in the village in advance and if Zhao Hai hadn't taught them the man-horse fusion technique, they wouldn't have been able to rush through the village. The Divine Mystery Sex Arrow was a very famous artifact. This artifact was useless against strong cultivators. However, it was very useful against cultivators below the soul fusion stage. If they hadn't learned the man-horse fusion technique, then they would have died in the village. They didn't think that there wasn't a single expert in the village. But if they were really forced to stop in the village, then not only would they encounter the arrows, but they would also encounter the attacks of the Divine Mystery Sex experts. They might even be attacked by formations and traps. Moreover, they only had 20 people. If they really encountered these attacks, then they would have died without a doubt. Now that Zhao Hai said this, they naturally wouldn't have any objections. Everyone nodded and said, "Everything will be decided by the leader." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and led the group to a small path. There was a dense forest on both sides of the road, and not far behind the forest was a large mountain. This mountain was very famous in the Divine Mysteries sect. It was called the Arrow Tree Mountain because there was a type of arrow tree growing on this mountain. This arrow tree was the best material for making arrows, hence the name. This arrow forest wasn't very high. It was only about 3,000 meters above sea level. However, the arrow trees were very long. It was a very long mountain range. After Zhao Hai and the others entered the forest, they were no longer suitable for riding their horses. The trees in the forest were very tall. If they were to ride their horses, not only would it not increase their speed, it would instead slow them down. Because of this, not long after Zhao Hai and the others entered the forest, they dismounted from their horses. Then Zhao Hai received the horses and erased their traces before leading the group towards the Arrow Tree Mountain. After more than an hour, Zhao Hai and the others entered the Arrow Tree Mountain. The Arrow Tree Mountain was filled with tall and straight trees. The branches of these trees were very straight, and the trunks were very straight. They were really the best material for making arrows. Zhao Hai casually took 2 arrow tree saplings and placed them inside the space. Then he led the group forward. However, Zhao Hai was very careful. This was because he could clearly feel that the moment he entered the forest, he felt a sense of danger. Moreover, this feeling was much stronger than before. Zhao Hai didn't make any noise as he led the group forward. However, their speed wasn't very fast so that they wouldn't consume too much spiritual energy. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that if they consumed too much spiritual energy, then they would be in great danger if they were attacked. Until night fell, Zhao Hai and the others didn't encounter any attacks. Instead, they encountered some beasts. However, these beasts weren't very strong. Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke them since they would leave traces behind. Therefore, he led the group around these beasts. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, Zhao Hai knew that it was time for them to rest. They had gone through a battle during the day as well as rushing through the mountain. Everyone was tired. The people who followed Zhao Hai weren't body cultivators, so they were still tired. It was time for them to take a good rest. Zhao Hai found a place in the forest where the trees weren't too dense. Then he looked around and said, "All right, this is the place. We'll rest here for the night. We'll set off tomorrow." Everyone let out a long breath as they sat down on the ground. To be honest, the entire day of rushing had made them feel very tired. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, take out the beast skins. Then eat something and have a good sleep. I'll keep watch tonight." After saying that, Zhao Hai walked around the camp. At the same time, he also took out formation plates and placed them around the camp. When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they immediately jumped up. One of them said, "Leader, how can we let you keep watch alone? How about this, we'll divide into shifts. Everyone will take turns to keep watch. This way, we can all have a good rest." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, you guys can have a good rest. Don't worry about me." Before long, Zhao finished setting up the formation. Then he took out a piece of animal skin and spread it on the ground. Sitting on the animal skin, he took out some food and distributed it to everyone. The others also brought food, but they preferred to eat the food that Zhao Hai took out. There was no other way, Zhao Hai's food was too delicious. It was much better than what they brought. After eating, Zhao Hai let them rest. These people knew that it was important to restore themselves to their best condition as soon as possible. They sat on the beast skins and adjusted their breathing for a while before lying down to rest. Zhao Hai was also sitting cross-legged on the beast skin. It seems like he was adjusting his breathing. However, his clones were already scattered all around the camp. Some of them went underground, some of them went into the arrow trees, guarding the entire camp. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he felt that something would happen tonight. This was because the feeling of danger was getting stronger. It even turned into a killing intent that locked onto him. Zhao Hai was very familiar with this feeling. Every time he was about to be attacked, he would have this feeling. He could clearly feel that the attack this time was aimed at him. This was because the killing intent locked onto him was the strongest. The killing intent of the others wasn't as strong. Zhao Hai sat there and tried hard to recall. He wanted to know who could give him such a feeling. This was because he felt a trace of coldness from the killing intent. This feeling wasn't common, but Zhao Hai knew that he must have experienced it before. However, he couldn't remember where he experienced it. Zhao Hai slowly recalled the situations he encountered when he went out for training. Suddenly, he thought of a place. The Wu family's villa on the mountain. He felt a similar feeling when he was in the Wu family's villa. At that time, he was also locked onto by a killing intent. And the killing intent that locked onto him also had a trace of coldness. As a result, Zhao Hai immediately knew who his enemy was. A ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators. They were actually ghost cultivators. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that the ones targeting him would actually be ghost cultivators. This was going to be troublesome. Zhao Hai was very clear that this trip to Yangding Mountain was an opportunity to train. Every sect would send people to attack other sects, but the difference in strength between the two sides wouldn't be too big. It was rare for the Divine Mystery sect to send more than 100 people to besiege them. However, all sects were afraid of encountering ghost cultivators in the process of training. Ghost cultivators and cultivators had great enmity. They didn't care if you were training or not. They were here to kill. Naturally, they wouldn't send people with the same strength to deal with them. Otherwise, wouldn't it become a trial for Zhao Hai? However, Zhao Hai was sure that the people sent by the ghost cultivators wouldn't be too strong. If the people they sent were too strong, then the sects would definitely take notice. When the time comes, the people they sent wouldn't be able to return. The ghost cultivators didn't dare to take this risk. Therefore, the people they sent might have some strength, but it wasn't certain how strong they would be. Zhao Hai sat in the camp. His mind was constantly thinking. Then he pressed his hand on the ground. Then a rustling sound came from the ground. Before long, the sound disappeared. Zhao Hai pressed a few zerg to the ground. However, these zerg were small zerg. They were only the size of a palm. Their fighting strength wasn't very strong. However, these zerg had a very special ability, and that was poison. These zerg's tail had a poisonous needle. This needle could release poison. This poison had been strengthened by the space many times. Even a transcending realm expert would instantly lose their fighting strength. Moreover, these zerg had another ability. They could completely block a cultivator's spiritual force detection. Even a teleportation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to detect them. Although there would be some rustling sounds when they were digging, if both sides were fighting, no one would pay attention to the rustling sounds. It could be said that these things were the best underground assassins. Zhao Hai didn't release these small zerg just to let them help him in battle. Most importantly, he wanted these small zerg to help him set up formations underground. Suddenly, the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect, who had been sleeping soundly, heard a voice. "Brothers, wake up." These cultivators were very alert, so they immediately woke up. However, they didn't move. This was because the voice was heard, "Brothers, don't move. Pretend that you're still asleep. Someone is going to attack us." Upon hearing this voice, they knew that it was Zhao Hai. Everyone couldn't help but stare. At this time, Zhao Hai said, "Brothers, listen carefully. You must believe me. This time, the ones attacking us are ghost cultivators. I've already set up formations around the camp. However, because I don't know how strong the ghost cultivators are, I don't know how long the formations can last. Therefore, you must be prepared. When the ghost cultivators attack, you must gather around me as soon as possible. Everyone listened quietly and didn't respond. However, Zhao Hai knew that they had woken up and heard his words. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, he just said, remember, the enemy this time isn't simple. You should know that ghost cultivators don't respect agreements. Therefore, the people attacking us must be very strong. I want you to remember that if we can't defeat them, then I want you to leave immediately and wait for me at Wangjiang City. You don't have to wait for me there for 3 days. If I don't arrive in 3 days, then you can take a boat down the river and disembark at Wangjiang City. Then you can go directly to Yangding Mountain. Don't reveal your identity along the way, you must act separately, but you must also keep in touch and pretend to be rogue cultivators. Everyone didn't answer. Zhao Hai also didn't make a sound. He just sat there quietly as if nothing had happened. Soon, the sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai was sure that the other party had reached the range to attack them. It's just that they hadn't made a move yet. Zhao Hai was very patient. He didn't know what method the other party would use to deal with them. Although he had come in contact with ghost cultivators before, the ghost cultivators he came in contact with weren't very strong. Therefore, he didn't have a good understanding of ghost cultivators' attack methods. Therefore, he wanted to see what method the ghost cultivators would use to deal with them. Before long, Zhao Hai understood. He jumped up. He thought that the ghost cultivators would have many methods to deal with them. However, he didn't think that they would use such a method. Waves of ghost soldiers appeared around Zhao Hai's camp. The lower half of these ghost soldiers were like smoke. Their feet couldn't be seen. However, their upper bodies were all armored soldiers. They wore all kinds of armor and held all kinds of weapons in their hands. They looked like an army as they rushed towards Zhao Hai's camp. To be honest, the image of these ghost soldiers was very good. Not only did they look ferocious, but the most important thing was that their armor looked very beautiful. Moreover, from the style and thickness of the armor, one could see the rank of these ghost soldiers. The lowest rank ghost soldiers didn't even have armor on their bodies. They only had a sword in their hand. Upon seeing these ghost soldiers, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the ghost cultivators would use such a method to deal with them. Although these ghost soldiers looked good, when Zhao Hai saw them, his first thought was that they weren't soldiers, but a group of bandits. They couldn't even be considered as a group of defeated soldiers. This was because defeated soldiers had been on the battlefield and knew that they needed to cooperate with each other. On the other hand, these ghost soldiers had all kinds of weapons. They rushed over like a swarm of bees. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. At the same time, he pretended to have just seen these ghost soldiers and loudly said, "Enemy attack." Then he jumped up and took out his sword. The others also jumped up and looked around in a daze. Then they immediately took out their swords and surrounded Zhao Hai. At this time, the ghost soldiers had already rushed into the camp. But as soon as they entered the camp, they seemed to have lost their target. After circling around the camp a few times, they immediately attacked the other ghost soldiers. Unexpectedly, they hid themselves in the middle of killing each other. At this time, a gloomy voice was heard, "Formation? Humph, you're quite careful. But it's useless to be careful. Soul hooking bell appears, 10,000 ghosts hooking your soul. Chi." Along with this voice was the sound of a bell. Ordinary bell sounds were very crisp, but this bell sounded like a death knell from the 18th floor. It made people's hair stand on end. When Zhao Hai heard this sound, his expression changed. Sound wave attack. Everyone be careful. Guard your mind. Then Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a large drum. Then Zhao Hai placed the drum on the ground and began to beat it. The sound of the drum was like a war drum that was summoning soldiers to the battlefield. It made people feel excited. The gloomy voice was heard again. He said with some surprise, "Oh? I didn't expect the Tyrant's Blade School to have someone who knows how to use artifacts. Interesting. Today, let this young noble soul hooking teach you how to use artifacts." When they heard this voice, the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School couldn't help but change their expression. One of the cultivators said, "Young noble soul hooking Cui Wuxin." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the cultivator who spoke and said, "Li Fei, have you heard of this young noble soul hooking?" Li Fei was the cultivator who just spoke. He looked to be around 30 years old. He wasn't tall, but he was very sturdy. His strength was very good. When he heard Zhao Hai, Li Fei couldn't help but bitterly smile and said, "Yes, leader. I've heard of this young noble soul hooking." In fact, 30 years ago, there weren't many people in the true spirit world who hadn't heard of this name. Zhao Hai nodded at Li Fei and said, "Continue." Li Fei responded, then continued, "Soul capturer Cui Wuxin was a rare genius among the ghost cultivators 30 years ago. At that time, his strength had already reached the transcending dust realm. For some unknown reason, the ghost cultivators brought him to the mainland. He began to go around killing the cultivators on the mainland. No matter if they were righteous cultivators, evil cultivators, or devil cultivators, he killed them all. Especially some of the young masters on the mainland, they all died at his hands, including a senior brother of our Tyrant's Blade School. That senior brother had a celestial spiritual root and was the most famous genius of our Tyrant's Blade School at that time. At this point, Li Fei's eyes were filled with fear as he looked around the dark forest. He said in a deep voice, his most famous battle was when he single-handedly fought the two most famous young experts of the righteous and demonic sections. One was the peerless swordsman, Xianxia, and the other was the fatal saber, Lin Yang. When Zhao Hai heard these two names, his mind couldn't help but shake. This was because he had heard of the names of the peerless swordsman Xianxia and the deadly saber Lin Yang. Xianxia was the most popular young expert among the righteous cultivators. He was known as the #1 expert of the younger generation. This person was born in the #1 sword cultivator sect of the true spiritual world. He had reached the teleportation realm 20 years ago and hadn't fought for 25 years. No one knew how strong he was now. As for life-severing saber Lin Yang, he was also known as the #1 master of the demonic path's younger generation. Xianxia was a genius of his time. Xianxia had reached the teleportation boundary 20 years ago, and the last time he fought was 23 years ago. At that time, he had challenged a teleportation boundary master with his strength at the transcending dust realm. Although he was injured in the end, that teleportation boundary master was also injured. The two of them fought to a draw. And that teleportation realm expert wasn't like Lu Xing, who had fought with Zhao Hai. He was a teleportation realm expert who had been famous for a long time. It could be seen how powerful he was. Xianxia and Lin Yang were both influential figures in the real spiritual domain. But this young master soul reaper was able to fight against two of them at the same time. This was really amazing. At this time, Li Fei said, "But it said that Cui Wuxin was killed by Xianxia and Lin Yang. How could he appear again?" Obviously, Cui Wuxin also heard Li Fei's words. He coldly snorted and said, "Just the two of them? They want to kill me? You idiots, you were all deceived by those two. They said that they killed me, but did anyone in the real spiritual domain see my corpse? Humph, in this case, you actually believed that they killed me. The people of the real spiritual domain are really upright." When Zhao Hai heard Cui Wuxin, he couldn't help but stare. Then he suddenly smiled faintly and said, "I don't care if you're the real Cui Wuxin or not. You're no longer the same as before. Maybe you weren't killed by Xianxia and Lin Yang, but I'm sure that you've been seriously injured. Moreover, you haven't fully recovered yet. Hee, your strength is still in the transcending realm, right? Ha ha ha, you want to deal with me with your current strength? I think you're the naive one." Humph. A cold snort was heard, followed by the ringing of the bell. The ghost soldiers seemed to have been stimulated by the ringing of the bell. Their eyes turned blood red as they desperately waved their weapons. Zhao Hai's face also showed a dignified expression. He beat the drum even more urgently. The low sound of the drum seemed to be encouraging the soldiers to face the enemy with a fearless attitude. Invisible sound waves were constantly fighting in the air. The surrounding trees were all shaken by the sound waves. The camp looked like the end of the world. At this time, Li Fei and the others also took out their swords and stood guard beside Zhao Hai. But they soon discovered that the ghost soldiers were blocked by Zhao Hai's drum. They had no way to get close to them. This made them feel a little relieved. Right at that moment, the sound of a ghost's wailing was suddenly heard. Li Fei and the others turned their heads to look, only to discover that many spinning boomerangs were flying straight at them. These boomerangs were made in a very special way. In the middle of the boomerangs, there were small holes. And the sound of the ghost's wailing was coming from those holes. Just as they were about to block the boomerang was bounced back by the sound wave. However, the boomerang was very refined. After it bounced back, it immediately bounced back, and its power was stronger than before. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "This time, the boomerangs cannot be blocked. Pay attention, I will retract the sound of the drums. Everyone, pay attention to the trajectory of the boomerangs. Use your sabers to attack him from both the top and the bottom. Directly knock him down." Li Fei and the others responded, carefully watching the boomerangs. At this time, Zhao Hai's drumming slowed down. When the drumming slowed down, the boomerangs immediately flew over. However, the speed of the boomerangs also slowed down. Li Fei and the others could clearly see the trajectory of the boomerangs. Dang 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 dang. Li Fei and the others used their swords to block the boomerangs. But this time, the boomerangs didn't fly back. Instead, they flew straight towards the sky. This was because Li Fei and the others blocked the boomerangs from below. Since the boomerangs were blocked from below, they naturally couldn't fly back. At the same time, the ghost soldiers took advantage of the time when Zhao Hai's drumming slowed down to move forward. When Zhao Hai saw Li Fei and the others hit the boomerangs, the drumming immediately became more urgent. However, the ghost soldiers didn't retreat. Each and every one of them had red eyes as they brandished their weapons. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Then with an intention, his avatar appeared by his side. Then a drum appeared in front of the avatar. The avatar began to beat the drum while Zhao Hai received the drum in front of him. After receiving the drum, Zhao Hai looked at the ghost cultivators. Then he coldly snorted and said, "You think I'm afraid of playing ghost with me?" Then with another thought, a staff appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then a scene that made Li Fei and the others dumbfounded appeared. They saw small dots of light appearing in front of Zhao Hai. These dots of light were of different colors, they looked like stars. But soon, they discovered that they weren't stars. Those little dots of light turned out to be arrays. They appeared out of thin air and were condensed by spiritual qi. Moreover, these arrays were all superimposed on each other. It looked very amazing. Li Fei and the others couldn't count how many formations appeared in front of Zhao Hai. They couldn't understand how Zhao Hai had so much spiritual energy to support these formations. Actually, what they didn't know was that the number of formations that Zhao Hai released was still quite small. In the past, when he was in the world of cultivation, he could condense countless formations and stack them together. But now, he could only condense 10,000 formations and stack them together. Any more and he wouldn't have enough spiritual energy. After 10,000 formations were formed, Zhao Hai felt that it was a bit strenuous. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Holy light descend, purify the world." Along with his voice, a white light flew out from the formation in front of him and shot towards the ghost soldiers. When the ghost soldiers came in contact with the white light, it was like a shadow meeting a shadowless lamp. They disappeared in an instant. They didn't even have the time to scream. However, the white light only flashed for a moment before disappearing along with the ghost soldiers. After the white light disappeared, Li Fei and the others stared at the spot where the white light had disappeared as if they were suffering from dementia. It took them a long time to recover from their shock. "Damn, you actually destroyed so many of my ghost soldiers. Zhao Hai, I want you dead. You're dead. I want you to become my ghost soldier." Cui Wuxin's angry voice came from all directions. However, Zhao Hai's tired face showed a smile. Cui Wuxin had been using spiritual energy to control his voice. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't find his position. But because he was too angry, he didn't use spiritual energy to control his voice. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to find his position. Zhao Hai immediately commanded the small Zerg to sneak towards Cui Wuxin's direction. At the same time, he was also adjusting his breathing. Just now, he had used up all his spiritual energy. Even with his powerful recovery speed, it would take a while for him to recover. At this time, the sound of ghosts crying suddenly came from all directions. Then, one by one, skulls appeared around the camp. These skulls were real skulls. The skulls were surrounded by a layer of blue ghost fire. They opened their mouths and let out ghostly cries. They floated in the air and rushed towards Xiao Hai and the others. Xiao Hai hasn't recovered his spiritual energy yet. The attack of the skulls wasn't weak either. Xiao Hai had no choice but to step back and say in a deep voice, "Block them. I need some time." At this time, Li Fei and the others recovered and immediately noticed Xiao Hai's situation. Without saying a word, they immediately stepped forward and surrounded Xiao Hai in the middle. At the same time, they pulled out their long swords and blocked the skulls. At this time, Xiao Hai's doppelganger was no longer beating the drum. This was because the sound wave attack didn't seem to have much effect on these skulls. Most importantly, Xiao Hai didn't use the soul-hooking devil bell anymore. At this time, Xiao Hai's doppelganger also appeared beside Xiao Hai. He also used a sword technique to help Li Fei and the others guard Xiao Hai. At this moment, a few miserable shrieks were heard. Li Fei and the others were stunned because their defense was very reasonable. Until now, no one had been bitten by the skeletons, and no one had heard the shrieks. Where did the shrieks come from? While they were surprised, Cui Wuxin's voice was heard, "Despicable. I didn't think that the Tyrant's Blade School would use such a despicable method. They actually used poisonous insects to attack us." Xiao Hai didn't say anything. His spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet. He didn't want to waste time talking to Cui Wuxin. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, the attack of the skulls slowed down. However, Xiao Hai soon felt that the small poisonous insects he released were quickly disappearing. There weren't many left now. When Xiao Hai felt that the small poisonous insects he released had all disappeared, his spiritual energy recovered. Xiao Hai took out his long sword and used a sword technique. Together with his doppelganger, they blocked the skulls. At this time, Cui Wuxin's voice was heard, "Kid, I'll let you live for now." Then there was no more sound. The skulls also disappeared. Li Fei and the others didn't know why Cui Wuxin left. However, Xiao Hai knew that Cui Wuxin must have left to save the other ghost cultivators. Xiao Hai believed that Cui Wuxin couldn't have acted alone. He must have been followed by others. Although the small poisonous insects didn't do anything to Cui Wuxin, they did injure the other ghost cultivators. Moreover, the poison of the small poisonous insects wasn't easy to detoxify. Although Cui Wuxin and the other ghost cultivators were experts in poison, it was impossible for them to detoxify the poison of the small poisonous insects. Therefore, Cui Wuxin could only choose to leave when he found that there was no way to detoxify them. Xiao Hai looked around and made sure that Cui Wuxin had really left. Then he immediately said, "Let's go. We'll leave this place immediately." The movement just now was too big. It might have attracted the attention of the Divine Machine sect. Those guys from the Divine Machine sect are also looking for us. If they find us, we won't have a good time. Everyone nodded. The camp had been completely destroyed and was now useless. Although the formation that Xiao Hai arranged was still useful, it wasn't very useful. Therefore, they didn't have anything to pack up and immediately left with Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had to be careful this time. This was because there were a lot of beasts on the mountain. If they really encountered some powerful beasts, then they wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, Xiao Hai released a few small insects to scout ahead while he led Li Fei and the others forward carefully. Although Xiao Hai and the others didn't suffer any losses in this battle, their mood was still very heavy. There was no other way. The appearance of the soul-hooking young master Cui Wuxin had cast a shadow on their path ahead. Although Xiao Hai and the others haven't seen Cui Wuxin, they were certain that this Cui Wuxin was real. Ghost cultivators also had their own dignity. They wouldn't pretend to be someone else. Moreover, this Cui Wuxin's fighting style was very similar to that of the Cui Wuxin that Xiao Hai and the others were familiar with. Most importantly, the soul-hooking devil bell was Cui Wuxin's famous artifact. Therefore, although Xiao Hai and the others didn't see Cui Wuxin, they were certain that the one who dealt with them yesterday was Cui Wuxin. Cui Wuxin's reputation was much greater than theirs. He had been famous for a long time. Although he disappeared for a while and was even said to have been killed, it seems like he was still alive. Although his strength hadn't reached a very high level, he still brought a lot of pressure to Zhao Hai and the others. However, most of this pressure was on Li Fei and the others. Li Fei and the others were more aware of Cui Wuxin's strength than Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was far worse than them. Zhao Hai was confident in himself. As long as Cui Wuxin hasn't entered the realm of teleportation, then he wouldn't be afraid. Along the way, they carefully moved forward. With the little bug scouting ahead, Zhao was able to bypass a few monster beast territories. Along the way, they didn't cause any trouble. After walking for more than 2 hours, Zhao Hai looked at the sky and then looked at Li Fei and the others. Li Fei and the others looked very tired. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Let's rest for a while. If we continue like this, we won't be able to fight back when the enemy comes." Li Fei naturally agreed. Zhao Hai found a place where everyone sat down and rested. After resting for about half an hour, Li Fei said, "Leader, should we inform the sect about this? Cui Wuxin is the one who came to attack us this time. This guy is not so easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, we should tell the sect. This Cui Wuxin is really difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't expect me to use poisonous insects to launch a sneak attack, I'm afraid they would still be fighting with us now." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a communicator. But after looking at the communicator, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This communicator was very convenient. It can directly talk to the other party while displaying a three-dimensional projection. However, this communicator was also very sensitive to energy fluctuations. If the energy fluctuations were too chaotic, then the communicator wouldn't be able to be used. In the Arrow Forest, the energy fluctuations were really chaotic. In other words, this kind of communication device couldn't be used in the forest. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse. This communicator was really as unreliable as a mobile phone back on Earth. There was no signal in the mountain. Without any other choice, Zhao Hai took out a small transmission formation and recorded the situation in a jade slip. Then he sent the jade slip back to the sect. After doing all of this, Zhao Hai relaxed. This transmission formation was for Li Fei and the others to see. Laura and the others were already aware of what happened here. However, he still needed to do this. This would explain how the sect knew about what happened here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When Li Fei and the others saw that Zhao Hai had sent the jade slip back, they relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at Li Fei and the others and was somewhat disappointed. Li Fei and the others were still too inexperienced. They were already nervous when they encountered this kind of situation. However, Zhao Hai also knew that it would be impossible to change Li Fei and the others' minds in a short time. Therefore, they could only take it slow. Although Zhao Hai was sitting there, he was still paying attention to the situation around him. Fortunately, nothing disturbed them, so Zhao Hai and the others were able to rest in peace. After resting for 2 hours, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He stood up and said to Li Fei and the others, "Everyone, be careful. It seems like someone is coming towards us." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Fei and the others immediately became nervous. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's methods, then they might have already fallen in Cui Wuxin's hands. Because of this, nobody doubted Zhao Hai's words. Everyone became vigilant. First, they took out their swords. Then they hid themselves in the shadows of the forest. At the same time, they held their breaths in order to avoid being discovered. Although this method wasn't very useful, after all, a transcending realm cultivator could easily detect them with their spiritual force. However, this was the most they could do. After some time, everyone heard the sound of wings flapping in the sky. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a group of beasts flying in the sky. There were people on the backs of these beasts. Without exception, these people were carrying arrows on their backs. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that these people were from the Divine Machine sect. Their battle just now had alarmed the people from the Divine Machine sect. These people had come to investigate the situation. After seeing the place where Zhao Hai and the others fought, they began to look around. Fortunately, Zhao Hai already knew about their arrival through the space. Therefore, he had everyone prepare in advance. Moreover, there weren't any experts among the people from the Divine Machine sect. Therefore, they weren't able to discover Zhao Hai and the others. Only when the people from the Divine Machine sect were far away did Li Fei and the others let out a long breath. Their eyesight wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's. However, they were sure that the large group of beasts flying in the sky couldn't be wild. This was because there were all kinds of beasts flying in the sky. Moreover, the ones who attacked them were ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators wouldn't dare to arrogantly use flying beasts to look for them on the Arrow Tree Mountain. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the people from the Divine Machine sect. However, this wasn't good news for them. The Divine Machine sect was currently chasing after them. If they were discovered by the Divine Machine sect, then it would only be more troublesome. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We have to leave this place immediately. I think that the Divine Machine sect will certainly send more people to look for us after daybreak. We have to be more careful." Everyone nodded. They were very clear that the battle between them and Cui Wuxin must have attracted the attention of the Divine Machine sect. The Divine Machine sect would also think that they were one of the parties involved in the battle. Therefore, the Divine Machine sect would certainly send more people to the Arrow Tree Mountain to look for them. The Arrow Tree Mountain was in the Divine Machine sect's territory. If they weren't careful, then they might be trapped by the Divine Machine sect. Most importantly, the Divine Arcanum sect had a very good reason for trapping the Arrow Tree Mountain this time, and that was to search for ghost cultivators. The traces left behind from the great battle between them and Cui Wuxin allowed people to easily determine that there were ghost cultivators among the combatants. This gave the Divine Arcanum sect ample reason to search the Arrow Tree Mountain. If that really happened, their situation would only become even more troublesome. Zhao Hai led everyone forward while thinking of countermeasures. The Divine Machine sect was openly targeting them, and the ghost cultivators were unscrupulous in dealing with them. No matter which side it was enough to give them a headache. Moreover, the Arrow Tree Mountain wasn't safe anymore. Although the Divine Machine sect would also come to the Arrow Tree Mountain to look for them, they didn't dare to be too ostentatious due to the Yuba Dao sect's misgivings. However, it was different now. Now that ghost cultivators had joined in, the Divine Machine sect could use these ghost cultivators as an excuse to directly seal the Arrow Tree Mountain. In that case, it would be even more difficult for them to escape. They must leave the Arrow Tree Mountain. Zhao Hai immediately made this decision after analyzing the pros and cons. After leaving the Arrow Tree Mountain, they might be hunted down by the Divine Machine sect. However, at the same time, the ghost cultivators would be wary of the Divine Machine sect and wouldn't dare to deal with them too openly. This way, they would have one less enemy. Moreover, the Divine Machine sect believed that they wouldn't really dare to fall out with the Yuba Dao sect. Although they might send more people to deal with them, they probably wouldn't send too strong of an expert. As long as they didn't send too strong of an expert, Zhao Hai should be able to deal with them. Moreover, after leaving the Arrow Tree Mountain, they could still use the demonic horses. The demonic horses were very fast and their charging power was very strong. As long as they could use them well, they might be able to leave the Divine Machine sect's territory as soon as possible. As long as they left the Divine Machine sect's territory, the Divine Machine sect wouldn't dare to act so unscrupulously. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, get ready. We will leave the Arrow Tree Mountain immediately." Previously, when we entered the Arrow Tree Mountain, the Divine Machine sect didn't dare to send too many people to chase after us. We can use the terrain of the Arrow Tree Mountain to shake them off. But now, the situation is different. Because of the ghost cultivators, the Divine Machine sect can send a lot of people to look for us in the Arrow Tree Mountain. If they really find us, we will be in trouble. Therefore, the best way to deal with this is to leave the Arrow Tree Mountain and not let them block us. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Fei and the others nodded. Li Fei even said, "Leader, you make the decision. We believe in you." The others also nodded towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Li Fei and the others, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll thank everyone for their trust. Let's leave now. However, we will need to spend some effort. I believe that if we leave the Arrow Tree Mountain now, we might be blocked by the Divine Machine sect. They will definitely place a lot of troops on the main road. Therefore, we can only leave from the other side. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Fei couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Leader, the other side of the Arrow Tree Mountain is the famous 100 River. Not only is the current very fast, there are also a lot of undercurrents. Moreover, we don't have a boat. Moreover, there's no cover on the river. If we are discovered by the Divine Machine sect, then we won't even have a chance to escape." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about the boat, I'll take care of it. But now, I hope that everyone can act like ordinary people, especially when we're on the river. You can't wear warrior clothes, you can't bring weapons, and you can't let people see that we're cultivators. Understood?" Although everyone didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning, they still nodded. When Zhao Hai saw them nodding, he couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, it's good that you all agree. Let's go." Then he led the group towards the 100 River. The 100 River was 100 wide. The current was very fast, and it was densely covered with reefs. Originally, this river could be managed well. As long as cultivators were willing to clean up some of the reefs, the 100 River could become a golden waterway. This was because the river wasn't only wide, it was also very deep. Large ships could pass through it. Unfortunately, no cultivators were willing to come here to do this. In the eyes of these cultivators, they might as well meditate for a while. Ordinary people had nothing to do with them. Because of this, the 100 River didn't become a golden waterway. Although there were some small merchants transporting goods on the river, they didn't transport a lot. Moreover, accidents often happened. Because of this, there were very few boats on the river. Even if there were, they would be small rafts or small boats. Zhao Hai and the others went over the Arrow Tree Mountain and saw the 100 River. The 100 River was like a huge jade belt that flowed beside the Arrow Tree Mountain. It looked very beautiful. Fortunately, the Arrow Tree Mountain was not a particularly large mountain range. Additionally, Zhao Hai and the others were all cultivators. Thus, their speed was very fast. By the evening of the second day, they had already arrived at the bank of the 100 River. This was also due to the fact that there were some cultivators from the Divine Arcanum sect in the sky looking for them, slowing them down. When they arrived at the 100 River, Li Fei glanced at it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, what do we do now? Chop down trees to build a ship?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Chop down trees? If you chop down trees, the people from the Divine Mystery sect will immediately notice us. When the time comes, they will recognize us. Don't worry, I have a way." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a pile of beast skins. These beast skins were all sheepskin that had been processed. However, aside from the neck and 4 limbs, there were no other wounds. Moreover, the sheepskin had been processed and oiled. Li Fei and the others didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do. However, Zhao Hai smiled and picked up a sheepskin. Then he used a hemp rope to tie the sheepskin's 4 limbs. After that, he used a wind-type spell to inject air into the sheepskin. After the sheepskin bulged up, he tied the hemp rope to the sheepskin tightly. Just like that, the sheepskin pouch was completed. After making the pouch, Zhao Hai turned to Li Fei and the others and said, "See? Just do as I did. Inflate the sheepskin pouches and tie them tightly. Don't let the air leak. You guys do as I say. I'll go prepare something." Although Li Fei and the others didn't understand, they still did as Zhao Hai said. In fact, inflating the sheepskin pouches was very easy for cultivators like them. They were also very curious as to what Zhao Hai wanted to do with them. At this time, Zhao Hai was wandering around the forest. He wanted to find some branches that weren't too thick and make a small row to tie up the sheepskin pouches. I believe that everyone understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Sheepskin rafts. That's right, Zhao Hai wanted to make a sheepskin raft. The 1,000 River flowed in the same direction as Zhao Hai's group. This way, Zhao Hai's group could use the 1,000 River to escape. Those cultivators usually wouldn't pay attention to the river. Very few cultivators would go to the 1,000 River because it was too dangerous. There was rarely news of evil demonic beasts on the 1,000 River. However, the river was too wide and the current was too fast. If a cultivator couldn't fly, it would be very dangerous to travel on the 1,000 River on a boat. Therefore, very few cultivators would go to the 1,000 River. In addition, Zhao Hai's group was using sheepskin rafts, so they didn't need a lot of wood. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about being discovered by the cultivators of the Divine Mysteries sect in the sky. Zhao Hai had already prepared the sheepskin rafts. Therefore, it was very easy to make them. After Zhao Hai chopped some branches, the sheepskin rafts could be made smoothly. Zhao Hai only made one sheepskin raft this time. This sheepskin raft wasn't very big and could only accommodate about 10 people. However, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. He installed some soft pipes on the sheepskin raft that led directly to the river below. The other end of the soft pipes was connected to a breathing mask that could cover a person's entire head. Moreover, there was a communication device that could communicate with Zhao Hai's group at any time. This way, after the sheepskin raft entered the water, more than 10 people could stay underwater. This way, even if they were discovered by the people of the Divine Mysteries sect, they wouldn't attract the attention of the cultivators of the Divine Mysteries sect. After everything was ready, Zhao Hai turned to everyone and said, "Brothers, we are being chased by two groups of people. Although I don't know how those ghost cultivators found us, I'm sure that they will find us again. Therefore, we can only use this method to move forward. Now, we need 12 people to go underwater. Not only do the people underwater need to keep up with the raft's speed, but they also need to warn the people above the water about the reefs and undercurrents. As for the people above the water, they need to control the raft's speed and direction." Everyone nodded. Then Li Fei said, "Leader, you stay above. I'll go underwater with the other brothers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, the people above the water need to pay attention. Change your clothes into the gray warrior robes that rogue cultivators wear. Also, change your weapons. You can't all use sabers, that would be too fake. I'm now a merchant and you are rogue cultivators that I hired to protect me. Remember that." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out some weapons and clothes. There were all kinds of weapons. Their clothes were also the kind of warrior clothes that were often worn by rogue cultivators. Most of them were gray, and they looked somewhat reasonable. Li Fei couldn't help but curiously look at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, where did you get these things?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I just need to kill more people. Don't be curious about him. Change your clothes." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure turned and the clothes he was wearing immediately changed. It wasn't a warrior robe, but rather a robe that was commonly worn by merchants. However, it also looked a bit old. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's appearance also changed. He now looked like a 30-year-old man with a face full of hardships. Li Fei and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a change. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, don't look anymore. Get ready. According to our previous experience, the Divine Machine sect should be arriving soon." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they didn't dare to delay and immediately changed their clothes. Those who were going to enter the water also put on their breathing masks. Following Zhao Hai's command, everyone boarded the sheepskin raft. After getting on the raft, Zhao Hai released 2 boxes. These 2 boxes were sealed. Upon seeing these 2 boxes, a cultivator immediately asked, "Leader, what's inside?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Leader, what's inside?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Nothing. I'm going to pretend to be a merchant. Naturally, I need to have some goods. These 2 boxes are the goods." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai took out a few wooden oars and handed it over to them. Then he said, "Take this and pay attention to the current. Let's go." The group took the oars and looked at each other. Then they shrugged their shoulders and began to row. It must be said that rowing a raft wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. Their control over their strength was much better than ordinary people. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to grasp the technique of rowing a raft. Although they weren't as good as professionals, they still weren't unfamiliar with it. The current of the Hundred-Zhang River was very fast. Therefore, they didn't need to use people to row. The rafts would float down by themselves. What the people on the rafts had to do was to use the oars in their hands to control the speed and direction of the raft. They didn't want the raft to crash into an undercurrent or a reef. The speed of the rafts was very fast. The cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect had to pay attention to the rafts while also communicating with the people underwater. They were very busy. Therefore, they didn't have time to pay attention to the situation at the Arrow Tree Mountain. Although they didn't pay attention, Zhao Hai did. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation at the Arrow Tree Mountain. He had already used the chi restraining technique so that he didn't have any characteristics of a cultivator. Therefore, he looked like a weather-beaten merchant who was working hard to earn money to support his family. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation at the Arrow Tree Mountain. Not long after they entered the 100-Zhang River, a patrol from the Divine Mystery sect flew over the Arrow Tree Mountain. However, it was clear that they didn't pay attention to the small raft on the river. Therefore, Zhao Hai's group was able to move forward very smoothly. They moved forward very quickly. In less than an hour, Zhao Hai saw a group of small black dots appear in the sky above the Arrow Tree Mountain. Zhao Hai knew that the Divine Mystery Sect's patrol was coming again. However, the difference this time was that the black dots were heading towards them. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation at the Arrow Tree Mountain. When he saw that the other party was coming, he immediately said, "Everyone, pay attention. The Divine Mystery Sect's cultivators are coming. Remember. You are all members of the Ironsword mercenary group. I hired you. We come from Yufeng City and are heading towards Greenleaf Town." After speaking, Zhao Hai said, "Inform the people underwater to pay attention to their breathing. Don't let those fellows discover them. Those fellows are riding demonic beasts. They are very sensitive to smell." Everyone agreed in a low voice, then they pretended to be fully focused on rowing the raft. However, Zhao Hai's order had already been passed down, so the people underwater had to be extra careful. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others felt their heads darken. They pretended to be startled and looked up. They saw a group of demonic beasts flying over. There were at least 50 of them. Cultivators were sitting on these demonic beasts with arrows on their backs. It was obvious that they were cultivators from the Divine Mystery sect. Zhao Hai and the others immediately stood up and bowed to the cultivators. "Greetings, sirs." The Divine Mystery sect's cultivators' blade-like gazes swept across everyone's faces. Zhao Hai and the others bowed, not daring to stand up. At this moment, the raft was still moving forward on the 300-meter river. However, due to the loss of control, it had already started to sway unsteadily. When one of the Divine Mystery sect's cultivators saw this, he frowned slightly and said, "All right, who among you is in charge?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, 4 people picked up the oars and controlled the raft. At this moment, Zhao Hai also stood up and said to the Divine Mystery sect's cultivators, "This lowly one is Gui Weiyan." "Greetings, sirs. This lowly one is a merchant from Feather Peak City. These sirs were hired by this lowly one. They are sirs from the Iron Sword mercenary group." The cultivator from the Divine Arcanum sect nodded and said, "What are you using? Why haven't I seen it before?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "Sirs, this lowly one is using a leather raft. It's a type of short-distance transport. This thing can only go down the river. If you want to go against the current, you can only place this raft in the water and have someone drag it. Because this thing isn't very expensive and is very convenient to use, many people use it. Maybe sirs didn't notice it before." The Divine Mystery sect's cultivator didn't say anything. Strictly speaking, the 300-meter river wasn't under their jurisdiction. They rarely came here, so it was normal that they hadn't seen this thing before. However, he still asked, "Where are you going?" Zhao Hai immediately said, "Sirs, this lowly one is going to Greenleaf Town to deliver a batch of goods. Because time is tight, this is why we are using this raft." The Divine Mystery sect's cultivator nodded. He looked at the 2 boxes on the raft and said, "What's inside?" Zhao Hai said, "Sirs, there are 2 boxes of herbs. Moreover, they are all top-quality herbs." When the Divine Mystery sect's cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Herbs? Open them and take a look." Zhao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes." Then he opened the 2 boxes. As soon as the boxes were opened, a burst of medicinal fragrance wafted out. These 2 boxes weren't very big, but their design was very reasonable. They were divided into small compartments, and each compartment had a jade box. It wasn't known what kind of herbs were inside the jade boxes, but one could smell the medicinal fragrance coming from them. Whoosh! Before Xiao Hai could react, a jade box flew out of the box and landed in the hands of a divine mystery sex cultivator. The cultivator didn't stand on ceremony and directly opened the jade box. He couldn't help but be stunned when he opened the jade box. This was because the herbs inside the jade box were actually very ordinary ginseng. However, this ginseng was quite old. It could be considered a good thing for ordinary people or rogue cultivators, but it wasn't very attractive to cultivators from large sections. However, the divine mystery sex cultivator also knew that ordinary people who could obtain such herbs were already quite capable. He didn't try to snatch these herbs. After putting the jade box in the box, the divine mystery sex cultivator called his companions and left. Xiao Hai looked at the divine mystery sex disciples as his eyes flashed with a smile. Then he said, "Everyone, don't show any signs of happiness. Even if you want to laugh, hold it in. What we need to do now is to do our best to move forward. As long as we reach Greenleaf Town, we won't need to be so nervous." Xiao Hai's words weren't wrong. This was because once they reached Greenleaf Town, they would be able to go ashore. Since that place wasn't the divine mystery sect's territory, the divine mystery sect wouldn't dare to chase after them so brazenly. Although the others were very happy, they didn't show any signs of happiness, just like what Xiao Hai said. They continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. Xiao Hai commanded everyone to move forward while paying attention to their surroundings. The feeling of being haunted didn't disappear. This was also what attracted Xiao Hai's attention the most. The speed of the raft was very fast. It was even faster than when Xiao Hai and the others were using the light body technique. This was mainly because the 100 River's current was very fast. Therefore, their speed was also very fast. A few hours later, Xiao Hai saw a small pier on the edge of the 100 River. Xiao Hai immediately said, "Inform the brothers underwater to wear their masks and get off the raft. Swim downstream for at least 10 li, then wait for us on the shore. We'll stop at the pier and go ashore." Xiao Hai nodded and said. Everyone complied and immediately notified the people underwater. The people underwater also complied. Then the various concealed breathing masks on the raft immediately left the raft and swam downstream. Meanwhile, Xiao Hai and the others controlled the raft and rowed towards the small pier on the shore. Before long, Xiao Hai and the others arrived at the pier. There were a lot of small boats and wooden rafts docked at the pier. However, nobody had seen this raft before. When they saw Xiao Hai and the others arrive, they were very curious and surrounded them. Xiao Hai led the cultivators to carry the chest to the shore. Then he also pulled the raft to the shore. Then he untied the rope on the raft and released the air inside the sheepskin. Then Xiao Hai had the cultivators select 2 people to carry the sheepskin with wooden poles. Then he found 4 people to carry the chest. Before long, they left the pier, leaving the people at the pier dumbfounded. These people didn't expect to see such a thing. Someone actually dismantled themselves and the boat and carried it away. This was too miraculous. Xiao Hai didn't care so much. After he led the rogue cultivators into Greenleaf Town, he went straight to the town's largest pharmacy and bought the 2 boxes of herbs. Then he led the rogue cultivators around Greenleaf Town for a stroll. Although the cultivators didn't understand what Xiao Hai wanted to do, they didn't ask. They just followed Xiao Hai. They believed that Xiao Hai wouldn't do something useless. After walking around for a day, Xiao Hai asked about the price of a lot of things. Then he went to a very famous porcelain shop in Greenleaf Town and bought some porcelain. Then he found a small inn to stay in. After entering the inn, Xiao Hai followed the cultivators and had a good meal. While eating, Xiao Hai transmitted his voice, "Brothers, we've been targeted the moment we arrived here. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Divine Machine sect. However, they have already left. But since we have to put on a show, we can't let them know that we're here. Therefore, we'll rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll get up early and leave, just like any other traveling merchants. Once they're satisfied with us, we'll meet up with them. Once we're done, we'll meet up with them." Everyone nodded. Xiao Hai drank a cup of wine with them before returning to their rooms to rest. Sure enough, when the cultivators from the Divine Machine sect saw them going back to their rooms to rest, they immediately withdrew and didn't follow them. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai and the others got up and left the town with the things they bought yesterday. The people from the Divine Machine sect didn't care about them. For traveling merchants like Zhao Hai and the others, waking up early in the morning was a very normal thing to do. Nobody cared about them. When Zhao Hai and the others left the town, they went upstream of the 100-Jiang River. This way, the people from the Divine Machine sect wouldn't suspect them. After they left the town, they walked for about 10 miles. After making sure that nobody was following them, they quickly took a small path and went downstream of the 100-Jiang River. In a forest downstream, they found the people who came here yesterday. Everyone gathered together and took a small path downstream. By noon, they were already very far away from the green leaf formation. Only then did Zhao Hai let everyone release the demonic horses and let them gallop wildly. This time, they didn't come into contact with any cities. Whenever they came across a city, they would just go around it. Therefore, the people from the Divine Machine sect placed most of their attention on the Arrow Tree Mountain and Green Leaf Town. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others didn't encounter any danger. Now, Zhao Hai could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They were no longer in the Divine Machine sect's territory. Although they weren't far from the Divine Machine sect's territory, they were now in the Green Leaf sect's territory. The relationship between the Divine Machine sect and the Green Leaf sect could only be considered ordinary. The Green Leaf sect wouldn't allow the people from the Divine Machine sect to swagger around and capture people in their own territory. This was because they were running at full speed this time. In one day, they ran more than 2,000 li. This was because the road wasn't easy to walk on. Otherwise, they would have walked even further. Zhao Hai and the others didn't find a place to rest at night. Instead, they sat on the demonic horses and made them continue to move forward. However, their speed was a bit slower than during the day. After another night passed, Zhao Hai and the others were already more than 5,000 li away from Greenleaf Town. Zhao Hai and the others were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. Although the relationship between the Green Leaf sect and the Divine Machine sect was very ordinary, their relationship with the Tyrant Saber sect wasn't necessarily good. It could be said that their relationship with the Tyrant Saber sect wasn't any better than the relationship between the Divine Machine sect and the Tyrant Saber sect. However, this time, Zhao Hai and the others didn't fight with the people from the Green Leaf sect. The people from the Green Leaf sect also thought that Zhao Hai and the others were blocked by the Divine Machine sect on the Arrow Tree Mountain. Therefore, they didn't investigate too strictly and allowed Zhao Hai and the others to be free and unfettered until now. Zhao Hai also didn't want to cause trouble in the Green Leaf sect. Although he wasn't afraid of the people from the Green Leaf sect, the feeling of their presence still hadn't disappeared. He was certain that the other party was still following them. If he caused trouble in the Green Leaf sect, then they might be attacked from 3 sides. That would be even more troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Hai's strategy this time was to use all his strength and use the fastest speed to pass through the Green Leaf sect's territory. Before the people from the Green Leaf sect could react, they would have already left. Zhao Hai's plan was very successful. The main reason was that the demonic horses were too fast. Moreover, their endurance was too good. They didn't need to rest at all. Before the Green Leaf sect could react, they had already rushed through the Green Leaf sect's territory and entered the Linjiang sect's territory. The Linjiang sect wasn't a large sect. It could only be considered a medium-sized sect. However, their relationship with the Tyrant's Blade sect was very good. Zhao Hai and the others could finally be considered safe after arriving here. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't plan to have too much contact with the Linjiang sect. This was because they didn't have much time left. When they arrived at the Linjiang sect's territory, they would have to get off the boat and walk a section of the water. Then, they would have to go ashore and walk on land to reach Yangding Mountain. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that this journey would take at least 10 days. They had already used more than 10 days. If they delayed any longer, then they might not be able to reach their destination. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have any contact with the Linjiang sect. They directly arrived at the Linjiang sect's riverbank and hired a boat to go downstream. After Zhao Hai and the others boarded the boat, the Xinji sect, Green Leaf sect, and Linjiang sect received the news. When the Xinji sect and Green Leaf sect received the news, their faces turned ugly. There was no other way. They were still looking for Zhao Hai and the others, but Zhao Hai and the others had already appeared thousands of miles away. How could their faces look good? Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. He led the group down the river. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the station. To be honest, this was also the Linjiang sect's territory. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have anything to worry about. After getting off the boat, Zhao Hai discovered that the haunting feeling had strangely disappeared. Although he didn't know what was going on, Zhao Hai knew that this was a good thing. Therefore, after he got ashore, he contacted the people of the Linjiang sect and explained that he was in a hurry this time. Therefore, he didn't have much contact with them and asked for their forgiveness. The relationship between the Linjiang sect and the Tyrant Blade sect was quite good. Naturally, they wouldn't make things difficult for Zhao Hai because of this matter. The people of the Linjiang sect knew about Zhao Hai's position in the Tyrant Blade sect. To put it bluntly, offending Zhao Hai was equivalent to offending the Yinyang elders. Offending the Yinyang elders was equivalent to offending the Tyrant Blade sect. Under such circumstances, the Linjiang sect naturally wouldn't offend the Yinyang elders. After contacting the Linjiang sect, Zhao Hai and the others immediately rode their horses to Yangding Mountain. Finally, they arrived at the foot of Yangding Mountain 5 days earlier than the stipulated time. Yangding Mountain wasn't far from the Linjiang sect. However, Yangding Mountain wasn't considered a famous mountain. It wasn't even the territory of any sect. This was because this mountain didn't have any minerals and the herbs it produced were only average. Therefore, ordinary sects wouldn't want this mountain. The reason why this mountain was chosen as the venue of the tournament was because this mountain had a special feature. Its summit was flat. That's right, the top of the Yangding Mountain looked like the summit of a volcano from afar. The summit was flat, but the Yangding Mountain wasn't a volcano. Its summit was just a large piece of flat land. This was what made people feel strange about it. There were many legends as to why the summit of Yangding Mountain was flat. Some said that it was because an ancient almighty fought there. In the end, the summit of Yangding Mountain was cut off by an ancient almighty. Therefore, the summit of Yangding Mountain was flat. However, this was only a legend. No one cared about why the summit of Yangding Mountain was like this. Instead, it was because of the topography of Yangding Mountain that everyone in the continent was familiar with. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Yangding Mountain in the distance. As the saying goes, gazing at a mountain kills a horse. Although they weren't far from Yangding Mountain, Zhao Hai knew that if they really wanted to reach Yangding Mountain, they would need at least an hour or so. However, Zhao Hai and the others were now safe. This was because they had just contacted the first reception station for the great tournament. The reception station was located in a small town about 2 hours away from Yangding Mountain. All the cultivators who came to participate in the great tournament would first stop there. After reporting there, they would be able to go to Yangding Mountain. Of course, after reporting there, they would be absolutely safe. Even if they met a cultivator who had a death grudge with their sect, they wouldn't dare to make a move on them. Otherwise, they would be suppressed by all the participating sections. Zhao Hai rode on the demonic horse and allowed it to move forward slowly. His eyes were staring at Yang Dingshan. To be honest, Yang Dingshan really didn't have anything to look at. However, from Zhao Hai's perspective, Yang Dingshan was a little special. Li Fei and the others followed Zhao Hai without making a sound. They were also looking at Yangding Mountain. To be honest, they were really excited. In order to reach Yangding Mountain, they used a lot of tricks. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, they would have already died halfway. Now, Li Fei and the others were completely following Zhao Hai's lead. If Zhao Hai said to move forward, even if there was a mountain of knives in front of them, they wouldn't take a step back. It could be said that Zhao Hai used his strength, wisdom, and leadership skills to make Li Fei and the others his admirers. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long sigh, then laughed and said, "Brothers, we've been on the road for so many days. Everyone must be tired, right? Today, we won't be going to the Yangding Mountain. Let's have a good drink on the road. I want to see if anyone will come to disturb us this time." After saying this, Zhao Hai didn't care about anything else. He directly jumped down from the demon horse and walked to the roadside. At this moment, there was a forest on the side of the road. It must be said that the environment of the true spirit world was very good. Primitive forests could be seen everywhere. Of course, the main reason was that there were demon beasts in these forests. Ordinary people couldn't deal with these demon beasts, and cultivators wouldn't come here to cut down trees for no reason. When Li Fei and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would want to drink at this time. However, they soon became excited. In the past few days, they didn't eat or drink well because they were in a hurry. Now that they had the opportunity, of course, they had to have a good drink. Li Fei immediately jumped down from the demon horse's back and had it eat by itself. At the same time, they took out all kinds of food and prepared to have a good drink. Zhao Hai also took out a lot of good things from the space. He was indeed prepared to have a good drink here. In the past few days, besides being chased and beaten, this feeling was very uncomfortable. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to have a good drink in order to vent. Li Fei and the others also had the same feeling as Zhao Hai, so everyone agreed. Just as they took out the food and poured the wine, they heard the sound of hooves. Then a group of people came from the road they came from. The place Zhao chose was not far from the main road, so they could be seen at a glance. But the flying dust couldn't reach Zhao. Zhao and the others didn't have time to think about it. Instead, the dust that flew up couldn't reach them. Zhao Hai looked at these people and couldn't help but faintly smile. This was because he recognized these people. The clothes that they wore were very recognizable. They were the disciples of the Truth Tao sect. The Truth Tao sect was an ally of the Tyrant's Blade School, moreover, it was a hardcore ally. When Zhao Hai was in the Leap Dragon realm, he had already made contact with the people of the Truth Tao sect. In fact, if it wasn't for Lin Ling, then Zhao Hai might have already joined the Truth Tao sect. At that time, the Truth Tao sect's disciples, Feng Lingyun, and Luo Xiao were very optimistic about Zhao Hai. But unfortunately, Lin Ling was one step ahead of them. When they noticed Zhao Hai, Lin Ling already gave them a greeting. In the end, they could only watch as Lin Ling became a member of the Tyrant's Blade School. However, when Zhao Hai was in the Leap Dragon realm, he already knew that the relationship between the Truth Tao sect and the Tyrant's Blade School was very good. Moreover, he also received a lot of care from Feng Lingyun and Luo Xiao. Therefore, when he saw the disciples of the Truth Tao sect, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Zhao Hai looked at the disciples of the Truth Tao sect and couldn't help but smile. Then his figure moved and appeared on the side of the road. When the disciples of the Truth Tao sect saw a person coming out of the woods, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. At the same time, they slowed down their horses. The horses that the disciples of the Truth Tao sect were riding weren't the devil horses. Although their horses weren't short, they were still lacking compared to the devil horses. Most importantly, these horses had a slender body. At first glance, one could see that they were speed-type beasts. The disciples of the Truth Tao sect looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. Zhao Hai smiled at them, then he cupped his fist and said, "Are you senior brothers of the Truth Tao sect?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people of the Truth Tao sect couldn't help but stare. Then a cultivator who looked to be around 30 years old cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Truth Tao sect's Zhao Yelong, may I ask who your excellency is?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm Zhao Hai of the Tyrant's Blade Gate. We just arrived here and didn't want to go to the Yongding Mountain so early. Therefore, we wanted to eat some food, drink some wine, and have a good rest. It just so happened that we saw senior brothers of the Truth Tao sect. The Tyrant's Blade Gate and the Truth Tao sect are allies. If senior brothers aren't busy, then how about having a drink together?" When Zhao Yelong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. Moreover, he didn't hear about it from the outside but from Feng Lingyun. Therefore, his impression of Zhao Hai was much deeper than ordinary people. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's name, he couldn't help but be curious. He couldn't help but carefully size up Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Yelong with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a cough was heard from behind Zhao Yelong. Zhao Yelong recovered and discovered that he was staring at Zhao Hai. This was a bit impolite. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed as he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "So it's junior brother Zhao Hai." I've been impolite. Since the brothers of the Tyrant's Blade Gate invited us, how could we not go? It just so happens that we also want to have a good rest. Today, we'll have to bother junior brother Zhao Hai. Then he waved his hand as the Truth Tao sect's disciples jumped down from their mounts. Zhao Hai noticed that these people were all at the soul fusion stage. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Zhao Hai invited Zhao Yalong and the others to their temporary camp. After inviting them to sit down, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "Senior brother Zhao, along the way, we were constantly being chased. We were very tired. Now that we're safe, we wanted to relax. I didn't expect to meet senior brother here. This is really fate. I hope that senior brother won't blame me for being rude." Zhao Hai quickly raised his wine cup and toasted with Zhao Hai. Then he smiled and said, "Junior brother is too polite." Haha. To be honest, when I was at junior brother's level, I also participated in the great competition. At that time, I was also being chased all the way. It was very tiring to run. However, people like us were more stubborn. We ran all the way to Yangding Mountain before resting. Haha. Zhao Hai and the others also laughed. The relationship between both sides had become closer. They were exchanging wine cups with each other. Along the way, several groups of people saw them. However, those people just glanced at them and left. They knew that they weren't allowed to casually fight here. Otherwise, it would bring a lot of trouble to their sections. They drank until the sky turned dark, but none of them drank anything. It was only in the middle of the night that they dispersed to rest. The next morning, the people from the two sects gathered and rushed towards Yangding Mountain. After more than an hour, they arrived at the foot of Yangding Mountain. When they arrived at the foot of Yangding Mountain, Zhao Hai was surprised. This was because there were a lot of tables here. Behind each table sat a person. Behind each person, there was a banner with the name of the sect written on it. Zhao Hai took a glance and immediately found the Tyrant's Blade School's table. Then, he saw the Truth Tao sect's banner. It wasn't far from the Tyrant's Blade School's banner. Zhao Hai turned to Zhao Yalong and said, "Senior brother Yalong, let's go somewhere else. After the great competition, if there's an opportunity, I'll invite senior brother Yalong for a drink." Zhao Yalong laughed and said, "Next time, I'll be the one to invite you. To be honest, I haven't drunk so much in a long time. Junior brother Zhao Hai, I'll take my leave first." After he said that, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and led the people of the Truth Tao sect to their table. At the same time, Zhao Hai also led Li Fei and the others to the Tyrant's Blade School's table. When they arrived at the Tyrant's Blade School's table, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the cultivator sitting behind the table and said, "This one is Zhao Hai, the leader of the doppelganger team. I'm here to report." The Tyrant's Blade School's disciple wasn't very strong, he was only at the fusion soul stage. However, he knew about Zhao Hai's background, so he didn't dare neglect him. He immediately stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Zhao, you're finally here. Yesterday, I heard from the reception that you came here. Why did you arrive so late?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have made senior brother worry. Because we were too tired from the journey, we took a good rest on the way here." The person didn't mind, he just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I heard that your journey wasn't very peaceful. Fortunately, you arrived safely. Junior brother, you did a good job. Let's go up the mountain. Our Tyrant's Blade School's camp is on the mountain. You can take a good rest there." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he cupped his fist and led everyone up the mountain. They already received their demonic horses and walked up the mountain. They didn't use any movement techniques to increase their speed. While walking, they chatted with each other. Zhao Hai looked at Li Fei and the others behind him, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like the great sect attaches great importance to this year's great competition. We need to work hard." Li Fei chuckled and said, "Even if we work hard, we're just accompanying the crown prince. We don't know about the strength of the other sect's avatar experts, but we don't know how strong they are compared to us. This time, the first place will definitely belong to senior brother. We have confidence in this. Brothers, don't you agree?" "Right." Everyone responded. They were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Before, they didn't believe that Zhao Hai fought with a teleportation realm expert. But now, they were convinced. Not to mention anything else, just the battle with the soul-reaping young master was enough to let them know about Zhao Hai's strength. Boastful words. While everyone was talking and laughing, a voice was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Then they looked to the side and saw a cultivator standing not far from them. The cultivator was wearing a black robe, and on his waist was an iron bar that was about half a meter long. But when Zhao Hai saw this thing, he immediately recognized it. It was a butterfly knife. It was the signature weapon of the butterfly sect, the neighboring sect of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator, then he smiled faintly and said, "So it's a senior brother from the butterfly sect. We were just joking. There's no need for senior brother to take it seriously." This cultivator from the butterfly sect was also at the Avatar realm. It was obvious that he might encounter Zhao Hai in the future. Therefore, he said that Zhao Hai and the others' boastful words. Now that he heard Zhao Hai admitting defeat, he looked down on Zhao Hai even more. He coldly snorted and said, "Remember, there are some words that can't be casually joked about. Otherwise, the consequences aren't something you can bear." You. When Li Fei heard this, he wasn't happy. Who was Zhao Hai? He was their leader, their benefactor, and their idol. How could a guy from the butterfly sect dare to teach him a lesson? How could Li Fei and the others bear this? Zhao Hai was also a little angry. He just said those words because he didn't want to make things too awkward. He didn't expect the other party to be so shameless and even teach him a lesson. How could he accept this? Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but sink. He looked at the cultivator and said, "It's not up to you to decide whether I can accept it or not. If you have the ability, then let's meet in the arena. If you have the time to meddle in our business, then go back and improve your strength. Don't become someone who only knows how to talk." Zhao Hai wasn't a kind person. If you provoke him, then he would fight back with all his strength. He wouldn't be polite at all. Therefore, his words made the butterfly sect's cultivator pale in anger. The butterfly sect's cultivator didn't expect that Zhao Hai, who seemed to have a good temper, would be so fierce when it came to insulting others. He couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Who only knows how to talk? You'll know when the time comes." After saying that, he turned around and left. Looking at that person's back, Li Fei coldly snorted and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified to fight with the team leader? You better not meet me during the competition. Otherwise, I will let you know who is the one who talks big." Zhao Hai waved his hand and smiled, "Forget it. If we meet in the arena, it won't be too late to teach him a lesson. Let's go." After saying that, he led everyone up the mountain. After Zhao Hai and the others went up the mountain, it didn't take long for them to find the Tyrant's Blade School's encampment. Even if they didn't want to, it would be hard for them to not find it. A huge banner of the Tyrant's Blade School was placed there. If you can't see it, then you would be blind. When Zhao Hai led Li Fei and the others to the encampment, they discovered that it was a very big cave. There were 2 cultivators standing in front of the cave. These 2 cultivators were at the Transcending Realm. They were clearly inner disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. On the other hand, Li Fei and the others were at the Cloning Realm. Besides Zhao Hai, there weren't any Cloning Realm disciples in the entire Tyrant's Blade School. All of the Cloning Realm disciples were outer disciples. Zhao Hai led Li Fei and the others to the entrance of the cave. Then he cupped his fist towards the 2 cultivators and said, "Zhao Hai greets the 2 senior brothers. This Zhao Hai has been ordered to lead the Cloning Realm disciples here. I brought them here." I asked the 2 senior brothers to inform the elders. Naturally, the 2 knew who Zhao Hai was. However, they didn't dare to put on airs in front of Zhao Hai. The 2 of them cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. One of them smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhao Hai, you've come. The elders have already asked several times. Junior brother, please go in. There will be people inside who will lead you to the elders." After Zhao Hai expressed his thanks, he led Li Fei and the others into the cave. After entering the cave, 2 cultivators immediately came forward to greet them. These 2 cultivators were at the fusion soul stage. The 2 of them cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Then one of them said, "Junior brother Zhao Hai, please follow me. The elders want to see you." The other junior brothers, "Please follow him. He will arrange a place for you to rest." Everyone nodded. Then Li Fei and the others cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you for taking care of us along the way. Leader, if you have time, you must come and find us for a drink." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You guys don't have any good intentions. You just want my wine. Don't worry, there will be plenty for you to drink." Li Fei and the others also laughed. Then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and left with the cultivator from before. The soul uniting stage cultivator standing beside Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would get along so well with Li Fei and the others. Zhao Hai didn't care about what the soul uniting stage cultivator was thinking. He just followed the soul uniting stage cultivator into a large cave. After entering the cave, Zhao Hai saw the elder that they met at the heaven beheading peak. The elder was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. When he saw Zhao Hai come in, he nodded and said, "Come, sit down. Tell me about your journey." Zhao Hai didn't think that the elder would be so direct. However, he still replied, "Yes, elder." Then Zhao Hai sat on the praying mat in front of the elder and began to talk about their journey. Zhao Hai already knew who this elder was. This elder's surname was Yufeng. He was one of the more senior elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. He had some fame in the continent and was nicknamed Wind Blade. His blade technique was famous for its speed. If one really wanted to count, he was older than the Yin Yang elders. However, his talent was limited. Right now, he was only at the early stage of the spirit condensation realm. Compared to the Yin Yang elders, he was much weaker. However, because of his seniority, he was in charge of some of the sect's external activities. Moreover, he was very protective of the younger disciples. Among the younger disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School, he had a very high evaluation. After Zhao Hai finished, Elder Yufeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that you met the soul-reaping young master Cui Wuxin? Are you sure it's him?" Zhao Hai replied, "That person did indeed claim to be Cui Wuxin. Moreover, he used Cui Wuxin's famous artifact, the soul-reaping devil bell. However, he didn't show up. So I really don't know if it's him or not. However, he's very strong. Although he's only at the transcending realm, he's one of the more difficult transcending realm cultivators to deal with. Moreover, I'm sure that he followed us to the river. After seeing us cross the river, he didn't follow us." Yufeng frowned and said, "All right, I'll deal with this matter. What about the Divine Mysteries sect? Did you really kill the 40 transcending realm cultivators of the Divine Mysteries sect?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. At that time, they used arrows to attack us. We discovered them in advance and set a trap to kill them in one fell swoop." Yufeng looked at Zhao Hai impatiently. He now knew why the people of the Divine Mysteries sect chased after Zhao Hai's group all over the world. Moreover, they looked like they wouldn't give up until they killed them. It would be strange if they didn't want to kill you after you killed 40 of their future hopes. At the same time, Yufeng also understood why the Yin Yang elders accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple. Looking at Zhao Hai's gentle smile, you really couldn't associate this person with a cruel and merciless person. However, the problem was that he didn't show any mercy. As long as it was his enemy, as long as he had the chance, he would mercilessly destroy them without any hesitation. As for what would happen after he crippled the other party and what kind of trouble he would get into, he didn't consider it at all. In any case, he had to destroy his enemies first. In fact, Yufeng had wronged Zhao Hai a little. Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who didn't care about anything. However, if the other party wanted to kill him, he would definitely destroy them. If Zhao Hai's sect was like the Black Tiger Gang in the past and wasn't a big sect, then Zhao Hai might not have done this. However, he was now in one of the big sects, the Tyrant's Blade School. Naturally, he wouldn't show mercy to those who provoked him. Zhao Hai knew what Yufeng was thinking when he saw his expression. However, he didn't say anything. In the cultivation world, what did a person rely on to become famous? Strength, ruthlessness, and mercilessness. Zhao Hai naturally didn't think that he did anything wrong. Yufeng asked Zhao Hai about their contact with the Origin sect and the Linjiang sect. Zhao Hai also explained everything. Of course, he even told Yufeng about using the raft to escape on the 100 River. After listening to Zhao Hai's explanation, Yufeng couldn't help but admit that Zhao Hai was indeed a talent. In that kind of situation, it was rare for someone to be able to calmly deal with things so well. After Zhao Hai explained everything clearly, Yufeng nodded and said, "All right, I already know about this matter. You can go back first." "Right, in the next few days, you can go to Yangding Mountain and familiarize yourself with the place." Zhao Hai nodded. After giving Yufeng a salute, he stood up and left. When he went outside, a cultivator led him to a cave residence to rest. After resting for a day in the cave residence, Zhao Hai came out the next morning. After asking a cultivator, he found out that the place where Li Fei and the others lived wasn't far from where he lived. The Tyrant's Blade School's encampment this time was actually this cave. However, it was a big cave with many small caves. It was just like a big courtyard with many small rooms. Li Fei and the others each had their own small cave. In this regard, the Tyrant's Blade School had done a very good job. Li Fei and the others were cultivating in their own caves. In fact, they didn't need to cultivate at all. Aside from some cultivation maniacs who would cultivate before the competition, it was worse than sharpening one's spear at the last minute. When Zhao Hai came to look for them, they immediately followed Zhao Hai out. The group of people walked towards Yangding Mountain in a mighty manner. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Yangding Mountain. Yangding Mountain had obviously been cleaned up. On top of Yangding Mountain, there were many arenas made of bluestone. These arenas were 100 meters long and wide. They were definitely big enough. On the entire Yangding Mountain, there were more than 20 arenas. They were neatly arranged. However, many of the arenas had cultivators practicing on them. It seemed like they were also familiarizing themselves with the place. Zhao Hai led Li Fei and the others to walk around Yangding Mountain. To be honest, there wasn't anything to look at here. Aside from the viewing platform for the elders of the various sects, the rest of the place was flat stone. It looked very empty. There was really nothing to look at. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were strolling around, chatting and laughing, a voice came, "It's a waste to look at this place. Take a good look at this place. Otherwise, there won't be anything to look at in a few days." When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he knew that the one who spoke was the butterfly sect cultivator they met yesterday. Li Fei and the others turned their heads and saw that it was indeed the butterfly sect cultivator. However, there were a few people standing beside him today. These people had butterfly knives on their waists. It was obvious that they were all from the butterfly sect. Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly. "I didn't expect to meet you here again." "What's wrong? You know that there isn't much to look at here. You don't have to shout so loudly, right? It's really boring." When they heard Zhao Hai's words, Li Fei and the others couldn't help but laugh. The butterfly sect cultivator was obviously mocking them. However, Zhao Hai's words changed the meaning of his words. When the butterfly sect cultivator heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but coldly snort, "You want us to go home early? We'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. I'm afraid it's impossible with just you guys." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Whether we have the ability or not, it's useless to talk about it here. Let's meet on the field when the time comes." After saying that, Zhao Hai led Li Fei and the others away. The butterfly sect cultivator looked at Zhao Hai's back and couldn't help but coldly snort. At this time, a butterfly sect cultivator beside him asked, "Senior brother Hu Jilong, who is that guy? He seems very arrogant." Hu Jilong coldly snorted and said, "Who else could it be? Zhao Hai of the Tyrant Saber sect. He's the Zhao Hai who was rumored to have fought a teleportation expert alone." When the butterfly sect disciple heard Hu Jilong's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression changed as he said, "Is it really Zhao Hai? If it's him, then we have to be careful. I heard that the matter of him fighting with the teleportation realm expert is true. The teleportation realm expert he fought with his unparalleled sword sex Lu Sheng." Hu Jilong sneered and said, "I know who he fought. This time, I want to see how capable he is." After saying that, he ignored the other butterfly sect cultivators and turned to leave. The cultivator who spoke to him looked at his back and couldn't help but sneer. Hu Jilong was a famous genius in the butterfly sect. Although he was only at the doppelganger stage, his cultivation time was much shorter than others. Moreover, he was a cultivator with the celestial spiritual root. He had 7 spiritual roots, which were gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Having a 7-elemental spiritual root was very beneficial for cultivation. Of course, you had to differentiate between the primary and secondary ones. If you cultivated all 7 elemental spiritual roots, then sorry, you would be out of luck. In the end, you might not be able to achieve anything. You might even become a sloppy piece of trash. The reason why Hu Jilong was valued by the butterfly sect was that among the 7 spiritual roots, the 2 most prominent spiritual roots were the wind and thunder spiritual roots. The spiritual roots of cultivators were divided into 2 types, basic spiritual roots and mutated spiritual roots. Basic spiritual roots were the basic spiritual roots, which were the 5 spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, there were many mutated spiritual roots. For example, the wind spiritual root and thunder spiritual root belonged to the category of mutated spiritual roots. Even ice spiritual roots belonged to the category of mutated spiritual roots. The biggest characteristic of mutated spiritual roots was that, whether it was in terms of attack or defense, mutated spiritual roots had an advantage over foundation spiritual roots. The main reason was that mutated spiritual roots were rare, and since mutated spiritual roots were rare, people had no experience in dealing with mutated spiritual roots. In this case, people with mutated spiritual roots would naturally have a big advantage when fighting against people with foundation spiritual roots. Ordinary cultivators would be happy to have 1 mutated spiritual root. However, Hu Jilong had 2 mutated spiritual roots. In addition, he mainly cultivated these 2 mutated spiritual roots. Therefore, he was very famous among the younger generation of disciples in the butterfly sect. This also fostered his arrogant character. It was precisely because of his arrogance that many cultivators in the butterfly sect did not get along well with him. The cultivator who spoke to him before was one of them. This cultivator was called Lu Wenjing. This person's strength was very good. However, Hu Jilong had contradicted him in front of everyone. This made him hold a grudge against Hu Jilong. Because of this, he deliberately instigated Hu Jilong to deal with Zhao Hai. He knew that with Zhao Hai's strength, Hu Jilong wouldn't be able to win against Zhao Hai. The reason why Lu Wenjing was so confident in Zhao Hai was because he was one of the spectators of the battle between Zhao Hai and Lu Xing a few years ago. However, he was only watching from below and was the most inconspicuous member. However, this also made him remember Zhao Hai. He remembered how Zhao Hai looked when he fought with Lu Xing. He knew very well that Zhao Hai's current strength was definitely much higher than the clone realm. Perhaps Hu Jilong was considered an expert among the clone realm cultivators, but compared to Zhao Hai, he was far inferior. The cultivators of the butterfly sect were not as united as the people of the Tyrant's Blade sect. They were familiar with this kind of tripping thing, so Lu Wenjing did not feel any guilt. Zhao Hai didn't know that the people of the butterfly sect were still causing trouble for their own people. He didn't care about it. In any case, he had to deal with Hu Jilong. That guy was too arrogant. Li Fei and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they followed behind Zhao Hai. Li Fei snorted and said, "Just wait. That guy better not let me meet him. Otherwise, he will suffer." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If you meet that guy, you still need to be careful. Although that guy is arrogant and annoying, I can see that his strength isn't bad. He's just 1 step away from entering the Uniting Soul stage. Moreover, his spirit root seems to be very special. If you really meet him, you need to pay attention to his attacks. He might be a cultivator with a mutated spirit root." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he noticed that Hu Jilong's butterfly knife was different from other people's butterfly knives. The butterfly knives of the people of the butterfly sect had a characteristic, which was that they were thin. This was because butterfly knives were foldable. If the blade was too wide, then the blade would widen. In this way, when the knife was opened, it would affect its use. However, Hu Jilong's butterfly knife was narrower than other people's. In other words, the butterfly knife he used was narrower and lighter. If the knife was lighter, then his attack speed would be faster. If he didn't have a special spirit root, then he must have practiced a special cultivation method. However, Zhao Hai still felt a trace of lightning power from Hu Jilung's body. Perhaps it was because Hu Jilung's lightning cultivation method was about to make a breakthrough, so he couldn't completely control the lightning power. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to see through it. Li Fei and the others were very confident in Zhao Hai. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, Li Fei and the others were stunned. Then they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They were very clear about what a mutated spirit root represented. No matter what kind of spirit root it wasn't easy to deal with. If Hu Jilung really had a mutated spirit root, then they really had to be careful. After returning to the Tyrant's Blade sect's encampment, Zhao Hai invited everyone to his cave residence and had a good meal. Although the Tyrant's Blade sect's cave residence had a special place to eat, Zhao Hai and the others still liked to eat in his cave residence. It was more casual this way. After this day, although Zhao Hai and the others would occasionally go out, most of the time they stayed in the cave residence to cultivate. They were quietly waiting for the day of the tournament. However, what made Zhao Hai surprised was that after they arrived at Yangding Mountain, they had to wait for half a month before the tournament began. This really made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. Later on, he asked someone and found out that this was to take care of some sects that came relatively late. This was because some sects only arrived 2 days before the tournament. The tournament also used a single-round elimination system. There were no restrictions on attack methods, but to reduce casualties as much as possible, there would be a referee system. If one side admitted defeat, the other side couldn't attack. The opponents would be decided by drawing lots. Those who weren't drawn could go to the site to watch the tournament. Because there were too many sects and too many people participating, this tournament lasted for a total of 1 month. At the beginning, each sect's avatar realm cultivators would compete. Then, it would be the soul combination realm cultivators, and finally, it would be the dust-splitting realm cultivators. Zhao Hai and the others belonged to the first batch of people to participate in the tournament. On the day of the tournament, Elder Yu Feng brought all the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect to Yangding Mountain. This time, there weren't many cultivators who came to the Tyrant's Blade sect. There were 100 participants, less than 100 guards and other staff members. Fortunately, Yangding Mountain was very big. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Even so, there were still many cultivators who couldn't go up the mountain. They could only stand halfway up the mountain and wait for the results. This time, there wasn't any leader's speech. Because this place was closer to the Linjiang sect, the nearby sect was considered the host. Therefore, the people of the Linjiang sect went up and said a few words. Then, they announced the start of the tournament. Zhao Hai liked this kind of method. He didn't like people talking about useless things for a long time. After the tournament, they would become the main character, and the participants would become the supporting characters. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about this at all. In the true spiritual domain, the most important thing was practicality. Naturally, no one would waste time talking about useless things. Soon, the first 20 groups of cultivators were selected. There were no Tyrant's Blade sect members, but there were Butterfly sect members. Zhao Hai had already inquired about Hu Jilung's name these days. Of course, he was also paying attention to the other members of the Butterfly sect. He didn't know about the conflict in the Butterfly sect. He was afraid that the other members of the Butterfly sect would follow Hu Jilung to deal with them. Then, it was necessary to understand the attacking methods of the Butterfly sect in advance. Soon, the first round of the tournament began. Zhao Hai and the others stood below the arena of the Butterfly sect's cultivator. One of the 2 people on the arena was from the Butterfly sect, while the other was from a small sect called the Dark Dragon sect. This small sect was very interesting. The weapon they used was very special. It was a 9-section whip. After the 2 sides went up on the arena, they didn't say anything. They just cupped their fists and took out their weapons. The cultivator from the Dark Dragon sect gently shook the 9-section whip in his hand. His 9-section whip was very special. The entire whip looked like a dragon. The front part of the whip looked like the dragon's head. The last part of the whip was the dragon's tail. Now, the whip was gently shaking in his hand. It looked like a black dragon that wanted to devour people. The cultivator from the butterfly sect wasn't any worse than the other cultivator. He flipped the butterfly knife in his hand, looking like a butterfly flapping its wings and about to fly. After observing the opponent for a few minutes on the arena, they began to test the opponent's strength. Zhao Hai paid attention to the butterfly knife used by the butterfly sex cultivator. The butterfly knife could really be played within their hands. The knife could even be used as a mutated nunchaku. In addition to the knife skills, the butterfly knife in their hands was really powerful. The number of strange moves they could use was something that Zhao Hai had never seen before. On the other hand, the person using the nine-jointed whip was a bit worse. Although the nine-jointed whip was a strange weapon, Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with it. He carefully studied the martial arts of Earth and found that there were a lot of nine-jointed whips on Earth. The nine-jointed whip used by the cultivator could only be regarded as average, there was nothing special about it. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai knew that the cultivator using the nine-section whip would lose this time. First, it was because the strength of the cultivator wasn't as strong as the butterfly sex cultivator. Second, his moves weren't as exquisite as the opponent's. Third, it was obvious that he had never encountered a butterfly sex cultivator before. He was very unfamiliar with the butterfly knife. Therefore, when facing this kind of weapon, he was a little timid and didn't know how to deal with it. In this case, it would be strange if he could win. There was another very special place in the major competition. It was that the use of clones and combat beasts was not allowed. Even a sect like the beast-controlling sect could only use 3 combat beasts. The number couldn't exceed 3. For special cultivators like the array cultivator and the weapon cultivator, they couldn't use more than 5 magic tools or disc arrays. Therefore, the battle between the two was quickly decided. As Zhao Hai expected, the butterfly sex cultivator won. Zhao Hai also had a general understanding of the butterfly sex butterfly knife. If this butterfly knife was used well, its power was really not small. It seemed that no matter what kind of weapon was used to the extreme, its power couldn't be underestimated. After 5 rounds of matches, no one from the Tyrant's Blade sect was selected. Zhao Hai wasn't worried, he just led Li Fei and the others around the arena, watching the cultivators from the big sects fight with their opponents. One had to admit that the gap between the big sects and the small sects wasn't small. Just by looking at the exquisiteness of the moves, the concentration of spiritual qi, and other factors, the big sects had a strong advantage. Because of this, as long as the disciples of the big sects went on stage, they would never lose. When the second round was announced, Zhao Hai and the others became excited. This was because a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade sect would be participating in this round. This person was called Zhou Hong, and his opponent was just a cultivator from a small sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others would go and support Zhou Hong. Because of this, everyone followed Zhou Hong to the 8th arena. When they arrived at the 8th arena, Zhou Hong jumped onto the stage. There was already an old cultivator on the stage acting as the referee, but his opponent hadn't arrived yet. However, Zhou Hong didn't have to wait for too long. Not long after he got on the stage, a person jumped onto the stage. This person was wearing a black warrior's robe. He had a medium build, short hair, and a calm face. However, what caught Zhao Hai's attention was his weapon, a pair of crutches. The double crutches were a relatively unpopular weapon. The attack power of this weapon wasn't very strong, but its defense wasn't weak. The most important thing was that when using the double crutches, you can use fist techniques. This small sect called the Divine Arm sect also relied on fist techniques. Their disciples didn't have any fixed weapons, but because their sect was good at fist techniques, the weapons they chose were mostly related to fist techniques. For example, crutches, hammers, etc. There were also some people who used gloves as weapons, but there weren't many of them. When this person from the Divine Arm sect went on stage, Zhao Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This person's aura was very calm, and his feet were firmly planted on the ground. One could see that his footwork was very good. Such a person wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, Zhao Hai didn't remind Zhou Hong. He wanted to see how strong Zhou Hong was. After the two sides greeted each other, Zhou Hong took out his Yanling saber. His opponent took a fist stance and stared at Zhou Hong. Zhao Hai had some understanding of Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong should be a cultivator of the water attribute saber technique. His saber technique was swift and agile, but it didn't have a strong aura. It can be said that Zhou Hong was a very famous person among the outer disciples of the Tyrant's Saber School. Both sides stared at each other for a few minutes and discovered that both sides were very patient. They didn't reveal any flaws. Therefore, the two made their moves at the same time. Zhou Hong's Yanling saber was like a wild goose flying through the sky, leaving no trace behind. His entire body seemed to have turned into flowing water, continuously attacking his opponent. On the other hand, his opponent wasn't bad either. He used his crutches very cleverly, either blocking or parrying Zhou Hong's attacks. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that his opponent didn't seem to be using his full strength. He looked very relaxed. Naturally, this didn't mean that Zhou Hong was using his full strength. Both sides were just probing each other. However, Zhao Hai could see that Zhou Hong was using at least 60% of his strength. On the other hand, his opponent's defense and counterattack were also using 60% of his strength. It seems like both sides were tied. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Li Fei, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, inadvertently saw this. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, what's wrong? Zhou Hong's performance is very good. Did you discover something?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't discover anything. But this time, Zhou Hong's opponent is very difficult to deal with. It seems like the Divine Arm Sect's techniques are quite unique. If Zhou Hong wants to win, he will need to show his true strength." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Fei couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and thought for a moment before he said, "Leader, you're right. Zhou Hong's opponent is the Divine Arm Sect. The Divine Arm Sect is a sect that focuses on fist techniques. However, their people don't only use their fists, they also use weapons. Their crutches and hammer techniques are quite unique, making them quite difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that Zhou Hong will have to face a hard battle this time." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. To be honest, he had only heard of the Divine Arm Sect before. He didn't know much about them. He didn't know that the other party was this strong. While the two were talking, the two on the stage had already exchanged dozens of moves. At this point, the two were no longer probing each other. They began to go all out. In just a moment, the stage was filled with flickering saber lights and flying crutches. The battle was very lively. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the situation on the stage. The fighting style of the two on the stage was very different. Zhou Hong's saber technique was very fast and fierce. His moves were continuous, just like a river. On the other hand, his opponent's crutches were very simple. Block, 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 block. It was very simple. However, his opponent was like a pillar, unmoving. Li Fei frowned. He didn't expect his opponent to be so difficult to deal with. The two of them had already exchanged nearly 100 moves. Although Zhou Hong had the upper hand, he still couldn't break through his opponent's defense. His opponent's defense was very good. It wouldn't be easy to break through his defense. Li Fei turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, will Zhou Hong be all right? His opponent's defense is very good. Zhou Hong shouldn't fail miserably." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. Both Zhou Hong and his opponent haven't gone all out. The opponent can't find a flaw in Zhou Hong's attack, and Zhou Hong can't find a flaw in his opponent's defense. Therefore, the two can only drag it out until one side shows a flaw. It seems like the two of them won't be able to decide the winner without 300 to 500 moves." Li Fei nodded. However, he was still somewhat worried as he looked at the stage. The battle on the stage was still going on. Very quickly, 200 moves had passed. 300 moves had passed. Both combatants seemed to be tired. The attacker had slowed down his attack speed. However, the defender didn't take the opportunity to attack. This was because the defender was also tired. He couldn't attack even if he wanted to. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Zhou Hong has won. The opponent doesn't have any ability to attack anymore. He can win in about 50 moves." Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai said, the two exchanged another 55 moves. Zhou Hong broke through his opponent's defense and won. When Zhou Hong came down from the stage with a face full of sweat, Zhao Hai and the others gave him a round of applause. Zhou Hong's victory wasn't easy. However, this didn't mean that Zhou Hong's strength wasn't good. In fact, Zhou Hong's strength could already be considered good among the cloning experts. However, his opponent wasn't weak either. It can be said that the most exciting fight in this round was between the two. Zhao Hai took out a small jade bottle and gave it to Zhou Hong. Then he smiled and said, "Drink it. Go back to your cave and rest. I'm afraid that tomorrow's fight won't be easy." Zhou Hong didn't say anything. He just nodded and took the jade bottle. After drinking the contents of the jade bottle, he immediately returned to his cave. In the next round, the cultivators from Hegemon Blade sect took part as well. This time, there were two participants. One of their opponents was quite strong, a cultivator from a mid-tier sect. The other opponent, however, was a cultivator from a great sect. Another fierce battle ensued. In the end, the two cultivators from Hegemon Blade sect were on the losing end and were defeated by their opponent. It wasn't until the 11th round that Li Fei finally stepped onto the stage. Coincidentally, his opponent this time was a cultivator from Butterfly sect. When Li Fei heard that his opponent was a cultivator from Butterfly sect, he grew excited. Hu Jilong had gone against Zhao Hai several times. Now that he could finally fight against a cultivator from Butterfly sect, it was only natural for him to be filled with the desire to teach Hu Jilong a lesson. Seeing Li Fei's expression, Zhao Hai quickly pulled him back. Li Fei looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai looked at Li Fei and said, "Li Fei, remember this. You can win this battle, but you can't kill the other party. You can't humiliate the other party too much. Otherwise, our two sects will become mortal enemies. Although our relationship with the Butterfly sect isn't very good, it isn't too bad either. If our relationship with the Butterfly sect is too stiff, then it wouldn't be good for our Tyrant's Blade School. Having an enemy by your side is definitely not a good thing. Do you understand?" Li Fei nodded and said, "Don't forget that you can win this battle." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Leader, are we just going to let the people from the Butterfly sect go?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Let them go? Dream on. But we can't let the Butterfly sect become vigilant right now. Therefore, we need to maintain a certain attitude. We need to make them think that we don't want to have a conflict with them. If they resent us, then they will pay attention to us and think of ways to deal with us. When that time comes, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with them. Do you understand?" When he heard Zhao Hai, Li Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he smiled and said, "Leader, you're really insidious. But I like it. Don't worry, I know what to do." Zhao Hai patted Li Fei's shoulder twice before he went up the stage. When the Butterfly sect cultivator went up the stage, he saw that Zhao Hai was talking to Li Fei. Li Fei even pointed at him from time to time. The Butterfly sect cultivator's heart couldn't help but tighten. This was because he knew about the conflict between Hu Jilong and Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai wanted Li Fei to teach him a lesson. Li Fei was also quite famous in the Tyrant Saber sect. His saber technique was quite good. If you don't count Zhao Hai, then Li Fei could be considered an expert. No one dared to take such a person lightly. Li Fei went up the stage and cupped his fist towards the Butterfly sect cultivator. Then he smiled faintly and said, "We're finally going to fight. I can't wait any longer." The Butterfly sect cultivator coldly snorted and said, "I can't wait either." After he said that, he took out his butterfly knife and played with it in his hand. Li Fei also took out his long saber and stared at his opponent. The Butterfly sect cultivator also stared at Li Fei, but his hands didn't stop. He was still playing with the butterfly knife in his hand. Both sides seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, Li Fei suddenly shouted, "Kill." After he said that, he swung the long saber in his hand. Although the Butterfly sect cultivator focused all his attention on Li Fei, he didn't expect Li Fei to attack so fiercely as soon as he came up. He didn't even try to probe his opponent. He was somewhat unprepared and retreated. At the same time, he unfolded his butterfly knife and firmly protected himself in it. On the other hand, Li Fei's attacks were not slow either. One slash after another, as if his opponent was not the opponent he wanted to compete with, but the enemy who killed his father. Not to mention the butterfly sex cultivator, even the cultivators watching the match below the stage had their hearts in their mouths. They really wanted to see if the first death of the day would happen in this arena. The butterfly sex cultivator was also frightened by Li Fei's attack. His defense couldn't help but be disrupted, causing a flaw to appear. Li Fei's saber seized this opportunity and slashed towards the butterfly sex cultivator. When the butterfly sex cultivator saw this, he knew that it was impossible for him to block. He couldn't help but think, it's over. Then he closed his eyes and waited for death. But after a while, he didn't feel any pain on his body. Instead, he heard the referee's voice, Tyrant Saber Sex Li Fei wins. The butterfly sect cultivator couldn't help but open his eyes, only to find that Li Fei had already put away his long saber and was smiling at him with cupped fists. The butterfly sect cultivator couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he cupped his fists at Li Fei and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." Li Fei smiled slightly and said, "You're welcome. Our sects don't have any enmity with each other. We're even allies. If I really attacked you, wouldn't I be too disloyal? Junior brother, thank you for letting me win." The butterfly sect cultivator smiled and said, "Senior brother's skill is better. I admit defeat." After saying that, he cupped his fists at Li Fei, turned around, and jumped off the stage. Li Fei also jumped off the stage and walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "How was it, leader? I did well, right?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, not bad at all. Hee, I wonder if I can meet someone from the butterfly sect." Li Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll meet them sooner or later." At this moment, the two sides of the next group were announced. This time, Zhao Hai's opponent was Zhao Hai's old enemy, a cultivator from the Tyrant Sword sect. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he showed a happy expression and said, "Tyrant Sword sect, it's the Tyrant Sword sect. Interesting. I'll go and meet them." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and jumped onto the stage. At this time, many people heard the announcement and knew that it was Zhao Hai's turn. Many people immediately surrounded him. 3 years ago, Zhao Hai was very famous. His battle with Lu Xing attracted the attention of many people in the true spirit domain. Although Lu Xing had just entered the teleportation realm at that time, he was still in the teleportation realm. Moreover, the matter of Zhao Hai destroying the Guijing realm was exposed. Therefore, during that time, Zhao Hai became famous. Almost all the sects in the true spirit domain knew about him. Therefore, when they heard that Zhao Hai was on the stage, a large number of people immediately surrounded him, wanting to see what was going on. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and glanced at the people below, but he didn't say anything. He just wanted to know what kind of person his opponent from the Hegemon Sword sect was. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, he heard a loud bang. A figure jumped onto the stage, shaking the entire stage. Zhao Hai focused his eyes and immediately discovered that this person really did have the ability to shake the stage. This person's physique was just too valiant. Standing in front of Zhao Hai was a huge man. That's right, valiant wasn't enough to describe him, he should be called a giant. This person's physique was close to 3 meters tall, which was a very rare height in the human race. The giant man was wearing a black warrior's uniform and had a large sword on his back. Zhao Hai discovered that the length of the sword was more than 2 meters. Moreover, the blade was half a meter wide. This sword was very big, it really fit the name of the Hegemon Sword sect. The giant sized up Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to look at. No matter how you look at him, he looked like an ordinary person. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Zhao Hai smiled at the giant, then he cupped his fist and said, "Please advise me." The giant didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so polite. He was stunned for a moment, then he cupped his fist at Zhao Hai and said, "You're too polite." Then he didn't say anything else and pulled out the large sword on his back. Holding the sword with both hands, he pointed it at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also pulled out his saber and pointed it at the giant. When the giant saw that Zhao Hai didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he stomped his foot on the stage, and with a loud bang, the stone on the stage was crushed. Borrowing the force of the stomp, he rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he stomped on the stage and rushed towards the giant. The giant didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually rush towards him. However, he didn't know how many times he had dealt with this situation, so he didn't stop. He waved his large sword and swept it towards Zhao Hai's waist. His body was tall and long, and with the addition of the long sword, this sweep really had the power to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, he was a person who paid great attention to the use of power when using the sword. When this sword swept out, of course, it had the baleful aura of 1,000 soldiers and horses charging to kill. However, his opponent this time wasn't an ordinary person. Zhao Hai didn't care about the giant's aura. Zhao Hai's figure moved, and like a swallow returning to its nest, he flew past the giant and landed behind him. Then he put away his saber. Some of the cultivators below the stage who didn't see what was going on were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. The giant was also at a loss. Just as he was about to turn around and deal with Zhao Hai, the referee suddenly said, "Tyrant Saber Sect, Zhao Hai wins." When the referee said this, everyone was stunned, including the giant man. The giant man's eyes widened as he turned to the referee and said, "Why did he win? How did he win?" The referee looked at the giant as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Of course he won. Didn't you feel it yourself? When he passed by you, he used the back of his saber to cut your neck. If he used the edge of his saber, then your head would have already been separated." When the giant heard the referee, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but touch his neck. He discovered that there was a cool patch of skin on his neck. This discovery made the giant's hair stand up. Naturally, he understood what this meant. The reason why that patch of skin was cooler than other parts of his body was because it was hit by Zhao Hai's saber. If Zhao Hai wanted to kill him, then his head would have already been gone. After putting down his hand, the giant looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. Then he turned around and smiled at him. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the giant and said, "Thank you for letting me win." The giant cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he turned around and left the stage. He didn't have the face to stay here. This was because he didn't even know that he lost. This was too shameful. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly. Then he turned around and jumped down from the stage. Li Fei and the others immediately surrounded Zhao Hai and congratulated him. However, Zhao Hai's expression was indifferent. He didn't look happy at all. Zhao Hai was very clear that the reason why he was able to win so quickly and easily was because his opponent was a very tall person. His body was very big, and he was a person who focused on strength. It was impossible for such a person to move quickly. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's movement wasn't slow. Therefore, when he saw his opponent rushing towards him, he didn't dodge and instead rushed towards his opponent. However, at the beginning, his speed wasn't very fast. This made his opponent think that his speed was just that. Then when he was about to reach his opponent, he suddenly accelerated. This simple change in speed was finally useful at this moment. The opponent had already made a sweeping motion, so it was impossible for him to change his move. And with Zhao Hai's sudden acceleration, the opponent simply didn't have any chance to react. When Zhao Hai rushed past the giant, he turned the blade in his hand and used the back of the blade to gently swipe across the giant's neck. This way, the giant didn't feel Zhao Hai's attack. These words sounded very long, but in fact, it only took a moment on the stage. The two people rushed towards each other, and the outcome was decided. It was that simple. However, none of the people present were amateurs. They were very clear that this attack wasn't simple. From the observation of the opponent on the stage, to the judgment of the opponent's attack, to the sudden acceleration, to the use of the shuriken, it can be said that all of these were calculated by Zhao Hai. This was the most terrifying part of Zhao Hai. This was the fastest match on the stage today, but it was also the most memorable match for everyone. Those cultivators who were waiting to see how Zhao Hai fought were able to see for the first time how powerful Zhao Hai was. They knew that Zhao Hai's strongest point wasn't his speed, but his ability to control the battlefield. From the moment the two went on stage to the end of the battle, everything seemed to be under Zhao Hai's control. Everything was within Zhao Hai's calculations. This was the most frightening part of Zhao Hai. The next day's matches ended quickly. The Tyrant's Blade School had a total of 10 people participating in the competition. They won 9 matches and lost 1. This result was already very good. In the evening, Zhao Hai returned to his cave residence. He sat there and quietly recalled the day's experience. Although he had only fought once, he had seen a lot of things today. Don't think that he was the only one who had gained something. In fact, he had already placed flowing silver dust on the top of Yangding Mountain. He could record all the contents of the arena into the space, and then slowly analyze them when he came back. Don't underestimate this kind of analysis. One must know that the cultivators who participated in the competition were from various sections. Moreover, they were all peak experts of their respective sections. Collecting the battles of these people would be very useful in understanding the fighting style of each sect. Therefore, Zhao Hai did this. After digesting the information for a night, Zhao Hai brought the Tyrant's Blade School to the top of Yangding Mountain the next day to watch the matches between the various sections. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the Tyrant's Blade School didn't have a single match today. This was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. On the third day, 5 cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School participated in the competition. In the end, 3 of them won and 2 of them lost. On the fourth day, 5 people participated in the competition. 3 of them lost and 2 of them won. The reason for this was that the Tyrant's Blade School met a lot of strong opponents. They were all from the various sections. It was already not easy for them to win 2 matches. After 4 days, the first round of the competition was over. The second round was much more difficult than the first round. It was also much shorter. It only took 2 days for the second round to be over. Only 8 people from the Tyrant's Blade School were left to participate in the third round. After the third round, only 4 people from the Tyrant's Blade School were left to participate in the fourth round. Moreover, during the third round, casualties began to appear on the stage. When the fourth round began, the people from the Tyrant's Blade School were eliminated one after another. Only Zhao Hai and Li Fei were still persisting. Both of them survived the fourth round and entered the fifth round. The fourth round's duration was much shorter. It didn't even take a day for it to end. This was something that couldn't be helped. Because of some casualties, there were some situations where both sides suffered losses in the fourth round. Under such circumstances, both sides couldn't participate in the next round. The fifth round had officially begun. Now, there were less than 100 cultivators left. Zhao Hai was in the third batch. His opponent was even more interesting. It was someone from the Imperial Beast sect, Zhao Hai's other enemy. The Imperial Beast sect and Zhao Hai's enmity was very early. In the Leaping Dragon realm, both sides had a conflict even earlier than the Tyrant's Blade School. Naturally, the Imperial Beast sect and the Tyrant's Blade School also had enmity. It can be said that the Imperial Beast sect was Zhao Hai's biggest enemy. Zhao Hai stood on the stage. Opposite of him was a woman. She was wearing a beast skin. She looked very sexy. She wore a small vest and a short skirt. Her white arms and feet were exposed. Naturally, she also wore a beast skin cloak. The woman held 2 short swords in her hands. They weren't long, only half the length of an ordinary long sword. Behind her were 3 beasts. These 3 beasts were very unique. They were snakes, but they were completely different from each other. Beside the woman was a python that was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in colorful scales. This python's body was very thick, nearly 1 meter in diameter. It was definitely a big fellow. In front of her, there was a fiery red snake. The snake was only about 2 meters long, but it had a crown of flesh on its head. It looked like an emperor. On top of her head was a small snake. This snake was very small, about 30 centimeters long. Its entire body was green. It coiled there motionlessly, looking like an ornament. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was a snake, a living snake. This woman's 3 snakes weren't ordinary. Zhao Hai had seen her fight before, and he knew that she was very strong. The python was responsible for defense, helping its master to defend. The red snake was responsible for offense, helping its master to attack. The green snake was responsible for sneak attacks, and the green snake was responsible for sneak attacks. The green snake's movements were very fast, and when the enemy was least expecting it, it would suddenly attack. Several cultivators fell into the mouths of these 3 snakes. Most importantly, these 3 snakes were poisonous. The red snake and the green snake's venom were in their mouths while the python's venom was special. The python's venom was on his scales. Zhao Hai took out his saber and coldly looked at the woman. Zhao Hai was very clear that this woman wasn't any easier to deal with compared to the three snakes. It can be said that whether it was the three snakes or the woman, they were easy to deal with. However, if all four of them came together, it would be difficult to deal with them. Of course, if Zhao Hai went all out, then he wouldn't be afraid of this woman. However, the problem was that he couldn't go all out. Therefore, he had to be more careful. At this time, the red snake's figure flashed and directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the woman also rushed towards Zhao Hai. The battle had begun. Zhao Hai didn't attack this time. This was different from his previous fights. In the previous fights, Zhao Hai attacked from the start and completely defeated his opponents. However, he didn't attack this time, he took a defensive stance. In the previous fights, Zhao Hai had always used metal-attributed saber techniques. This time, Zhao Hai used the metal-attributed 8-gate saber. Naturally, he didn't want to expose his strength. He didn't want these people to know that he had practiced the 8-gate saber to the highest level. Zhao Hai's current saber technique didn't even use 50% of his strength. Even so, these cultivators were surprised. People thought that Zhao Hai's saber technique was very powerful. Only those who knew the details understood that Zhao Hai's saber technique was much better than what he was showing now. Zhao Hai only used 50% of his strength, but his defense still gave people a feeling of impenetrable. No matter how the woman and the three snakes attacked, they couldn't break through Zhao Hai's defense. Before, people thought that Zhao Hai was strong in offense but weak in defense. Now, they discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't weak in defense. On the contrary, his defense might be stronger than his offense. The battle continued for about half an hour. To be honest, it wasn't easy to fight for such a long time without a winner being decided. Don't think that the later the competition was, the harder it was to determine the winner. In fact, it was the opposite. The later the competition was, the easier it was to determine the winner. Every time during the competition, the people from the various sects would send some attendants and some people who were eliminated to observe the battles of the other sections. They would collect some information and find out the strengths and weaknesses of the cultivators. Then, they would hand it over to the contestants for reference. Therefore, in the later stages of the competition, both sides would understand each other's characteristics. This way, they wouldn't launch any probing attacks during the competition. Instead, they would use their big moves to defeat their opponent in the shortest time possible. The reason why they were so anxious was that they didn't have much time. In the later stages, because the number of people decreased, the time for the contestants to rest was even shorter. In order to give themselves more time to rest, all the contestants would try their best to defeat their opponents as quickly as possible. Then, they would rest and prepare for the next competition. It was precisely because of these reasons that the later the competition was, the shorter the time for the battles. There weren't many people like Zhao Hai who fought for half an hour. Other people generally only used about 10 minutes to finish the battle. However, Zhao Hai's side was also about to determine the winner. After attacking for half an hour, the woman and her three snakes couldn't help but slow down. At the same time, Zhao Hai's blade technique was unleashed. The woman and her three snakes were surrounded by his blade. Although the woman went all out to defend, her defense was still a lot worse than Zhao Hai's. After 10 minutes, her defense was broken by Zhao Hai, and the woman was defeated. After the two sides saluted each other, they walked down the stage. Although Zhao Hai had a grudge with the Imperial Sword sect and the Imperial Beast sect, he didn't kill them during the competition. This wasn't Zhao Hai's style. Just because he didn't kill didn't mean that others wouldn't. When Zhao Hai came down from the stage, he discovered that Li Fei had disappeared. He stared. Li Fei didn't fight today. Moreover, Li Fei would usually be on the stage when he fought. How could he disappear now? At this time, Zhou Hong came over. Zhou Hong was eliminated before, so he had been helping them collect information. He did a good job and collected some useful information. However, Zhou Hong's expression wasn't very good. He walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Leader, I'm afraid that old Li won't make it. You should go and take a look." When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Hong, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "What happened?" Zhou Hong said with a face full of hatred, "It's all because of that Hu Jilong from the butterfly sect. This time, old Li's opponent is him. As you know, that guy doesn't get along well with us, but his talent is pretty good. I have collected some information about him before. This time, old Li was matched with him. Originally, both of them were tied, but that guy suddenly released a flying knife. Old Li was caught off guard and got hit. The most hateful thing is that that guy's flying knife was smeared with poison. Old Li is now poisoned, and the antidote we brought has no effect on that poison." When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Hong, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he said, "Poisoned? That's good. Let's go and take a look." After he said that, he followed Zhou Hong towards the Tyrant's Blade Sect's cave. Before long, the two arrived at the Tyrant's Blade Sect's cave. Zhou Hong directly brought Zhao Hai to Li Fei's cave. At this time, Li Fei's cave was surrounded by a lot of people. The cloning realm cultivators were all present, including Elder Yu Feng. Upon seeing Zhao Hai arrive, everyone immediately made way for him. Zhao Hai also saw Li Fei lying on a piece of animal skin. At this time, Li Fei's face was covered with a layer of black gas, making him look very scary. Zhao didn't care about the others. He quickly walked to Li Fei's side and looked at the place where he was stabbed. Li Fei was stabbed on his shoulder. The wound wasn't big, but the flesh there was black and emitted a rotten smell. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Li Fei hadn't been poisoned for a long time, but the wound was already like this. This could only mean that the poison used by the other party was too overbearing. Most importantly, the smell of the poison wasn't right. Poisons that emitted this smell were generally related to corpse poisons. And in the true spirit realm, most people wouldn't use corpse poisons. The ones who used corpse poisons the most were ghost cultivators. When Elder Yu Feng saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "This poison is very overbearing. Most importantly, we haven't seen this poison before, so we don't know what kind of poison it is. The antidotes we brought have no effect on it. It seems like Li Fei's fate is grim." Zhao Hai looked at Li Fei's face, then he flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. He opened the bottle and a fragrant smell wafted out. Then Zhao Hai opened Li Fei's mouth and poured the liquid from the jade bottle into his mouth. Everyone noticed that the liquid that came out of Zhao Hai's jade bottle was golden in color. After pouring the entire bottle of golden liquid into Li Fei's mouth, Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Li Fei's condition, it's very likely that he has been poisoned by corpse poison. Corpse poison that has been refined. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then their expressions changed, especially Elder Yu Feng. He stood up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm very sure. From the wound, I can see that he was poisoned by corpse poison. If Hu Jilong really poisoned him, then he must be related to a ghost cultivator. However, I think that this possibility is very low. Although cultivators are allowed to use concealed weapons during the great competition, there's no rule that states that concealed weapons cannot be poisoned. However, most people wouldn't use poison on their weapons, otherwise they would be looked down upon. Hu Jilong is an arrogant person, he can use concealed weapons, but he wouldn't use poison on them. Even if he's a ghost cultivator, he wouldn't use corpse poison to deal with Li Fei. This is tantamount to exposing his identity, so he wouldn't be that stupid. Therefore, the second possibility is that someone secretly poisoned his throwing knives. If that's the case, then we need to investigate it. Therefore, it's possible for someone to smear poison on their weapons. But that person must be very close to Li Fei. This is because ordinary people wouldn't know where the butterfly sect hides their weapons." Yu Feng's expression was somewhat gloomy. He nodded and said, "The butterfly sect has a habit of using flying daggers, but they generally wouldn't put poison on their weapons. Moreover, they wouldn't store their flying daggers in their spatial equipment. Therefore, it's possible for someone to smear poison on their flying daggers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I also think so. I'll have to ask Elder to inform the people of the butterfly sect about this matter and have them conduct a secret investigation. We must find the ghost cultivator. Otherwise, not only the butterfly sect, but also the other sections. If the butterfly sect was infiltrated by the ghost cultivator, then the other sex might also be infiltrated by the ghost cultivator. We need to be careful. Yu Feng's expression became even more dignified. He said, you don't have to worry about this matter. Don't tell anyone about it. I'll take care of it. After he said that, he turned his head to look at Li Fei. When he saw Li Fei, Yu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. This was because the dark aura on Li Fei's face had disappeared a lot. Yu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what did you give Li Fei? Why is it so effective against corpse poison? It was no wonder that Yu Feng was so excited. One must know that corpse poison had always been an important means of attack for ghost cultivators. Until now, the true spiritual world had yet to find the best antidote for corpse poison. This was because when ghost cultivators refined corpse poison, they would also add some other poisons. This made detoxification even more difficult. And the bottle that Zhao Hai took out was able to reduce the poison in Li Fei's body by a lot in such a short time. This was definitely an amazing thing. When Zhao Hai heard Yu Feng's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, It's nothing. Elder, you should know that when I was in the lower realm, I was a black magician. Black magicians aren't any worse than anyone else when it comes to poisons. Especially when it comes to corpse poisons, I'm very familiar with them. That antidote that I just concocted might not be very effective against other poisons, but against corpse poisons, I'm not boasting, but it's very effective. When he heard Zhao Hai, Yu Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he didn't immediately ask Zhao Hai to hand over the antidote formula. Instead, he looked at Li Fei and said, How long will it take for Li Fei to wake up? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, He'll wake up in about an hour. He'll be fully recovered in about a day. Of course, the wound on his shoulder will have to wait for the poison to be completely removed before applying the medicine. Yu Feng said, All right, leave 2 people behind to take care of Li Fei. The rest of you, return to the arena. There are still matches to be carried out. Let's go. When everyone saw that Li Fei was fine, they immediately responded and followed Yu Feng out. The group quickly returned to Yangding Mountain. Now that the first round of the tournament had ended, the 6th round was about to begin. Fortunately, they didn't call out Zhao Hai's name. However, when Zhao Hai arrived at Yangding Mountain, the 6th round of the tournament was about to begin. His opponent this time wasn't someone he was familiar with, but it was definitely not easy to deal with. This was because the person he was going to face was one of the most eye-catching people in this tournament, Xiangyuan sect's Chen Rufeng. Xiangyuan sect was one of the major sects in the spiritual domain. Their relationship with the Tyrant's Blade School was average, but the Tyrant's Blade School had a good relationship with the Gui Yuan sect. Since the Gui Yuan sect and Xiangyuan sect were inextricably linked, the relationship between the two sects was quite good. Zhao Hai looked at Chen Rufeng, who was standing on the opposite side of the arena. Chen Rufeng was wearing a scholar's outfit, but he had a sword on his back. This sword looked simple and unadorned, there was nothing special about it. On the other hand, Chen Rufeng's appearance was very ordinary. He wasn't very handsome, but he had a temperament that made people have a good impression of him. He wasn't arrogant, but when you were in front of him, you couldn't help but feel that you had to lower your head. He had a gentle smile on his face, making you want to get close to him unconsciously. His eyes were as gentle as water, making you unconsciously have a good impression of him. Chen Rufeng was also surprised to see Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's temperament was very similar to his. Although Zhao Hai was wearing a warrior's uniform, he didn't give off a rude feeling. On the contrary, it made Zhao Hai look more heroic. Zhao Hai's face also had a smile on it. His smile was very gentle, making people have a good impression of him. It can be said that although the temperaments of these 2 people were different, they still made people have a good impression of them. This was something that other people didn't expect. Seeing these 2 people standing on the stage, the cultivators in the audience forgot to speak for a while. They just stared blankly at the 2. This was because the temperament of these 2 people was too special. Zhao Hai looked at his opponent and spoke first. He cupped his fist and smiled. Tyrant Saber Sect's Zhao Hai greets Senior Brother Chen. I've seen Senior Brother Chen's previous matches. To be honest, you're the opponent that I didn't want to meet the most. Unfortunately, I met you. I can only ask senior brother Chen to be lenient. Chen Rufeng also cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, junior brother Zhao Hai is too polite. I've also seen your matches. I admire your saber technique. Please be lenient. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, we don't need to be polite here. Otherwise, people will scold us. Senior brother Chen, please. Then Zhao Hai took out his saber and pointed it at Chen Rufeng. Chen Rufeng also smiled faintly and took out his sword. When Chen Rufeng's sword was drawn, Zhao Hai immediately felt something different. Chen Rufeng's sword was like autumn water, but it gave people the feeling that it was sharp. It was definitely a good sword. Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he waved the long sword in his hand and shouted, kill. Then he attacked Chen Rufeng with his sword. The smile on Chen Rufeng's face also disappeared. He began to concentrate on the fight with Zhao Hai. Seeing this, the cultivators in the audience couldn't help but exclaim. This was because when Zhao Hai fought with other people, he never shouted kill. And when Chen Rufeng fought with other people, the smile on his face never disappeared. Now that the two of them were acting like this, the people in the audience understood that they weren't using their full strength at all, but now they were going all out. When the two began to fight, the audience was really surprised. This was because the two were showing their true skills. Chen Rufeng's sword technique could be described in one word, fast, incomparably fast. When he made a move, you couldn't even see his sword. Only the sword light could be seen. But whether the sword was a real sword or a sword light, many people couldn't see it. After Zhao Hai's saber technique was displayed, the saber in his hand completely disappeared. He was surrounded by a golden light. People couldn't even see the reflection of the saber because it was a dazzling golden light. It could be said that after so many days of competition, the most exciting match had finally arrived. Both of them were using speed to fight speed. They didn't seek to be the fastest, only to be faster. For a moment, the stage was filled with golden light and sword light. The clanging sounds of weapons clashing were like raindrops, making the people who heard them unable to count how many clanging sounds they made. Amazing, too amazing. The speed of both sides had reached a certain degree. The most important thing was that this kind of speed didn't pass in a while, but it was continuous. Both sides had been fighting for more than 10 minutes. Originally, people thought that this kind of almost suffocating attack would end soon, but the result was that the speed of both sides had increased inconceivably. Everyone felt as if they couldn't breathe because the battle on the stage was too fierce and too fast. They didn't even have time to breathe. At this moment, a scene that made everyone feel like their brains were stuck suddenly appeared. The golden light on the stage suddenly disappeared, and the saber in Zhao Hai's hand seemed to have slowed down countless times. His saber seemed to be pressed by a mountain. When he waved it, it seemed to have a huge force of 10,000 pounds. Seeing Zhao Hai's saber, everyone was almost driven mad by the contrast from extremely fast to extremely slow. But the more depressed one was Zhao Hai's opponent, Chen Rufeng. Chen Rufeng clearly felt that although Zhao Hai's saber was very slow, it blocked all his attacking routes. He actually felt like he couldn't use his sword. The most important thing was that Zhao Hai's saber also carried an indomitable and overwhelming momentum. Chen Rufeng didn't know what to do. The sword in his hand actually slowed down. When people saw this change, they all sighed at the same time because they knew that Chen Rufeng had lost this time because he had now lost his attacking rhythm. He had fallen into Zhao Hai's rhythm and could only be led by the nose by Zhao Hai. In this case, he naturally had no way to defeat Zhao Hai. Sure enough, once Chen Rufeng's swordsmanship slowed down, he completely fell into a disadvantage. Zhao Hai only used 5 saber strikes to break through Chen Rufeng's defense. Chen Rufeng was defeated. Chen Rufeng was also very gentlemanly. Although he was a little disappointed in this defeat, he wasn't too disappointed. He put away his sword and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Zhao, if you have good means, I'm not as good as you. If there's time in the future, we must exchange pointers again." Zhao Hai also put away his saber. He smiled at Chen Rufeng and said, "Of course. To be honest, senior brother's fast sword was really hard for me to deal with. If I didn't use a trick in the end, it would be hard to say who would win." Chen Rufeng smiled and said, "Junior brother doesn't need to flatter me. My master said that although my swordsmanship is fast, I can't control it as I wish. Therefore, I didn't lose unjustly. I hope that junior brother will have a drink with me in the future. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before he turned around and left the stage. Zhao Hai looked at Chen Rufeng's appearance and smiled. Then he turned around and jumped off the stage. The battle was finally over, but it also allowed everyone to understand Zhao Hai's strength. Before the battle, Chen Rufeng was already quite famous in the true spirit realm. His fame was even greater than Zhao Hai's. But in the end, he still lost to Zhao Hai. This also allowed people to truly understand Zhao Hai's strength. Although there were rumors in the true spirit realm about Zhao Hai fighting a teleportation realm cultivator alone, those who saw the battle between Zhao Hai and Lu Xing knew that Zhao Hai took advantage of the artifacts and beasts. In fact, he didn't fight Lu Xing head-on. Of course, this was referring to Lu Xing after he reached the teleportation realm. Therefore, they only thought that Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms and had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. But this time, it was different. Chen Rufeng wasn't someone easy to deal with. He was a genius of the Xianxia sect. It could be said that he was faintly the #1 expert in the spirit realm. Moreover, according to the estimates of the major sects, even if Chen Rufeng wasn't the #1 expert in the spirit realm, he could still be ranked in the top 100. In other words, Chen Rufeng's strength was recognized by the major sections. But this time, no one doubted Zhao Hai's strength. This was the arena, and Zhao Hai defeated Chen Rufeng head-on. If anyone still doubted Zhao Hai's strength, then they would be an idiot. The battle between Zhao Hai and Chen Rufeng attracted the attention of most people. After Zhao Hai's battle ended, the other battles also ended. The next round of the tournament began. In other words, Zhao Hai didn't have any time to rest. This time, Zhao Hai's opponent was very interesting. It was none other than Hu Jilong. Everyone knew that Hu Jilong used a throwing knife to injure Li Fei last time. They also knew that Hu Jilong used poison on his knife. Therefore, when Hu Jilong went on stage, the audience couldn't help but booed. This was very rare. A cultivator actually booed someone like an ordinary person. Of course, Hu Jilong's face turned pale when he heard the boos. Zhao Hai went on stage and looked at Hu Jilong. To be honest, he didn't dislike Hu Jilong. In the beginning, he just felt that Hu Jilong was a bit arrogant. However, for someone like Zhao Hai who had experienced this kind of thing, Hu Jilong's provocation didn't interest him at all. The reason why he quarreled with Hu Jilong before was completely for Li Fei and the others to see. The Tyrant's Blade School had always been overbearing. If Zhao Hai was too easy to talk to, then Li Fei and the others wouldn't be convinced by him. They might even look down on him. Therefore, Zhao Hai would fight back at the appropriate time. But in general, Zhao Hai didn't put Hu Jilong in his heart. Zhao Hai had seen Hu Jilong's battle. Although Hu Jilong's fighting strength wasn't weak, compared to Zhao Hai, the difference was too big. This kind of opponent wasn't on the same level. Zhao Hai wouldn't put Hu Jilong in his heart. But now, Zhao Hai was somewhat dissatisfied with Hu Jilong. This was because Hu Jilong was too self-righteous. In other words, Hu Jilong was too arrogant. If it wasn't for Hu Jilong's arrogance, no one would have thought of smearing poison on his throwing knives. Li Fei also wouldn't have almost died. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't have a good impression of Hu Jilong. He even had some disgust towards Hu Jilong. However, Hu Jilong didn't have any self-awareness. He was still looking at Zhao Hai with a face full of hatred. It was as if the people in the audience were jeering at him because of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Hu Jilong's expression, he couldn't help but be speechless. Zhao Hai really didn't understand how a person like Hu Jilong could cultivate to this degree. It seems like Hu Jilong's talent was very high. But even if his talent was high, he wouldn't be able to achieve much. This was because he was too brainless. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jilong and said, "You shot a knife at Li Fei before. I'll return the favor. I'll shoot 2 knives at you, but I won't take your life. At least, I won't kill you today." When he heard Zhao Hai, Hu Jilong became angry. He coldly snorted and said, "You want to use throwing knives to deal with me? Ha ha ha, that's too funny. I want to see how you're going to deal with me with throwing knives. I'm standing right here, so come at me." Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jilong and said, "Alright, then I'll stand right here. Let's see if I can hit you." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a shelf appeared beside Zhao Hai. Upon seeing the shelf, the cultivators on the stage couldn't help but feel dizzy. They couldn't understand what was going on. Why would someone use a shelf in battle? And what's on the shelf? Don't tell me that it's all throwing knives? If it's all throwing knives, then how many would there be? 1,000? 10,000? Heavens, was this a cloning stage cultivator competition or a juggling show? What's going on here? That's right, the shelf that Zhao Hai took out was densely packed with throwing knives. As for how many there were, no one could see it clearly. People couldn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do. However, Hu Jilong, who was standing opposite of Zhao Hai, had a dark expression on his face. Hu Jilong hadn't seen Zhao Hai use throwing knives, he hadn't even heard of Zhao Hai using throwing knives. Moreover, anyone who knew how to use throwing knives wouldn't be like Zhao Hai, taking out so many throwing knives at once. One must know that throwing knives was a skill, it required a high level of wrist strength, arm strength, and eyesight. Most importantly, throwing knives were concealed weapons, and concealed weapons needed timing to be used. Concealed weapons weren't the same as ordinary weapons. Concealed weapons were used for sneak attacks. If the attack didn't hit, then it would be very difficult to use concealed weapons to deal with people. Therefore, people who were good at using concealed weapons wouldn't let others see where they were. This way, they would have the opportunity to sneak attack. Although a cultivator's body was much stronger than ordinary people, no cultivator would be crazy enough to take out so many throwing knives at once. Even if the cultivator's body was strong, it was impossible for him to shoot all these throwing knives at the enemy. There were only two consequences, one was that the enemy would be shot to death, and the other was that the enemy would behead the cultivator. There was absolutely no third possibility. But Zhao Hai taking out so many throwing knives at once, in Hu Jilong's opinion, this showed that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. How could Hu Jilong endure this? When he thought of this, Hu Jilong looked at Zhao Hai with eyes full of resentment. He couldn't wait to take out his knife and behead Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jilong, then he suddenly smiled and said, "This time, I'll use these throwing knives to deal with you. Come." Then Zhao Hai's hands moved as 8 throwing knives appeared in his hands. When Hu Jilong saw Zhao Hai's hand, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. Although Hu Jilong was very arrogant, he wasn't an idiot. He still had an eye for people, especially when he was a concealed weapon expert. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai's hand gesture, he knew that Zhao Hai was definitely a throwing knife expert. One must know that a person's level of concealed weapons can be seen from the way they use them. And from Zhao Hai's method of using them, it can be seen that his skill wasn't low. Hu Jilong put away his contempt for Zhao Hai and began to look at Zhao Hai with rapt attention. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jilong's appearance and smiled faintly. "I'm going to make my move." Hu Jilong coldly snorted. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Hai's hands shot, 8 throwing knives directly towards Hu Jilong. At this time, Hu Jilong held his butterfly knives to use. Zhao Hai's knife. His knife, compared to other people's knife, it was slender and slender. Butterfly knife's knife was just like what Zhao Hai imagined it was slender compared to other people's knives' knife. Hu Jilong's butterfly knife danced in front of him, knocking away all of Zhao Hai's throwing knives. But this wasn't the end. Just as Hu Jilong knocked away the 8 throwing knives, he discovered that even more throwing knives were flying towards him. At this time, the people below the stage were also shocked. They discovered that Zhao Hai's hands seemed to have disappeared, and the throwing knives on the shelf next to him were also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the stage, in front of Hu Jilong, there was a pile of throwing knives. At this time, the throwing knives in Zhao Hai's hands suddenly changed. The people below the stage stared blankly at the throwing knives in Zhao Hai's hands. They dared to bet that they really saw a few throwing knives turning. Hu Jilong didn't have time to think so much. He only knew that he was desperately waving the butterfly knife in his hand. This was because he was very clear that as long as he stopped, even if it was just for a moment, he would immediately be hit by Zhao Hai's throwing knives. But at this time, he suddenly felt a cold light flashing on his left and right. 2 throwing knives directly pierced towards him. Hu Jilong was shocked. He clearly saw Zhao Hai standing in front of him. He only needed to deal with the throwing knives that were shot from the front. When did the throwing knives come from the left and right? This was no small matter. Hu Jilung's butterfly knife had no choice but to block the throwing knives that were flying from the left and right. But this way, the throwing knives in front of him couldn't be blocked. At this time, Hu Jilung felt a pain in his left shoulder. Then he felt a chill on his neck. Hu Jilung was startled, but at the same time, he discovered that all the throwing knives had disappeared. There were no more throwing knives coming towards him. Hu Jilung couldn't help but feel relieved. He didn't have time to check his injuries before he heard the referee's voice. Tyrant's Blade School's Zhao Hai wins. Hearing this, Hu Jilung couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he lowered his head and looked at his left shoulder. He discovered that there were 2 throwing knives stuck in his left shoulder. The 2 throwing knives were almost merged together, and the place where they were stabbed was where Li Fei was shot. At the same time, Hu Jilung also felt a little pain in his neck. He reached out and touched his neck, and found a trace of blood. Hu Jilung understood that Zhao Hai was being lenient. Zhao Hai clearly could have shot his throat, but Zhao Hai didn't do so. The throwing knives only brushed past Hu Jilung's neck, leaving a trace of blood. Hu Jilung knew that Zhao Hai was being lenient, but he didn't feel any gratitude. On the contrary, he felt that he was being humiliated by Zhao Hai. Therefore, he looked at Zhao Hai with an ashen face and coldly snorted, "Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. I will definitely get my revenge." Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jilung and shook his head. He didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and collected all the throwing knives on the stage. Then he jumped down from the stage and left. He didn't even look at Hu Jilung. The people below the stage looked at Hu Jilung with disdain. Part of the reason was because of Li Fei's poisoning, and another part was because of Hu Jilung's performance. Everyone below the stage understood that Zhao Hai clearly let him go. However, Hu Jilung didn't know how to be grateful. Instead, he spoke ill of Zhao Hai. In the eyes of the cultivator, such a person's character was too bad. Although cultivators looked at strength, they generally didn't care about character. Even if your character was high, if you didn't have strength, you would still be looked down upon. But at the very least, you should know how to be grateful. You shot the Tyrant's Blade School's cultivator with a poisonous flying dagger. Although Zhao Hai shot you twice, his flying dagger didn't have any poison on it. Moreover, he even spared your life. Even if you weren't grateful to him, you didn't need to treat him as an enemy. Your performance was really disappointing. Moreover, the people below the stage also understood why Zhao Hai turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't want to talk to Hu Jilung. In Zhao Hai's eyes, Hu Jilung wasn't worthy of being his opponent. Seeing Zhao Hai's attitude towards Hu Jilung and thinking about Zhao Hai's attitude towards Chen Ruffing, the people below the stage immediately understood what was going on. Although Hu Jilung's strength wasn't bad, being able to reach the 7th round was enough to prove his strength. However, in terms of bearing, he was far from being comparable to Zhao Hai and Hu Jilung. The people who came to watch the competition weren't rookies. They were very clear that bearing was an important factor for a cultivator to reach this step. If you didn't have a bearing, then you would be stingy when cultivating. You might even have evil thoughts, and it would be very easy for you to suffer from qi deviation. In that case, you wouldn't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. And it was clear that Hu Jilung belonged to this type of person. The cultivators below the stage quickly dispersed. Everyone was waiting for the next round. The 8th round of the competition was about to begin. This time, Zhao Hai's opponent was an expert from the Divine Fist sect. The Divine Fist sect was a very special sect. The Divine Fist sect was a pure body cultivation sect. They were very powerful and were known as the #1 body cultivation sect in the true spiritual world. Zhao Hai's current opponent was a person from the Divine Fist sect. This person was different from ordinary body cultivators. Ordinary body cultivators were incomparably majestic, giving people the feeling of a mountain. However, the person in front of Zhao Hai wasn't like that. This person wasn't very tall, only about 1.8 meters. His figure was thin, his skin looked a bit dark, but his eyes were shining brightly. However, when Zhao Hai saw this person, he felt a very dangerous feeling. When this person stood there, you couldn't feel much of his aura, but he gave people a dangerous feeling. It was like a sword in its scabbard. He might not reveal any killing intent, but you still know that a sword can kill. This person gave Zhao Hai this feeling. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the person and said, Tyrant's blade sex Zhao Hai. The person also cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Divine fist sex Lu Zong. Then the person didn't say anything else. He put his fists in a fighting stance and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao also took out his long sword and looked at Lu Zong. Zhao had seen Lu Zong's previous matches, and it was precisely because of this that Zhao was careful of him. Lu Zong's strength was very formidable. In his previous matches, Lu Zong had never let his opponent last more than 50 moves. That was to say, all of his opponents were defeated within 50 moves. Zhao had never seen Lu Zong defeat his opponents in less than 50 moves. 50 moves might sound like a lot, but in a fight between experts, 50 moves wasn't a lot. In the blink of an eye, a few moves would pass. 50 moves would take less than 10 minutes. In other words, none of Lu Zong's opponents lasted more than 10 minutes. Lu Zong was also one of the seeded contestants in this competition. His ranking was even higher than Chen Rufeng's. This time, it would definitely be a battle between the strong. This was because Zhao Hai's strength was there. How could someone who could defeat Chen Rufeng be a simple person? Moreover, besides the battle with Chen Rufeng, Zhao Hai didn't let his opponents last more than 15 minutes. Now that the two of them were facing each other, it would definitely be a battle that would attract everyone's attention. Zhao Hai held his blade and looked at Lu Zong. Lu Zong also looked at Zhao Hai. Both of them didn't dare to relax. At this time, shooting was tantamount to failure. The two of them looked at each other for a full 5 minutes. Although both of them didn't make a move, the people below the stage felt a little suffocated. This was because the momentum of the two of them was constantly rising. Although they didn't really fight, the two of them had already started to fight. The effect of the momentum was no less than a fight. At this moment, suddenly, a loud cheer was heard. The winner and loser of the two people on the next stage had been decided. Zhao Hai and Lu Zong were like black bears that were suddenly awakened from hibernation. They roared at the same time and rushed towards each other. The long blade in Zhao Hai's hand flashed and a group of blade fists chopped towards Lu Zong. Lu Zong's fists also danced and punched towards Zhao Hai. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhao Hai and Lu Zong separated and returned to their original positions. However, Zhao Hai's shoulder had a fist mark, while Lu Zong's clothes were cut by a blade. The two didn't pay attention to the wound on their clothes. With a loud roar, they pounced on each other again. For a moment, the entire stage was shaking. Previously, when Zhao Hai and Chen Rufeng fought, both of them used fast swords. However, this time was different. This time, Zhao Hai's opponent was a body cultivator. Every strike was very powerful, so his movements were also very big. In the beginning, Lu Zong didn't take Zhao Hai's attacks seriously. He was a body cultivator, so his defense was amazing. When he hit Zhao Hai with a punch, Zhao Hai also hit his blade. However, Lu Zong's blade wasn't very heavy. Although his punch wasn't heavy either, he believed that Zhao Hai must have been injured. This was because he believed that his defense was stronger than Zhao Hai's. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. He discovered that Zhao Hai's defense wasn't any worse than his. Moreover, the strength of Zhao Hai's blade wasn't any worse than his. In fact, Zhao Hai's blade was even stronger than his. Upon discovering this, Lu Zong couldn't help but curse. He finally understood that Zhao Hai was also a body cultivator. This discovery made Lu Zong want to curse. You're a body cultivator, yet you're so good with the blade. Isn't this cheating? However, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only endure. The two fought for more than 20 minutes. Zhao Hai received 10 punches from Zhao Hai while Lu Zong received 12 blades. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't use 100% of his strength. After 20 minutes, the two separated. Lu Zong looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. He withdrew his fist. Zhao Hai also withdrew his blade. Lu Zong cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Skill is better. Lu Zong is convinced. I've lost this match. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You let me win. I took advantage of the weapon. If I didn't have a weapon, I'm afraid that the outcome would be hard to say. Lu Zong forced a smile and said, It seems that after I go back, I'll have to properly learn how to use weapons. Mister, please. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai, turned around, and jumped off the stage, floating away. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly and jumped off the stage. At this time, the audience was in an uproar. Zhao Hai's fist marks were still there, but Lu Zong's blade marks were still there. Everyone could see that Zhao Hai and Lu Zong were evenly matched. It can even be said that Lu Zong had the upper hand. This was because if a blade cultivator were to receive 10 punches from a body cultivator, then the consequences would be unimaginable. But if a body cultivator were to receive 10 cuts from a blade cultivator, then nothing would happen to him. Just as everyone was puzzled, the referee said, "Don't make a ruckus. This match is Zhao Hai's victory." Everyone looked at the referee in confusion, hoping that he would give them a clear explanation. The referee looked at them, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Zhao Hai should also be a body cultivator. His attack was weaker than Zhao Hai's. But in the same amount of time, Zhao Hai managed to hit Lu Zong twice more. If we were to calculate, then Zhao Hai has indeed won." When everyone heard the referee, they were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be a body cultivator. How could a body cultivator reach such a level of proficiency with the blade? This was too shocking. At this time, the 9th round of the tournament began. This time, there were even fewer people participating. Including Zhao Hai, there were only 4 people. 1 body cultivator, 2 sword cultivators, and the last one was Zhao Hai. The body cultivator was a cultivator from the 100 Beasts sect in the real spiritual world. The 100 Beasts sect wasn't a beast-controlling sect. Instead, they imitated the lifestyles of beasts to cultivate their physique. The people of this sect were called madmen. This was because in order to cultivate, they would cultivate in places where all kinds of beasts roamed. Some of them were even recognized by the beasts. The beasts would treat them as their own kind and wouldn't attack them. Cultivators from this sect were people that no one in the true spirit world wanted to mess with. This was because they had been around beasts for a long time and had a trace of bestiality in them. This bestiality would affect their personality to a certain extent. If you were to fight them, then they would be like beasts and wouldn't stop until you were dead. Moreover, their moves were like beasts, all of them fighting for their lives. Not to mention anything else, just their aura alone was enough to make people feel unbearable. The other 2 sword cultivators were also very amazing. One was a cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction, and the other was even more amazing. He was a sword cultivator from the number 1 sword sect in the real spiritual world, the Sword Reverence sect. Although the Peerless Sword faction had a conflict with Zhao Hai had to admit that the sword cultivators of the Peerless Sword faction did have some means. As for the Sword Reverence sect, they were even more terrifying. The Sword Reverence sect was known as the number 1 sword sect in the real spiritual world. This title wasn't just for fun, they really did have the strength. They were a super sect that could compete with the Supreme School. To be honest, although the Tyrant's Blade School was also one of the 81 great sects in the real spiritual world, there was still a gap in strength between the great sections. If there was a ranking, then the Sword Reverence sect and the Supreme School would definitely be in the top 5. On the other hand, the Tyrant's Blade School would only be around the 60th place or maybe even lower. It could be said that Zhao Hai reaching his current position was already beyond the expectations of many people. He could be said to be a dark horse. However, people believed that Zhao Hai could only go this far. The opponents he would face were not ordinary people. None of his opponents were easy to deal with. It could be said that the strength of these opponents was not inferior to Lu Zong and Chen Rufeng, maybe even stronger. After the draw, Zhao Hai's opponent was also very interesting. It was the cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction who had a grudge against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled, he really didn't know what to say. In this tournament, he actually had to fight 3 opponents one by one. He didn't know if this was deliberately arranged or just a coincidence. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and looked at the cultivator standing opposite him. This cultivator was wearing a sky blue warrior robe and had a long sword on his back. It was a long sword that was at least a foot longer than the others. When Zhao Hai saw this sword, he knew that the opponent's sword technique was very special. Otherwise, his sword wouldn't be like this. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the cultivator and said with a smile, "Tyrant's Blade Sect's Zhao Hai." The cultivator didn't return the greeting. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I know you. You're the clown who took advantage of Brother Lu Xing's unstable state to escape. I didn't expect that a clown like you would become famous because of this matter. It's your bad luck to meet me today. I want everyone to know that a clown is a clown." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, "I've already announced my name, but you didn't. This doesn't mean that you look down on me, it only means that you are impolite. The matter between me and Lu Xing is not something you can control. We are now in a competition. If you want to make me lose face, then you just have to defeat me. There's no need to talk so much nonsense, right?" When the cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He coldly snorted and said, "You're just a scoundrel with a sharp tongue. You don't deserve to have a grudge with Brother Lu Xing. You don't deserve to know this young master's name. Die." After he said that, he swiped his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Because his sword was too long, he couldn't directly pull it out. Therefore, his scabbard was specially designed so that his sword could be directly pulled out from the side of the scabbard. Zhao Hai chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a broadsword appeared in his hand. This broadsword wasn't the same as the one he usually used. It was a glaive. Seeing the broadsword in Zhao Hai's hand, the cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction couldn't help but be surprised. Then, his face changed. When Zhao Hai used a long blade, he studied Zhao Hai's moves. He believed that he had found a way to deal with Zhao Hai. But now that Zhao Hai changed his weapon, all the moves he thought of before were useless. This made his face change. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction and sneered. He waved the glaive in his hand and said, "Kill." Then, the glaive slashed towards the cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction. The cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction quickly raised his sword to meet the glaive. He wanted to use his longsword to restrain Zhao Hai's long blade. But now that Zhao Hai had changed to a glaive, his longsword didn't have any advantage over the glaive. Therefore, he raised his sword to block Zhao Hai's glaive. But he soon found that he was wrong. Zhao Hai's glaive had the power of a thunderbolt. With a clang, the cultivator felt a huge force coming from Zhao Hai's glaive. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. The glaive in his hand flew up and down, completely suppressing the cultivator. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. The cultivator had exquisite swordsmanship, but he was completely suppressed by Zhao Hai's huge strength. He couldn't use it at all and could only passively take a beating. This was something that no one expected. The two exchanged more than 50 moves. Zhao Hai's glaive slashed the sword of the cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction. The cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction took a few steps back, but he noticed that he had already retreated to the edge of the ring. This step caused him to step on air. His body couldn't help but fall back. However, his movements were also very fast. He immediately stabbed his sword into the ring because he knew very well that if he fell off the ring, he would lose. But just as he stabbed his sword into the ring, Zhao Hai's glaive arrived. However, Zhao Hai's glaive didn't attack him, but slashed the ring. The ring was split open by him, and the cultivator from the Peerless Sword faction fell back again. However, the glaive from before also gave him a place to borrow strength. He had already used the Iron Bridge Kung Fu. Although his body leaned back, his feet seemed to have grown roots in the ring. Zhao Hai waved the glaive in his hand and used the glaive to hit the cultivator's body, directly slapping him off the ring. Zhao Hai didn't use too much strength, he only slapped that person off the stage, he didn't injure him. That person flipped over and stood up. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Zhao Hai. If looks could kill, then Zhao Hai would have died 1,000 times over. Zhao Hai looked at him and faintly smiled, "Thanks for letting me win." The man coldly snorted, then he turned around and left. But from a distance, his voice could be heard, "Zhao Hai, remember my name. My name is Chong Lu. Sooner or later, I will return today's humiliation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Anytime." Then Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the other stage. He saw a cultivator standing there with a sword pointed at the throat of that cultivator from the 100 Beast sect. It seems like he won this round. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards that cultivator and nodded with a smile. That cultivator looked at the glaive in Zhao Hai's hand and had a playful smile on his face. Zhao Hai didn't mind, he put away his glaive and didn't leave the stage. He just stood there and waited for the next round to begin. In the next round, Zhao Hai would be fighting against that cultivator from the Sword Reverence sect. Now, there was no need for an announcement. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai was going to fight that cultivator from the Sword Reverence sect. At this time, an old referee loudly announced the last round of the Avatar period. Tyrant Blade Sects Zhao Hai vs Sword Reverence Sects Pang Feihu. Venue, Stage 8. Zhao Hai and Pang Feihu stared blankly. This was because one of them was in Stage 10 and the other was in Stage 6. Neither of them were in Stage 8. However, the two of them didn't care about it. Their figures flashed and landed on the 8th arena. There was already a referee standing on the arena. When the referee saw that the two of them had arrived, he simply nodded at them. The two also cupped their fists towards the referee. Then Zhao Hai turned his head towards Pang Feihu and said, Tyrant Blade Sects Zhao Hai greets senior brother Pang. Pang Feihu also cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Pang Feihu greets junior brother Zhao Hai. I've seen your matches, you're very strong. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, I've seen senior brother Pang's matches as well. Senior brother Pang, please. Then Zhao Hai took out his sword. Pang Feihu also took out his sword. His sword was very special. The blade was sky blue and looked very beautiful. Moreover, when the sword was raised, the blade would constantly tremble. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but sink. This was because he discovered that Pang Feihu might be using a soft sword. If that was the case, then he would have to show his true strength. The two looked at each other for a moment before they simultaneously shouted, Kill! Zhao Hai waved his sword. At the same time, Pang Feihu's sword was also sent over. Zhao Hai used a sword technique to deal with Pang Feihu's attack. He discovered that Pang Feihu's sword technique was very good. It was much better than any swordsman that he had encountered before. Zhao Hai reckoned that Pang Feihu's sword technique had reached the acme of perfection. He would be a very difficult opponent to deal with. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him in terms of skill. Zhao Hai used a sword technique. This time, he first used the 8-gate golden lock blade. As he used a sword technique, 8 golden gates slowly appeared beside him. Although these 8 golden gates looked very illusory, they made Zhao Hai's defense even stronger. When the people below the stage saw the 8 gates, they were startled. They were very clear that this kind of situation would only appear when one sword technique reached the life realm. This meant that Zhao Hai's sword technique had already reached the life realm. Although the 8 gates were illusory and didn't look very solid, this was still a sign that one had reached the life realm. This was a very high realm. The 8-gate golden lock blade wasn't a particularly profound sword technique. It could only be considered a low-level sword technique in the continent. However, to be able to reach the life realm, Zhao Hai's talent in the sword technique wasn't low. The people below the stage weren't the only ones who were surprised. Even Pang Tianhu, who was fighting against Zhao Hai, was very surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength would be this strong. He was actually able to train his sword technique to this degree. This meant that Zhao Hai had been hiding his strength all this time. After thinking about this, the people who thought that Zhao Hai was lucky to reach this step were speechless. It can be said that under the same level of strength, the stronger one's technique, the stronger one's strength would be. This was something that no one could change. Zhao Hai's spiritual energy was at the peak of the clone realm, and his techniques were also at the peak. Most importantly, he was a hidden weapon expert and a body cultivator. With all of these conditions concentrated on Zhao Hai, it would be strange if Zhao Hai wasn't first place. After Pang Feihu attacked Zhao Hai with the 8-gate golden lock blade, he slowed down. After attacking for more than 50 moves, he finally stopped and bitterly smiled as he jumped out of the circle. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, I admit defeat for this match. Junior brother Zhao Hai, you really are a genius. Zhao Hai also put away his blade and cupped his fist towards Pang Feihu. Then he smiled and said, Senior brother Pang, you let me win. It's just that I have a good master. Hee, if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll have to ask senior brother Pang to give me some pointers. Pang Feihu smiled and said, I'm just inferior. There's nothing else to say. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll be sure to exchange pointers with junior brother. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai smiled and turned his head to look at the referee. The referee looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. After a while, he said, the winner of this large competition is Zhao Hai from the Tyrant's Blade School. When the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School heard this, they couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards everyone below the stage. Then he jumped down from the stage and led everyone back to the Tyrant's Blade School's cave. Although there were still some rewards, they would have to wait until the 3 large competitions were over. Now that Zhao Hai had nothing to do with them, they could peacefully wait for tomorrow's combined soul stage competition. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the Tyrant's Blade School's cave, a combined soul stage cultivator immediately came over and said to Zhao Hai, Junior brother Zhao Hai, follow me. Elder Yu wants to see you. Zhao Hai nodded his head. After bidding farewell to the others, he followed the cultivator to Yufeng's cave. The two quickly arrived at Yufeng's cave. Elder Yufeng was standing in front of the cave, waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai come over, Yufeng couldn't help but smile and said, Zhao Hai, you did well. You raised the prestige of our Tyrant's Blade School. Good, very good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Elder Yu is too polite. Before coming here, Master told me that he wasn't worried about the competition. What he was worried about was that he would encounter an attack on the way here. Hee, Master has foresight. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Elder Yu is too polite. Elder Yu smiled faintly. After leading Zhao Hai into the cave mansion, he said, we don't know how strong you are, but I think Yin and Yang should know. That's why they're so confident in you. Although you've made a name for yourself this time, you've also made the other sects remember you. In the future, you might be in more danger if you act alone. You must be careful in the future. Elder Yu smiled faintly and led Zhao Hai inside the cave mansion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, Elder Yu can rest assured. Originally, senior brother wanted to wait until I reached the Uniting Soul stage before letting me go out. If it weren't for the large competition, I would still be cultivating in the sect. Elder Yu chuckled and said, I was worried for nothing. With those two watching over you, nothing bad will happen to you. However, I have heard that you are now a famous rich man in our Hegemon Blade sect. Surely, you don't lack cultivation items. However, you must remember that the study of cultivation is primarily about cultivation. Although you don't need to do quests to obtain cultivation items, you still need to do quests. Quests will improve your combat experience, which will be beneficial to you in the future. Elder Yu chuckled and said, don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded. Elder Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, go and see Li Fei. He's already awake. The sect will give you your reward. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he stood up and gave Elder Yu a salute. Then he turned around and left. After leaving Elder Yu's cave, Zhao Hai immediately went to Li Fei's cave. There were 2 people taking care of Li Fei. When Zhao Hai entered the cave, he saw Li Fei. Li Fei was already awake. However, his face was ashen. He looked like a plucked rooster. Zhao Hai looked at Li Fei's appearance and smiled, Brother Li Fei, what happened to you? You look like a defeated rooster. What happened? That kid threw a flying knife at you and you admitted defeat? Li Fei looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, Leader, you're here. I lost face for you. I wanted to help you vent your anger, but I didn't expect that I would be plotted against by that bastard. This is the first time I, Li Fei, have lost face. I can't take this lying down. Zhao Hai patted him on the shoulder and said, that's enough. That cultivator has never been defeated in his life, so what's there to be afraid of? You're not the only one who was schemed against, Hu Jilong was also schemed against. But that kid is an idiot, he didn't even think about how he was schemed against. What's the point of competing with such an idiot? That kid shouldn't be in our hearts. If there's an opportunity in the future, we'll just kill him. Our opponents should be Pang Feihu, Chen Rufeng, and the others. Hu Jilong, he doesn't deserve to be our opponent. Li Fei looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but stare. Then he suddenly laughed and said, good, good. How can Hu Jilong be our opponent? He's not worthy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, he's not worthy. He's just an idiot who was plotted against. Just wait and see, when that kid goes back, his sect won't give him any face. He's finished, an idiot who can't understand the situation. Even if his talent is good, he won't be able to become a great figure. Humph, the butterfly sect has been looking for trouble with the tyrant saber sect many times. Just wait, if I have the chance, I'll destroy the butterfly sect as well. As soon as Li Fei and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be shocked. They knew that Zhao Hai wasn't someone who would joke around. Moreover, Zhao Hai destroyed the Kasha realm just like that. This showed how strong Zhao Hai's killing intent was. Now that he said this, it seems like he wasn't joking. Moreover, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he was already the strongest in the cloning realm. Additionally, he had 2 good masters. Moreover, he didn't lack cultivation materials. His future achievements were limitless. In other words, Zhao Hai would certainly become a powerful figure in the Tyrant Saber sect in the future. He might even have the same status as the Yinyang elders. Zhao Hai's words might not have any lethality right now, but when Zhao Hai becomes a great figure in the Tyrant Saber sect one day, his words would be extraordinary. Li Fei quickly said to Zhao Hai, "Leader, you have to think twice about this matter. If you really want to deal with the butterfly sect, then it's a big deal. Although the butterfly sect's strength is a lot weaker than our Tyrant Saber sect, once we start, it will cause a chain reaction. If we fail, then the entire spiritual domain will be in chaos. You have to think carefully." When Zhao Hai heard Li Fei, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Brother Li, you can rest assured that I won't act recklessly. Hehe, this matter isn't something that I can decide. You don't have to worry about it." In fact, Zhao Hai really wanted to destroy the butterfly sect. However, he knew that he didn't have the strength nor the authority to do so. Therefore, he wouldn't act recklessly. However, he believed that this opportunity would come, and it would come very soon. Zhao Hai wasn't just letting his imagination run wild. Although Zhao Hai hadn't moved around the spiritual domain in the past few years, he had paid attention to collecting information about the ghost cultivators. He discovered that the activities of the ghost cultivators hadn't decreased in recent years, but they had become more secretive. Moreover, the activities of the ghost cultivators were very regular. They were active in the entire spiritual domain, and they weren't far from the headquarters of the major sections. Zhao Hai didn't know if the major sects had discovered this situation. The activities of the ghost cultivators were clearly spying on the strength of the major sections. It wouldn't take long for the ghost cultivators to make a big move. When the time comes, the world would be in chaos. The major sects of the continent wouldn't have enough time to deal with the ghost cultivators, let alone the major sections. At that time, it would be an opportunity to expand their influence. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't say these words out loud right now. Even if he did, no one would listen. After all, his words carried little weight. This matter was related to the fate of the entire continent. It wasn't his place to take care of it. Zhao Hai chatted with Li Fei and the others. Seeing that Li Fei was a little tired, he returned to his cave residence and summarized today's battle experience. Zhao Hai's gains from today's battle were quite big. Not counting the battle with Hu Jilong, the battle with Chen Rufeng's sword, the battle with Lu Zong's body cultivator, and the battle with Pang Feihu, these battles gave Zhao Hai a lot of hints. His gains were really big, and it was very beneficial for his cultivation. However, Zhao Hai was more looking forward to the battle between the soul combining stage cultivators tomorrow. Not only was the spiritual chi of the soul combining stage cultivators stronger than the avatar stage cultivators, the most important thing was that the various sects had a rule that if one's strength wasn't enough, then they wouldn't be able to learn any profound cultivation methods. Whether it was cultivation methods or saber techniques, they wouldn't be able to learn any of them. Therefore, the cultivation methods that the soul combining stage cultivators could learn would definitely be of a higher level. End of chapter 2098. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.